place where doors were often left unlocked, where students walked home late at night without a second thought, and where the biggest concern on a Saturday night was whether the line at the bar would be too long. It was mid-November 2022 when that illusion shattered. The University of Idaho, a campus of just under 12,000 students, was winding down for the Thanksgiving break. Classes were wrapping up, professors assigning final projects, and students either preparing for a trip home or planning a quiet holiday in their off-campus apartments. Among them were 4 students, Kaylee Goncalves, Madison Logan, Xana Kernadle, and Ethan Chapin, young, vibrant, and deeply woven into the fabric of the university's social scene. Kaylee and Madison had been best friends since childhood. Both were seniors, close to graduation, and sharing the excitement of closing one chapter and preparing for the next. Kaylee had just bought a new Range Rover. She was preparing to move to Austin, Texas, for a tech job that promised opportunity and change. Madison was staying in Idaho, but the two had vowed to stay close. Xana and Ethan were a couple. She was a junior studying marketing, known for her smile and easygoing spirit. Ethan, a triplet, was part of the Sigma Chi fraternity and described by friends as endlessly kind and grounded. He didn't live in the King Road house like the others, but he was spending the night there on November 12th. The house at 1122 King Road was a 3-story off-campus rental perched on a slope. It was known as a party house, a gathering place for students, and a landmark of sorts in the local college scene. Despite the parties and visitors, the house had a sense of normalcy. Laughter, music, and late-night takeout were common sounds within its walls. That night was no different, until it was. The 4 students had spent their Saturday night like many others. Kaylee and Madison were seen on surveillance footage at a popular food truck just after 1:40 a.m., chatting, laughing, unaware of the eyes that might have been watching. Xana and Ethan had attended a party at the Sigma Chi house earlier in the night. By 2 a.m., all 4 were back at King Road. By 4 a.m., they were dead. It would take hours before anyone knew what had happened. Hours before the world outside that house realized that something terrible, something unprecedented, had taken place. And when they did, nothing would ever be the same again, for the victims, for the town of Moscow, or for the man who would later be accused of ending 4 lives in the middle of the night. At 11:58 a.m. on November 13th, a 911 call was placed. The details of the call were vague. The surviving roommates, who had been in the house during the killings but were physically unharmed, reported an unconscious person. Police arrived within minutes. What they found was not someone passed out after a night of drinking. What they found was a crime scene that defied logic and shattered the calm of their town. For young people, each stabbed multiple times. 2 on the 2nd floor, 2 on the 3rd. No sign of forced entry. No sign of struggle. No obvious motive. And most haunting of all, 2 roommates asleep in the basement left alive. Word spread fast. Sirens had cut through the quiet Sunday air. Police tape cordoned off the home. Students texted one another, parents made frantic phone calls, and the community braced for details. But in those first hours, there were no answers. Only questions. Had it been random? Was it personal? Were more students in danger? And how had someone slipped into that house, murdered 4 people, and slipped out again, undetected? The town was paralyzed. The university canceled classes. Police told residents to remain vigilant. The phrase echoed like a warning in a place where that kind of language had never been necessary. The investigation began immediately, but quietly. Detectives combed through the house, collecting evidence. Blood patterns, shoe prints, DNA swabs. Surveillance footage from nearby homes and businesses was requested. Witnesses were questioned. Cell tower data was pulled. It was clear that this would not be a simple case. The victims' families, shattered by grief, faced cameras and reporters while pleading for answers. Candlelight vigils lit up the campus. Memorials were built, and still no suspect. No arrests, just a gnawing sense of fear and confusion. The killer had vanished into the night, but behind the scenes, investigators were building something, a timeline, a profile, a digital trail. They were tracking down leads, watching patterns, and looking for the one detail that would break the case open. They didn't know it yet, but somewhere out there, a man named Brian Koberger was about to become the focus of the most scrutinized manhunt in the nation. And everything, every movement, every detail, every misstep was about to matter. The hours after the 911 call became a blur of confusion, rumor, and unanswered questions. News vans descended on Moscow before dusk. Police officers guarded the King Road residence, cameras flashing behind yellow tape. Helicopters circled overhead. What had once been a quiet college town was now the epicenter of a national nightmare. The headlines came fast. 4 students slain. Brutal stabbings rocked University of Idaho. Mystery killer still at large. Inside the Moscow Police Department, detectives worked in near silence. The scene they had encountered was unlike anything they had ever seen. For bodies, multiple entry wounds, and no clear signs of forced entry or theft. The murder weapon was missing. There was no bloody trail outside the house. No screams reported. No neighbors had heard anything unusual. But this wasn't just a local homicide. This was something else entirely. The FBI was contacted within hours. The Idaho State Police joined the investigation. A multi-agency task force was formed, its command center established in a nondescript building just off campus. Evidence technicians began sorting through every room in the house, cataloging every fingerprint, every smear of blood, every fiber out of place. Meanwhile, crime analysts began assembling the digital puzzle: phone records, social media, GPS data, surveillance footage. As the sun set over the Palouse, fear gripped the town like a vice. Students who once strolled freely across campus now locked their doors and traveled in groups. Pepper spray flew off store shelves. Parents arrived from out of state to collect their children. Professors canceled classes. The usual rhythm of college life, midterms, social gatherings, library study sessions, came to a halt. The families of the victims arrived one by one, flown in or driven through the night. They met with police. They were shown only what was necessary. They were asked not to speak to the media. Yet they did anyway, desperate to humanize their children beyond the headlines. Kaylee's father gave an emotional statement on the courthouse steps. "My daughter was not collateral damage. She was my whole world. Whoever did this is still out there, and we will not rest until they are found." That statement ignited something in the public. The case went viral. TikTok creators began dissecting every known detail. Reddit threads multiplied by the hour. Amateur sleuths posted floor plans, timelines, analysis. Everyone had a theory. Some blamed a jealous ex. Others speculated a serial killer. Some even accused the surviving roommates, citing the hours-long delay in calling police. But investigators remained tight-lipped. Chief James Fry became the face of the investigation. Each time he stepped in front of a podium, reporters fired questions like bullets. Was there a suspect? Was it targeted? Was the public safe? His answers were careful, rehearsed, and infuriatingly vague. "We cannot release that information at this time. The investigation is ongoing. Please remain vigilant." Behind closed doors, detectives were chasing ghosts. The suspect had left no clear trail, at least not one visible to the naked eye. They reviewed hundreds of hours of surveillance footage from homes and businesses near King Road. They checked cell tower pings for unusual activity. They sifted through social media messages, looking for threats, confessions, or anything that didn't fit. And then, a break. A neighbor's security camera caught a blurry white sedan driving past King Road several times in the early morning hours of November 13th. The make appeared to be a Hyundai Elantra. It was seen again driving away from the area at high speed just after 4:20 a.m. Detectives narrowed the vehicle to a 2011 to 2013 model. But it wasn't enough. There were thousands of similar cars registered in Idaho and neighboring states. Still, it was something. It was movement. It was a beginning. The FBI issued a national bulletin. Information requested. White Hyundai Elantra seen near crime scene in early hours of November 13th. Tips poured in. Most were dead ends. But somewhere in that stack of reports was a name that would soon rise to the surface. Brian Christopher Kohberger. He wasn't on anyone's radar yet. Not in Idaho. But 10 miles west, in Pullman, Washington, a PhD student in criminology was quietly watching events unfold, with far more interest than anyone realized. As the days turned to weeks, investigators kept returning to the same questions. Why these victims? Why this house? Why no one else? And perhaps most haunting of all, how had the killer known exactly where to go? Those questions would eventually find their answers. But for now, they haunted everyone, from the grieving families to the terrified town, to the man who, as it turned out, had spent years studying the psychology of killers. The man whose digital footprint was about to betray him. Brian Christopher Kohberger was not a drifter, not a recluse, not some outcast on the fringes of society. He was, in many ways, the opposite. He was a graduate student at Washington State University in Pullman, just across the state line, a mere 15-minute drive from Moscow. He held a master's degree in criminal justice and was working on a PhD in criminology. He taught undergraduate classes. He participated in academic forums. He walked the halls of his department with confidence, sometimes even correcting his professors. He was articulate, sharp, and, to those who didn't know him well, entirely unremarkable. But behind the neat academic persona was something else. Something colder. Kohberger had a fascination with serial killers. That was not unusual in criminal justice circles. But his interest was different. He didn't just study case files or statistical data. He wanted to know what they felt, how they thought, why they killed. Months before the murders, he had posted a request on Reddit, seeking volunteers for a research project. He asked former criminals to describe their thoughts and emotions during the commission of their crimes. "Why did you choose that victim?" the post read. "How did you plan your escape? What were you thinking and feeling at each step of the crime?" At the time, it was seen as an odd academic inquiry, an attempt to understand deviant psychology. But later, in retrospect, it felt like something else entirely. After the murders, Kohberger didn't flee. He returned to his university, finished out the semester, graded papers, held office hours. Classmates described him as intense, sometimes abrasive, with a peculiar sense of superiority. He was known to dominate conversations, especially when the topic involved criminal profiling or forensics. One student recalled him stating, during a heated discussion, that people who committed violent crimes often made foolish mistakes that, in theory, were easy to avoid. In early December, just weeks after the killings, Kohberger changed the license plates on his white Hyundai Elantra. It was not enough. Law enforcement had been quietly following a growing trail. The white sedan seen near the crime scene had become their focus. Through license plate readers, campus security footage, and DMV records, they traced the car to Kohberger. They discovered he had crossed the state line into Idaho multiple times in the weeks before the murders. More than coincidence, the digital footprint was starting to resemble a road map. Cell phone tower records showed a chilling pattern. Kohberger's phone had pinged near the King Road house at least a dozen times in the weeks leading up to November 13th. Once at 9 a.m., once late at night. He had been surveilling the area, scoping out the layout, perhaps studying the routines of the people inside. One tower ping showed the phone turning off during the time of the murders, only to come back online minutes later as it moved north, back toward Pullman. When investigators looked further into his internet activity, the pieces began to click. Kohberger had been researching the case in real time, searching news articles, reading forums, possibly even interacting in anonymous threads. Then came the DNA. Crime scene investigators had collected a single, crucial piece of evidence. A knife sheath left near the bed where Madison and Kaylee were found. On the snap of that sheath, detectives found a faint trace of male DNA. It didn't match any known offenders in the system, but they uploaded it to a public genealogical database and waited. What came back was a familial match, a relative of Brian Kohberger. From there, a covert operation began. Agents tailed him, They surveilled his family home in Pennsylvania, where he had returned for winter break. They retrieved trash from the curb. A DNA sample from the trash matched the suspect profile from the knife sheath. The evidence had aligned. On December 30th, 2022, at approximately 1:30 a.m., Brian Kohberger was arrested at his parents' home in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. The local police and FBI swarmed the property. Kohberger, reportedly awake and wearing surgical gloves, was taken into custody without incident. He said only one thing: "Am I the only one you arrested?" That single sentence sent chills through every agent in the room. Back in Idaho, law enforcement held a press conference. They announced the arrest, confirmed the connection to the vehicle and DNA, and praised the coordination between agencies. But they offered no motive. That silence only fueled the public's obsession. Who is this man? Why had he done it? Why those victims? And how could someone so educated, so composed, so embedded in the very system meant to stop killers, be one himself? Brian Kohberger's name was now known nationwide. But even as his face appeared on every screen, his expression remained unreadable. There was no confession, no apology, no cracks. He stared straight ahead. And behind him, the world tried to understand the mind of a man who, for weeks, had walked among them, a ghost in plain sight. The arrest of Brian Kohberger marked a turning point, not only for the victims' families, but for the entire country, which had been following the case with bated breath. But while the news media erupted with images of the accused killer in an orange jumpsuit, and speculation filled the airwaves, the real work had only just begun. For prosecutors, for investigators, for the defense, and for the community of Moscow, Idaho, the task now was to turn evidence into certainty. And that would not be easy. Kohberger was extradited to Idaho on January 4, 2023. The media camped outside the Lada County Courthouse. Spectators lined the streets. Cameras caught every step as he was escorted into the courtroom, wrists shackled, surrounded by heavily armed deputies. The silence in the courtroom was deafening. Families of the victims sat behind the prosecution, their faces hard, unreadable. When asked if he understood the charges against him, 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of felony burglary, Kohberger simply nodded. He said nothing else. His public defender and Taylor entered a not guilty plea on his behalf. Kohberger did not speak. The affidavit for his arrest had been released to the public just days earlier. It read like a movie script: cell tower data, DNA, camera footage, even a surviving roommate's chilling eyewitness account. According to the document, one of the roommates had opened her door in the early morning hours of November 13th and seen a masked man, clad in black, walking through the house toward the exit. Frozen with shock, she locked herself in her room. She didn't call the police. That detail sent shockwaves through the public. How could someone witness the killer and not act? Was it fear? Trauma? A delay in understanding what had happened? The internet turned vicious. Conspiracy theories exploded, but investigators remained focused on what mattered: the facts. The knife sheath was the key. Found beside the victim's bed, it bore the unmistakable DNA of the accused. DNA that matched the genetic profile obtained from his father's discarded trash in Pennsylvania. The odds of it belonging to someone else were astronomically low. But in a court of law, nothing is guaranteed. The prosecution team, led by Lada County Prosecutor Bill Thompson, began building their timeline. Surveillance footage showed Kohberger's Elantra making several passes by the King Road house between 3:30 a.m. and 4:20 a.m. Cell phone records revealed that his phone had been turned off during the window of the murders and then reactivated on his return route to Pullman. There was also a disturbing pattern of digital activity. Kohberger had visited the area at least 12 times prior to the attack. Still, the motive remained elusive. There was no clear connection between Kohberger and the victims. No messages, no social media links, no previous run-ins. The victims had never mentioned him to friends or family. And yet, he had watched them, followed them, killed them. Prosecutors argued that Kohberger's fascination with power and control combined with his academic obsession with criminal behavior, had driven him to select the house and execute a crime he believed he could get away with. They pointed to his studies in forensic psychology, his Reddit research survey, and his own comments in class about perfect crimes. But the defense pushed back, and Taylor demanded access to the forensic methods used in the genealogical DNA match. She questioned the chain of custody on the knife sheath. She pointed out that the eyewitness, the surviving roommate, had not seen Kohberger's face. Only a figure, a build, a presence in the dark. Legal experts weighed in across every platform. Some believed the prosecution's case was airtight. Others said it was circumstantial, that there was no smoking gun. The trial, they warned, would be long, difficult, and volatile. As the pretrial hearings began, Kohberger's demeanor remained unchanged. He sat still. He said little. He watched everything. And outside the courthouse, Moscow tried to heal. Murals were painted across campus. Memorials for the victims remained covered in flowers and handwritten letters. But fear still lingered, because the case had exposed something darker than one man's crime. It had shattered the illusion that college life in a small town was immune to evil. The university implemented new security protocols. Student attendance dipped. Faculty received training on trauma response. And yet, for many, the question still echoed. Why? Why them? Why that house? Why now? The answers would take months to uncover, if they ever came at all. But one thing was clear. Brian Kohberger was not the man anyone expected. And whatever his reasons, whatever the outcome, his trial would become one of the most closely watched in modern American history. The search for justice had only just begun. By the spring of 2023, the Brian Kohberger case had become a pressure cooker. Not only for the courts, but for the wider American public, journalists, legal scholars, and everyday observers alike. Everyone wanted something: clarity, accountability, justice. But as the details emerged in the months following his arrest, the complexity of the case deepened, and with it came controversy, conflict, and quiet revelations that sent ripples through the system. Kohberger had waived his right to a speedy preliminary hearing. This gave the prosecution time to strengthen its case, but it also gave the defense time to prepare a calculated, aggressive strategy. And Taylor, a seasoned public defender from Kootenai County, began assembling her team. They weren't just going to challenge the DNA or the cell data, they were going to challenge everything. Meanwhile, the state of Idaho prepared for a legal battle unlike anything it had seen before. The volume of evidence was staggering. Hundreds of interviews, thousands of documents, forensic reports, traffic camera logs, cell tower data, geofence warrants, psychological profiles, surveillance metadata. It was all submitted into discovery. The media filed motions for access. The public wanted transparency. But Judge John Judge, now overseeing the case, issued strict gag orders to prevent leaks, citing the intensity of pretrial publicity and the risk of tainting a potential jury pool. This did little to calm speculation. If anything, it fueled it. In online communities, armchair detectives dissected every released document. TikTok creators recreated timelines. YouTube videos theorized about the route the killer took. National commentators debated the ethics of public scrutiny versus due process. Was Kohberger being tried in the court of law or the court of public opinion? And then came a quiet revelation from the prosecution team. Kohberger's DNA had not only been found on the knife sheath, it matched DNA found on the button snap. A more precise placement, a more damning link. But without a murder weapon and without a clear motive, the case still rested on circumstantial pillars. The defense responded with subtle aggression, and Taylor questioned the lab's handling of the sheath. She requested details about the FBI's genealogy techniques. She demanded unredacted versions of digital warrants, and she pressed for access to the full surveillance tapes, not just the snippets released in affidavits. Then she made a bold move. She filed a motion suggesting the need for a change of venue. Moscow, she argued, was tainted. The town had mourned. Murals, vigils, and rallies had painted Koberger as guilty before trial. There were too many cameras, too much noise, too little space for an impartial jury. The prosecution pushed back, but the court agreed to consider the motion. Legal analysts warned, this was going to be a trial defined as much by its logistics as its evidence. Meanwhile, Koberger remained in the Lada County Jail, housed in isolation, under suicide watch with limited communication. Every appearance in court was broadcast, every facial expression examined. He maintained a calm, flat demeanor, never emotional, never reactive, only present. Psychologists watching the case began debating his mental state. Some suggested narcissistic traits, grandiosity, detachment, obsession with power. Others speculated about antisocial behavior. But without a confession or psychological evaluation made public, it was all conjecture. Still, something about Koberger unsettled people. He was not a killer in the traditional mold. No obvious red flags, no erratic behavior, no history of violence. He was a man who studied crime, who taught criminology, who once sought to understand the mind of a killer. Now, he was at the center of the kind of case he might have analyzed in class. Back on campus, the University of Idaho tried to reclaim its sense of safety. Students returned cautiously. The King Road house remained sealed, its windows covered, its driveway blocked. There were whispers it would be demolished, perhaps turned into a memorial. But the building still stood. A reminder, a wound. Victims' families grew increasingly vocal. Haley's father gave another interview, criticizing delays, denouncing conspiracy theories, and pleading for patience. "We want the truth," he said. "We want accountability. And we're not going away." Ethan's siblings, devastated but quiet, issued a statement calling for dignity and calm. Justice is a process. Let it run its course. The date for the preliminary hearing was set for June 2023. But no one expected it to be the beginning of the end. Everyone, on both sides, knew this case wasn't just about one night in November. It was about everything that led to it, and everything that would follow. June 26, 2023. After months of mounting pressure, unanswered questions, and a community held in suspension, the day of the preliminary hearing finally arrived. It wasn't a trial. Not yet. But it was the closest thing the public had gotten to real answers. For the families of the victims, it was another step forward. For Brian Koberger, it was a test of the state's case, of his defense, and of his ability to hold his ground. Security around the Lada County Courthouse was tight. Officers stood at every entrance, bomb-sniffing dogs patrolled the perimeter, and metal detectors buzzed with the steady stream of media, legal teams, and public spectators. Inside the packed courtroom, reporters jostled for space. The atmosphere was electric, but tense. Koberger entered dressed in a dark suit, his wrists in cuffs. He looked thinner than he had months earlier. His face, usually expressionless, briefly flickered with tension as he scanned the room. His attorney and Taylor sat beside him, flanked by assistants. Across from them, the prosecution team opened laptops and sorted through files, volumes of evidence, timelines, maps, and digital records. The hearing began with a review of probable cause. Prosecutor Bill Thompson stepped forward and laid out the core of the case. Koberger's vehicle, his digital footprint, his DNA, and his presence in Moscow the night of the murders. It wasn't yet about proving guilt beyond reasonable doubt. It was about establishing that a crime had been committed, and that Koberger was likely responsible. The lead detective took the stand. Forensic photos were shown, a map of the house, a breakdown of each victim's location, the time-stamped footage of Koberger's car circling the neighborhood, the cell tower data showing his phone going dark and then lighting up again on the route back to Pullman. The courtroom absorbed every word, every image. When the prosecution presented the knife sheath, a visible reaction rippled through the gallery. The detective explained how it had been found on the bed where Madison and Kaylee were killed, with DNA on the snap button. The lab analysis, he said, had been confirmed by multiple agencies, including a private genealogy lab and an FBI forensics team. Then came the testimony from one of the surviving roommates. She appeared via closed-circuit video, her voice trembling but steady. She described hearing a strange noise around 4 a.m., a thump, followed by muffled voices. When she opened her door slightly, she saw a tall figure in black clothing and a mask walking toward the back sliding door. She froze. He walked past her. She said nothing for hours. The defense objected to the inclusion of her testimony as direct identification. She had not seen a face, only a shape. She couldn't confirm it was Kohberger. And Taylor emphasized that the state was relying on inference, not proof. But the weight of the circumstantial evidence was heavy. Still, the defense did not sit idle. They cross-examined the detective, challenging the timeline of events. They raised questions about possible contamination at the crime scene. They pushed back on the interpretation of the phone data. And they reminded the court and the public that Kohberger's DNA had never been found on the victims, on the bedding, or in the bathrooms. Only on the knife sheath. Was that enough to connect him to 4 murders? The day ended with the judge ruling that the case would move to trial. There was, in his words, ample evidence to establish probable cause. Outside the courthouse, the families of the victims stood together. They didn't smile. They didn't celebrate. But there was a weight lifted, a small, bitter measure of progress. The space between the preliminary hearing and the trial was filled with shadows. Legal maneuvering, psychological evaluations, media spin. While the court system moved forward on paper, the emotional toll on all involved deepened. Victims' families, the defense, prosecutors, and a community trying to find its footing amid relentless national attention. Brian Kohberger remained in solitary confinement at the Lada County Jail. No visitors except his defense team. No statements. No change in demeanor. He read books, requested court transcripts, and reportedly made meticulous notes. Several times, he requested access to law library materials, attempting to familiarize himself with Idaho criminal procedure. He wasn't just a defendant. He was a student of the system he was now entrenched in. His defense, led by Brian Taylor, filed a slew of pretrial motions. They requested all forensic documentation related to DNA testing, including the chain of custody, the genetic genealogy methodology, and third-party lab data. They filed for exclusion of certain surveillance footage and suppression of Kohberger's post-arrest statements. One motion questioned the legality of collecting DNA from his family's trash in Pennsylvania. Another motion hinted at a potential alibi, though the details were sealed. Meanwhile, the prosecution worked quietly but aggressively. More than 30 subpoenas were issued to witnesses across multiple states. Crime scene analysts were recalled for follow-up interviews. Expert witnesses in digital forensics, behavioral profiling, and genetic genealogy were prepped for testimony. The state was building a comprehensive narrative, not just about what happened, but how, and most importantly, why. And yet, the motive remained elusive. No texts, no phone calls, no stalking charges, no photos, no diaries, just patterns, digital and physical, suggesting months of surveillance, planning, and precision. That made the case feel colder. Victims' families oscillated between hope and exhaustion. Kaylee Goncalves' parents continued to speak publicly, demanding transparency and justice. This was not just a crime, it was a message, her father said. And we're not going to let it fade. The University of Idaho tried to resume normalcy. Fall classes were set to begin just weeks before the scheduled trial. Administrators debated whether to demolish the King Road house. Ultimately, it remained standing, vacant, silent, a place of trauma no one wished to enter. Online, the case took on a second life. Armchair investigators clashed over theories. Podcasts dedicated entire seasons to the evidence. YouTube creators pulled apart court documents frame by frame. False claims circulated about secret accomplices, alleged cover-ups, and bizarre behavioral cues. Prosecutors condemned the misinformation. So did the judge. To protect the integrity of the proceedings, Judge John Judge imposed a media gag order and restricted courtroom access. He warned both legal teams about leaks. He denied a defense motion to allow cameras in the courtroom, stating that the visibility of the case had already jeopardized the fairness of public perception. And yet the interest only grew. Then, in early September, the defense filed a motion to dismiss the indictment, arguing that the grand jury had been misled and key evidence presented without full context. The state responded sharply, citing overwhelming probable cause and judicial oversight throughout the process. The motion was denied. Trial was set to begin on October 16, 2023. It would be held in Moscow under tight security, with overflow rooms and live audio feeds provided to credentialed journalists only. The witness list stretched beyond 50 names. The court docket blocked off 8 weeks. Kohberger had still entered no plea himself. His attorneys maintained his right to silence. But the world had already spoken. They wanted answers. They wanted justice. And in just a few weeks, they would finally see both sides step into the courtroom, not just to argue guilt or innocence, but to reconstruct the darkest hours Moscow had ever known. Every fact would be tested, every witness scrutinized. And behind it all, for young lives, their futures erased, but their names now etched into the foundations of American criminal history. October 16, 2023. The courthouse in Moscow, Idaho was surrounded by cameras, barricades, and reporters from every major outlet in the country. The trial of Brian Christopher Kohberger, the most closely followed murder case in recent American memory, was officially underway. Inside, the courtroom was a pressurized chamber. Victims' families filled the front rows, sitting side by side, holding one another's hands. Behind them sat media representatives, legal observers, and court staff. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the defendant. Brian Kohberger entered with the same steady gait he'd maintained for months. His suit was pressed, his hair neatly combed, his face unreadable. He gave no acknowledgement to the families, to the public, or to the cameras. His attorneys flanked him like sentinels. Judge John Judge called the court to order. Jury selection had taken days. 12 jurors and 4 alternates, chosen from hundreds of potential candidates, were finally seated. The court was sealed. No cameras, no recordings, only sketch artists and notebooks. The prosecution began with a meticulous, methodical opening statement. They laid out the case in plain language. Kohberger had stalked the victims, cased the property, planned his entry, and carried out a calculated killing of 4 young adults in their sleep. They introduced the knife sheath, the DNA, the cell tower pings, the video surveillance, the timing, the absence of an alibi. They promised the jury one thing: evidence that would draw a straight, unbroken line from 1122 King Road to Brian Kohberger. Then it was the defense's turn, and Taylor stood before the jury and reminded them of their duty, not to feel sympathy, but to assess the facts. She said there were holes in the timeline, uncertainty in the forensic evidence, and assumptions in the behavioral profile. She claimed Kohberger had no personal connection to the victims, no motive, no confession, and that the state's case, while dramatic, lacked certainty. Suspicion, she said, is not guilt. The first week of testimony began with a haunting reconstruction of the crime scene. Photos of the house were displayed, floor plans, blood patterns, door locations, timestamps. A forensic pathologist walked the jury through each victim's injuries. The wounds were brutal. Some had defensive marks. Others had been attacked in their sleep. The medical examiner testified to the cause of death for each: multiple stab wounds, fatal blood loss, deep trauma to vital organs. Xana Kernadal and Ethan Chapin had been found on the second floor. Madison Mogan and Kaylee Goncalves were discovered together in the same bed on the third floor. The murder weapon was never found, but the pathologist testified the wounds were consistent with a fixed-blade combat knife. Then came the digital evidence. A data analyst testified about Kohberger's phone records. The pings showed his phone was in the area of the King Road house on more than a dozen occasions in the months before the killings. One of those times was at 4:04 a.m. on the night of the murders. Kohberger's phone had been turned off for roughly 2 hours, from 2:47 to 4:48 a.m., and then reactivated on a highway heading back toward Pullman. The timeline matched the car scenes speeding away from the scene. Surveillance footage was shown. A white Hyundai Elantra circling the King Road neighborhood repeatedly between 3:29 and 4:20 a.m. The defense countered that the vehicle could not be positively identified as Kohberger's car. But prosecutors had already laid the groundwork. The plates, the make and model, the digital breadcrumb trail. The image was clear, even if not high resolution. Then came perhaps the most chilling moment of the first week, the testimony of the surviving roommate. She entered the courtroom through a side door. Pale, thin, measured. Her voice cracked but never broke. She described hearing a commotion around 4 a.m. A thud, a whimper, a muffled cry. She described opening her door and seeing a masked man in black, tall, muscular, walking calmly out of the sliding glass door. "Did you see his face?" the prosecutor asked. "No," she said, "just his eyebrows, his build, his walk." And Taylor pushed back in cross-examination. "Is it possible you were confused? Disoriented?" "Yes," the roommate said, "but I know what I saw." As week 2 began, prosecutors called forensic experts to testify about the knife sheath. The DNA on the button snap was tested 3 separate times. Each time, it matched Brian Kohberger's profile with a confidence rating in the quadrillions. The sheath was found beneath Madison's body. No gloves. No explanation. The defense tried to sow doubt. Could it have been planted? The technician shook her head. No, it was collected immediately. It was cataloged under strict protocols. The jury watched intently. Some scribbled notes. Others sat frozen. Meanwhile, Kohberger's demeanor never changed. No emotion, no reaction. He whispered only occasionally to his lawyers, kept his eyes fixed on the screen or table in front of him. As the days stretched into weeks, the courtroom became its own ecosystem. Reporters typed frantically. Sketch artists captured the faces of grief. The victims' families sat with dignified silence, some clutching photos, others wearing shirts bearing the names of their children. And outside the courthouse, the world kept watching. It was no longer about whether the evidence was circumstantial or direct. It was about how all the pieces fit together. The case against Brian Kohberger wasn't just being presented. It was being lived. And each day brought it closer to a verdict that would echo far beyond the walls of any courtroom. By the 3rd week of the trial, the balance in the courtroom had begun to shift. What had started as a dense presentation of forensics and timelines was now coalescing into something far more powerful, a cohesive narrative. And the defense, once calm and composed, was beginning to show signs of strain. And Taylor had been methodical in her approach. She pushed back on the digital evidence, challenged assumptions about behavior, and continued to raise doubts about the lack of direct eyewitness identification. But the state's case was unrelenting. On day 15, the prosecution brought forward a key forensic analyst from the Idaho State Police. Her role had been simple but devastating. Connect Kohberger's movements digitally to the crime scene and show where he couldn't have been if he were innocent. Using cell site mapping, she demonstrated Kohberger's travel pattern in the hours leading up to and following the murders. His phone had disconnected just before he left Pullman, reconnected on the route back. In isolation, it was circumstantial, but paired with the footage of his vehicle, the sheath DNA, and his known behavioral patterns, it built a wall of implication. Then came the presentation of the latent footprints. Blood residue had been lifted from the tile just outside Xana's bedroom. It was faint, partial, but consistent with the sole of a Vans-type shoe, the same brand Kohberger was known to wear. The defense argued contamination. The technician who photographed the prints, however, had meticulously documented the scene. The footprint was facing toward the exit. Whoever left it was walking away from the room. And Taylor demanded proof that Kohberger owned the shoes at the time. The prosecution responded by entering a warrant-based inventory of his seized possessions: clothing, shoes, and a laptop containing searches for crime scene cleanup and forensic evidence. The courtroom fell into a deep silence. From there, the prosecution shifted focus. They called a former WSU classmate of Koberger's to the stand, a PhD student in his cohort. She testified that in the days following the murders, Brian had become increasingly fixated on news coverage. He kept asking if the police had any suspects, if they found DNA. It was like he was obsessed, she said. He didn't say anything incriminating, but the intensity was different. The defense objected on the grounds of character inference. Sustained, but the impression had already landed. Then came the behavioral analyst from the FBI. She testified about the psychology of organized killers, how they plan, how they detach, how they study their victims. In this case, the suspect likely saw the victims as part of a system he wanted to punish. These weren't crimes of passion. These were crimes of control. Taylor pushed back hard. Are you saying my client is a psychopath? No, the analyst replied. I'm saying whoever did this thought they were smarter than everyone else. That's not uncommon in violent offenders who have studied law or criminology. Koberger never flinched. During a recess, a reporter caught a glimpse of him in the hallway, walking back to Holding. Still silent, still composed. One hand clenched tightly around a legal pad, the other at his side. Week 4 introduced the financial trail. Koberger's debit card, toll records, and gas station visits in the hours before the murders. A receipt from a late-night convenience store placed him on a route consistent with the timeline. His alibi, still vague, still unsubstantiated, remained a question mark. The prosecution ended the week with a subtle bombshell. They had found microscopic skin cells under Madison's fingernails. Mitochondrial DNA testing had been inconclusive, but an expert testified that the presence of unknown male skin cells in a close-quarters knife attack suggested physical struggle. It wasn't clean, she said. Someone fought back. The implication hung heavily in the room. Was it enough to identify the killer? Maybe not. But added to the DNA, the car, the phone, the shoe, the behavior, it was another stone on the scale. And the defense was running out of ways to shift the weight. In her weekly press statement, Kaylee's mother said it best. This is about more than one man. This is about a system that let him hide in plain sight. We trusted the world to be safe. We trusted the night to be quiet. And now we know better. The trial wasn't over. The defense still had witnesses. Koberger still hadn't taken the stand. But the structure was tilting. Slowly, irrevocably, toward a verdict. By the time week 5 arrived, the courtroom had become a theater of anticipation. Everyone was asking the same question. Would Brian Koberger testify? The defense had kept its strategy tightly sealed, and Taylor continued to challenge the evidence on technicalities, chain of custody issues, possible lab errors, data interpretation inconsistencies, but the cumulative weight of the prosecution's case had shifted the tone in the room. The jury appeared more alert now, their notes more frequent. Something was changing, and then, on the morning of the 22nd day of the trial, the answer came. Koberger would take the stand. The courtroom held its collective breath as he entered the witness box. He was calm, posture straight, voice low and deliberate. His attorney guided him gently through a direct examination, his background, his education, his reason for studying criminology. He described himself as a student of behavior and spoke of empathy, justice, and the fragility of human psychology. I've never hurt anyone in my life, he said, locking eyes with no one. What happened to those students was horrific, but I did not do it. His testimony was clinical, detached. He denied being in the King Road neighborhood on November 13th. He claimed he had gone for a long drive that night to clear his head, a habit, he said, rooted in anxiety. He denied owning a knife, denied ever being inside the victim's house, denied knowing them at all. When asked about the DNA on the sheath, he paused. I don't know how it got there. I can't explain that. The prosecution's cross-examination was sharp, but not aggressive. They questioned his inconsistencies, his failure to provide a precise timeline, the fact that his phone had been turned off, that his car had been spotted repeatedly circling the neighborhood, that his behavior after the murders had changed. You say you're a student of criminal behavior. the prosecutor said. Do you think someone could commit a crime like this and avoid detection? Koberger answered without hesitation. It depends on the planning, on how much control they maintain. And did you have that control on November 13th? I wasn't there, he said. There was nothing to control, but the cracks were visible. His tone grew defensive, his answers shorter. When asked again about the DNA, he repeated, I don't know. For the jury, the uncertainty was deafening. After Koberger stepped down, the defense called 2 expert witnesses, a digital forensic analyst and a criminology professor. Both cast doubt on the precision of location tracking and cautioned against drawing behavioral conclusions from circumstantial data. But their testimony lacked impact. After weeks of emotional intensity and forensic detail, their analysis felt sterile. The final day of testimony belonged to the victims' families. One by one, they took the stand, not for legal effect, but for the record, to speak their truth, to say their children's names out loud in a courtroom that had, for too long, been focused on the man accused of killing them. Kaylee's father, holding back tears, described her joy, her ambition, her loyalty. She lit up the room, he said. And now there's only silence. Madison's sister spoke next. I still set the table for 5, she said. I still check my phone for her name. Ethan's mother described his laugh. Xana's brother described her courage. No one in the room was untouched. The judge instructed the jury. The rules were clear. Consider only the evidence. Separate emotion from fact. Decide not based on grief or vengeance, but on what had been proven. Deliberation began the next morning. Outside, a crowd had gathered. Candles were lit. Names were written in chalk on the sidewalk. Reporters stood behind barricades. And inside, 12 jurors prepared to decide whether Brian Koberger would spend the rest of his life behind bars or walk free. Everything had led to this moment. The testimony, the science, the silence, and now the verdict was near. The jurors entered the deliberation room at precisely 9:03 a.m. on a Monday morning. 12 men and women, each carrying the weight of a community's grief and the burden of proof. They were instructed to consider only the evidence presented, to set aside emotion, media coverage, and speculation. But how do you silence what you've heard, what you've seen, what you've felt for weeks? Inside that room, they faced hundreds of pages of testimony. Photos of blood-streaked walls, maps of the crime scene, phone records, DNA charts, the sound of a father weeping, the voice of a young woman remembering her best friend, the silent stare of a man who claimed innocence, yet could not explain his presence, his data, his car, his timing, his trace. Hour after hour they spoke, debated, revisited key testimony. There were no raised voices, no rushed votes. One juror, a retired schoolteacher, asked to replay the video of the white Hyundai Elantra making its final pass past the King Road house. Another wanted to see the expert DNA testimony again. A third lingered on Koberger's own words. I don't know how it got there. By 6:45 p.m., a verdict had been reached. Word spread like a shockwave. People gathered in the courthouse corridor. The victims' families were called back into the room. Reporters scrambled to relay the news. The defense team reassembled. Koberger was brought in from holding, his expression unchanged. The judge asked for silence. The foreperson stood. In the matter of the state of Idaho versus Brian Christopher Koberger on the charge of first-degree murder in the death of Madison Logan, guilty. A collective exhale. On the charge of first-degree murder in the death of Kaylee Goncalves, guilty. A whisper of a sob from the gallery. On the charge of first-degree murder in the death of Xana Kernadal, guilty. On the charge of first-degree murder in the death of Ethan Chapin, guilty. No one moved. Koberger sat still, eyes forward. No reaction. His hands folded tightly in his lap, knuckles white. His attorney placed a hand on his shoulder, said nothing. The judge thanked the jury and dismissed them. The courtroom remained frozen, processing the moment. The parents of the victims clutched each other, some in silence, others in tears. Relief, sorrow, justice. Nothing brought their children back. But this was something. a final word in a story that had left them broken. Outside, the news was already spreading across the country. Bryan Kohberger found guilty on all counts. Cable networks cut away from their programming. True crime podcasts streamed emergency episodes. On college campuses across the country, students walked in silence, some still remembering that night, that fear, that vulnerability that reached far beyond Idaho. The next phase would be sentencing. In Idaho, a guilty verdict in a case involving multiple counts of first-degree murder made the death penalty a legal option. The prosecution confirmed it would pursue it. A separate hearing would determine whether Kohberger would live or die in a maximum security cell. The families would once again testify. Victim impact statements. The deepest truths laid bare. And Kohberger would have a choice: speak now or stay silent forever. But for now, one truth stood taller than the rest. He had been found guilty. Not by emotion, not by headlines, not by rumor, but by evidence. 12 strangers bound by law and duty had looked at the facts, the footage, the DNA, the path of blood and silence, and spoken the words that echoed through every hallway of that courthouse. Guilty. Justice, in the name of 4 young lives, had finally arrived. And the story was not yet over. In the days that followed the verdict, Moscow, Idaho, seemed to hold its breath. The trial had ended, but the final judgment had not yet been delivered. The question now was no longer whether Bryan Kohberger was guilty. That had been answered. The question was whether he would live. The death penalty in Idaho is rare, and its use reserved for the most egregious crimes. The murder of 4 university students, each attacked while they slept, each stabbed repeatedly, each left to bleed in a house that had once been filled with laughter and friendship, met every threshold. The state intended to seek it, and now it was up to the court to weigh life against death. The sentencing phase began with the same formality as the trial, but the tone was different. Heavier, more intimate. This was not about evidence anymore. This was about consequence. The prosecution opened with a brief but powerful statement. The crimes committed by the defendant are not just heinous. They are beyond reason, beyond humanity. This court must recognize the totality of the loss and the brutality with which it was delivered. Then, one by one, the families came forward. Kaylee Goncalves' mother was the first to speak. She held a photograph of her daughter, taken just weeks before her death. Her voice trembled, but her words were unwavering. She was more than a victim. She was a protector, a dreamer, a sister, a daughter. She was planning her future. And now I wake up every morning knowing that someone made the choice to erase it. Madison Mogan's boyfriend, a fellow student, described the moment he realized she wasn't answering her phone. I called, over and over. I told myself she was asleep, but deep down I knew. I knew something terrible had happened. I'll never forgive myself for not being there. Ethan Chapin's triplet siblings spoke next, standing together. One of them said he was our anchor, our protector. He was our brother, and now we're incomplete. Xana Kernadle's father stepped forward with his daughter's diary. He read a single line. Life is unpredictable. But I'm happy right now. I hope it lasts. Then he looked at Kohberger and said, "You ended her story, but you don't get to end ours." Each voice added weight. Each face added heartbreak. The defense called no witnesses, and Taylor simply addressed the court, arguing that life imprisonment without parole would deliver the same justice, without further bloodshed. Death will not bring back the dead, he said. It will not ease pain. It will only make the state an agent of vengeance. Then came the final opportunity for Kohberger to speak. He rose. His voice was quiet. "I maintain my innocence. I am sorry for your pain, but I didn't do this." He said nothing else. The judge recessed for a full day before returning for sentencing. In a somber, deliberate tone, he recounted the horror of the crime, the vulnerability of the victims, the overwhelming evidence, the impact on the families and the community. In the face of such violence, he said, we must affirm that society cannot and will not tolerate this kind of calculated, senseless brutality. You have not shown remorse. You have not explained your actions. And so, I sentence you, Brian Christopher Koberger, to death by lethal injection. There was no applause, no shouts, just a single sob from the back of the room. It was over. The man who had once studied the criminal mind was now one of its darkest examples. The lives he took would never return, but those who loved them would carry their memory forward. In candlelight vigils, in scholarships created in their names, in changes made to university safety protocols, in courtroom records and personal diaries, and in the legacy of justice finally served. Moscow, Idaho would never be the same, but from its sorrow rose a deeper truth of resilience, of community, and of the strength it takes to face darkness with open eyes and unbroken spirit. The story, at last, had found its end, and the silence that followed was not empty. It was peace. Hello and welcome to Nightmare Lullabies. As you settle in for the night, prepare to be immersed in a world of eerie whispers and unsettling tales, designed to both chill and soothe. Now close your eyes, relax, and let the darkness carry you away. And if these nightly tales captivate you, feel free to join our community for more whispered secrets. It was Christmas Eve, 2002, and Modesto, California, was cloaked in festive lights, carolers' voices, and the scent of fresh pine. In a quiet, tree-lined neighborhood, a house at 523 Covina Avenue stood adorned with holiday decorations. Inside, 27-year-old Lacey Peterson, 8 months pregnant with her first child, was supposed to be wrapping presents and preparing for a family dinner. But by early afternoon, Lacey had vanished without a trace. What began as a missing persons case would soon spiral into one of the most sensational murder trials in American history. Lacey Denise Rocha was born on May 4, 1975, in Modesto, California. From a young age, she was known for her bright smile, vibrant energy, and love of animals. After her parents, Sharon and Dennis, divorced, Lacey remained close to her mother and older half-sister, Amy. She grew up in a tight-knit family, spending her teen years on a farm where she learned responsibility and the value of hard work. Friends remembered her as warm-hearted, driven, and deeply caring. In the mid-1990s, Lacey met Scott Peterson while visiting a friend at California Polytechnic State University in San Luis Obispo. Scott was a handsome, charismatic student studying agricultural business. He loved golf, fishing, and had an easy, laid-back charm that drew people in. The two quickly fell into a serious relationship. Lacey was smitten. Friends said she believed she had met her soulmate, someone she could build a life and family with. They married in August 1997. Lacey supported Scott's dreams, including his idea of opening a sports bar. They eventually settled in Modesto, close to Lacey's family. In 2000, Scott took a job as a fertilizer salesman, earning a modest income. Lacey worked as a substitute teacher and focused on turning their modest house into a cozy home. To the outside world, they seemed like the ideal couple. They were photogenic, successful, and excited to start a family. By the fall of 2002, Lacey was 8 months pregnant with a boy they planned to name Connor. She decorated the nursery with soft blues and animal motifs. Her baby shower had been held just weeks earlier, and she had already chosen a pediatrician. She took daily walks around the neighborhood with their golden retriever, Mackenzie, and often visited friends and family. She was glowing, full of anticipation for motherhood. December 23, 2002 was a typical day. Lacey spoke with her mother, Sharon Rocha, and the two discussed Christmas Eve plans. Sharon said Lacey sounded relaxed and cheerful. That night, Lacey and Scott watched television together, and she planned to bake cookies the next morning for the family gathering. On the morning of December 24th, Scott later told police he left home around 9:30 a.m. to go fishing at the Berkeley Marina, an unusual choice for Christmas Eve. According to his account, Lacey was still home when he left, planning to mop the floors, walk the dog, and prepare for the evening. But by early afternoon, concern grew when Lacey's stepfather, Ron Gransky, noticed she hadn't shown up for the family meal. Scott returned home around 5 p.m. and called Sharon to report Lacey missing. His tone was calm, almost detached. The Petersons called police, and by that evening, a missing persons report was filed. Friends, family, and neighbors sprang into action. Flyers were printed, search parties organized, and local media picked up the story. Mackenzie, their dog, had been found wandering the neighborhood earlier that day, wearing his leash. That detail raised eyebrows immediately. Detectives began canvassing the area. They interviewed neighbors and checked traffic cameras. Lacey's car was still in the driveway. Her purse, keys, and phone were inside the house. There were no signs of forced entry or a struggle. Her sunglasses sat untouched on the kitchen counter. Scott's alibi, a solo fishing trip on Christmas Eve, struck many as odd. He said he drove to Berkeley Marina, 90 miles away, and fished in the cold bay for a few hours. When asked what he was fishing for, he was vague. His receipt showed he had paid for parking. Police began investigating quietly, trying not to alarm Scott or the public. They knew that in such cases, the husband is statistically the most likely suspect. What they didn't know yet was that Scott had been living a double life. In the days that followed, Lacey's face was everywhere. Candlelight vigils were held. National media outlets arrived in Modesto. Sharon and Ron made tearful pleas on television, begging for Lacey's safe return. Volunteers searched fields, rivers, and highways. Hundreds of tips poured in. Scott appeared on camera, but something about his demeanor felt off. He was emotionless, composed, and even smiled inappropriately during interviews. In one infamous moment, he casually referred to Lacey in the past tense just days after her disappearance. Behind the scenes, Scott was hiding a secret that would shatter public perception. While the world searched for his pregnant wife, Scott was having an affair. Amber Fry, a 27-year-old massage therapist from Fresno, came forward in early January 2003. She had met Scott in November 2002, just weeks before Lacey vanished. Scott told Amber he was a widower, that his wife had died. Amber was horrified when she saw him on the news. She contacted police and agreed to record her conversations with him. The recordings revealed Scott telling lie after lie. He continued to pretend his wife was dead, even as search parties looked for her. He flirted with Amber, spoke about their future, and never mentioned Lacey's pregnancy. Detectives now had a motive. Scott wanted a new life, free of responsibility and fatherhood, with his mistress. Scott's behavior became increasingly erratic. He sold Lacey's car, considered selling the house, and seemed to move on with shocking speed. Public opinion turned against him. The media, once neutral, began to paint him as a cold, calculating killer. Protesters stood outside his house. Justice for Lacey, signs appeared across California. But there was still no body, no definitive proof of murder. The case hinged on circumstantial evidence. That would soon change. In April 2003, for months after Lacey vanished, a couple walking along the San Francisco Bay shoreline made a gruesome discovery. The decomposed body of a late-term male fetus had washed ashore, followed days later by the partial remains of a woman. The fetus, with the umbilical cord still attached, had been expelled from the mother's body, a phenomenon known as coffin birth. The woman's torso was badly decomposed, missing limbs and a head. DNA confirmed the worst. The bodies were Lacey and Connor Peterson. The discovery changed everything. Police arrested Scott on April 18, 2003, in La Jolla, California. He was found near a golf course with $15,000 in cash, multiple cell phones, camping gear, and his brother's ID. A clear sign he was trying to flee. His hair had been bleached blonde. He was charged with 2 counts of murder, one for Lacey and one for the unborn child. The trial that followed would grip the nation. The sun rose quietly on December 25, 2002, over Modesto, California, but for the Rocha family and the Petersons, it was a day overshadowed by dread. The celebration of Christmas was a distant memory, replaced with desperate hope and gnawing fear. Lacey Peterson, 8 months pregnant with her first child, had been missing for more than 24 hours, and the silence surrounding her disappearance was becoming deafening. The Modesto Police Department continued to comb the Peterson neighborhood, deploying officers and volunteers to knock on doors, revisit the park where Lacey had allegedly been walking the dog, and interview potential witnesses. They searched trash bins, creeks, and alleyways. The scent of panic began to permeate the community. Flyers bearing Lacey's face spread across town, her smile frozen in time, her round belly a poignant reminder of the unborn baby she carried, Connor. The case had begun to draw media attention. A local station aired a segment on the missing woman, and within hours, regional news outlets picked it up. By the following day, the story of the missing pregnant woman from Modesto was being shared nationally. With Christmas behind them and a lull in other news, the networks had space to fill, and Lacey's story gripped viewers. A beautiful young woman, the promise of new life, and a husband's heartbreak. It had all the elements of a tragedy unfolding in real time. Scott Peterson appeared before the cameras, giving short, controlled statements. He talked about Lacey, her beauty, her kindness, her excitement about becoming a mother. He appealed for her safe return, his voice steady, his eyes betraying no emotion. Sharon Rocha, Lacey's mother, stood beside him, her face pale, her eyes red from sleepless nights and relentless crying. She spoke less than Scott, but radiated raw grief. But behind the scenes, the cracks had already begun to show. The Modesto Police Department's early interviews with Scott raised several red flags. He stated that he had last seen Lacey on the morning of December 24th, around 9:30 a.m. She was curling her hair, preparing to mop the floor and walk the dog, while Scott claimed he was preparing for a fishing trip to the Berkeley Marina, a strange choice for Christmas Eve. Officers noted that Scott's timeline seemed rehearsed, and his demeanor lacked urgency. While his wife and unborn son were missing, he appeared calm, too calm. Lacey's family began to ask questions. Why hadn't Scott called them sooner? Why had he gone fishing that day instead of staying close to home during the holiday? Why did he seem emotionally detached? The discomfort grew quietly, unspoken at first, as the family tried to focus on finding Lacey. But the whispers started. As detectives dug into Scott's story, they discovered inconsistencies. He told different people different details about where he had gone fishing and what he had been doing. At one point, he said he had gone to the marina to fish for sturgeon. Another time, he said he was targeting striped bass. When asked to pinpoint the exact location where he had launched his boat, he was vague. Officers found this suspicious. His trip to the marina had taken him over an hour away from home. A curious decision for a man whose wife was 8 months pregnant and expected to give birth in less than a month. The detectives followed the standard protocol, canvassing the area, requesting surveillance footage, reviewing Lacey's cell phone records and activity. They found no signs of Lacey leaving home on her own. The house showed no evidence of a struggle. The couple's golden retriever, Mackenzie, had been found wandering the neighborhood with his leash on, an ominous detail. Lacey's purse, keys, and wallet were still at home. Nothing made sense. Within a few days, the Modesto police brought in cadaver dogs and search and rescue teams. They scoured the park where Lacey walked, the Berkeley Marina, and several bodies of water nearby. Divers searched beneath the surface. Tips poured in from across California, sightings of Lacey at gas stations in neighboring towns on highways, but none led to anything substantial. Then, just days after Lacey was reported missing, detectives received a phone call that shifted everything. A woman named Amber Fry contacted the Modesto police with a shocking revelation. She had been dating Scott Peterson for several weeks. She had no idea he was married, let alone that his pregnant wife was now the subject of a national search. Amber told officers that Scott had portrayed himself as single. He had even mentioned that this would be his first Christmas without his wife, implying that he was a grieving widower. The revelation was explosive. Amber, a single mother and massage therapist living in Fresno, had met Scott in November through a mutual friend. Their romance had progressed quickly. She described Scott as charming, attentive, and romantic. He called her frequently, sent her flowers, and even spoke about their future together. He never once mentioned Lacey. Amber was devastated. She had unknowingly become the other woman in what was now a murder investigation. The detectives, realizing the potential of Amber's testimony, asked her to cooperate. She agreed without hesitation. Over the next few weeks, Amber would record over 20 hours of conversations with Scott Peterson. During these calls, he never admitted to anything directly, but his tone was revealing. He seemed more concerned about how the media attention was affecting him than the fact that his wife was missing. Amber's cooperation gave police leverage. Publicly, they continued to support the notion that Scott was a grieving husband. Privately, they were building a case against him. Surveillance was placed on Scott. His phone was tapped. His movements were tracked. Detectives hoped he would slip up and say something damning. Meanwhile, the media circus grew. Satellite trucks lined the Peterson neighborhood. Reporters camped outside the house. National networks ran specials on Lacey's case. The pressure mounted. Scott, who had initially been treated with sympathy, was now being scrutinized. The public started to turn against him, especially after the news of his affair broke. The media painted a portrait of a narcissist, a man who couldn't be bothered to stay faithful to his pregnant wife, who went fishing on Christmas Eve while she vanished. Sharon Rocha and Lacey's family were devastated by the revelation. They had initially defended Scott, believing him incapable of harming their daughter. But Amber's story shattered that belief. The heartbreak deepened. Not only was their daughter missing, but the man they had welcomed into their family had betrayed them in the most profound way. Despite the mounting suspicion, there was still no physical evidence. No body, no murder weapon, no eyewitnesses. The case remained circumstantial. And yet, detectives believed they knew the truth. They just couldn't prove it, yet. In early January, the police held a press conference and, for the first time, officially named Scott Peterson as a person of interest. They stopped short of calling him a suspect, but the message was clear. He was no longer just the husband of a missing woman. He was under investigation. Scott's behavior grew stranger. He avoided the press. He refused polygraph tests. He sold Lacey's car, considered selling their house, and appeared more concerned about protecting his own image than finding his wife. The public backlash intensified. Protesters stood outside the house, shouting. Talk shows dissected every detail. The nation was captivated and increasingly convinced of his guilt. Still, the investigators remained patient. They knew that without Lacey's body, the case would be harder to prosecute. So they waited. They searched. They followed every lead, hoping the pieces would fall into place. Then in April 2003, almost 4 months after Lacey disappeared, a break came in the most tragic form imaginable. Along the rocky shoreline of the San Francisco Bay, near the area where Scott had claimed to be fishing, the decomposed remains of a small male fetus were discovered. The following day, less than a mile away, the torso of an adult woman was found. She was missing her hands, feet, and head. DNA tests would later confirm what investigators already suspected. The remains were those of Lacey Peterson and her unborn son, Connor. The discovery shattered any lingering hope. Lacey was dead. Connor, who had been due in February, had been born post-mortem, expelled from his mother's body sometime after her death. The brutality of the crime horrified the public. The fact that her body had washed up so close to where Scott claimed to be fishing on the day she vanished seemed too coincidental to ignore. On April 18, 2003, the Modesto police arrested Scott Peterson in La Jolla, near the Mexican border. He had dyed his hair blonde, grown a goatee, and was carrying $15,000 in cash, multiple cell phones, and his brother's driver's license. Police believed he was attempting to flee. The arrest brought a strange sense of closure, but it was just the beginning of a long and emotional legal battle. The nation watched as the case against Scott Peterson shifted from search to prosecution. The man who had once stood beside a grieving mother-in-law was now accused of murdering his wife and unborn child. The trial, when it came, would grip the country like few others had before. And through it all, one question continued to haunt everyone watching. How could a man do this to the woman he once vowed to love and the child they had created together? After Scott Peterson's arrest on April 18, 2003, the nation exhaled in collective shock and morbid fascination. His transformation from charming husband to accused murderer had captivated the media, and now, with Lacey and baby Connor's remains found, the prosecution was ready to reveal their case. But it wouldn't be easy. There were no eyewitnesses, no murder weapon, and no confession. Everything hinged on circumstantial evidence, and whether a jury would find it compelling enough to convict. Scott was booked into Stanislaus County Jail and charged with 2 counts of murder, one for Lacey and one for Connor. Under California law, the murder of an unborn child, if viable outside the womb, could be prosecuted separately. The public watched in stunned silence as he appeared in an orange jumpsuit, handcuffed, looking gaunt and expressionless. The man who had once played golf and smiled for wedding photos was now being called a monster. The media frenzy exploded. Television anchors speculated on motives. Talk shows dissected every piece of evidence that emerged. News vans lined up outside the courthouse in Modesto, forming a media circus so disruptive that the trial would eventually be moved 90 miles away to Redwood City to ensure a fair jury pool. Prosecutors believed the motive was clear. Scott wanted out. He didn't want to be a father, didn't want the responsibility, and didn't want to stay married to Lacey. But instead of pursuing divorce, he chose murder. The affair with Amber Fry painted a damning picture. Here was a man who told his mistress, before his wife had even disappeared, that it would be his first Christmas without his wife. A man who shopped for pornographic pay-per-view channels in the days after Lacey vanished. A man who sold his wife's car and tried to sell the house as if she were never coming back. But still, the case was complicated. Scott's defense team, led by Mark Garagos, argued that there was no physical evidence tying him to the murders. No fingerprints, no DNA, no blood. The evidence, they said, was entirely circumstantial, and the media had already convicted him in the court of public opinion. They insisted Scott was not a perfect man. Yes, he cheated, yes, he lied, but infidelity didn't make him a murderer. And they reminded the jury that police had initially followed hundreds of leads, many of which pointed away from Scott. Prosecutors countered with a meticulous timeline. They walked jurors through the days leading up to December 24th. Lacey was last seen alive around 8:30 a.m. that morning by a neighbor. Around 10:08 a.m., a neighbor found the Petersons' golden retriever, Mackenzie, wandering the neighborhood, still wearing a leash, as if he had been let out suddenly. Yet Scott claimed Lacey had taken the dog for a walk after he left for the marina. The timeline was too tight, and it didn't match up. Then came the odd behavior. Scott told police that he had gone fishing at the Berkeley Marina, a location 90 miles away. When asked what he had caught, he replied nothing, and offered an oddly detailed list of the types of fish he had hoped to catch. Yet he couldn't explain why he had driven such a long distance on Christmas Eve, especially given his heavily pregnant wife. Even more curious, police later learned that Scott had purchased the boat he used for the trip just 2 weeks prior, and had not told anyone about it, not even Lacey. Detectives believed the boat was key. They theorized that Scott had killed Lacey the night of December 23rd, or early morning December 24th, loaded her body into his boat, and dumped her in the San Francisco Bay. This theory aligned with where the remains of Lacey and Connor were found, for months later, along the rocky shoreline near the same marina. Amber Fry became a central witness. Calm and composed, she testified about her relationship with Scott, the lies he told, and the calls they exchanged after Lacey went missing. The jury listened intently as her voice echoed in the courtroom through taped phone conversations. On one recording, Scott told Amber he was in Paris, when in fact he was attending a vigil for Lacey in California. Another time, he whispered sweet nothings to her while volunteers were out searching for his missing wife. The recordings were damning, but the defense fought back. They cross-examined Amber, questioning whether she had personal motives. They challenged the scientific credibility of decomposition timelines and argued that the San Francisco Bay was too unpredictable for Scott to have known the bodies would wash ashore. They highlighted the lack of forensic evidence in the Peterson home. No blood, no signs of struggle. And they focused on the fact that even with intense media scrutiny and public interest, no one had actually seen Scott commit the crime. As the trial dragged on for months, public interest surged. Viewers across the country followed every detail as if it were a TV drama. Outside the courthouse, protesters gathered. Some held signs supporting Scott, others screamed for justice. News anchors offered nightly updates, and armchair detectives posted theories online. It was one of the first major trials of the 21st century to be shaped so completely by the 24-hour news cycle. Meanwhile, Scott's demeanor in court raised eyebrows. He rarely showed emotion. He barely reacted when Amber testified. He didn't cry when photos of Lacey were shown. His detachment became part of the prosecution's narrative, that Scott Peterson was cold, calculated, and lacked the ability to feel remorse. The medical examiner testified about the remains. Lacey's torso had been found without limbs or a head. No cause of death could be determined due to the extent of decomposition. But there were signs of a possible cut on the upper torso and injuries that could have indicated restraint. Baby Connor's remains were more intact, and he was believed to have been expelled from Lacey's body as a result of decomposition, not a separate delivery. Though the defense pushed back on the forensics, the jury appeared shaken by the graphic testimony. As the trial neared its conclusion, prosecutors made a powerful emotional appeal. They showed photos of Lacey, smiling and pregnant. They reminded the jury of the plans she had made for Christmas: shopping lists, nursery designs, names. They replayed Scott's recorded calls with Amber, his calculated lies, and his apparent disinterest in Lacey's fate. They called Scott's fishing trip a cover story and asked the jury to see through it. The defense urged the jury to focus on reasonable doubt. No murder weapon had been found. The cause of death was unknown. Scott had never confessed. They insisted the case was fueled by gossip, media pressure, and public outrage, not facts. Then came the verdict. On November 12, 2004, nearly 2 years after Lacey first disappeared, the jury found Scott Peterson guilty of first-degree murder in the death of Lacey Peterson and second-degree murder in the death of their unborn son, Connor. The courtroom erupted in gasps and tears. Outside, a crowd celebrated. Some wept. Others chanted Lacey's name. A month later, during the penalty phase, the jury recommended the death penalty. The judge agreed. Scott Peterson was sentenced to death and sent to San Quentin State Prison, California's infamous death row. He remained there for years, launching appeal after appeal, even as public interest in the case slowly faded. Some questioned the death penalty decision. Others believed he had gotten exactly what he deserved. For Lacey's family, the verdict brought justice, but not peace. Sharon Rocha said she would never stop missing her daughter. Every holiday, every birthday, every milestone that never came was a painful reminder of what had been lost. Connor's life had been stolen before it began. The nursery remained empty. Years later, the case continues to echo in American culture. Books have been written, documentaries filmed, podcasts re-examined every detail. And though some supporters argue Scott did not receive a fair trial, the majority of public opinion still sees him as a man who killed his pregnant wife and tried to move on like nothing had happened. It is a story of betrayal and loss, of a woman full of life and promise, and of a husband who traded his family for freedom he never got. In the wake of the guilty verdict and Scott Peterson's death sentence, the media whirlwind that had surrounded the case began to quiet, but only slightly. The conclusion of the trial marked a major chapter's end in a story that had captivated and polarized the nation. Yet for Lacey's family, it was not closure. For Scott's supporters, it was just the beginning of a legal battle they believed was far from over. After the sentencing, Scott Peterson was transferred to San Quentin State Prison, located on the bay just north of San Francisco. It was a chilling twist of fate that he would spend his days staring out at the very waters where prosecutors said he had disposed of his wife's body. San Quentin's death row was notorious, not only for its hardened inmates but for the fact that California, despite having the death penalty, had executed very few prisoners in recent decades. Scott's cell was tiny. He was kept in almost complete isolation for 23 hours a day. No contact visits, no physical touch from loved ones, and a life that revolved around appeals, legal paperwork, and limited interaction. He quickly became inmate number P. 39400, one of more than 700 inmates awaiting execution on California's death row. Lacey's family, especially her mother Sharon Rocha, remained active in the public eye. Sharon spoke candidly about grief, the criminal justice process, and the hole left in their lives. She wrote a memoir titled For Lacey, where she detailed the emotional roller coaster of the investigation and trial. She used her voice to advocate for victims' rights and supported legislation that would recognize unborn children as separate victims in criminal cases, a law that eventually became known as Lacey and Connor's Law. But while Lacey's family worked to preserve her legacy, Scott's legal team began the long, winding process of appealing his conviction and sentence. His defense argued that the trial had been fundamentally unfair. Their claims focused on several key issues: the overwhelming pretrial publicity, alleged juror misconduct, and the exclusion of evidence that they believed could have helped Scott. In particular, the defense claimed that the jury had been tainted by the media frenzy. The Peterson case had been covered relentlessly for 2 years: television, newspapers, radio, tabloids. The photos of Lacey's smiling face, the dramatic tapes of Amber Fry, and the damning testimony had all saturated the public consciousness. The defense insisted that no truly impartial jury could have been found. Moreover, a troubling detail emerged after the trial. One of the jurors had failed to disclose that she had once sought a restraining order against her boyfriend's ex-girlfriend while pregnant, an omission that raised serious questions about her impartiality. Nicknamed Strawberry Shortcake for her bright red hair, this juror had been particularly outspoken during deliberations, and the defense team seized on the possibility that she had been biased from the start. Scott's appeals moved slowly through the legal system. The California Supreme Court, by law, reviewed all death penalty cases. It would take over a decade before any decision was made. In the meantime, Scott's defense began building a campaign around his innocence, gaining attention from media outlets and true crime enthusiasts who believed his trial had been more of a public spectacle than a fair legal proceeding. In 2012, a new effort was launched by the California Innocence Project and other legal analysts who questioned whether Scott could have received a fair trial in the first place. They pointed to the fact that no one had ever witnessed a crime, and that Lacey's remains had shown no definitive cause of death. Some questioned whether the bodies had even been in the San Francisco Bay the entire time, arguing that the tidal conditions and decomposition timeline left room for doubt. But none of these claims were conclusive. For most observers, the circumstantial evidence was overwhelming. Scott's behavior, his lies, his affair, his bizarre calmness in the face of tragedy, spoke volumes. His strange fishing trip, his hidden boat purchase, and the consistent trail of deception painted a picture that many believed only had one explanation. Still, public interest in the case was renewed in 2015, when a series of investigative documentaries aired, including investigation discovery specials and a highly watched Dateline NBC feature. Each explored alternative theories, highlighted inconsistencies in the timeline, and interviewed figures close to the case. Some viewers were left wondering if the media had oversimplified the narrative, or if the justice system had failed to explore all angles. In August 2020, after years of review, the California Supreme Court overturned Scott Peterson's death sentence, citing significant errors in jury selection during the trial. They ruled that prospective jurors had been dismissed improperly simply because they had expressed opposition to the death penalty, even if they had promised to follow the law. The court did not overturn his conviction, but determined that a new penalty phase trial would be necessary if prosecutors wished to seek death again. The decision stunned the public. While Scott remained in prison and his murder conviction held firm, The possibility that he could avoid the death penalty reignited fierce debate. Lacey's family expressing that many, including Sharon Rocha, had seen as a form of justice for Lacey and Connor. Meanwhile, Scott continued to push for a full retrial. In 2022, a court held an evidentiary hearing to determine whether his conviction should be overturned based on the juror misconduct claims. Witnesses were called, including the juror herself, and both sides presented arguments. In October 2022, the judge ruled against Scott, finding no grounds to overturn the conviction. He would remain in prison for life. By this point, 2 decades had passed since Lacey disappeared. The world had changed. Social media now dominated public discourse, and true crime had become a massive entertainment genre. New audiences discovered the Peterson case through Netflix documentaries, podcasts, and YouTube videos. But for those who had lived through the ordeal in real time, the pain remained raw. The case had become more than a tragedy. It was a cultural touchstone, symbolizing everything from the dangers of media sensationalism to the dark realities of domestic violence. For many, Scott Peterson was a cautionary tale about charming facades, the silent warning signs in a seemingly perfect marriage, and how tragedy can lurk beneath the surface. Despite every twist, every appeal, and every headline, one truth endured: Lacey Peterson was gone. So was Connor, and no legal ruling could ever bring them back. From the moment Lacey Peterson was reported missing, the case drew the attention of local news in Modesto, California. What began as regional concern quickly exploded into a national obsession. In an era before true crime documentaries and social media became the examples of a missing person case turned media phenomenon, fueled by 24-hour news cycles, satellite interviews, and the public's fascination with betrayal, tragedy, and appearances gone wrong. Lacey was beautiful, glowing, and 8 months pregnant. She seemed like the picture of domestic happiness. Her husband, Scott, was clean-cut, handsome, and soft-spoken. Their home was decorated for Christmas, a golden retriever roamed the backyard, and a nursery waited for the arrival of baby Connor. To many, it was the American dream, shattered. News crews descended on Modesto within days. Local law enforcement initially welcomed the publicity, hoping it would bring leads, especially as they canvassed neighborhoods, interviewed neighbors, and searched nearby parks and lakes. Police encouraged public involvement, distributing flyers with Lacey's photo and hosting press conferences. But as Scott's behavior began to raise questions, the media's tone shifted. He was no longer the grieving husband. He was the likely suspect. One of the most powerful catalysts for that transformation was the revelation of Scott's affair with Amber Frey. When the public learned that Scott had not only cheated on his pregnant wife, but lied to his mistress about being widowed even before Lacey's disappearance, it shattered his credibility. The press latched onto it with relentless focus. National outlets like CNN, Fox News, and Court TV followed every development. Tabloids ran with lurid headlines, and late-night talk shows openly mocked Scott's lies. Amber Frey herself became a figure of media scrutiny. After contacting the police in early January 2003, she agreed to cooperate with the investigation and secretly recorded dozens of phone calls with Scott. In these calls, Scott claimed to be traveling in Paris on New Year's Eve, mourning the loss of his wife, a loss that had not yet occurred in real time. The recordings were played during the trial, painting Scott as manipulative and emotionally detached. The public was riveted. Meanwhile, Lacey's family made frequent appearances on television, pleading for information and expressing their heartbreak. Sharon Rocha, Lacey's mother, was especially vocal, her grief raw and palpable. Her unwavering dedication to finding justice for her daughter made her a sympathetic figure and further emphasized the cruelty of Scott's deception. Viewers across the country sided with her. But the Peterson case was not just about a single crime, it was a mirror for societal issues. Discussions around domestic abuse, emotional manipulation, and the vulnerability of women in intimate relationships flooded talk shows and editorial pages. Some analysts likened Scott's detachment to the behavior of sociopaths. Others debated whether circumstantial evidence was enough to convict a man of murder. The public weighed in on everything from body language to tone of voice, dissecting Scott's every word. The media coverage reached a fever pitch during the trial in 2004. Seats in the courtroom were coveted. Reporters filed hourly updates, sketch artists captured courtroom moments, and legal analysts like Nancy Grace and Greta Van Susteren delivered nightly commentary. The trial was not televised, but the country followed along as if it were a reality show. Viewers knew the names of the prosecutors, jurors, and even minor witnesses. The story was more than a murder, it was a spectacle. And like all spectacles, public opinion wasn't always rational. People divided into camps. Those who believed in Scott's guilt unequivocally, and a smaller but vocal group who questioned the fairness of his trial. The latter raised issues about media bias, the presumption of innocence, and whether Scott was convicted in the court of public opinion long before a jury heard the facts. There were comparisons to other infamous cases. The O.J. Simpson trial in the 1990s, the JonBenet Ramsey investigation, and later, the Casey Anthony trial. Each case involved beautiful victims, complex suspects, and intense media coverage. In Laci's case, the perfect suburban image made the betrayal feel more intimate and personal to the public. By 2005, Scott Peterson had become a household name. His mugshot, images of Laci's smiling face, and the now iconic flyer with her pregnant silhouette were burned into the national consciousness. True crime books were published, television specials aired annually, and conspiracy theories circulated online. Some believed Scott had been framed. Others believed additional suspects had been ignored. But the majority saw it as a cautionary tale about appearances, lies, and the tragic outcomes of emotional detachment. Years later, the media's role in the case continued to be debated. Legal experts examined whether the saturation of negative coverage affected jury selection, and if Scott's right to a fair trial had been compromised. In fact, the California Supreme Court later acknowledged that errors were made during jury selection. One of the reasons Scott's death sentence was overturned in 2020. The influence of media wasn't just confined to the legal system. It affected the lives of everyone connected to the case. Amber Frey struggled with the aftermath of sudden national attention. She published a memoir in 2005 and gave several interviews, but eventually retreated from the public eye to protect her family. Sharon Rocha became an advocate for victims' rights, appearing at events and testifying before lawmakers. Scott's defense team also used the media in their own way, especially in later years. They cooperated with documentaries and true crime podcasts that questioned the investigation. Some argued that police had tunnel vision, focusing too quickly on Scott and ignoring other leads. One such theory involved reported sightings of Laci on Christmas Eve near a park, or the burglary that took place across the street from the Peterson home during the same time period. Yet despite all the noise, the legal conclusion remained unchanged. Scott was convicted. Laci and Connor were gone, and the case became one of the most studied, dissected, and emotionally charged murder cases in modern American history. The legacy of the media's role in the Peterson case is complex. On one hand, it brought attention to a missing woman and helped pressure authorities to act swiftly. On the other, it arguably contributed to a rush to judgment and turned a deeply tragic story into entertainment. As true crime became a booming genre in the 2010s and 2020s, many producers revisited the case, asking what could be learned from it, not just about crime, but about how stories are told, consumed, and remembered. Laci Peterson's name endures, not as a headline, but as a symbol, a reminder that beneath the coverage, the analysis, and the endless opinions was a woman with a family, a future, and a life that deserved more than a tragic end. The trial of Scott Peterson began on June 1, 2004, with the nation watching closely. From the very start, it was clear that the case would be filled with drama, emotion, and twists that would capture the public's attention. Judge Nancy Ashley presided over the proceedings, and the tension in the courtroom was palpable. A full jury was selected, and soon, opening statements would set the stage for the next phase of what seemed to be a never-ending legal battle. The prosecution, led by District Attorney James Brazelton, had one key goal: to prove that Scott Peterson had murdered his wife, Lacey, and their unborn son, Connor, on Christmas Eve in 2002. They argued that Scott, tired of his marriage and wanting to be with his mistress, Amber Fry, planned the murders with chilling precision. The prosecution's case was based not on direct evidence, but on circumstantial evidence. Scott's lies, his behavior after Lacey went missing, and the fact that the bodies of Lacey and Connor were found in the exact location he had claimed to have been fishing that fateful day. Amber Fry took the stand as a key witness for the prosecution, recounting her affair with Scott and the months of deceit he had subjected her to. Her testimony about the phone calls she had recorded was crucial. In these calls, Scott had pretended to be a grieving husband, telling Amber he had lost his wife. The recordings were deeply damaging to Scott's credibility. The defense, led by Mark Garagos, aimed to poke holes in the prosecution's case. They argued that the evidence was not strong enough to convict Scott, suggesting instead that Lacey's death could have been the result of an unknown assailant. Garagos also attempted to cast doubt on Scott's motive, pointing out inconsistencies in the timeline and suggesting that Scott was an innocent man caught up in a media frenzy. Throughout the trial, Scott's demeanor was notably calm, often appearing disengaged or uninterested in the proceedings. He sat motionless, dressed in a suit, with his hands folded on the table in front of him. To many, this lack of visible emotion seemed odd, especially for a man accused of such horrific crimes. His behavior became one of the most discussed aspects of the case. The trial dragged on for months. Witnesses testified, forensic evidence was presented, and expert opinions were debated. Throughout, the media remained glued to every detail, and the nation's obsession with the case grew stronger by the day. Finally, after 12 weeks of testimony, closing arguments were delivered. The prosecution emphasized Scott's lies, his strange behavior, and the fact that he had been so close to the crime scene. The defense, on the other hand, reminded the jury that no physical evidence connected Scott to the murders, and there were too many unanswered questions for them to return a guilty verdict. The jury deliberated for 7 days, carefully considering the evidence presented. On November 12, 2004, they returned to the courtroom with a verdict. The air in the room was thick with anticipation as the jury foreperson stood to read the decision. "Guilty," the foreperson announced. Scott Peterson was convicted of 2 counts of murder, one for Lacey Peterson and one for the death of their unborn son, Connor. The verdict sent shockwaves through the courtroom and the nation. Lacey's family, particularly her mother, Sharon Rocha, burst into tears as they embraced one another. They had waited so long for justice, and now it had finally come. The sentencing phase of the trial began shortly after the verdict. Prosecutors sought the death penalty, arguing that Scott's actions were especially heinous because he had killed his wife and child with no remorse. The defense pleaded for mercy, citing Scott's lack of a criminal record and his apparent remorse. On December 12, 2004, Scott Peterson was sentenced to death by lethal injection. His face remained stoic as the judge handed down the sentence, but his family's grief was evident. They had never wavered in their support of Scott, but the court's decision was bills would be filed, and there would be ongoing legal battles regarding the fairness of his trial. But for the most part, the public had made up their mind. Scott Peterson was guilty of a cold-blooded murder. Lacey Peterson's legacy would live on, not only through the grief of her family, but also in the countless laws and initiatives that sought to improve the way cases of domestic violence, missing persons, and murder were handled. Lacey's story became a catalyst for change, inspiring legislation to protect pregnant women and their unborn children. In 2021, Scott Peterson's death sentence was overturned due to errors in jury selection during his original trial. While his conviction remained intact, the sentence was reduced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The news rekindled public debate, with some expressing frustration that Scott Peterson's sentence was reduced, while others believed the appeal process had followed the letter of the law. But for Lacey's family, it didn't change the fact that Scott Peterson was a murderer and he would never be free again. As for Scott, he remains in prison, serving his sentence without parole. Despite the legal battles, he maintains his innocence, though few believe him. The tragic events of Christmas 2002 have left an indelible mark on everyone involved, from Lacey's family to the millions who followed the case. The death of Lacey Peterson remains one of the most notorious and heartbreaking crimes of the early 21st century, a case that continues to haunt the American consciousness. In the end, justice was served, but it came at a tremendous cost. For Lacey, for Connor, and for all those who loved them, the pain of loss will never be fully healed. From 2015 to 2019, Ruby Frank, a 32-year-old mother from Springville, Utah, built a YouTube empire with her channel 8 Passengers, showcasing her life with her husband Kevin and their 6 children: Sherry, Chad, Abby, Julie, Russell, and Eve. Emily Carter, Ruby's sister, watched with growing concern as the channel gained popularity. Detective Claire Thompson, who would later investigate Ruby's actions, had no knowledge of the family during this time. Natalie Evans, a journalist, began following Ruby's rise, noting the first signs of trouble in her reporting. Ruby's online persona as a perfect mom hid a darker reality, a reality that would eventually unravel, leading to a devastating fall. Emily had always been close to Ruby, growing up together in a Mormon family in Ogden, Utah, where they shared traditions and values that bonded them. By 2015, Ruby lived in Springville with Kevin, a quiet engineer, and their children, ranging in age from toddler Eve to teenager Sherry. That year, Ruby launched 8 Passengers, a YouTube channel where she vlogged about her family's daily life, sharing everything from homeschooling routines to family vacations. Emily watched the early videos, noticing how Ruby portrayed herself as a disciplined mother, often emphasizing strict parenting methods, like making the kids do chores before playtime. At first, Emily thought it was just Ruby's way of maintaining order in a busy household. But as the channel grew, she started to feel uneasy about the dynamic Ruby was presenting to the world. By 2016, 8 Passengers had over 500,000 subscribers, a number that surprised Emily, who didn't expect Ruby's vlogs to gain such a following. Ruby's videos often showed the kids participating in activities like baking or camping, but there were moments that made Emily pause, such as when Ruby punished Chad by making him sleep on a beanbag for months after he misbehaved. Ruby justified it as teaching responsibility, but Emily found it harsh, especially seeing Chad's discomfort during her visits to Springville. She mentioned her concerns to Ruby, who brushed them off, saying the viewers loved the authenticity of her parenting style. Emily didn't push further, but she couldn't shake the feeling that Ruby's methods were crossing a line, a feeling that would grow stronger as the years passed. In 2019, 8 Passengers reached its peak with 2.5 million subscribers, earning Ruby and Kevin up to $100,000 a month, a success that Ruby celebrated in a video Emily watched. Ruby bought a new van for the family, proudly showing it off to her audience, but Emily noticed how tired the kids looked in the background, especially Abby and Julie, who seemed quieter than usual during her last visit. Ruby's focus on the channel had intensified, with every moment of their lives documented for views, a lifestyle Emily worried was taking a toll on the children. She hoped Ruby would slow down, but instead Ruby doubled down, setting the stage for scrutiny that would soon come, scrutiny that would reveal the truth behind her perfect image. Claire was working as a detective with the Washington County Sheriff's Office in St. George, Utah, in 2015, her days filled with routine cases like thefts and traffic disputes. She had no connection to Ruby Frank at the time, focusing instead on keeping her community safe, a job she took seriously after years on the force. In her off hours, Claire spent time with her family, often hiking in Zion National Park, a routine that kept her grounded. She was unaware of the 8 Passengers channel, as social media and influencer culture weren't part of her world, But that would change in a few years when a case would bring her to Springville, a case that would challenge her skills and expose a disturbing reality. By 2019, Claire had heard about Ruby through a colleague who mentioned the channel's popularity among Utah families. The colleague showed her a video where Ruby disciplined Russell by taking away his dinner for not finishing his chores, a moment that Claire found unsettling, though she didn't dwell on it. She filed the information away, not imagining it would become relevant later. Her focus remained on her current cases, which included a string of burglaries in St. George, a far cry from the world of family vlogging. Claire had no idea that Ruby's name would soon cross her desk, a name tied to allegations that would shock her, allegations that would lead to one of the most significant investigations of her career. Natalie had been a journalist at the Salt Lake Tribune since 2014, covering family and lifestyle trends in Utah, a beat that brought her into the world of influencers by 2015. She first came across 8 Passengers that year, intrigued by Ruby's rapid rise as a momfluencer, a term Natalie used in her early articles to describe mothers who built careers on social media. She watched Ruby's videos, noting the polished image of a happy Mormon family, but she also noticed comments from viewers who questioned Ruby's parenting, particularly her strict punishments, like when she made Eve go to school without lunch for forgetting her bag. Natalie included these observations in a 2016 article, a piece that received mixed reactions from readers, some praising Ruby's discipline, others calling it excessive. In 2019, Natalie wrote a follow-up piece on 8 Passengers, highlighting its success with 2.5 million subscribers, but also pointing out the growing criticism Ruby faced. She interviewed a child psychologist who expressed concern about the long-term effects of Ruby's methods, a perspective that added depth to her reporting. Natalie's article drew attention, with some readers emailing her to share their own worries about Ruby's children, particularly Chad and Eve, who seemed to bear the brunt of her punishments. Natalie kept these tips in a file, sensing there might be a bigger story to uncover, a story that would emerge in the coming years, a story that would reveal the dark side of Ruby's online persona. By the end of 2019, Ruby Frank's 8 Passengers was a YouTube sensation, a channel that had captivated millions with its portrayal of family life. Emily saw the strain it placed on her nieces and nephews, a concern she couldn't ignore. Claire remained unaware of the family, her focus elsewhere until a case would pull her in. Natalie had begun to question Ruby's perfect image, her reporting laying the groundwork for a deeper investigation. The facade Ruby had built was starting to crack, a crack that would widen, leading to a reckoning that would change everything. From 2020 to 2022, Ruby Frank's 8 Passengers channel faced increasing scrutiny as viewers and family members raised concerns about her parenting methods, a shift that Emily Carter watched with growing alarm. Detective Claire Thompson, still unaware of Ruby at this point, continued her work in St. George, Utah, until a case would later bring her into the story. Natalie Evans reported on the mounting backlash, her articles at the Salt Lake Tribune amplifying the public's unease. Ruby's collaboration with Jodi Hildebrandt and her divorce from Kevin Frank marked a turning point, pushing her toward more extreme behavior, a change that would set the stage for a devastating fallout. Emily had been worried about Ruby's parenting for years, but by 2020, her concerns reached a new level. In May of that year, Ruby posted a video on 8 Passengers where she refused to bring lunch to her 6-year-old daughter Eve at school after Eve forgot her bag, stating that hunger would teach her responsibility. Emily watched the video in disbelief, unable to understand how Ruby could let her child go hungry for hours. The backlash was immediate, with viewers flooding the comments section, calling Ruby's actions cruel. A petition started by a concerned subscriber quickly gained 18,000 signatures, urging Utah's Division of Child and Family Services to investigate the Frank family. Emily supported the petition, hoping it would prompt Ruby to reconsider her methods, but no investigation followed at the time, leaving Emily frustrated and more worried than ever. In 2021, Emily noticed Ruby spending more time with Jody Hildebrandt, a therapist whose license had been suspended in 2012 for breaching client confidentiality. Ruby had connected with Jody through her Connections program, which promoted strict parenting and discipline tactics that Emily found extreme. During a visit to Springville that summer, Emily saw how Jody's influence had changed Ruby. She was more rigid, often quoting Jody's teachings about breaking children's entitlement. Ruby even stopped letting the kids have playdates, claiming they needed to focus on family bonding, a rule that isolated them from friends. Emily tried talking to Ruby, suggesting the kids needed more freedom, but Ruby dismissed her, saying Jody's methods were helping her be a better mother. Emily left the visit feeling powerless, sensing that Ruby was slipping further into a dangerous mindset, a mindset that would soon lead to more serious consequences. By 2022, Ruby's personal life began to unravel. She and Kevin separated in July, a decision that shocked Emily, who had always seen them as a united front, despite their differences. Ruby moved out of the Springville house, taking Russell and Eve with her to live with Jody in Ivins, Utah, while Sherry, Chad, Abby, and Julie stayed with Kevin or moved out on their own, with Sherry attending college. Emily called Ruby after the separation, hoping to reconnect, but Ruby was distant, saying she needed space to focus on her new path with Jody. The divorce was finalized later that year, marking the end of Ruby's family as Emily had known it, a change that left her worried about Russell and Eve, who were now under Jody's influence, isolated from the rest of the family. Claire continued her work at the Washington County Sheriff's Office in St. George throughout 2020, her days filled with routine cases, from minor disputes to traffic accidents. She had heard about 8 passengers through colleagues, particularly after the 2020 petition gained attention, but it wasn't part of her jurisdiction, and she had no reason to get involved. In her off hours, Claire focused on her family, often cooking dinner for her kids, a routine that kept her grounded amidst the stresses of her job. She occasionally saw news stories about Ruby, noting the controversy surrounding her parenting, but her focus remained on her caseload, which included a series of vandalism incidents that year. Claire had no idea that Ruby's name would soon become central to her work, a case that would begin in Washington County, where Ivins was located, pulling her into a disturbing investigation. In 2021, Claire's workload increased with a rise in domestic disturbance calls in St. George, a trend that made her more aware of family dynamics in her community. She attended a training session on child welfare that fall, where a colleague mentioned Ruby's channel as an example of online parenting controversies, pointing out the petition and viewer backlash. Claire listened, filing the information away, but she didn't dig deeper, as there were no active complaints in her area. By 2022, she had started working on a case involving a local family, a situation that required coordination with Child Protective Services, sharpening her skills in handling sensitive issues. This experience would prove invaluable when Ruby's case would eventually land on her desk, a case that would challenge her understanding of family and abuse. Natalie had been tracking Ruby's rise at the Salt Lake Tribune for years, but by 2020, her reporting took a more critical turn. After Ruby's video about Eve's lunch sparked outrage, Natalie wrote an article detailing the petition and the concerns raised by viewers, interviewing a child welfare advocate who called Ruby's actions neglectful. The article gained significant attention, with readers reaching out to share their own observations about Ruby's videos, particularly clips where she withheld food or privileges as punishment. Natalie kept a close eye on the channel, noticing a decline in Ruby's posting frequency by 2021, a change she attributed to the growing backlash. She also reported on Ruby's new partnership with Jody Hildebrandt, digging into Jody's past and highlighting her suspended license, a detail that raised red flags for her readers. In 2022, Natalie broke the news of Ruby and Kevin's separation, a story she confirmed through court records in Springville. She interviewed a family friend who revealed that Ruby had become increasingly isolated, cutting off contact with most of her relatives, including Emily, after aligning with Jody. Natalie's article also noted Ruby's move to Ivan's with Russell and Eve, a decision that concerned Sherry, who had publicly distanced herself from her mother by then, a fact Natalie learned through Sherry's social media posts. Natalie's reporting kept the pressure on Ruby, her articles amplifying the public's growing unease, setting the stage for a larger investigation, an investigation that would soon reveal the full extent of Ruby's actions, a story she was determined to follow to its conclusion. By the end of 2022, Ruby Franck's life had taken a drastic turn, her channel fading as she focused on Jodi's Connections program, her family fractured by divorce and estrangement. Emily felt helpless, watching her sister spiral further into Jodi's influence, worried for Russell and Eve. Claire remained unaware of the situation, her focus elsewhere until a case would bring her in. Natalie's reporting had laid the groundwork for what was to come, her articles a warning of the cracks in Ruby's image, cracks that would soon lead to a shattering revelation. From early 2023 to August 2023, Ruby Franck's behavior in Ivan's, Utah, took a darker turn as her partnership with Jodi Hildebrandt led to severe abuse of her children, Russell and Eve, a reality that Emily Carter feared from afar. Detective Claire Thompson received a critical report that launched an investigation into Ruby and Jodi's actions. Natalie Evans covered the escalating concerns, her reporting at the Salt Lake Tribune amplifying the public outcry that led to Ruby's arrest. The discovery of the children's conditions and the arrests of Ruby and Jodi marked a pivotal moment, exposing the full extent of the abuse hidden behind Ruby's once-perfect image. Emily had been increasingly worried about Ruby since her move to Ivan's with Jodi in 2022, a concern that deepened in early 2023 when Ruby stopped responding to her calls altogether. Emily had heard from Sherry, Ruby's eldest daughter, who was now in college and had cut contact with her mother, that Ruby and Jodi were running a parenting program out of Jodi's home, focusing on extreme discipline. Sherry mentioned rumors of Ruby isolating Russell and Eve, keeping them out of school and limiting their contact with the outside world, a situation that alarmed Emily. She tried reaching out to Kevin, Ruby's ex-husband, but he told her he had no legal custody of Russell and Eve and was just as worried, having not seen them in months. Emily felt helpless, unable to intervene directly, but she began documenting her concerns, hoping to find a way to get help for her nephew and niece, a hope that would soon be answered in a way she never expected. In May 2023, Emily received a distressing call from a neighbor in Ivan's who had seen Russell looking unusually thin and unwell while briefly outside Jodi's house. The neighbor mentioned hearing cries from the home at night, a detail that sent chills down Emily's spine. She immediately contacted Utah's Division of Child and Family Services, filing a report about the potential neglect and abuse, providing the neighbor's observations and her own concerns based on Sherry's accounts. Emily also reached out to local authorities in Ivan's, urging them to check on the children, a step she hoped would finally bring attention to Ruby's actions. Her report was one of several that year, as other concerned individuals, including viewers of Ruby's old 8 Passengers videos, had also contacted authorities, their collective efforts building pressure for an investigation that would soon uncover a horrifying truth. Claire received a report on August 30th, 2023, that would change the course of her career at the Washington County Sheriff's Office. That morning, Russell, now 12 years old, escaped from Jodi's home in Ivan's through a window, running to a neighbor's house to ask for help. The neighbor called 911, reporting that Russell was severely malnourished, with duct tape around his ankles and wrists, and open wounds on his body from being bound with rope. Claire arrived at the scene within the hour, her heart sinking as she saw Russell's condition, his thin frame and haunted expression a clear sign of prolonged abuse. She ensured he was taken to a hospital, where doctors confirmed he had been starved and physically restrained for months, a discovery that shifted the case from a welfare check to a criminal investigation. Claire's team searched Jodi's home that same day, finding Eve, then 10 years old, in a similar state, locked in a small room with minimal food and water, her body showing signs of neglect and physical punishment, including marks from being tied up. Claire interviewed the children at the hospital, where Russell described how Ruby and Jody had tied him up as punishment for not following their rules, often leaving him without food for days, while Eve shared that she had been forced to sleep on a concrete floor, denied basic comforts. Claire also uncovered notebooks in the home detailing Ruby and Jody's treatment methods, which included withholding food and water to correct behavior, a system they claimed was part of their Connections program. On August 30, 2023, Claire arrested Ruby and Jody on charges of aggravated child abuse, a moment that marked the beginning of a high-profile case, one that would reveal the depths of their cruelty. By the time of the arrests, Claire had gathered substantial evidence, including photos of the children's injuries, medical reports confirming their malnourishment, and the notebooks outlining Ruby and Jody's methods, all of which pointed to systematic abuse. She worked with Child Protective Services to ensure Russell and Eve were placed in a safe environment, eventually reuniting them with Kevin, who was granted temporary custody. Claire also interviewed neighbors, who reported seeing the children in distress over the past months, their statements corroborating the children's accounts. The investigation moved quickly, with Claire determined to hold Ruby and Jody accountable, a determination fueled by the severity of the children's suffering, a suffering she witnessed firsthand, a suffering that demanded justice. Natalie had been following Ruby's story closely, her reporting at the Salt Lake Tribune becoming more critical as concerns grew. In early 2023, she published an article revisiting the 2020 petition against Ruby, noting that no action had been taken despite the public outcry, a failure she criticized in her piece. She also reported on Ruby's move to Ivins with Jody, highlighting Jody's controversial past and the concerns raised by Sherry, who had publicly spoken out against her mother's actions on social media. Natalie's articles kept the pressure on, with readers sending her tips about Ruby's increasingly erratic behavior, including one viewer who claimed to have seen Russell looking unwell outside Jody's home, a tip that matched the neighbor's report to Emily. On August 31, 2023, Natalie broke the news of Ruby and Jody's arrests, her article detailing Russell's escape, and the conditions he and Eve were found in, based on police reports and hospital statements she obtained through her sources. She described the duct tape on Russell's limbs, the malnourishment, and the locked room where Eve was kept, details that horrified her readers, sparking national outrage. Natalie interviewed a child welfare expert who called the case one of the worst instances of abuse they had seen, a quote that resonated with her audience. Her reporting brought renewed attention to Ruby's past on 8 passengers, with medical abuse, a discussion Natalie amplified in follow-up articles, ensuring the public understood the full scope of the tragedy, a tragedy she was committed to covering until justice was served. By August 2023, Ruby Frank's facade had completely unraveled, her arrest alongside Jody exposing the horrific abuse inflicted on Russell and Eve. Emily felt a mix of relief and guilt, grateful the children were safe, but wishing she had acted sooner. Claire had taken on a case that would define her career, her investigation revealing the extent of Ruby and Jody's actions, a revelation that demanded accountability. Natalie's reporting had played a crucial role in raising awareness, her articles ensuring the public knew the truth, a truth that would lead to a reckoning for Ruby and Jody. From September 2023 to December 2023, the legal proceedings against Ruby Frank and Jody Hildebrandt unfolded in Washington County, Utah, bringing a sense of justice to a horrified community. Emily Carter supported her nephew Russell and niece Eve as they began their recovery, while grappling with Ruby's betrayal. Detective Claire Thompson worked with prosecutors to ensure a strong case, securing the evidence needed for convictions. Natalie Evans covered the court developments at the Salt Lake Tribune, detailing Ruby's guilty plea and the public's reaction, keeping the focus on the children's suffering. The plea deal marked a significant step toward accountability, but the road to healing for Russell, Eve, and their family was just beginning. Emily had been in close contact with Kevin since Russell and Eve were removed from Ruby's custody on August 30th, 2023, helping him navigate the emotional aftermath of their rescue. By September, Russell and Eve were living with Kevin in Springville, attending therapy to address the trauma they had endured. Emily visited often, bringing toys and books to help them feel safe, though she noticed how Russell flinched at sudden movements and Eve clung to her father, signs of the deep scars left by Ruby and Jody's abuse. On September 15, 2023, Emily learned through news reports that Ruby and Jody had been formally charged with 6 counts each of aggravated child abuse, based on the evidence of starvation, physical restraint, and emotional harm inflicted on Russell and Eve. The charges carried a potential sentence of up to 15 years per count, a prospect that gave Emily hope that justice would be served, though she struggled with the pain of seeing her sister face such consequences. In November 2023, Emily received a call from Kevin, who had been contacted by Ruby's legal team about a potential plea deal. Ruby was considering pleading guilty to avoid a trial, a decision that would spare Russell and Eve from testifying, a relief for Emily, who knew how traumatic that experience would be for them. On December 18, 2023, Ruby entered a guilty plea to 4 counts of aggravated child abuse as part of the deal, with the remaining 2 counts dropped, a moment Emily watched unfold on the news. Ruby stood in the courtroom, her face pale, as she admitted to withholding food, tying up the children, and forcing them to endure harsh conditions, claiming she believed it was for their own good under Jody's guidance. Emily felt a mix of anger and sadness, unable to reconcile the sister she once knew with the woman who had harmed her own children so severely, a betrayal that would haunt her family forever. By late December, Emily attended a meeting with the children's therapist, who shared that Russell and Eve were slowly adjusting to their new life with Kevin, though they still had nightmares about their time with Ruby and Jody. Emily also learned that Ruby's sentencing was scheduled for February 2024, a date that loomed over her as she tried to focus on supporting the children's recovery. She started a journal to document their progress, noting small victories like Eve's first smile during a playdate, a sign of healing that gave Emily hope. Though she knew the road ahead would be long, a road she was committed to walking with her family, determined to give Russell and Eve the love they deserved. Claire had been working tirelessly since Ruby and Jody's arrests on August 30th, 2023, collaborating with the Washington County District Attorney's Office to build a solid case. By September, the evidence was overwhelming. Medical reports confirmed Russell and Eve's malnourishment, with Russell weighing just 62 pounds at 12 years old, and Eve showing signs of developmental delays from prolonged neglect. Photos of their injuries, including rope burns and bruising from being tied up, were cataloged, alongside the notebooks found in Jody's home, which detailed their treatment plans, including withholding food for days and forcing the children to sleep on hard surfaces. Claire also obtained statements from neighbors who had witnessed the children's distress, as well as Russell and Eve's own accounts, which they gave during forensic interviews at the hospital, painting a clear picture of systematic abuse. In October 2023, Claire met with prosecutors to discuss plea negotiations, a process initiated to avoid a trial that would further traumatize Russell and Eve. Ruby's attorneys proposed a guilty plea to 4 counts of aggravated child abuse in exchange for dropping the remaining charges, a deal prosecutors accepted, knowing it would guarantee a significant sentence. Jody, however, initially resisted, insisting she had done nothing wrong, a stance that frustrated Claire, who had seen the evidence of her direct involvement in the abuse. On December 18, 2023, Claire sat in the courtroom as Ruby pleaded guilty, her admission a validation of the months Claire had spent gathering evidence, though the victory felt hollow given the children's suffering. Jody's plea hearing was scheduled for later that month, a development Claire prepared for by ensuring all evidence was ready, determined to see both women held accountable. By late December, Claire had finalized her reports for the sentencing phase, working with child welfare experts to provide impact statements on Russell and Eve's behalf, statements that detailed the physical and emotional toll of the abuse. She also visited Russell and Eve at Kevin's home, checking on their well-being as part of her follow-up, a visit that left her both heartbroken and inspired by their resilience, as Eve shyly showed her a drawing she had made, a small sign of progress. Claire knew the case would stay with her, a reminder of the importance of protecting vulnerable children, a mission that defined her role as a detective, a role she would carry forward with renewed purpose as the sentencing approached. Natalie had been covering the case intensely since the arrests, her articles at the Salt Lake Tribune keeping the public informed about every development. In September 2023, she published a detailed piece on the charges against Ruby and Jody, outlining the 6 counts of aggravated child abuse and the evidence that supported them, including the medical reports and the children's statements. She interviewed a pediatrician who explained the long-term effects of starvation on children, a perspective that added depth to her reporting, emphasizing the severity of the abuse. Natalie's readers responded with outrage, many sharing her articles on social media, calling for justice for Russell and Eve, a reaction that underscored the case's impact on the community. On December 19, 2023, Natalie reported on Ruby's guilty plea, describing the courtroom scene where Ruby admitted to her actions, her article quoting Ruby's statement that she believed she was helping her children, a claim Natalie contrasted with the evidence of their suffering, such as Russell's emaciated state and Eve's confinement. She also noted that Jody's plea hearing was upcoming, a detail that kept her readers engaged, eager for updates. Natalie interviewed Kevin for a follow-up piece, who shared that Russell and Eve were starting to heal, a small ray of hope amidst the tragedy, a story Natalie was committed to telling with sensitivity, ensuring the focus remained on the children's recovery and the pursuit of justice. Her reporting had become a vital part of the case's narrative, a narrative that would continue to unfold in the coming months. By December 2023, Ruby Frank had taken a significant step toward accountability with her guilty plea, a moment that brought some relief to Emily, who focused on supporting Russell and Eve. Claire had secured a conviction through her diligent investigation, setting the stage for sentencing, a process she hoped would bring closure. Natalie's coverage had kept the public engaged, her articles a testament to the children's suffering, a suffering that demanded justice, a justice that was now within reach. From January 2024 to late 2024, the sentencing of Ruby Frank and Jody Hildebrandt brought a sense of justice to Washington County, Utah, while the road to recovery for Russell and Eve began in earnest. Emily Carter dedicated herself to supporting her nephew and niece as they adjusted to life with their father, Kevin. Detective Claire Thompson reflected on the case's impact on her career, ensuring the children's voices were heard during sentencing. Natalie Evans reported on the court outcomes and the broader societal response at the Salt Lake Tribune, highlighting the lessons learned from the tragedy. The sentences marked a turning point, but the healing process for Russell, Eve, and their family remained a challenging journey, one shaped by the consequences of Ruby's actions. Emily had been preparing for Ruby's sentencing since her guilty plea in December 2023, a moment she both dreaded and hoped would bring closure for Russell and Eve. On February 20, 2024, Emily attended the sentencing hearing at the Washington County Courthouse, sitting beside Kevin, who had become the children's primary caregiver. Ruby was sentenced to 4 consecutive terms of 1 to 15 years each for the 4 counts of aggravated child abuse, a total of up to 60 years, though Utah law capped the maximum at 30 years, meaning she would serve between 4 and 30 years depending on parole decisions. The judge described Ruby's actions as horrific, citing the deliberate starvation and physical restraint of Russell and Eve, a condemnation that Emily felt was justified, though hearing the details again brought tears to her eyes, a painful reminder of the suffering her sister had caused. Jody's sentencing followed on the same day, with the court handing down an identical sentence of 4 consecutive terms of 1 to 15 years, also capped at 30 years under Utah law. Emily listened as the judge criticized Jody's role in enabling and encouraging the abuse, pointing to her influence over Ruby through the Connections program, which the court deemed a facade for cruelty. Kevin read a victim impact statement on behalf of Russell and Eve, describing their ongoing nightmares and fear of being alone. A statement that left the courtroom silent, a moment Emily would never forget. She felt a mix of relief and sorrow as Ruby and Jody were led away, knowing they would face consequences, but also grappling with the loss of the sister she once knew, a sister who had chosen a path of harm over love. By late 2024, Emily had become a regular part of Russell and Eve's lives, helping Kevin with their schooling and therapy appointments. Russell, now 13, had started to open up more, sharing stories about his favorite books, a sign of progress that warmed Emily's heart, though he still struggled with trust, often asking if Ruby would return. Eve, at 11, had begun to regain her confidence, joining a soccer team, a milestone Emily celebrated by attending her first game, cheering from the sidelines as Eve scored a goal, a small victory that symbolized her resilience. Emily knew their healing would take years, but she was committed to being there every step of the way, a commitment that gave her purpose amidst the pain of the past. Claire had spent January 2024 preparing for the sentencing, ensuring all evidence was presented to the court, from medical reports detailing Russell and Eve's malnourishment to the notebooks outlining Ruby and Jody's abusive methods. She worked closely with the prosecution, providing detailed statements about the investigation, including the children's accounts of being tied up and starved, evidence that underscored the severity of the crimes. On February 20, 2024, Claire sat in the courtroom as the judge delivered the sentences, a moment that validated her months of hard work, though the gravity of the case weighed heavily on her. She listened as the judge emphasized the long-term impact on Russell and Eve, a reminder of why her role as a detective mattered, a role that had been tested by this investigation. After the sentencing, Claire visited Kevin's home in Springville to check on Russell and Eve, a follow-up she felt was necessary to ensure their safety. She brought small gifts, a book for Russell and a stuffed animal for Eve, hoping to bring them a bit of comfort. Kevin shared that the children were slowly adjusting, with therapy helping them process their trauma, a progress report that gave Claire hope, though she knew their recovery would be a long journey, one she would continue to monitor as part of her duty. By late 2024, Claire had started speaking at law enforcement conferences about the case, using it as an example to advocate for better coordination between police and child welfare services, a change she believed could prevent similar tragedies, a mission that became a cornerstone of her career. In the months following the sentencing, Claire also reflected on the broader impact of the case on her community in Washington County. She noticed an increase in reports of child neglect, a sign that residents were more aware of the need to act, a change she attributed to the publicity surrounding Ruby and Jody's arrests. Claire worked with local schools to implement training for teachers on recognizing signs of abuse, a program that gained traction by late 2024, a legacy of the case that she hoped would protect other children, a legacy that honored Russell and Eve's suffering, a suffering she had witnessed firsthand, a suffering that drove her to make a difference. Natalie had been covering every step of the legal process at the Salt Lake Tribune, her articles providing a detailed account of the case for her readers. In January 2024, she published a piece on the upcoming sentencing, summarizing the charges and the plea deals, noting that Ruby had pleaded guilty to 4 counts of aggravated child abuse, while Jody had followed with her own guilty plea shortly after, also to 4 counts. Natalie interviewed a legal expert who explained Utah's sentencing laws, clarifying the potential range of 4 to 30 years, a detail that helped her readers understand the stakes, a detail that kept them engaged as the sentencing date approached. On February 21, 2024, Natalie reported on the sentencing hearing, her article describing the judge's harsh words and the consecutive sentences handed down to Ruby and Jody, a total of up to 60 years each, capped at 30 years by state law. She included excerpts from Kevin's victim impact statement, highlighting the emotional toll on Russell and Eve, a focus that resonated with her audience, many of whom reached out to express their support for the children, a response that underscored the case's impact. By late 2024, Natalie had started a series on the broader implications of the case, exploring how it had raised awareness about the dangers of extreme parenting and the role of social media in masking abuse, a series that included interviews with child welfare advocates, a project that solidified her role as a journalist committed to exposing the truth. By late 2024, the sentencing of Ruby Frank and Jodi Hildebrandt had brought a measure of justice to a case that had shocked the nation, a justice that Emily clung to as she supported Russell and Eve's recovery. Claire had turned the case into a catalyst for change, her advocacy ensuring better protection for children, a legacy that honored the victims. Natalie's reporting had kept the public informed, her work highlighting the lessons learned, lessons that would shape the future, a future where Russell and Eve could heal, a future where justice had been served. From late 2024 to April 12, 2025, the Ruby Frank case continued to shape the lives of those involved, leaving a lasting impact on Utah and beyond. Emily Carter focused on Russell and Eve's healing, finding ways to honor their resilience through advocacy. Detective Claire Thompson used the case to advocate for systemic changes in child welfare, ensuring better protection for vulnerable children. Natalie Evans expanded her journalism at the Salt Lake Tribune, reporting on Ruby and Jodi's prison life and the broader societal shifts the case inspired. The tragedy became a catalyst for awareness, a reminder of the dangers of unchecked abuse, a legacy that Emily, Claire, and Natalie each contributed to in their own way. Emily had been a steady presence in Russell and Eve's lives since their rescue in August 2023, and by late 2024, she saw significant progress in their recovery. Russell, now 13, had started middle school in Springville, where he joined a robotics club, a hobby that brought him joy and confidence, though he still attended therapy to address his lingering fears. Eve, at 11, had grown more outgoing, excelling in her soccer team and making friends, a development that warmed Emily's heart, though Eve sometimes asked about Ruby, unsure if she would ever see her mother again. Emily worked with Kevin to create a stable environment, often hosting family game nights, a tradition that helped the children feel safe, a small but meaningful step in their healing journey. In early 2025, Emily decided to channel her experiences into advocacy, partnering with a local nonprofit to raise awareness about child abuse in Utah. She organized a community event in March 2025, where she spoke about the warning signs of neglect, drawing from her own regrets about not acting sooner with Ruby. The event raised funds for child welfare programs, a cause Emily dedicated to Russell and Eve, hoping to spare other children from similar suffering. By April 2025, Emily had also started a support group for families affected by abuse, a space where she shared her story, a story that connected her with others, a story that honored Shanann's memory, a story that gave her purpose, a purpose she would carry forward for years to come. Claire had continued her work at the Washington County Sheriff's Office after the sentencing in February 2024, but the Ruby Frank case remained a defining moment in her career. By late 2024, she had expanded her advocacy for child welfare reform, working with state legislators to propose a bill that would require mandatory training for social media influencers on child safety, a direct response to Ruby's misuse of her platform. The bill, introduced in January 2025, gained bipartisan support, a testament to the case's impact, and Claire testified at a hearing, sharing details of Russell and Eve's suffering to underscore the need for change, a moment that solidified her role as an advocate, a role she embraced with determination. By April 2025, Claire had received an update on Ruby and Jodi's prison life through a contact at the Utah State Prison, where both women were serving their sentences. Ruby had been placed in a protective unit due to her high-profile status, spending her days in isolation, reportedly writing letters to her family, though Emily had not responded. Jodi, also in a separate unit, had attempted to start a prison group based on her connections principles, an effort that was quickly shut down by officials, a detail Claire found unsurprising given Jody's lack of remorse. Claire also kept in touch with Kevin, checking on Russell and Eve's progress, a connection that reminded her of the importance of her work, a work that had made a difference, a work that would continue to protect children, a work that honored the victims of this case. Natalie had been following the long-term effects of the Ruby Frank case at the Salt Lake Tribune, her reporting evolving into a platform for advocacy by late 2024. In December 2024, she published an article on the societal impact of the case, noting how it had led to increased scrutiny of family vloggers on platforms like YouTube, with several channels shutting down after viewers flagged concerning content, a trend Natalie attributed to the public's heightened awareness, an awareness her reporting had helped foster. She interviewed a social media expert who discussed the need for better regulations, a perspective that resonated with her readers, many of whom called for platforms to take more responsibility, a call Natalie amplified in her work. In March 2025, Natalie traveled to the Utah State Prison to report on Ruby and Jody's incarceration, gaining access to limited information through a prison source. She learned that Ruby had been attending mandatory therapy sessions, though she remained defiant, claiming her actions were misunderstood, while Jody had faced disciplinary actions for attempting to influence other inmates with her teachings, a detail Natalie included in her article. Published on April 1, 2025, a piece that sparked renewed discussion about rehabilitation versus punishment. By April 12, 2025, Natalie had started a podcast series on the case, Behind the Vlog, which explored the intersection of social media and child welfare, featuring interviews with experts and survivors, a project that kept the conversation alive, a project that honored Russell and Eve, a project that ensured the lessons of the case would endure. By April 12, 2025, the Ruby Frank case had left a permanent mark on Utah, a reminder of the dangers of abuse hidden behind a curated online image. Emily had turned her pain into advocacy, supporting Russell and Eve while helping others through her work, a legacy of love and resilience. Claire had driven systemic change, her efforts ensuring better protection for children, a testament to her commitment to justice. Natalie's journalism had sparked a movement, her reporting keeping the public engaged, ensuring that the tragedy led to meaningful change, a change that would protect future generations, a change that honored the suffering of Russell and Eve, a change that would last. As of April 2025, the Ruby Frank case stands as a stark reminder of the hidden dangers within families, a tragedy that exposed the abuse of Russell and Eve, shattering the illusion of Ruby's perfect online image. Emily Carter, now 38, continues her advocacy through her support group, helping dozens of families in Utah navigate the aftermath of abuse, a mission she dedicates to Russell and Eve, who are thriving under Kevin's care, their laughter a testament to their resilience. Emily's work has fostered a community of survivors, a network that ensures no one faces such pain alone, a legacy that honors her sister's children, a legacy that will grow with time. Detective Claire Thompson, at 45, has become a leading voice in child welfare reform, her testimony helping pass a new Utah law in March 2025 that mandates training for influencers on child safety, a direct result of the case's impact. Claire now consults with law enforcement agencies across the country, sharing her experience from the investigation, ensuring better coordination with child protective services, a change that has already led to early interventions in several cases. She keeps a photo of Russell and Eve on her desk, a reminder of why she fights for justice, a fight that defines her career, a fight that protects the vulnerable. Natalie Evans, now 40, has turned her podcast Behind the Vlog into a platform for change, reaching thousands with episodes that explore the intersection of social media and child welfare, a project that earned her a journalism award in April 2025. Her work has prompted platforms like YouTube to implement stricter guidelines for family vloggers, a shift that protects children from exploitation. a shift Natalie takes pride in. She remains committed to telling stories like Russell and Eve's, ensuring their suffering leads to awareness, a mission that keeps their voices alive, a mission that shapes the future of online content. The Ruby Franck case, though devastating, has sparked vital change, from policy reforms to heightened public vigilance, a legacy that ensures such tragedies are not repeated. Emily, Claire, and Natalie have each played a role in this transformation, their efforts a tribute to Russell and Eve, a call to protect the innocent, a call that echoes through their work, a call that will endure. Hello and welcome to Nightmare Lullabies. As you settle in for the night, prepare to be immersed in a world of eerie whispers and unsettling tales, designed to both chill and soothe. Now close your eyes, relax, and let the darkness carry you away. And if these nightly tales captivate you, feel free to join our community for more whispered secrets. On the evening of May 3rd, 2007, the small resort town of Praia da Luz in Portugal's Algarve region was bathed in the soft glow of a late spring sunset. The Ocean Club, a popular holiday complex, buzzed with the quiet hum of families winding down after a day of sun and sea. Among them were Kate and Jerry McCann, both 39, who had arrived a week earlier with their 3 children, 3-year-old Madeline and her 2-year-old twin siblings, Sean and Amelie, for a much-needed family vacation. The McCanns, both doctors from Leicester, England, had been looking forward to this trip, a chance to relax with friends and create memories with their young children. But by the end of that evening, their lives would be irrevocably changed, as Madeline vanished from their apartment, sparking one of the most high-profile missing person cases in modern history. Kate and Jerry had met in 1993 while working as junior doctors in Glasgow. They married in 1998 and settled in Rothley, Leicestershire, where they built a life together. After struggling with infertility for years, they turned to IVF, and in 2003, Kate gave birth to Madeline Beth McCann on May 12. 2 years later, in 2005, the twins, Sean and Amelie, were born, completing their family. Madeline, with her blonde hair, bright smile, and a distinctive fleck in her right iris, was a lively and curious child, adored by her parents. The family's trip to Portugal was part of a group holiday with 7 friends, known as the Tapas 7, and their children, a total of 9 adults and 8 children. They had booked apartments at the Ocean Club through Mark Warner Ltd, a British travel company, and spent their days swimming, playing tennis, and enjoying the resort's amenities. The McCann's apartment, 5A, was on the ground floor of a block near the resort's tapas restaurant, about 55 meters away. It was a modest space with a small patio, accessible from the street via a gate and a sliding glass door. On the evening of May 3rd, the group followed their usual routine. They put their children to bed around 7:30 p.m. and gathered at the tapas restaurant for dinner, taking turns to check on the sleeping children every half hour. Kate and Jerry felt safe leaving Madeline, Sean, and Amelie alone in the apartment, believing they could see the apartment from the restaurant and that the checks would ensure the children's safety. At 8:30 p.m., as the adults sat down to dinner, all seemed well. Jerry checked on the children at 9:05 p.m., finding them asleep, though he later recalled that the bedroom door was slightly more open than he had left it, a detail that would haunt him. At 9:30 p.m., one of their friends, Matthew Oldfield, offered to check on the McCann children during his own round. He entered the apartment through the unlocked patio door, glanced into the bedroom, and saw the twins sleeping in their cots. He noticed Madeline's bed, but didn't look closely enough to confirm she was there, assuming all was fine. He returned to the restaurant and told Kate and Jerry everything seemed in order. But at 10 p.m., when Kate went to check, she found the bedroom door wide open and the window ajar, its shutter raised. Madeline's bed was empty, her favorite toy, a pink stuffed cat named Cuddle Cat, lying where she had been. Panic surged through Kate as she searched the apartment, calling Madeline's name. She ran back to the restaurant, her voice breaking as she shouted, "Madeline's gone. Someone's taken her." The group sprang into action, searching the apartment and the surrounding area, while the resort staff called the police. The Polícia Judiciária, PJ, Portugal's criminal investigation agency, arrived around 11 p.m., but the initial response was chaotic. Language barriers and a lack of immediate resources hampered the effort. Only a handful of officers were available, and the scene was not properly secured, allowing dozens of people to trample through the apartment. Kate and Jerry clung to the belief that Madeline had been abducted, pointing to the open window and raised shutter as evidence. They spent the night in a state of shock, surrounded by friends and resort staff, as the first hours of the investigation unfolded. By morning, news of Madeline's disappearance had spread, and the quiet resort town was swarming with journalists, marking the beginning of a media frenzy that would follow the case for years. As dawn broke on May 4th, 2007, Kate and Jerry stood outside the Ocean Club, clutching each other and Madeline's cuddle cat, their faces etched with fear and desperation. They had no idea that this was only the beginning of a long, painful journey, one that would test their resilience, strain their marriage, and thrust them into the global spotlight as they fought to find their daughter. The disappearance of Madeline McCann had just begun to unravel a mystery that would captivate the world, leaving more questions than answers in its wake. The morning of May 4th, 2007, dawned with a heavy sense of dread in Praia da Luz, Portugal, as the disappearance of 3-year-old Madeline McCann sent shockwaves through the small resort town. Madeline had vanished from her family's ground-floor apartment at the Ocean Club the previous night, leaving her parents, Kate and Jerry McCann, in a state of panic. The Polícia Judiciária, PJ, Portugal's criminal investigation agency, had arrived around 11 p.m. on May 3rd, but their initial response was disorganized, with the crime scene compromised by dozens of people searching the area. As the first full day of the investigation began, the McCanns clung to hope that Madeline would be found, while a media frenzy erupted and early leads began to emerge, setting the stage for a complex and controversial case. Kate and Jerry, both 39, spent the night in a friend's apartment at the Ocean Club, unable to return to their own, which was now a crime scene. They sat huddled together, clutching Madeline's pink stuffed toy, Cuddle Cat, their faces pale with exhaustion and fear. The twins, Sean and Amelie, just 2 years old, slept nearby, unaware of the chaos unfolding around them. At 6 a.m., Jerry called his sister, Trish Cameron, 45, in Glasgow, his voice breaking as he told her, "Madeline's been taken. We don't know what to do." Trish immediately began contacting family members, while Kate's mother, Susan Healy, 62, booked a flight from Liverpool to Portugal to support her daughter. The McCanns' friends, the Tapas 7, rallied around them, helping to organize searches and distribute photos of Madeline, her blonde hair and distinctive eye fleck, a coloboma in her right iris, making her easily recognizable. The PJ, led by Chief Inspector Goncalo Amaral, 47, took charge of the investigation, but their early efforts were marred by missteps. The apartment, 5A, had not been properly sealed off, and fingerprints were collected haphazardly, with many surfaces already contaminated by the crowd that had searched the area. At 8 a.m., Amaral arrived at the scene, a burly man with a stern demeanor, and began interviewing the McCanns and their friends. Kate and Jerry explained their routine of checking on the children every half hour during dinner at the Tapas restaurant, 55 meters away. They pointed to the open bedroom window and raised shutter as evidence of an abduction, but Amaral seemed skeptical, noting that the window could have been opened by someone inside the apartment. "We need to consider all possibilities," he told his team, his tone gruff, as he ordered a search of the surrounding area. By mid-morning, the quiet streets of Praia da Luz were filled with activity as local police, volunteers, and residents joined the search for Madeline. Sniffer dogs were brought in to comb the resort and nearby beaches, while divers searched the ocean for any sign of the little girl. At 10 a.m., a British tourist named Jane Tanner, 36, one of the Tapas 7, came forward with a crucial piece of information. She told the PJ that around 9:15 p.m. the previous night, while checking on her own children, she had seen a man walking away from the McCann's apartment block, carrying a child in his arms. The child was wearing light-colored pajamas, similar to the ones Madeline had on, white with a pink Eeyore design. The man was about 5 feet 9 inches, slim, with dark hair, and he had been walking quickly, heading toward the beach. Tanner's sighting became the first major lead in the case, and the PJ began working on a sketch of the suspect, though the description was vague and difficult to act on immediately. The media descended on Praia da Luz with unprecedented speed, turning the McCann's private tragedy into a global spectacle. By noon on May 4, 2007, news vans lined the streets outside the Ocean Club, and reporters from the BBC, Sky News, and international outlets like CNN were broadcasting live. The story of a British toddler vanishing from a holiday resort struck a chord with audiences worldwide, and Madeline's face, her wide smile and distinctive eye fleck, became an instant symbol of innocence lost. At 2 p.m., Kate and Jerry made their first public statement, standing outside the resort with a photo of Madeline, their voices trembling as they pleaded for her return. "We just want our daughter back," Jerry said, his eyes red from crying. "Please, if you have any information, come forward." Kate, clutching Cuddle Cat, added, "Madeline is a beautiful little girl. We're devastated. Please help us find her." The raw emotion in their words resonated with millions, and the case quickly became a media sensation. As the day progressed, more leads emerged, though many proved to be dead ends. At 3 p.m., a local woman named Maria Santos, 52, reported seeing a suspicious man loitering near the Ocean Club earlier that week, describing him as tall with a scruffy beard. The PJ followed up, but the man turned out to be a maintenance worker at the resort with no connection to the case. At 5 p.m., a British expat living in Praia da Luz called the police to report a sighting of a child matching Madeline's description in a nearby village, but it was a false alarm. The child was a local girl with her family. The flurry of tips overwhelmed the PJ, who were already struggling with limited resources and the language barrier, as many witnesses were British tourists who spoke little Portuguese. By the evening of May 4, 2007, the investigation had taken on an international dimension. The British government, under Prime Minister Tony Blair, offered support, sending consular staff from the British Embassy in Lisbon to assist the McCanns. At 7 p.m., the Foreign Office announced that British police would be dispatched to Portugal to help with the investigation, a move that highlighted the case's high profile, but also hinted at early tensions between British and Portuguese authorities. Meanwhile, the McCann's family and friends back in the UK launched a grassroots campaign, printing posters with Madeline's photo and setting up a hotline for tips. The world watched as the search for Madeline McCann intensified, but with each passing hour, the hope of finding her alive began to fade, leaving Kate and Jerry to face the agonizing uncertainty of their daughter's fate. In the days following Madeline McCann's disappearance on May 3, 2007, from the Ocean Club Resort in Praia da Luz, Portugal, the investigation into her whereabouts intensified, but so did the challenges facing the authorities. The Polícia Judiciária, PJ, led by Chief Inspector Goncalo Amaral, struggled with a lack of resources, language barriers, and a crime scene that had been compromised in the chaotic first hours. Kate and Jerry McCann, both 39, clung to hope that their 3-year-old daughter would be found alive, while the global media frenzy surrounding the case grew, amplifying every development. By mid-May 2007, as the search continued, early leads faltered, and the first whispers of suspicion began to fall on the McCanns themselves, adding a new layer of strain to their already unbearable ordeal. The search for Madeline expanded rapidly in the first week. On May 5, 2007, the PJ deployed more officers to Praia da Luz, bringing the total to over 100, while helicopters and boats scoured the coastline and nearby waters. Volunteers from the local community, along with British tourists staying at the Ocean Club, joined the effort, combing through fields, beaches, and abandoned buildings. At 9 a.m., a team of sniffer dogs from Lisbon arrived, trained to detect human scent, and began searching the area around the McCann's apartment 5A. The dogs picked up a faint trail leading toward the beach, but it quickly dissipated, leaving investigators with little to go on. Meanwhile, the PJ followed up on Jane Tanner's sighting of a man carrying a child at 9:15 p.m. on the night Madeline vanished. On May 6, 2007, they released an artist's sketch of the suspect, described as a slim man about 5 feet 9 inches with dark hair, but the vague description led to hundreds of tips, most of which were dead ends. Kate and Jerry, supported by their friends, the Tapas 7, and family members who had flown in from the UK, threw themselves into the search. On May 7, 2007, they held a press conference at the Ocean Club, their second public appearance since Madeline's disappearance. Standing side by side, they held up a poster of Madeline, her bright smile and distinctive eye fleck, a coloboma in her right iris, staring out at the cameras. "We're living a nightmare," Kate said, her voice trembling as she clutched Madeline's cuddle cat, the pink stuffed toy her daughter had slept with. "Please, if you know anything, help us bring her home." Jerry, his arm around Kate, added, "We believe Madeline is still alive, and we won't stop until we find her." The press conference was broadcast live on BBC, Sky News, and CNN, reaching millions worldwide, and the McCann's raw emotion galvanized public support, with donations pouring in to help fund the search. The media coverage, however, was a double-edged sword. By May 8, 2007, Praia da Luz was overrun with journalists, with over 200 reporters and camera crews camped outside the Ocean Club. British tabloids like The Sun and the Daily Mail ran daily front-page stories, while Portuguese papers like Correio de Manha published sensational headlines, some questioning the McCann's decision to leave their children alone during dinner. The intense scrutiny began to take a toll on Kate and Jerry, who were already struggling to cope with their grief. On May 9, 2007, a British journalist, Martin Brunt, 52, from Sky News, approached Kate outside the resort, asking, "Do you feel responsible for leaving Madeline alone?" Kate froze, her eyes filling with tears, before walking away without answering. The question, though, lingered in the public consciousness, planting the first seeds of doubt about the McCann's actions. The PJ's investigation faced mounting criticism as the days passed without a breakthrough. On May 10, 2007, British police officers from Leicestershire Constabulary arrived in Portugal to assist, bringing expertise in missing persons cases. They were led by Detective Superintendent Bob Small, 48, who worked closely with the PJ to review the evidence. Small was troubled by the lack of forensic analysis from the apartment. Fingerprints had been collected, but many were smudged, and no DNA evidence had been properly secured in the initial hours. He also noted that the PJ had not conducted formal interviews with the Tapas 7, relying instead on brief statements taken on the night of the disappearance. Small urged Amaral to re-interview the group, but Amaral resisted, focusing instead on the abduction theory and the search for the man Jane Tanner had seen. On May 12, 2007, Madeline's 4th birthday, the McCanns held a small, private gathering in their temporary apartment at the Ocean Club, surrounded by family and friends. Kate and Jerry bought a small cake and a few presents for Madeline, hoping against hope that she would be found to celebrate with them. At 11 a.m., they attended a mass at the local church, Nossa Senhora de Luz, where Father José Manuel Pacheco, 55, led a prayer for Madeline's safe return. Kate, holding Sean and Amelie, broke down in tears during the service, her sobs echoing through the small church. Outside, hundreds of well-wishers left flowers, teddy bears, and messages of support, but the day was a painful reminder of Madeline's absence, and the lack of progress in the investigation weighed heavily on the McCanns. By mid-May, the PJ began to shift their focus, as the abduction theory failed to yield results. On May 15, 2007, they interviewed a British-Portuguese man named Robert Murat, 33, who lived 150 meters from the McCann's apartment. Murat had been helping with the search, acting as a translator for the police, but 3 members of the Tapas 7, Fiona Payne, Russell O'Brien, and Rachel Oldfield, reported seeing him near the Ocean Club on the night Madeline disappeared, despite Murat claiming he had been at home with his mother. The PJ searched Murat's house, seizing computers and other items, and named him an arguido, a formal suspect under Portuguese law, on May 16, 2007. The media seized on the development, with headlines proclaiming Murat as the prime suspect, but no evidence directly linked him to Madeline, and his arguido status would later be lifted. The investigation took a darker turn on May 20, 2007, when the PJ began to consider the possibility that the McCanns themselves were involved. Amaral, who had grown increasingly skeptical of the abduction theory, noted inconsistencies in the McCanns' timeline, particularly the fact that the bedroom window and shutter, which they claimed were evidence of an intruder, showed no signs of forced entry. He also questioned why the twins had not woken up during the alleged abduction, given the noise it would have caused. At a meeting with his team, Amaral said, "We need to look at the parents. It's not uncommon in cases like this." The PJ requested permission to search the McCanns' temporary apartment and seize their belongings, including Madeline's cuddle cat, for forensic testing. The move marked the beginning of a shift in the investigation, one that would soon place Kate and Jerry under intense suspicion, as the world watched their every move with bated breath. By the summer of 2007, the disappearance of 3-year-old Madeline McCann from the Ocean Club Resort in Praia da Luz, Portugal, on May 3rd, had gripped the world, with millions following the case through relentless media coverage. Kate and Jerry McCann, both 39, had spent the first weeks after their daughter's vanishing tirelessly searching for her, supported by their friends, family, and a global outpouring of sympathy. But as the investigation led by the Polícia Judiciária, PJ, failed to produce a breakthrough, the focus began to shift in a shocking direction. By July 2007, the McCanns found themselves under suspicion, as forensic developments involving sniffer dogs and DNA evidence raised questions, and tensions between the family and the Portuguese police reached a boiling point, forever altering the trajectory of the case. The shift in the investigation became evident in late June 2007, as the PJ, under Chief Inspector Goncalo Amaral, grew increasingly skeptical of the abduction theory. On June 25, 2007, Amaral met with his team in Portimão, the regional headquarters of the PJ, to discuss the case's progress, or lack thereof. The lead involving Robert Murat, the British-Portuguese man named an arguido in May, had stalled, with no concrete evidence linking him to Madeline's disappearance. Amaral, now 48, turned his attention to the McCanns, pointing to inconsistencies in their story. He noted that the bedroom window and shutter, which Kate and Jerry claimed were evidence of an intruder, showed no signs of forced entry, and the timeline of their checks on the children raised questions about the window of opportunity for an abductor. "We need to look closer at the parents," Amaral told his team, his voice firm. "The evidence isn't adding up." The PJ's suspicions intensified on July 10, 2007, when they requested assistance from British police to bring in specialized sniffer dogs to re-examine the McCanns' apartment, 5A, and other locations. 2 dogs, Eddie and Keela, were flown in from the UK, handled by British trainer Martin Grime, 55. Eddie was a cadaver dog trained to detect the scent of human remains, while Keela was a blood detection dog, capable of identifying minute traces of blood even after cleaning. On July 12, 2007, the dogs were taken to the Ocean Club, where they searched apartment 5A, which had been sealed off since Madeline's disappearance. Eddie alerted in the living room, near the sofa, and in the bedroom, behind a wardrobe, indicating the possible presence of a cadaver scent. Keela then signaled the presence of blood in the same areas, as well as on the floor tiles beneath the sofa. The findings were a bombshell, suggesting that a body may have been in the apartment after Madeline's disappearance, directly contradicting the abduction narrative. The PJ expanded the search on July 15, 2007, taking the dogs to a car the McCanns had rented 24 days after Madeline vanished, a silver Renault Scenic. Eddie alerted to the scent of a cadaver in the trunk and on the driver's side door, while Keela detected blood traces on the car key and in the trunk. The dogs also searched vehicles belonging to Robert Murat and the Tapas 7, but no alerts were recorded. The PJ collected samples from the apartment and the car, sending them to the Forensic Science Service, FSS, in Birmingham, UK, for DNA analysis. On July 20, 2007, Amaral briefed his superiors, stating, "The dog's alerts suggest Madeline may have died in the apartment, and her body was moved later. The parents are now our primary focus." The McCanns, unaware of the dog's findings, continued their public campaign, holding a press conference in Lisbon that day to mark 78 days since Madeline's disappearance, pleading for information about their daughter. The forensic developments leaked to the media in early August 2007, igniting a firestorm of speculation. On August 5, 2007, the Portuguese tabloid Correio de Manhã ran a front-page story with the headline, "Blood Found in McCann's Apartment," citing unnamed police sources. British papers like The Sun and the Daily Mail followed suit, with headlines questioning the McCanns' innocence. The public, who had initially rallied behind Kate and Jerry, began to turn, with online forums and comment sections filled with accusations. On August 6, 2007, a Twitter user named @TruthSeekerUK posted, "If there's blood and cadaver scent in the apartment, how can this be an abduction? The parents need to explain." The media frenzy reached new heights, with reporters hounding the McCanns at every turn, their cameras flashing as Kate and Jerry left their temporary apartment in Praia da Luz to attend church. The PJ received the initial DNA results from the FSS on August 10, 2007, but the findings were inconclusive. The samples from the apartment contained a mixture of DNA from multiple people, making it difficult to identify a clear match to Madeline. The blood traces in the car were also problematic. While some markers were consistent with Madeline's DNA, the sample was degraded and not a definitive match. Amaral, however, interpreted the results as incriminating, believing they supported the theory that Madeline had died in the apartment and her body had been moved. On August 15, 2007, the PJ formally interviewed Kate and Jerry as witnesses, not yet as suspects, at the Portimão police station. The interviews were tense, with Amaral pressing them on the dog's findings. "How do you explain the scent of a cadaver in your apartment?" he asked Jerry, his tone accusatory. Jerry, visibly shaken, replied, "We can't explain it. Madeline was taken. Maybe the dogs are wrong." Kate, clutching Cuddle Cat, added, "I know my daughter is alive. You're wasting time looking at us." The growing suspicion took a toll on the McCanns, who felt increasingly isolated from the Portuguese police. On August 20, 2007, they met with their British liaison officer, John Buck, 50, from the Foreign Office, to express their frustration. "We're being treated like suspects instead of grieving parents," Jerry said, his voice tight with anger. "They're not looking for Madeline, they're trying to blame us." Buck promised to relay their concerns to British authorities, but the rift between the McCanns and the PJ was widening. The media continued to fuel the narrative, with Portuguese outlets like Diário de Notícias publishing stories suggesting the McCanns had accidentally killed Madeline and staged an abduction to cover it up. The pressure was unbearable, and Kate and Jerry began to fear that the investigation was veering dangerously off course, leaving Madeline's true fate further from discovery than ever. By September 2007, the disappearance of 3-year-old Madeline McCann from the Ocean Club Resort in Praia da Luz, Portugal, on May 3rd, had become a global obsession, with the case dominating headlines and fueling endless speculation. Kate and Jerry McCann, both 39, had spent the past 4 months searching for their daughter, supported by a massive public campaign and a fund that raised millions to aid the effort. But the investigation by the Polícia Judiciária, PJ, led by Chief Inspector Goncalo Amaral, had taken a dramatic turn, with forensic findings from sniffer dogs and DNA evidence pointing suspicion at the McCanns. As the summer gave way to autumn, Kate and Jerry were named formal suspects, a move that shattered their public image, strained their relationship with the Portuguese police, and threatened to derail the search for Madeline. The tension reached a breaking point on September 6, 2007, when the PJ summoned Kate and Jerry to the police station in Portimao for formal questioning. The couple had been interviewed as witnesses in August, but the tone had shifted after the forensic results from the UK's Forensic Science Service, FSS, were interpreted by the PJ as incriminating. On the morning of September 6, Kate arrived at the station at 9 a.m., accompanied by her lawyer, Carlos Pinto de Abreu, 50, a respected Portuguese attorney. Jerry waited outside with their twins, Sean and Amelie, now 2 years old, his face etched with worry. Inside, Kate faced a grueling interrogation led by Amaral, now 48, who presented her with the sniffer dog findings. Cadaver scent and blood traces detected in their apartment, 5A, and the rental car they had used 24 days after Madeline's disappearance. "How do you explain this?" Amaral asked, his voice cold as he slid photos of the dog's alerts across the table. Kate, clutching Madeline's cuddle cat, replied, "I can't explain it. Those dogs must be wrong. My daughter was taken." The interrogation lasted 11 hours, with Kate facing increasingly aggressive questions. Amaral suggested that Madeline had died in the apartment, possibly by accident, and that Kate and Jerry had hidden her body to cover it up. He pointed to the DNA evidence, claiming it matched Madeline, though the FSS report had stated the samples were inconclusive due to degradation and contamination. At one point, Amaral asked, "Did you sedate your children that night? Is that why the twins didn't wake up?" Kate, a trained doctor, was horrified by the accusation, her voice rising as she said, "No, I would never do that. I'm a mother. I love my children." By the time the session ended at 8 p.m., Kate was exhausted, her hands trembling as she left the station. The PJ informed her that she would be named an arguida, a formal suspect under Portuguese law, giving her the right to remain silent, but also marking a significant escalation in the case. Jerry faced his own interrogation the following day, September 7, 2007, at 10 a.m. The session was equally intense, lasting 9 hours, with Amaral pressing him on the same forensic evidence. Jerry, also a doctor, challenged the reliability of the sniffer dogs, stating, "Those dogs aren't infallible. There's no definitive proof Madeline died in that apartment." He grew frustrated as Amaral suggested that the couple had staged an abduction, asking, "Where did you hide her body?" Jerry's voice cracked as he replied, "I didn't hide her. She was taken. You're wasting time looking at us instead of finding her." At 7 p.m., Jerry was also named an arguido, a designation that stunned the couple and sent shockwaves through the media. As they left the station, a crowd of reporters swarmed them, shouting questions like, "Did you kill your daughter?" Kate and Jerry hurried to their car, their faces pale, the weight of the accusations crushing their spirits. The news of the McCann's arguido status broke on September 8, 2007, dominating headlines around the world. British tabloids like The Sun ran front-page stories with headlines like "McCann's named suspects," while Portuguese papers such as Correio de Manha published lurid details, alleging that Kate had confessed during her interrogation, a claim she vehemently denied. The public reaction was swift and divided. Some continued to support the McCanns, believing they were being unfairly targeted, while others turned against them, convinced by the forensic evidence. On September 9, 2007, a Facebook group called Justice for Madeline posted a poll asking, "Do you think the McCanns are guilty?" Within hours, thousands voted, with 60% answering yes. The media frenzy intensified, with reporters camping outside the McCanns' temporary apartment in Praia da Luz, their cameras capturing every move. The arguido designation had a devastating impact on the McCanns' public campaign to find Madeline. The Find Madeline Fund, which had raised over £1 million through donations, faced scrutiny, with some donors demanding their money back, believing the McCanns were guilty. On September 10, 2007, the fund's director, Clarence Mitchell, 46, a former BBC journalist hired as the McCann spokesperson, held a press conference in London to address the allegations. Kate and Jerry are innocent, Mitchell said, his voice firm. They have been through hell, and now they're being vilified instead of supported. The focus should be on finding Madeline, not on blaming her parents. But the damage was done. Public support waned, and the campaign's momentum faltered, leaving Kate and Jerry feeling more isolated than ever. The rift between the McCanns and the PJ deepened in the wake of the interrogations. On September 12, 2007, Kate and Jerry met with British consular staff in Lisbon, expressing their frustration with the investigation. "They're not looking for Madeline," Jerry told John Buck, 50, their liaison officer. "They're trying to frame us." Buck relayed their concerns to the British government, which was already pressuring Portugal to improve the investigation. The tension was compounded by cultural differences and mutual distrust. British authorities felt the PJ was mishandling the case, while the PJ resented what they saw as interference from the UK. On September 15, 2007, Amaral gave an interview to Diario de Noticias, stating, "The evidence points to the parents. We believe Madeline died in the apartment, and they know more than they're saying." The statement infuriated the McCanns, who felt the PJ was more interested in building a case against them than finding their daughter. By the end of September 2007, Kate and Jerry made the difficult decision to return to the UK, feeling that staying in Portugal was no longer productive. On September 9, 2007, they boarded a flight from Faro to East Midlands Airport, their twins in tow, as a crowd of reporters and onlookers watched. When they arrived in Rothley, Leicestershire at 2 p.m., they were greeted by a small group of supporters holding signs that read, "Welcome home." But the shadow of suspicion followed them. The McCanns settled back into their family home, determined to continue the search for Madeline despite the accusations, but the weight of being named suspects hung over them, a dark cloud that threatened to obscure the truth about what had happened to their little girl. By late 2007, the disappearance of 3-year-old Madeline McCann from the Ocean Club Resort in Praia da Luz, Portugal, on May 3rd, had become a global phenomenon, with the case dominating headlines and polarizing public opinion. Kate and Jerry McCann, both 39, had been named formal suspects, arguidos, by the Policia Judiciaria, PJ, in September, following forensic findings that suggested Madeline may have died in their apartment. The accusation had shattered their public image and strained their campaign to find their daughter, but the McCanns remained determined to clear their names and keep the search alive. Through 2008, significant developments unfolded, including the removal of their arguido status, the shelving of the case, and the release of a controversial book by Chief Inspector Goncalo Amaral, which reignited tensions and kept Madeline's fate at the forefront of the world's attention. The McCanns returned to their home in Rothley, Leicestershire, on September 9, 2007, after months in Portugal, hoping to regain some semblance of normalcy for their twins, Sean and Amelie, now 2 years old. But the shadow of suspicion followed them, with British tabloids like The Sun and the Daily Express running daily stories questioning their innocence. On September 15, 2007, a neighbor in Rothley, Margaret Evans, 60, left a note on their doorstep that read, "How could you do this to your daughter?" Kate found the note while taking the twins to nursery, her hands trembling as she crumpled it up, tears streaming down her face. The hostility was a stark contrast to the support they had initially received, and it took a toll on the couple. Jerry, trying to shield Kate, took on the role of spokesperson, meeting with their media advisor, Clarence Mitchell, 46, on September 20, 2007, to strategize. "We need to focus on finding Madeline," Jerry said, his voice firm. "We can't let these accusations stop us." The investigation in Portugal continued to focus on the McCanns, despite a lack of definitive evidence. On October 2, 2007, Goncalo Amaral was removed from the case, a decision made by his superiors at the PJ amid growing criticism of his handling of the investigation. Amaral, now 48, had been accused of misconduct in another case, and his aggressive approach toward the McCanns had drawn scrutiny from both Portuguese and British authorities. His replacement, Paolo Rebello, 45, took a more measured approach, ordering a review of all evidence. On October 10, 2007, Rebello re-interviewed the top as 7 in the UK, with British police from Leicestershire Constabulary assisting. The interviews, conducted at a police station in Leicester, aimed to clarify the timeline of the night Madeline disappeared. Jane Tanner reiterated her sighting of a man carrying a child at 9:15 p.m., but the others' accounts remained consistent with their initial statements, offering no new leads. The forensic evidence that had implicated the McCanns began to unravel in early 2008. On January 15, 2008, the Forensic Science Service, FSS, in Birmingham, UK, sent a final report to the PJ, clarifying that the DNA samples from the McCann's apartment and rental car were not a conclusive match to Madeline. The samples were degraded and contained DNA from multiple individuals, making it impossible to confirm they belonged to Madeline. The sniffer dog alerts, while initially compelling, were also called into question. Experts noted that such dogs, while highly trained, were not infallible and could be influenced by environmental factors. On February 5, 2008, Rebello met with his team in Portimao, acknowledging the lack of solid evidence against the McCanns. "We cannot proceed with a case based on assumptions," he said, his tone pragmatic. "We need to either find new evidence or close this line of inquiry." The turning point came on July 21, 2008, when the Portuguese Attorney General's office announced that the investigation into Madeline's disappearance would be shelved due to insufficient evidence. The McCanns, along with Robert Murat, who had also been named in Arguido, had their suspect status lifted. The decision was a bittersweet victory for Kate and Jerry, who were in Rothley when they received the news. At 2 p.m., Clarence Mitchell held a press conference outside their home, reading a statement on their behalf. "We welcome the decision to clear our names," Mitchell said, as Kate and Jerry stood behind him, their faces a mix of relief and anguish. "But this is not the outcome we wanted. We need to find Madeline, and we urge the authorities to keep looking." The shelving of the case meant that the PJ would no longer actively investigate unless new evidence emerged, a devastating blow to the McCanns' hopes of finding their daughter. Just days later, on July 24, 2008, Goncalo Amaral published a book titled Maddie, The Truth of the Lie, which reignited the controversy surrounding the case. The book, released in Portugal, detailed Amaral's theory that Madeline had died in the apartment, possibly by accident, and that the McCanns had covered it up by staging an abduction. Amaral claimed the forensic evidence supported his theory, despite the FSS report's findings, and accused the British government of interfering to protect the McCanns. The book became an instant bestseller in Portugal, selling over 200,000 copies in its first month, and its claims were widely reported in the media. On July 25, 2008, Correio de Manha ran a front-page story with the headline, "Amaral, the McCanns lied," fueling public suspicion once again. Kate and Jerry were devastated by the book's release, seeing it as a betrayal by the man who had once led the search for their daughter. On July 30, 2008, they met with their lawyer, Isabel Duarte, 52, in Lisbon to discuss legal action against Amaral. "This book is full of lies," Kate said, her voice shaking with anger as she held Madeline's cuddle cat. "It's hurting our search for Madeline and causing us unimaginable pain." Duarte advised them to file a libel lawsuit, arguing that Amaral's claims were defamatory and unsupported by evidence. The McCanns agreed, and on August 5, 2008, they initiated legal proceedings against Amaral, seeking to ban the book and claim damages for the harm it caused. The lawsuit marked the beginning of a years-long legal battle, one that would further complicate their efforts to keep the focus on finding Madeline. By the end of 2008, the McCanns were in a precarious position, cleared of suspicion but still battling a narrative that refused to die. On December 24, 2008, they held a small Christmas gathering at their home in Rothley, trying to create some joy for Sean and Amelie, now 3 years old. They placed a photo of Madeline on the mantelpiece, her smiling face a constant reminder of the void in their lives. As they lit a candle in her memory, Kate whispered, "We'll never stop looking for you, Maddie. The investigation may have been shelved, but the McCanns' fight for their daughter was far from over, even as Amaril's book cast a long shadow over their hopes for the truth." By 2009, the disappearance of 3-year-old Madeline McCann from the Ocean Club Resort in Praia da Luz, Portugal, on May 3, 2007, had become a global symbol of unresolved tragedy. The investigation by the Polícia Judiciária (PJ) had been shelved in July 2008, with Kate and Jerry McCann, both now 41, cleared of their arguido status but left without answers about their daughter's fate. The release of Goncalo Amaril's book, Maddie, The Truth of the Lie, had further complicated their efforts, perpetuating the narrative that they were involved in Madeline's disappearance. Determined to find their daughter, the McCanns turned to private investigations and media campaigns to keep the case alive, while a significant development in 2011, the launch of Operation Grange by the Metropolitan Police, offered renewed hope, even as their legal battle with Amaral continued to cast a shadow over their fight for justice. After the PJ shelved the case, Kate and Jerry refused to give up, channeling their energy into private efforts to find Madeline. On January 10, 2009, they hired a team of private investigators led by Dave Edgar, 52, a retired British detective with 30 years of experience in the Cheshire Police. Edgar, based in Knutsford, England, assembled a small team to review the case files, which had been made public after the investigation was closed, totaling over 30,000 pages of documents translated from Portuguese. On February 5, 2009, Edgar held a meeting with the McCanns at their home in Rothley, Leicestershire, outlining his approach. "We'll start by re-examining every lead," he said, his tone steady. "The focus will be on the abduction theory. Someone took Madeline, and we need to find out who." Kate, holding Madeline's cuddle cat, nodded, her eyes filled with determination. "We just want her back," she said softly. Jerry added, "We'll fund this as long as it takes. We can't stop looking." Edgar's team began by revisiting key witnesses, including Jane Tanner, whose sighting of a man carrying a child at 9:15 p.m. on the night Madeline disappeared remained a critical lead. On March 15, 2009, Edgar interviewed Tanner in Leicester, asking her to recall every detail of the man she had seen. Tanner described him as slim, about 5 feet 9 inches, with dark hair, wearing beige trousers and carrying a child in light-colored pajamas. Edgar used her description to create a new e-fit, which was released to the public on April 1, 2009, through the Find Madeline website, a platform the McCanns had launched to keep the case in the public eye. The e-fit generated hundreds of tips, but most led nowhere, with many callers mistaking innocent fathers for the suspect. Despite the setbacks, the McCanns remained committed, using the Find Madeline Fund, still supported by donations, to finance the investigation, which cost over £100,000 in its first year. The McCanns also leaned heavily on media campaigns to maintain public awareness. On May 3, 2009, the second anniversary of Madeline's disappearance, they appeared on the Oprah Winfrey Show in Chicago, one of the most watched programs in the world. Oprah, 55, welcomed Kate and Jerry with empathy, her studio audience visibly moved as the couple shared their story. Kate held up an age-progressed image of Madeline, created by the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, showing what she might look like at 6 years old. Her blonde hair longer, her face more defined, but her distinctive eye fleck unchanged. "We believe Madeline is still out there," Jerry said, his voice steady. "Someone knows something, and we're begging them to come forward." The episode, aired to over 20 million viewers, led to a surge in tips to the Find Madeline hotline, though none provided a breakthrough. The McCanns' efforts were overshadowed by their ongoing legal battle with Goncalo Amaral. In September 2009, a Portuguese court granted the McCanns a temporary injunction to ban Amaral's book, Maddie, The Truth of the Lie, ruling that it was defamatory and harmed the search for Madeline. On September 10, 2009, their lawyer, Isabel Duarte, 53, announced the decision in Lisbon, stating, "This book has caused immense pain to the McCann family and obstructed the investigation. It will no longer be sold." Amaral, now 50, was ordered to pay €500,000 in damages, but he vowed to appeal, telling Correio de Manha on September 11, 2009, "I stand by my work. The truth will come out." The injunction was a victory for the McCanns, but the legal fight drained their resources and kept the narrative of their guilt alive in Portugal, where many still believed Amaral's claims. A significant turning point came in 2011 when the British government, under pressure from the McCanns and their supporters, intervened. On May 12, 2011, Madeline's 8th birthday, Kate published a book titled Madeline, Our Daughter's Disappearance and the Continuing Search for Her, a heartfelt account of the family's ordeal. The book, released by Transworld Publishers, became a bestseller, raising funds for the search and reigniting public interest. That same day, the McCanns met with Home Secretary Theresa May, 54, in London, pleading for a new investigation. Their persistence paid off. On May 13, 2011, Prime Minister David Cameron, 44, announced the launch of Operation Grange, a review of the case by the Metropolitan Police, funded by the Home Office. The operation, led by Detective Chief Inspector Andy Redwood, 48, aimed to re-examine all evidence and pursue new leads, a development that brought renewed hope to the McCanns. On May 15, 2011, Kate and Jerry held a press conference in London to mark the launch of Operation Grange, their faces a mix of exhaustion and optimism. "This is a huge step forward," Jerry said, standing beside Kate, who held an updated age-progressed image of Madeline at 8 years old. "We're grateful to the British government for taking this seriously. We just want to find our daughter." Operation Grange began with a team of 30 officers, who started by translating and analyzing the 30,000 pages of PJ files. Redwood focused on Jane Tanner's sighting, releasing a new e-fit of the suspect on July 1, 2011, and identifying 41 persons of interest, including 15 British nationals, to be interviewed. The operation gave the McCanns a renewed sense of purpose, but the road ahead remained uncertain, with the legal battle against Amaral still looming and the mystery of Madeline's fate as elusive as ever. By the end of 2011, Kate and Jerry had made significant strides in keeping Madeline's case alive through private investigations, media campaigns, and the launch of Operation Grange. On December 24, 2011, they attended a Christmas Eve service at their local church in Rothley, holding Sean and Amelie, now 6 years old, as they lit a candle for Madeline. The flame flickered in the dim light, a symbol of the hope they refused to let die, even as the years stretched on and the truth remained just out of reach. By 2012, the disappearance of Madeline McCann from the Ocean Club Resort in Praia da Luz, Portugal, on May 3, 2007, had become one of the most enduring mysteries in modern history, a case that continued to captivate the world nearly 2 decades later. Kate and Jerry McCann, both now 57, had spent the intervening years fighting to keep their daughter's case alive, supported by private investigations and the launch of Operation Grange by the Metropolitan Police in 2011. Despite new leads, including the identification of a prime suspect in 2020, the case remained unsolved as of April 2025, leaving the McCanns to balance their ongoing search for Madeline with the emotional toll of an unresolved tragedy, while their advocacy ensured her legacy endured. Operation Grange, led by Detective Chief Inspector Andy Redwood, made significant progress in its early years. By 2013, the team had reviewed over 40,000 documents and identified 41 persons of interest. On October 14, 2013, the Metropolitan Police released 2 new e-fits of a man seen carrying a child in Praia da Luz on the night Madeline disappeared, based on witness statements that had been overlooked by the Polícia Judiciária, PJ. The e-fits, broadcast on BBC's Crime Watch, showed a man aged 20 to 40 with short brown hair, and the program generated over 2,400 calls and emails with potential leads. Redwood, now 50, stated at a press conference in London, "We believe this man may be key to understanding what happened to Madeline." The Crime Watch appeal led to the elimination of a previous suspect, a man seen by Jane Tanner at 9:15 p.m., who was identified as an innocent British father carrying his child home from a creche, a breakthrough that shifted the timeline of the abduction to around 10 p.m., when Kate discovered Madeline missing. The McCanns continued their public campaign, using media appearances to keep Madeline's face in the public eye. On May 3, 2014, the 7th anniversary of her disappearance, they appeared on ITV's This Morning with hosts Philip Schofield, 52, and Holly Willoughby, 33. Kate held an updated age-progressed image of Madeline at 11 years old, her blonde hair shoulder length, her distinctive eye flex still prominent. "We still believe Madeline could be alive," Jerry said, his voice steady but his eyes filled with pain. "We're grateful for Operation Grange, but we need more answers." The interview coincided with a search in Praia da Luz, where British and Portuguese police excavated a plot of land near the Ocean Club from June 2 to June 8, 2014, following a lead about disturbed ground. The search, costing £1 million, yielded no evidence, a disappointing outcome that left Kate and Jerry grappling with renewed grief. A major breakthrough came in June 2020, when German prosecutors identified Christian Bruckner, a 43-year-old German drifter with a history of sexual offenses against children, as a prime suspect. Bruckner had lived in the Algarve between 1995 and 2007, working odd jobs and committing burglaries, often targeting holiday apartments. On June 3, 2020, the Braunschweig prosecutor, Hans Christian Wolters, 43, announced that Bruckner was being investigated for Madeline's murder, stating, "We have strong evidence that Madeline is dead and that this man is responsible." Bruckner was already in prison in Germany, serving a 7-year sentence for the 2005 rape of a 72-year-old American woman in Praia da Luz, just 1.5 miles from the Ocean Club. German police revealed that Bruckner's mobile phone records placed him in the area on the evening of May 3, 2007, and that he had confessed to a friend in 2017 that he knew what had happened to Madeline. The McCanns, now 52, received the news with a mix of hope and dread. On June 4, 2020, Clarence Mitchell, their spokesperson, released a statement. "Kate and Jerry welcome this development and hope it leads to answers about Madeline's fate." Operation Grange worked with German and Portuguese authorities to investigate Bruckner, searching his former home in the Algarve on July 10, 2020, and a garden allotment near Hanover, Germany, on July 27, 2020. The searches uncovered items like USB drives and clothing, but no definitive evidence linking Bruckner to Madeline. By 2022, German prosecutors had charged Bruckner with several other crimes in the Algarve, including a 2004 rape and a 2007 indecent exposure case, but they lacked the concrete evidence needed to charge him in Madeline's case, leaving the investigation at a standstill. The McCanns' legal battle with Goncalo Amaral also continued to unfold. In 2015, a Portuguese court awarded them €500,000 in damages for Amaral's book, but the decision was overturned in 2016 by the Lisbon Court of Appeal, which ruled that Amaral's freedom of expression trumped the McCanns' claims. The case reached the European Court of Human Rights, ECHR, in 2019, and on September 20, 2023, the ECHR upheld the Portuguese ruling, stating that Amaral's book, while distressing, did not violate the McCanns' rights. Kate and Jerry, now 56, were devastated by the decision, with Kate writing on the Find Madeline website on September 21, 2023. "This ruling allows lies to continue hurting our family and the search for Madeline. We will never give up on her." As of April 2025, the case remained unsolved, with Christian Bruckner still the prime suspect, but no charges filed in Madeline's disappearance. Operation Grange, now scaled back to a team of 4 officers, continued to follow leads, with the Home Office allocating £13 million to the investigation by 2025. On May 3, 2024, the 17th anniversary of Madeline's disappearance, the McCanns held a small vigil in Rothley, attended by 200 supporters. They released an age-progressed image of Madeline at 21 years old, her features strikingly similar to Kate's, her blonde hair long, and her eye fleck still a defining mark. "We still hold hope that Madeline is out there," Jerry said, his voice breaking as he stood beside Kate, who held Sean and Amelie, now 20 years old and university students. On April 4, 2025, Kate and Jerry visited the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children in Alexandria, Virginia, to advocate for missing children worldwide, a cause they had championed through the Find Madeline campaign. They met with families of other missing children, sharing their story and offering support. As they stood in front of a wall of photos, Madeline's image among them, Kate whispered, "We'll never stop, Maddie. We love you." The disappearance of Madeline McCann remained an enduring mystery, a case that had tested the McCanns' resilience and captured the world's attention, but their unwavering commitment ensured that Madeline's name would never be forgotten, a beacon of hope in the face of an unresolved tragedy. Hello and welcome to Nightmare Lullabies. As you settle in for the night, prepare to be immersed in a world of eerie whispers and unsettling tales, designed to both chill and soothe. Now close your eyes, relax, and let the darkness carry you away. And if these nightly tales captivate you, feel free to join our community for more whispered secrets. Travis Victor Alexander was born on July 28, 1977, in Riverside, California, to Gary David Alexander and Pamela Elizabeth Morgan Alexander. He was one of 8 siblings in a family that faced significant challenges. Both parents struggled with drug addiction, leading to an unstable and difficult home environment. In his early years, Travis often encountered neglect and hardship, experiences that would later shape his resilience and determination. At the age of 11, recognizing the need for a more stable upbringing, Travis moved in with his paternal grandparents. This transition marked a pivotal turning point in his life. Under their care, he was introduced to the teachings and community of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, LDS. Embracing the faith, Travis found a sense of belonging and purpose that had been absent during his earlier years. Travis's involvement with the LDS Church instilled in him values of service, discipline, and ambition. He became an active member, participating in various church activities and programs. This engagement not only provided him with a supportive community, but also ignited his passion for motivational speaking. Witnessing the positive impact that words could have on individuals, Travis aspired to inspire others through his own experiences and insights. Professionally, Travis ventured into sales and marketing. He joined Prepaid Legal Services, PPL, a network marketing company offering legal service plans. His charisma, combined with a genuine desire to help others, made him a natural fit for the role. Colleagues and friends often noted his infectious enthusiasm and unwavering optimism. Through PPL, Travis traveled extensively, delivering motivational speeches and training sessions. His ability to connect with diverse audiences further solidified his reputation as an effective communicator and leader. Beyond his professional endeavors, Travis was known for his vivacious personality and zest for life. He had a penchant for adventure, often organizing trips with friends and seeking out new experiences. His blog and social media profiles painted a picture of a man who cherished relationships, valued personal growth, and approached life with an open heart and mind. However, beneath the surface, Travis grappled with the complexities of balancing his personal desires with the expectations of his faith. The teachings of the LDS Church emphasized chastity and purity, values that sometimes conflicted with the realities of modern relationships. Travis's internal struggle was emblematic of many young adults striving to reconcile personal feelings with deeply held beliefs. In essence, Travis Alexander's life was a testament to resilience and ambition. From a tumultuous childhood, he carved out a path marked by faith, determination, and a commitment to uplifting others. His journey serves as a poignant reminder of the human spirit's capacity to overcome adversity and seek purpose amidst challenges. Jodi Ann Arias was born on July 9, 1980, in Salinas, California. She was the first daughter of Bill and Sandy Arias. Later, the family grew to include a younger brother and sister. At first glance, Jodi's childhood seemed ordinary. Her parents worked hard to support the family. Her father ran a small restaurant business. Her mother stayed home during Jodi's early years. To neighbors and friends, the Arias family appeared typical. Not rich, not poor, just a regular middle-class American family trying to make it work. But inside the home, Jodi's world was more complicated. As she got older, she often described her childhood as difficult. She claimed her parents were strict, sometimes even physically abusive. In interviews and police interrogations later in her life, Jodi would speak about being disciplined with a wooden spoon or a belt. Whether these punishments were out of the ordinary or part of strict, but normal parenting remains debated. What is certain is that Jodi grew up feeling misunderstood and isolated. In school, Jodi was artistic and creative. She loved to draw and showed talent early on. Teachers remembered her as bright but quiet, often keeping to herself. She was not unpopular, but she wasn't particularly social either. She floated between groups without ever fully belonging. Like many teenagers, she struggled with identity and self-esteem. At the age of 14, Jodi began to rebel. Her relationship with her parents became tense. They enforced curfews and strict rules, which Jodi resisted. Arguments at home became frequent. By 16, she was sneaking out, experimenting with alcohol and marijuana, and dating older boys. Activities her conservative parents strongly disapproved of. Her grades slipped, and eventually, she dropped out of high school altogether. Without a diploma, Jodi bounced from job to job. She waitressed at diners, bartended, and did photography on the side. She often moved from town to town, searching for something she couldn't quite define. Friends from this period described her as charming but inconsistent, passionate one moment, detached the next. She had a way of making intense connections quickly, but just as easily, relationships soured. Throughout her early 20s, Jodi sought stability in romantic relationships. She seemed desperate to be loved. She threw herself completely into every relationship, often adapting her personality to fit the man she was with. She converted religions, changed her lifestyle habits, and shifted her interests depending on who she was dating. To those around her, it seemed excessive, even alarming at times. Jodi's early dating history was peppered with intense romances that ended badly. When breakups occurred, she often refused to let go. Some ex-boyfriends reported that she would continue to call, text, or show up unexpectedly long after the relationship ended. In some cases, she slashed tires or sent threatening messages. These behaviors foreshadowed the toxic obsession that would later define her relationship with Travis Alexander. In 2006, Jodi was living in Palm Desert, California, working as a waitress and trying to break into photography. She was attractive with long blonde hair and striking green eyes. Outwardly, she projected confidence and charm. She was the type of woman who could walk into a room and draw attention without trying. Inside, however, Jodi battled feelings of inadequacy and fear of abandonment. She craved validation and clung to anyone who offered it. That same year, Jodi attended a business conference in Las Vegas for Prepaid Legal Services, a networking company. It was there she met Travis Alexander. He was charismatic, successful, and deeply rooted in his Mormon faith. For Jodi, Travis seemed to represent everything she wanted: success, stability, admiration, and a future. The attraction was immediate. Travis, too, was drawn to Jodi's beauty and charm. Despite knowing she wasn't Mormon, he pursued her. For Jodi, this attention from a man like Travis was intoxicating. She saw in him a ticket to the life she always dreamed of: marriage, family, social status, and belonging. Almost immediately after meeting Travis, Jodi began to change aspects of her life to fit his world. Within months, she was studying the doctrines of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. She agreed to be baptized into the Mormon faith, an act that made a strong impression on Travis and his friends. But while Travis enjoyed Jody's attention and affection, he had doubts. He confided in friends that he thought Jody was too aggressive and too much too soon. Jody, however, was undeterred. She pursued Travis with a single-minded focus that bordered on obsession. She was always available, always attentive, always present. When Travis tried to create distance, she pushed harder. For Jody, losing Travis wasn't an option. As their relationship developed, cracks began to show. Travis valued his faith and aspired to marry a woman who shared his religious principles and goals. Jody, while outwardly compliant, struggled to embody those ideals. Their relationship became increasingly physical, something Travis later regretted. According to his beliefs, chastity before marriage was paramount. His ongoing intimacy with Jody caused him significant guilt. Meanwhile, Jody's behavior became more possessive and controlling. She monitored Travis's interactions with other women, demanded constant reassurance, and grew jealous easily. Friends of Travis later reported feeling uncomfortable around Jody. They described her as cold, calculating, and manipulative. Some even warned Travis to end the relationship. Despite these warning signs, Travis found it difficult to cut ties completely. Their connection was intense, and their physical chemistry undeniable. They broke up and reconciled multiple times, each time falling back into the same destructive patterns. Over time, Jody's need for control deepened. She hacked into Travis's email, snooped through his phone, and even broke into his home uninvited. In one incident, she snuck into his house through the doggy door. In another, she slashed the tires of a woman Travis was dating. Travis began to fear her but also felt trapped by guilt, attraction, and emotional manipulation. After their final breakup, Jody moved back to California. But she didn't truly let go. She continued to call, email, and text Travis incessantly. She even made unannounced trips to Arizona, where Travis lived. He tried to move on, dating other women, and focusing on his career. But Jody lingered, always in the background, a reminder of a relationship that refused to die. Throughout this period, Jody presented two faces to the world. To acquaintances and strangers, she was sweet, soft-spoken, and polite. She spoke lovingly of Travis and claimed they remained close friends. To Travis and those closest to him, she was something else entirely, obsessive, jealous, and increasingly unstable. In the months leading up to his death, Travis confided in friends that he was afraid of Jody. He described her behavior as stalker-like and said he worried about what she might do. He wanted to cut ties completely, but struggled to disentangle himself. He still felt sorry for her and occasionally succumbed to her manipulations, meeting with her and keeping the connection alive. For Jody, Travis was more than just an ex-boyfriend. He represented everything she had worked for: love, validation, acceptance, and a future she believed was rightfully hers. Losing him meant losing herself. In her mind, if she couldn't have Travis, no one could. This toxic mindset, a combination of deep insecurity, emotional instability, and obsessive love, would ultimately lead to one of the most brutal and infamous murders in recent American history. In September 2006, a business conference in Las Vegas brought Jody Arias and Travis Alexander into the same orbit. The event was hosted by Prepaid Legal Services, a company that sold legal insurance through a multi-level marketing model. Travis was already established within the company. He was known for his dynamic presentations and outgoing personality. Jody, on the other hand, was relatively new, hoping to expand her career and make new connections. When they met, the attraction was instant. Jody later described it as love at first sight. Travis was charismatic, confident, and full of energy. He had a magnetic presence that pulled people in. Jody was beautiful, poised, and attentive, qualities that immediately caught Travis's eye. They spoke briefly that first day, sharing casual conversation and smiles. By the end of the weekend, they had exchanged numbers and agreed to stay in touch. After the conference, communication between Jody and Travis escalated quickly. They talked on the phone for hours, sent countless text messages, and exchanged flirtatious emails. Despite living several states apart, Travis in Mesa, Arizona, and Jody in Palm Desert, California, the distance didn't slow them down. In fact, it seemed to fuel the excitement. There was mystery in not seeing each other every day. Each phone call, each message, added to the intensity. From the start, Jody made herself extremely available. She listened intently to Travis's stories, laughed at his jokes, and expressed admiration for his accomplishments. Travis, who had grown up with a difficult childhood, appreciated the attention and validation. He enjoyed feeling important, desired, and needed. Jody provided that and more. Within weeks, their interactions became more serious. Travis invited Jody to visit him in Arizona. She eagerly agreed. During that visit, their physical relationship began. Though both were members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, which strongly discouraged premarital sex, they crossed boundaries that made Travis feel conflicted. He enjoyed the connection but felt guilty about betraying his faith. Jody, for her part, seemed willing to do whatever it took to keep him happy. Not long after their initial meetings, Jody expressed interest in joining the LDS Church. Travis was enthusiastic. On November 26, 2006, Jody was baptized into the faith, with Travis present at the ceremony. For Travis, this step seemed like confirmation that Jody could be part of his long-term future. For Jody, it was another way to bind herself to Travis more tightly. After her baptism, their relationship continued to deepen, at least on the surface. They traveled together, visiting church sites and going on trips to places like Sedona, Carlsbad, and even out-of-state destinations. In public, they presented as a happy, affectionate couple. They took photos smiling on hikes, lounging by pools, and attending group events with other prepaid legal associates. Their friends often saw them together, laughing and flirting. But underneath the smiles, cracks were beginning to form. Travis, despite his feelings for Jody, had reservations. He confided in friends that he found Jody to be clingy and intense. She demanded constant attention, and became upset if he didn't respond quickly to her calls or texts. He also worried that her commitment to the faith was more about pleasing him than true belief. These doubts festered quietly in the background. At the same time, Jody was growing more attached. She imagined a future with Travis, marriage, children, a home together. She began discussing these topics openly, while Travis hesitated. He wasn't sure if Jody was the kind of woman he wanted to marry. In his private journal entries, Travis wrote about wanting a virtuous, modest wife who would raise a family in the faith. Though he cared for Jody, he doubted whether she truly fit that ideal. As months passed, the imbalance in their relationship grew. Travis enjoyed Jody's company, but often kept her at arm's length emotionally. He dated other women casually, sometimes while still maintaining physical relations with Jody. This duality caused strain. Jody became jealous, possessive, and increasingly desperate to hold on to Travis's affection. She began appearing uninvited at his house, sometimes letting herself in through the garage when he wasn't expecting her. She would clean his house, do his laundry, and leave gifts on his bed. On the surface, these were acts of devotion, but friends found them unsettling. It was as if Jody refused to let Travis create any space between them. By early 2007, the relationship had entered a confusing phase. They were no longer officially dating, but they still spent time together. They were physical, but Travis was pursuing other women for a more serious relationship. Jody clung to the hope that he would eventually come back to her completely. She interpreted every kind gesture, every compliment, as a sign that he still loved her. Meanwhile, Travis's friends grew increasingly wary of Jody. Several warned him that she was dangerous. One friend described her as having crazy eyes. Others said she had a way of making them feel uncomfortable, as if she were constantly calculating how to stay close to Travis. Despite the warnings, Travis struggled to fully break away. Jody, sensing Travis slipping away, intensified her efforts. She moved from California to Mesa, Arizona, a decision she framed as being about work, but everyone understood it was to be closer to Travis. Though she got her own apartment, she was often at his house. Sometimes she stayed overnight, sleeping in his bed. Sometimes she snuck in when he wasn't home. Her behavior became more invasive. She monitored Travis's social media, reading through his comments and posts. She hacked into his email account to check for communications with other women. When she found something she didn't like, she confronted him, sometimes crying, sometimes angry, sometimes both. Travis tried to maintain boundaries, but he struggled. He didn't want to hurt Jody's feelings. He was a people pleaser by nature, and he found it difficult to be harsh with someone who was so emotionally invested in him. At times, he gave in to her demands just to avoid conflict. Other times, he expressed anger and frustration, telling her they were not a couple and she needed to move on. In response, Jody would apologize, act contrite, and promise to respect his wishes. But the cycle repeated again and again. After a brief period of calm, she would insert herself back into his life, and Travis would allow it. By mid-2007, Travis was seriously pursuing another woman, a fellow Mormon who met all his ideals for marriage. He was excited about the possibility of a fresh start. Jody found out about the new relationship and was devastated. Though she maintained a friendly front, inside she was furious. She began lashing out, sending Travis angry texts and voicemails accusing him of betrayal and hypocrisy. Despite everything, Travis still felt sympathy for Jody. He believed she was lonely and heartbroken. His compassion kept him tied to her in small but significant ways. They still communicated regularly. They still had occasional physical encounters. Travis's inability to draw a firm line made it impossible for either of them to truly move on. Throughout late 2007 and early 2008, their relationship grew increasingly toxic. Jody vacillated between loving gestures and angry outbursts. Travis vacillated between guilt-driven kindness and desperate attempts to create distance. Neither could completely break free. Friends noticed a change in Travis during this time. He seemed more stressed, more withdrawn. He spoke openly about wanting to find a wife and start a family. He knew he couldn't do that with Jody. He knew he needed to cut ties for good. But doing so would prove far more difficult and dangerous than he could have ever imagined. In Jody's mind, Travis still belonged to her. No matter who he dated, no matter what he said, she believed they were destined to be together. And if she couldn't have him, no one could. At first, the connection between Travis Alexander and Jody Arias had been exciting, full of new energy and passion. But as the months passed, the spark that had once fueled their romance began to burn in a different way. Darker, heavier, and far more dangerous. The shift was gradual. Small things at first. Jody wanted to know where Travis was at all times. She would call repeatedly, send dozens of text messages in a single day, and become upset if he didn't answer immediately. Travis, who enjoyed his freedom and valued his friendships, saw the change in him. He became more stressed and anxious. He began avoiding conversations about his personal life. When pressed, he would admit that Jody made him uncomfortable. He told friends that she had read his private emails without permission. He admitted she had shown up uninvited at his house. He even said he sometimes feared what she might do if she ever felt abandoned. Despite all this, Travis continued to let Jody back into his life. Part of it was guilt, part of it was habit, and part of it was fear of confrontation, fear of escalation, and fear of hurting someone he had once cared deeply about. Jody's jealousy grew more intense. Any interaction Travis had with another woman, no matter how innocent, was a trigger. Jody would accuse him of cheating, lying, betraying her. She monitored his social media accounts obsessively. She would comment under posts he made, even those unrelated to dating, marking her territory publicly. In private, the arguments between them became more heated. Jody would oscillate between crying, screaming, and pleading. She would apologize for her behavior one moment and attack him the next. She played the victim and the aggressor, often within the same conversation. At times, Travis fought back. He told Jody she was manipulative. He called her a sociopath. In emails that would later be used as evidence, Travis expressed his anger and frustration, accusing Jody of ruining his life. He said she was the worst thing that had ever happened to him. He told her she was evil. Jody didn't back down. If anything, the insults only fueled her obsession. She refused to let Travis go. In her mind, she believed that no matter what he said, he still loved her. She convinced herself that if she just tried harder, if she just proved herself enough, he would eventually realize they were meant to be together. Meanwhile, Travis tried to move on with his life. He started dating other women seriously, looking for a partner who fit his values and future goals. Jody found out about every new relationship, often within days. She would send Travis angry texts, leave him voicemails, and sometimes even confront the women he was dating. One woman reported waking up one morning to find her tires slashed after a date with Travis. Another found threatening emails in her inbox, anonymous but unmistakably linked back to Jody. These incidents were never officially reported to police, but they painted a clear picture of Jody's increasing desperation and instability. Still, Travis hesitated to take stronger action. He didn't want to involve law enforcement. He didn't want to create drama. He believed, or hoped, that if he kept his distance and stayed polite, Jody would eventually move on. But Jody had no intention of moving on. She began driving by his house at odd hours. Sometimes she would sit outside for hours, watching to see if he was home or if anyone else was there. She even entered his house when he wasn't there, claiming she was returning borrowed items or cleaning up. In one incident, Travis returned home from a trip to find Jody asleep on his couch. He hadn't given her a key. She had let herself in through the garage, using the code she had memorized during their relationship. Travis was disturbed, but once again chose to deal with it quietly. The toxic cycle between them continued. Travis would push Jody away, Jody would find a way back in. Travis would date someone new, Jody would sabotage it. Travis would express anger, Jody would apologize and promise to change. Each time the cycle repeated, it became harder for Travis to believe that Jody would ever let go. By early 2008, Travis was planning a major trip. He wanted to celebrate his achievements with prepaid legal services and also explore the possibility of a new relationship. He planned a trip to Cancun, Mexico, and invited a female friend, not Jody, to accompany him. When Jody learned about the trip, she was furious. She confronted Travis in a series of angry emails and voicemails. She accused him of using her, of betraying her, of lying to her. She reminded him of everything she had sacrificed for him, converting to his religion, moving closer to him, standing by him when others walked away. Travis, for his part, stood firm. He told her that their relationship was over. He said he wished her well, but made it clear that he was moving on. Jody didn't accept it. She continued to show up uninvited. She hacked into Travis's accounts, reading his private messages. She monitored his activities, desperate for any information about his plans and his new relationships. She became consumed by thoughts of him, thoughts that grew darker and more violent with each passing day. In private conversations with friends, Travis expressed real fear. He joked about Jody being crazy, but underneath the jokes was genuine anxiety. He told friends he worried she might hurt him. He even said that if something bad happened to him, Jody would probably be responsible. No one took the warnings as seriously as they should have. On the surface, Jody still presented herself as sweet and soft-spoken. She smiled politely, spoke kindly, and acted friendly to those around her. But behind closed doors, she was unraveling. The love she once felt for Travis had twisted into something else, a burning need to possess him completely or destroy him entirely. As the date of Travis's Cancun trip approached, Jody's behavior became more erratic. She made unexpected trips to Arizona. She bought a gun. She rented a car under an assumed name. She filled gas cans to avoid stopping for fuel and leaving a trail. She planned carefully, meticulously. She wasn't just visiting Travis this time. She was preparing for something far more final. By the spring of 2008, it was clear to everyone around Travis Alexander that his relationship with Jody Arias had become toxic beyond repair. What had started as an exciting romance had evolved into a cycle of manipulation, control, fear, and regret. Travis wanted out completely, permanently, but breaking free would not be easy. The final breakup between Travis and Jody was messy. For Travis, it was a necessary step toward reclaiming his life. For Jody, it was a devastating rejection she refused to accept. Travis made it clear. He wanted to move on. He wanted a future with a woman who shared his values and his dreams. He was tired of the drama, the jealousy, and the emotional games. He was tired of feeling watched, trapped, and guilty. Ending things with Jody was his chance to start over. At first, Jody pretended to agree. She smiled. She said she understood. She promised to stay friends. Travis, always wanting to avoid conflict, accepted her words at face value. But Jody's actions told a different story. Almost immediately after the breakup, Jody intensified her surveillance of Travis's life. She monitored his online activity obsessively. She hacked into his email and Facebook accounts. She read his private messages. Every new female friend he made, every flirty comment he left, every event he planned to attend. Jody knew about it within hours. When Travis tried to distance himself, Jody found ways to insert herself back into his life. She showed up uninvited at his home. She accidentally ran into him at social events. She left gifts on his doorstep, photos of them together, handmade cards, small tokens of affection, reminders of their past and threats wrapped in sentiment. Travis was frustrated, but he was also conflicted. Part of him felt sorry for Jody. He knew she had uprooted her life to be near him. He knew she didn't have many friends or family nearby. He didn't want to be cruel. He thought that if he handled things gently enough, she would eventually let go. But Jody had no intention of letting go. In private, she was unraveling. She called Travis dozens of times a day. If he didn't answer, she left long, rambling voicemails. Sometimes she cried. Sometimes she screamed. Sometimes she spoke in a flat, emotionless tone, as if reading a script. The messages varied wildly: expressions of love, pleas for forgiveness, accusations of betrayal, and threats of exposure. Jody used every tactic she could think of to maintain control. If kindness didn't work, she turned to guilt. If guilt failed, she turned to anger. If anger didn't get a response, she would simply appear on his doorstep. Friends noticed the toll it was taking on Travis. He seemed distracted and worn down. He made jokes about Jody being a stalker, but underneath the humor was real fear. He told friends he thought Jody might hurt herself, or even him if she felt pushed too far. He said he worried she would slash his tires, damage his property, or worse. He wasn't wrong. Jody's behavior grew bolder. One night, Travis was out with a new woman he was interested in. They returned to his home and settled in for the evening. Suddenly, loud banging came from outside. When they went to investigate, they found that all 4 tires on Travis's car had been slashed. Travis immediately suspected Jody, though he had no proof. Another time, Travis found his bank account compromised. Passwords he thought were secure had been changed. Suspicious activity showed someone had logged into his personal email. Again, Travis suspected Jody. Again, he chose not to confront her directly. He was afraid. He knew that Jody wasn't thinking rationally anymore. He worried that if he pushed her too hard, she would retaliate in ways he couldn't predict or control. In an effort to protect himself, Travis began limiting his online presence. He changed passwords, restricted who could see his posts, and stopped sharing personal information publicly. He tried to set firm boundaries with Jody, refusing her calls and ignoring her messages. When they did communicate, he kept the conversations brief and impersonal. But even with these efforts, Jody found ways to stay close. She learned Travis's schedule. She knew when he would be out of town, when he would be attending church, when he would be home alone. She would drive by his house at all hours, sometimes parking down the street to watch from a distance. She sent him long emails, pouring out her feelings. She accused him of leading her on, of lying, of using her. She apologized profusely, then turned around and accused him again. She said she was trying to move on, but everything she did showed the opposite. In April 2008, Travis began seriously dating another woman. She was kind, grounded, and shared his faith. Travis saw a real future with her. He began making plans, personal, spiritual, professional, that did not include Jody. When Jody learned about the new relationship, her behavior escalated even further. She sent Travis a series of angry, vulgar text messages, accusing him of being a hypocrite and a sinner. She threatened to expose their sexual history to his church community, knowing it could ruin his reputation and standing. Travis begged her to stop. He told her he didn't want to fight. He said he wished her the best and wanted her to find happiness elsewhere. But his words had no effect. In Jody's mind, Travis had made a promise to her, a promise of love, of marriage, of forever. In her mind, he had broken that promise, and broken promises had consequences. By May 2008, the situation had reached a boiling point. Travis was preparing for a major work event and looking forward to his trip to Cancun. He was excited about his future, new opportunities, new love, a new life. But Jody was not done. She rented a car under a false name. She purchased gas cans to avoid stopping at service stations where she might be recorded. She turned off her cell phone to avoid leaving a digital trail. She packed a camera, a knife, and a gun. She set out on a trip that would end with Travis's death. After Jody Arias set her plan in motion, her behavior in the final weeks before Travis's death became even more calculated. To the outside world, she tried to appear normal, maintaining casual conversations with friends and co-workers. But underneath, she was singularly focused on Travis. She meticulously prepared for her trip. She rented a white Ford Focus from a budget rent-a-car in Redding, California, several hundred miles from her home, so that no one would connect her to a vehicle moving through Arizona. She dyed her hair from blonde back to brown in the days before leaving, a detail that would later stand out to investigators. Jody borrowed gas cans from a former boyfriend, insisting she needed them for a long trip. The gas cans would allow her to drive long stretches without stopping at gas stations where surveillance cameras could record her image. She planned every step carefully to avoid leaving a trail. Meanwhile, Travis had no idea what was coming. In his mind, he was finally starting to move past the chaos that had consumed the last 2 years of his life. He focused on work, spent time with friends, and planned his trip to Cancun. His future looked bright. He had survived the worst, or so he thought. In the final weeks before his death, Travis exchanged a few messages with Jody. Some were cordial, others were filled with anger and accusations. Travis made it clear he did not want her in his life. He told her she had hurt him deeply, that he saw through her manipulations. He used harsh words, words filled with frustration and exhaustion. Words that wounded Jody's pride and fueled her anger even more. Friends urged Travis to cut all contact, but it was easier said than done. He didn't hate Jody. Despite everything, he still felt a complicated mix of emotions: guilt, pity, anger, and a lingering sense of responsibility. And Jody used every angle she could to stay connected. She offered friendship. She offered closure. She offered intimacy. In late May 2008, Jody called Travis to discuss possibly visiting him. Travis was hesitant. He told friends he wasn't sure if he wanted her there. He knew it wasn't a good idea, but Jody insisted. She promised it would just be a friendly visit, a chance to clear the air, to end things on good terms. On June 2, 2008, Jody set off from California, beginning her long, carefully planned drive toward Mesa, Arizona. She told others she was going to visit friends in Utah. She left voicemails for Travis along the way, light and casual, building the illusion of a normal road trip. She even made plans to meet with another man in Utah later in the week, another layer of misdirection. But the real destination was always Travis. Back in Mesa, Travis spent the early part of June preparing for his upcoming trip to Cancun. He finalized travel plans, wrapped up work obligations, and attended church activities. He also spent time talking with friends about his hopes for the future: marriage, family, and leaving the chaos of his past behind. He had no idea that Jody was driving through the desert toward him, armed and determined. By the time Jody arrived in Mesa, it was the early hours of June 4th. She entered Travis's home. Whether she was invited or broken remains unclear. What is known is that she spent several hours there. They were intimate. They took photographs of each other, pictures that would later be found on a memory card recovered from Travis's washing machine. Those images would capture the final moments of Travis's life. After the encounter, something shifted. An argument likely broke out. Some believe Travis tried one last time to push Jodi away, to tell her it was over for good. Whatever was said, it triggered the final act. Travis was attacked in his bathroom. He was stabbed 27 times. His throat was slit from ear to ear. He was shot in the head. The brutality of the attack stunned investigators later. It wasn't a crime of passion, it was a crime of rage, hatred, and control. After killing Travis, Jodi attempted to clean up the scene. She deleted photographs from the camera. She tried to wash blood from the floor. She put the camera in the washing machine and started a cycle, hoping to destroy evidence. Then she left. She continued her trip to Utah as if nothing had happened. She met up with a new love interest there, acting normal and carefree. She laughed, flirted, and made plans for the future. Meanwhile, Travis's body lay undiscovered for 5 days. His friends, worried after not hearing from him, eventually broke into his house. What they found was horrifying. The crime scene was brutal. Blood was everywhere, in the bathroom, in the bedroom, smeared along the walls. It was clear that Travis had fought for his life. It was clear that his death had been personal, fueled by deep rage. At first, suspicion didn't immediately fall on Jodi. She presented herself as a concerned ex-girlfriend. She called Travis's friends, asking for updates. She even attended his memorial service, hugging his family, crying for the cameras. But beneath the surface, investigators were already piecing the truth together. Jodi had left behind a trail, gas receipts, rental car records, cell phone pings that pointed directly to her. And inside Travis's washing machine, forensic experts recovered a damaged, but still readable memory card. On that card were the photographs Jodi had tried to destroy. Photographs of Travis alive, and photographs of Travis bleeding, moments after the attack. The evidence was overwhelming. The picture was clear. Jodi hadn't just stalked Travis. She hadn't just harassed him. She had destroyed him in the most violent, personal way imaginable. The final moments of Travis Alexander's life were brutal, violent, and tragic. What started as an unannounced visit from an ex-girlfriend ended in a crime scene so horrific that even seasoned investigators struggled to process what they found. On June 4, 2008, in the early hours of the morning, Jodi Arias was inside Travis's home at 11428 East Queensboro Avenue in Mesa, Arizona. The exact sequence of events that led to the attack is not known in perfect detail, but based on forensic evidence, photographs, and later testimony, investigators were able to reconstruct what happened. In the hours before his death, Travis and Jodi appeared to have spent time together in a familiar, almost casual way. Recovered photos from Travis's digital camera show intimate images taken in his bedroom, some clothed, some naked, some playful. There is no clear sign of struggle in these early photos. In fact, Travis appears relaxed, unaware of the danger that was building beside him. At some point, Travis entered the shower. More photos recovered from the damaged memory card show him standing under the running water. His face in these images appears neutral. He is looking directly at the camera, unaware that these would be the last photos ever taken of him alive. Then something changed. The next images on the memory card are blurry and chaotic. One photo captures what looks like Travis bleeding heavily on the floor. Another shows a foot, believed to be Jodi's, standing over his body. The timestamps between these images are separated by only minutes. What investigators concluded was this. While Travis was vulnerable, showering and unarmed, Jodi launched her attack. She stabbed him first, likely in the chest, surprising him. Wounded but still conscious, Travis tried to escape. Blood evidence showed he stumbled out of the shower, down the hallway, trying desperately to get away. He made it as far as the bathroom sink, and then collapsed onto the floor. The attack continued. Jody stabbed him again and again, 27 times in total. She slashed his throat so deeply that it nearly decapitated him. Finally, she shot him in the head, either during or after the stabbing. The exact order of the wounds remains debated, but what is certain is that the attack was excessive, personal, and filled with rage. Forensic analysis of the scene revealed that Travis fought hard for his life. There were defensive wounds on his hands, suggesting he tried to block the knife. There was blood smeared along the hallway walls, showing his desperate attempts to crawl away. Despite his efforts, there was no escape. After the killing, Jody didn't flee immediately. She stayed in the house for some time, attempting to clean the scene. She stripped the bed, put bloody towels into the washing machine along with Travis's camera, and started a wash cycle. She deleted photos from the camera's memory card, trying to erase evidence of her presence. But not everything could be cleaned. Jody left behind fingerprints, hair, blood traces, and most importantly, a digital trail that would eventually lead investigators straight to her. Once she finished her efforts to cover up the crime, Jody left Travis's house. She drove toward Utah to meet another man, Ryan Burns, as if nothing had happened. Along the way, she made calls to Travis's phone and left voicemails, pretending to be unaware of his fate. These voicemails were casual, flirtatious even, carefully crafted to create an alibi and distance herself from the murder. Meanwhile, Travis's friends in Mesa grew increasingly concerned. Days passed without any word from him. He missed important work meetings, didn't respond to texts, and wasn't answering his door. On June 9, 2008, a group of worried friends decided to enter his home. Travis's roommates were home, but claimed not to have noticed anything unusual, a fact that puzzled investigators later. When the friends opened the door to Travis's master bedroom, the smell of death was overwhelming. They found his body crumpled in the shower, covered in blood. The crime scene was horrifying. Blood pooled around Travis's body, stained the walls, and soaked into the floor. Investigators found bloody handprints, smeared stains along the hallway, and signs of a desperate struggle. It didn't take long for detectives to conclude that the killing was not random. This was personal. The brutality suggested anger, betrayal, and intimate knowledge of the victim. The question was, who would want Travis Alexander dead? Jodi Arias quickly became a person of interest. Friends told police about her obsessive behavior, the stalking, the harassment. They described how she continued to insert herself into Travis's life even after their breakup. Several mentioned Travis's own words, that if anything ever happened to him, Jodi would probably be involved. Still, when investigators first contacted Jodi, she played the role of the innocent ex-girlfriend. She said she hadn't seen Travis in months. She offered condolences, cried on the phone, and acted genuinely shocked by the news. But inconsistencies began to emerge almost immediately. Jodi claimed she was nowhere near Arizona at the time of the murder, yet gas receipts and cell phone records showed otherwise. Her rental car, returned days after the killing, was missing floor mats and had red stains later identified as blood. And the ultimate piece of evidence, the recovered photographs from Travis's camera, showed Jodi at the crime scene, minutes before and after Travis's death. Faced with the evidence, Jodi changed her story multiple times. First, she denied being in Arizona. Then, she admitted she had visited Travis but claimed they parted on good terms. Finally, she claimed 2 masked intruders had broken into Travis's house, killed him, and let her escape. The lies collapsed under scrutiny. In July 2008, Jodi Arias was arrested and charged with the first-degree murder of Travis Alexander. Even behind bars, Jodi maintained her innocence. She gave interviews to television networks, smiling for the cameras, insisting she loved Travis and would never hurt him. She painted herself as a victim, trapped in an abusive relationship, fighting for her life. But the evidence was overwhelming. And the real story, the story of obsession, control, and violent betrayal, was becoming clearer to everyone watching. The murder of Travis Alexander wasn't a crime of passion. It wasn't an accident. It was a calculated, brutal act carried out by someone who believed that if she couldn't have him, no one could. The tragedy left Travis's family and friends shattered. A young man, full of dreams and hope for the future, was gone. And the woman who claimed to love him had taken everything from him in the most brutal way imaginable. The stage was now set for one of the most infamous criminal trials in American history. When Travis Alexander's friends found his body on June 9, 2008, they immediately called 911. The first officers on the scene quickly realized they were dealing with a brutal homicide. The blood, the sheer violence of the injuries, and the condition of the body pointed to an intensely personal attack. Detectives from the Mesa Police Department took over the case. They began their investigation methodically, focusing first on Travis's close personal relationships. It didn't take long for Jodi Arias's name to surface. Travis's friends were clear. Travis had been afraid of Jodi. She had stalked him, hacked into his email, slashed his tires, and showed up uninvited at his house. In the weeks before his death, Travis had told friends that if anything happened to him, Jodi would be the one responsible. From the very beginning, Jodi Arias was on the investigators' radar. But suspicion alone wasn't enough. They needed hard evidence. The forensic team processed Travis's house carefully. The amount of blood in the bathroom and hallway showed how violently Travis had fought for his life. Bloody handprints were found on the walls and door frames. The washing machine contained wet towels and a digital camera, likely placed there in an attempt to destroy evidence. Technicians recovered the memory card from the camera. It appeared to have been damaged by water, but was still partially functional. When they began to pull images from the card, what they found stunned everyone involved. There were intimate photos of Travis and Jodi taken on the day of the murder. Photos of Travis alive in the shower, looking directly at the camera. Then images that captured the beginning of the attack, blurry shots showing Travis bleeding on the bathroom floor. The timestamps on the photos placed Jodi Arias at the scene at the exact time of the murder. Investigators moved quickly to secure more evidence. They traced Jodi's movements through phone records, text messages, and receipts. Cell tower data placed her phone near Mesa, Arizona, during the time of the murder, despite her claims that she was hundreds of miles away. Gas receipts showed she had purchased large amounts of fuel, allowing her to drive long distances without stopping for gas. A clear attempt to avoid being caught on surveillance cameras. The rental car she had returned in California showed further signs of foul play. The car was missing its floor mats. Red stains, later identified as blood, were found inside. Jodi claimed the stains were from a spilled drink, but forensic testing suggested otherwise. With the evidence mounting, investigators contacted Jodi Arias for an interview. In her first conversation with police, Jodi was cooperative and calm. She claimed she had not seen Travis for several months. She expressed shock and sadness at his death. She described herself as a loving ex-girlfriend who had nothing but good memories of Travis. Detectives listened carefully. They knew she was lying. They let her talk, giving her space to weave her story. The goal was to gather as much information as possible without alerting her to how much they already knew. When confronted with the evidence, the photos, the phone records, the gas receipts, Jodi hesitated. She adjusted her story. She now admitted that she had been in Mesa, but insisted she and Travis had parted on good terms. She said she had visited him, taken some photos, and then left, unaware of what would happen later. The detectives weren't buying it. They knew the photos captured more than just a friendly visit. They showed Travis alive, and then dying. As the pressure mounted, Jodi changed her story again. This time, she claimed that two masked intruders had broken into Travis's house while she was there. She said they attacked Travis, killed him, and then spared her life. She said she didn't report the crime because she was afraid for her own safety. The detectives listened patiently, but were unconvinced. The story didn't match the physical evidence. There were no signs of forced entry. There were no signs of a struggle with unknown assailants. There was only evidence of a violent confrontation between Travis and someone he knew. By July 15, 2008, police had enough to move forward. Jodi Arias was arrested at her grandparents' home in Yreka, California. When they put the cuffs on her, she acted surprised. She asked why she was being arrested. When told she was being charged with the murder of Travis Alexander, she cried but did not resist. At the police station, Jodi's behavior shifted again. She smiled, sang songs, did handstands against the wall, and applied makeup using the camera's reflection. Her demeanor was bizarre, disconnected from the seriousness of the charges she faced. When her interrogation began, she continued to deny any involvement. Over several hours, detectives methodically broke down her lies. They confronted her with the photos, the phone records, the receipts, and the blood evidence. Piece by piece, her story fell apart. Still, Jodi refused to confess. She insisted that she was a victim, that she had been in the wrong place at the wrong time. Even when faced with overwhelming evidence, she clung to her lies. Meanwhile, the public was beginning to learn about the case. News of Travis Alexander's brutal murder and Jodi Arias's arrest spread quickly. The story had all the elements that captured public attention. A young, attractive couple, a secretive and toxic relationship, a brutal, personal killing. The media labeled Jodi a femme fatale, a woman who used her looks and charm to manipulate and ultimately destroy. But the reality was more complicated. Jodi wasn't a cartoon villain. She was a deeply unstable person whose obsession turned deadly. After her arrest, Jodi was extradited to Arizona to face trial. She was held without bond, charged with first-degree murder, and faced the possibility of the death penalty. Over the next several months, prosecutors and defense attorneys prepared for what would become one of the most sensational criminal trials in American history. Jodi maintained her innocence, but the mountain of evidence, the photos, the DNA, the digital footprint, told a very different story. In the quiet moments behind bars, Jodi began crafting yet another version of events, one that she hoped might save her life when the time came to face a jury. The stage was set. The battle for justice was about to begin. After her arrest in July 2008, Jodi Arias sat in an Arizona jail cell awaiting trial. It would take over 4 years before the case finally went before a jury. Legal wrangling, evidence collection, and the sheer complexity of the case delayed proceedings again and again. When the trial began in January 2013, it immediately captured national attention. Court TV, HLN, and major networks covered the proceedings live. Millions of viewers tuned in each day to watch a story that combined beauty, betrayal, and brutal violence. The prosecution, led by Juan Martinez, painted a clear picture. Jodi Arias was a jealous, obsessed ex-girlfriend who meticulously planned Travis Alexander's murder because he was moving on with his life without her. Martinez presented overwhelming evidence. Photos showing Travis alive in the shower just minutes before his death. Images capturing the attack as it happened. Gas cans, rental car logs, and phone records that traced Jodi's secret trip to Arizona. Her ever-changing stories and proven lies to law enforcement. Every piece of evidence pointed directly to her guilt. Jodi's defense team, led by Kirk Nurmi and Jennifer Wilmot, faced an uphill battle. They could not deny that Jodi had killed Travis. Instead, they shifted their strategy, self-defense. Jodi took the stand herself, a rare and risky move for a murder defendant. Over 18 days of testimony, she told a story very different from what she had first said. She now claimed Travis had been physically, emotionally, and sexually abusive. She said she killed him in a sudden fight after he allegedly attacked her when she dropped his new camera. Jodi cried on the stand, painted herself as a victim, and described years of supposed mistreatment. But under cross-examination, prosecutor Juan Martinez systematically dismantled her credibility. He exposed her lies, inconsistencies, and manipulations. He pointed out that there were no police reports, no medical records, and no witnesses to any alleged abuse. He highlighted her stalking behavior, the hacking of Travis's accounts, and her repeated lies to investigators. Martinez's aggressive style clashed with Jodi's calm demeanor, creating dramatic courtroom moments that kept viewers glued to the trial. The heart of Martinez's case was premeditation. He argued that Jodi didn't kill Travis in the heat of the moment, she planned it. Evidence of planning included the gas cans, which allowed her to travel without being recorded on cameras, the rental car with removed license plates and missing floor mats, her cell phone being turned off during critical hours. The The stolen .25 caliber gun, matching the caliber of the bullet found in Travis's head. Martinez stressed to the jury that Jody's behavior was not consistent with someone defending themselves. It was consistent with someone executing a carefully laid plan to kill a man who no longer wanted her. Throughout the trial, Martinez painted Jody as manipulative, deceitful, and remorseless. He showed the jury gruesome crime scene photos to hammer home the brutality of the attack. 27 stab wounds, a slashed throat, a gunshot to the head. This was not self-defense. This was overkill. The defense team tried to humanize Jody. They presented her as a shy, abused woman who had snapped under years of mistreatment. They brought in psychological experts who diagnosed Jody with PTSD and borderline personality disorder. They argued that these mental health conditions explained her behavior before, during, and after the killing. They tried to portray Travis as a man leading a double life, a devout Mormon in public, but sexually exploitative in private. But the jury struggled with Jody's credibility. She had lied to the police multiple times. She had changed her story repeatedly. Her actions after the murder, smiling for mugshots, giving media interviews, doing handstands in the interrogation room, painted a very different picture from the frightened, battered woman her defense team described. After 4 months of testimony, closing arguments began in May 2013. Juan Martinez urged the jury to convict Jody of first-degree murder, emphasizing the overwhelming evidence of premeditation and brutality. The defense countered that Jody should be convicted of manslaughter, not murder, due to emotional turmoil and fear for her life. The jury deliberated for just under 15 hours. On May 8, 2013, the verdict was read, guilty of first-degree murder. Jody showed little emotion as the verdict was announced. The courtroom erupted. Travis's family members cried, hugged, and finally breathed a small sigh of relief. The jury agreed that Jody Arias had deliberately and brutally killed Travis Alexander. The trial then moved to the sentencing phase, where the jury would decide whether Jody should be sentenced to death or life in prison. Prosecutors argued for the death penalty. They showed photos of Travis's battered body, replayed his friend's testimony about his kindness and dreams, and described the devastating impact his death had on his family. Jody, in a televised plea for her life, said she preferred the death penalty to life imprisonment. She said she would rather die than spend her life in a cage. But later, she changed her tone and begged for life, saying she wanted to contribute to society through charity work and by donating her hair to cancer patients. The jury could not reach a unanimous decision on the death penalty. 8 jurors voted for death, 4 voted for life. As a result, a mistrial was declared in the penalty phase. A second penalty phase was held in 2015, but again the jury deadlocked. Finally, the judge sentenced Jody Arias to life in prison without the possibility of parole. She was sent to Perryville Prison in Goodyear, Arizona, where she remains today. The aftermath of the trial left deep scars on everyone involved. For Travis Alexander's family, the pain of losing him never faded. They described living with the knowledge of how brutally he had suffered. They spoke at length about the emotional, physical, and financial toll the case took on them. They endured years of public scrutiny, media attention, and the constant replaying of Travis's most private moments. The media coverage of the trial turned Jody Arias into a notorious figure. She gave interviews from jail, participated in televised specials, and remained a subject of fascination and outrage. Documentaries, books, and dramatized TV movies followed. But behind all the sensationalism, the real story remained simple. A young man full of hope and dreams had been murdered by someone who claimed to love him. The Travis Alexander case became a cautionary tale about toxic relationships, obsession, and unchecked rage. It showed how love, when twisted by control and jealousy, can become something deadly. Today, Travis's family works to honor his memory. They focus on the good he brought into the world, his kindness, his humor, his dreams of a better future. And Jody Arias remains a reminder of how easily one person's obsession can destroy not just one life, but many. Even after her conviction, Jody Arias refused to quietly disappear. From inside her cell at Perryville Prison, she sought to maintain control over how the world saw her. She granted interviews, spoke to journalists, and continued to paint herself as a victim. In one televised interview shortly after her sentencing, she said she preferred the death penalty over life in prison, claiming that living a lifetime in confinement would be a burden too heavy to bear. Later, she reversed herself and pleaded for life, claiming she had much to offer the world even behind bars. The contradictions did not go unnoticed. Many saw it as yet another manipulation, another attempt to twist reality to fit whatever narrative served her best at the moment. For Travis Alexander's family, there was no escape from the nightmare. They attended every court hearing, every sentencing phase, every retrial. They sat through endless media coverage that dissected Travis's personal life, often focusing on the most intimate and painful details. His siblings, once private individuals, became public faces of grief. They spoke to the media not because they wanted fame, but because they wanted Travis's story told correctly. Travis had been a man trying to build a better life, a man whose past was difficult, but whose future had been full of promise. They wanted the world to remember him as more than just a victim. In the months and years following the trial, Travis's friends and family worked to honor his memory. They started scholarship funds in his name, participated in community service projects, and worked with organizations that helped young people struggling with troubled backgrounds like Travis once had. For them, it was a way to find meaning in tragedy, to ensure that his death was not the final word on his life. Meanwhile, Jodi Arias settled into her new existence behind bars. She created drawings and sold them online through intermediaries. She maintained a group of supporters who sent her money, letters, and gifts. She responded with handwritten notes, sometimes flirtatious, often manipulative. Her ability to attract attention never fully disappeared. To those who followed the case closely, it was clear that the need for control and validation that had driven her actions before the murder had simply found new outlets. Inside prison, Jodi became another inmate among many. She adapted to the rigid routines of the system, traded commissary items, filed grievances about food and conditions, and tried to carve out a space where she could still feel powerful. Reports from within Perryville indicated that she often portrayed herself as a victim of injustice, blaming the media, her lawyers, and even the jury for her conviction. Very little seemed to have changed. Public interest in the case remained strong. True crime documentaries, podcasts, and television specials dissected every aspect of the investigation, the trial, and the personalities involved. Jodi's interviews from prison fed the fascination, offering glimpses into a mind that many still struggled to understand. To some, she was a cold-blooded killer. To a few, she remained an object of curiosity, even admiration. But for the vast majority, she was a stark reminder of how obsession can warp reality and destroy lives. The legacy of the case was not just the notoriety it brought. It was the caution it offered. The story of Travis Alexander and Jodi Arias highlighted how warning signs can escalate, how emotional manipulation can turn to physical violence, and how dangerous it can be when obsession is mistaken for love. The trial became a national conversation about domestic violence, stalking, emotional abuse, and the red flags that so many people miss until it is too late. For Travis's family, healing was a slow and painful process. The endless media attention made it difficult to move on. Every documentary, every anniversary of his death, brought the memories back. Yet, they continued to speak publicly about Travis not to relive their pain but to share his life, his hopes, and the good he had tried to do. In remembering him, they found some measure of peace. Jodi Arias's appeals were inevitable. Her defense team filed multiple motions, arguing that she had been denied a fair trial because of the intense media coverage and the alleged misconduct of the prosecutor. Appeals courts reviewed the claims but ultimately upheld her conviction. The evidence was simply too overwhelming. Her guilt was not in serious doubt. In 2020, yet another appeal was rejected. Jodi remained where she belonged, behind bars, serving a life sentence without the possibility of parole. She continued to fade from the public eye, replaced by newer stories and newer scandals. But for those who knew Travis, the memory of what happened never faded. The final chapter of the Jodi Arias case was not written in courtroom transcripts or prison logs. It was written in the quiet acts of remembrance by Travis's family and friends. They lived with the loss every day, but they also lived with the determination to ensure that his story did not end with violence. They built a legacy based not on how he died, but on how he lived. Jody's name became a footnote in true crime history, a symbol of jealousy, rage, and destruction. Travis's name lived on in the lives he touched, the kindness he showed, and the dreams he had dared to chase. Years after the verdict, the house where Travis was killed was sold, remodeled, and given new life. Neighbors who remembered the events spoke of the sadness that once hung over the place, but also of the healing that time slowly brought. Life moved forward as it always does, but the lessons remained. People close to the case often reflected on the subtle moments that, in hindsight, carried so much weight. The controlling text messages, the unexpected appearances, the small acts of manipulation that seemed minor at the time but, in reality, were warnings of something much darker brewing beneath the surface. The story of Jodi Arias and Travis Alexander became a reminder to many about the importance of listening to intuition, setting boundaries, and recognizing when a relationship is no longer safe. It showed how obsession, when fed by rejection and wounded pride, can turn deadly. In the years that followed, Travis's siblings wrote books and gave interviews, always careful to center Travis's humanity rather than focus solely on the horror of his death. They spoke of his sense of humor, his love for adventure, his passion for helping others. They wanted the world to see the full person, not just the headlines. As for Jodi, her life behind bars grew quieter. She continued to draw, to write, to seek attention in small ways, but the world moved on. What was once breaking news became old news. What was once a daily obsession for millions became a closed chapter. But in homes across the country, people still remembered. They remembered the smiling young man who dreamed of something better, and the chilling reality of how quickly love could turn into something twisted and violent. They remembered the warnings, the lessons, the cost. And in remembering, they honored the life that was lost. Not just the tragedy, but the hopes, the dreams, the ordinary, beautiful life that Travis Alexander had fought so hard to build. On the surface, Carly Gregg's life looked like that of a high-achieving teenager. She was just 14 years old in early 2024, and already a student who had skipped a grade. She lived with her mother and stepfather in a quiet Brandon, Mississippi neighborhood. The family was considered stable by neighbors. Her mother, Ashley Smiley, was a well-liked math teacher. Her stepfather, Heath Smiley, worked in healthcare. There was no public indication of turmoil or instability inside their home. But what was visible to the outside world was only a fragment of a much darker reality unfolding behind closed doors. Carly's academic success masked deeper struggles. She had long suffered from bouts of depression and, according to later reports, had expressed auditory hallucinations. She had previously engaged in self-harming behavior, which had led to changes in her medication regimen. Despite those signs, she was not actively undergoing intensive psychiatric care. Her parents were aware she was struggling emotionally, but the depth of her mental state would not be fully understood until it was too late. On a March afternoon in 2024, Carly returned home from school with her mother. The day had started like any other. But what happened in the hours that followed would mark one of the most shocking and disturbing crimes involving a minor that year. What began as a seemingly typical mother-daughter argument escalated into a fatal act of violence. The confrontation began over a vape pen. Ashley had discovered that Carly had been vaping and decided to confront her. The argument grew intense when Ashley took Carly's phone. The loss of access to her phone appeared to trigger something deeper in Carly. In a moment of quiet, she retrieved a loaded .357 Magnum revolver hidden under her parents' mattress. Holding the gun behind her back, she walked to the master bedroom where her mother was. Without any warning or apparent hesitation, Carly shot her mother 3 times, once in the chin and twice more in the face. Ashley collapsed on the floor and died almost instantly. For several minutes afterward, Carly remained in the room. There was no indication that she had attempted to call for help or flee the scene. Surveillance footage later showed her walking through the house, petting her dog, humming to herself, and sending casual text messages to friends. One of those friends would soon become a direct witness. Carly invited the friend to come over, sending a message that read, "Are you sensitive to dead bodies?" When the friend arrived, Carly led her to the room where her mother's body lay. The friend, horrified, fled and contacted another adult. Meanwhile, Carly stayed at the house, her behavior unsettlingly calm. Later that same evening, Carly's stepfather Heath returned home. Carly was waiting. As he entered, she attempted to shoot him as well, firing the same revolver and hitting him in the shoulder. Despite being wounded, Heath managed to wrestle the weapon away from her and called 911. Carly fled the house but was quickly located by law enforcement and arrested a short distance away. The crime shocked the community. News of a gifted, seemingly well-behaved teen committing a double shooting spread quickly. The questions came just as fast. What led Carly to do this? Was it a psychotic break? Was it premeditated? What role did mental illness play? And how would the justice system handle a case involving a 14-year-old charged with one of the most severe crimes under state law? In the hours immediately following Carly Gregg's arrest, investigators from the Rankin County Sheriff's Office began piecing together what had happened inside the Smiley home. The call that had brought law enforcement to the scene was logged as a domestic disturbance with shots fired. When deputies arrived, they found Heath Smiley bleeding from his left shoulder and in a state of visible shock. Ashley Smiley was found in the master bedroom, lifeless on the floor. Carly was already in custody, having been arrested nearby without resistance. Initial evidence from the crime scene aligned with Heath's account. 3 spent shell casings were found near Ashley's body, matching the .357 Magnum revolver recovered at the scene. The gun had been legally owned and was typically stored under the couple's mattress. Investigators noted that no signs of forced entry or struggle were present. Nothing appeared to have been stolen or disturbed, further supporting the theory that the attack came from inside the home and with premeditation. Carly was taken to the Rankin County Youth Detention Center. Under Mississippi law, suspects as young as 13 can be charged with murder and tried as adults in certain cases, depending on the severity and circumstances. Given the nature of the crime, multiple gunshots, 1 fatality, and a second victim seriously injured, prosecutors quickly confirmed they would pursue charges of murder and attempted murder against her as an adult. This announcement sparked intense public debate. Back at the scene, detectives began reconstructing Carly's movements on the day of the murder. Surveillance footage from the Smiley home's security system played a critical role. The cameras, installed primarily for household security, captured silent video footage from the exterior and several interior angles. One clip showed Carly retrieving the revolver. Another, taken shortly after the shooting, showed her walking calmly through the kitchen, holding her phone, and stopping to pet the family dog. Her composure in these moments would later become a point of focus for both investigators and psychologists. Text messages sent from Carly's phone also helped build a timeline. After the shooting, she messaged a friend and invited them over with the ominous warning, "Are you sensitive to dead bodies?" That friend would later be called as a witness in the legal proceedings. She told police that Carly had shown her Ashley's body with little visible emotion. The friend, frightened, left immediately and told another adult what she had seen. That adult then contacted Heath, who rushed home and encountered Carly's second act of violence. As detectives interviewed Carly, they were struck by her detached demeanor. She was coherent, calm, and matter-of-fact. She admitted to shooting her mother and stepfather, but did not express overt regret. Instead, she explained that she had snapped and felt cornered. She described a growing anger and a sense of helplessness that she claimed had built up over time. Though she acknowledged that her actions were wrong, her emotional presentation remained flat. During questioning, Carly also disclosed that she had been hearing voices in the days leading up to the shooting. She claimed that the voices had urged her to do something drastic. Investigators documented these claims carefully and began the process of coordinating with forensic psychologists to evaluate Carly's mental health. Her history of depression and self-harming behaviors became central to understanding what had led to the crime. Medical records confirmed that Carly had previously been seen by a pediatrician for emotional struggles and had been prescribed antidepressant medication. However, she had not received intensive psychological therapy, nor had she been hospitalized. Some mental health professionals later pointed to this as a missed opportunity for early intervention. Public reaction was immediate and polarized. On social media and in local news outlets, community members expressed disbelief that a 14-year-old could carry out such a violent act. Others focused on the role of mental illness and questioned whether the justice system should prosecute a teenager as an adult. Debates arose about parenting, access to firearms, adolescent brain development, and the intersection of psychological disorders with criminal responsibility. As forensic experts conducted a psychological evaluation of Carly, their assessments became a key component of the pretrial investigation. The evaluation aimed to determine whether Carly was competent to stand trial and whether she understood the difference between right and wrong at the time of the crime. It also sought to evaluate whether she was suffering from a mental illness that could have influenced her behavior. The psychological reports, though sealed, were described in court as containing evidence of severe emotional distress, potential auditory hallucinations, and possible early symptoms of a dissociative or psychotic episode. However, the prosecution countered that despite these symptoms, Carly had displayed enough cognitive awareness to plan her actions. They pointed to her retrieval of the gun, the targeting of specific individuals, and her efforts to mislead others afterward. Prosecutors built their argument around the combination of premeditation and controlled execution. Carly had gone directly to the location of the hidden firearm. She had hidden it behind her back before confronting her mother. After shooting her, she stayed in the house, texted her friends, and even attempted a second shooting when Heath arrived. These facts, prosecutors argued, demonstrated intention and comprehension. The defense took a different stance. They argued that Carly's actions were the result of a psychological collapse. They emphasized her youth, emotional immaturity, and untreated mental illness. Her defense team contended that she needed psychiatric care, not a prison sentence. Carly's attorneys pushed for a full psychiatric evaluation and submitted motions to explore the possibility of transferring the case to juvenile court. In the background, the Smiley family home remained sealed off, a visible reminder of what had occurred. Crime scene tapes stretched across the front yard, and police presence remained for several days. Reporters staked out the area, while neighbors struggled to comprehend the reality of what had unfolded so close to home. The community of Brandon, Mississippi, a town with a population of just over 20,000, had rarely seen a case like this. Schools responded by increasing counseling availability. Local churches held vigils. Parents became more vocal in conversations about youth mental health, and school officials reviewed their protocols for identifying at-risk students. As investigators completed their initial findings and the legal proceedings began to take shape, Carly remained in custody at a juvenile facility. Her name, though still technically shielded under certain youth protections, had become widely known due to the severity of the charges and media coverage. The next steps would involve the court's decision on how to proceed with her case. Whether to maintain adult prosecution, whether to consider mental health defenses, and whether she would be eligible for long-term psychiatric care rather than incarceration. The first pretrial hearings in Carly Gregg's case began just weeks after her arrest. Given the gravity of the charges and her young age, the proceedings were watched closely not only by local media, but also by national outlets reporting on juvenile crime and mental health. The judge presiding over the hearings was tasked with determining how the case would proceed. Specifically, whether Carly would be formally tried as an adult under Mississippi law. During the first hearing, Carly was led into the courtroom wearing a standard juvenile detention uniform. Her expression remained unreadable. She was flanked by her attorneys, both of whom had backgrounds in juvenile defense. Her family, aside from her biological father, was not visibly present. Her stepfather, Heath Smillie, who survived the shooting, had not made a public appearance since the incident. The prosecution opened by presenting an outline of the charges: first-degree murder for the killing of Ashley Smillie and attempted murder for the shooting of Heath Smillie. They reiterated the seriousness of the offense and argued that the case met the threshold for adult court. They referenced the deliberate steps Carly took in executing the shooting, her composure after the act, and her intent to harm a second victim. Her defense team countered with a motion to keep the case in juvenile court, emphasizing Carly's age, psychological evaluations, and emotional history. They pointed to Mississippi's own precedents where teens younger than Carly had been granted psychological diversion rather than adult sentencing. The defense argued that Carly's actions, while unquestionably tragic, stemmed from a state of severe mental and emotional breakdown. To support their motion, the defense submitted findings from 2 psychological experts who had conducted assessments of Carly. One of the psychologists, an expert in adolescent trauma, testified in a closed hearing that Carly met the diagnostic criteria for several mental health disorders, including major depressive disorder and early signs of a psychotic spectrum condition. These conditions, the expert claimed, impaired Carly's ability to fully comprehend her actions and regulate her impulses. The prosecution responded by highlighting moments that, in their view, demonstrated rational and deliberate behavior. They emphasized Carly's decision to retrieve a weapon, conceal it, and choose a moment to fire. They also pointed to her follow-up actions, texting friends, remaining at the scene, and confronting Heath with the intent to shoot, as signs that she understood what she was doing. The prosecution's expert witness, a forensic psychologist, reviewed Carly's behavior and concluded that while she showed signs of emotional disturbance, she was not legally insane and had the capacity for intent. The court allowed both sets of expert testimony into the record and scheduled a separate hearing to determine the forum for trial. Public reaction was again divided. Advocacy groups for juvenile justice called for leniency, stating that the system should prioritize treatment over punishment for minors with mental illness. Others, including supporters of the victims' families, urged the court to proceed in adult court to ensure accountability. The hearing to decide whether Carly would be tried as an adult lasted 3 days. It included further arguments, written statements from experts, and detailed reviews of case law. On the 3rd day, the judge ruled that Carly would indeed be tried as an adult. The decision was based on the combination of the crime's severity, the use of a firearm, the presence of multiple victims, and evidence that Carly could appreciate the consequences of her actions. Following that ruling, formal arraignment proceedings began. Carly was officially charged with first-degree murder and attempted murder. She pleaded not guilty on both counts. Her defense team began preparing for trial, which was scheduled to begin in the following months. In the meantime, they continued to seek opportunities for additional mental health evaluations, hoping to present a more comprehensive picture of Carly's psychological condition at the time of the offense. News outlets continued to cover the case closely, often framing it as a legal test for how far the system should go in punishing juvenile offenders. Editorials in local papers questioned whether a 14-year-old could truly be held to the same standard as an adult. National commentators debated the balance between public safety and adolescent mental health support. Amid this growing attention, Carly remained detained at a juvenile facility, segregated from the general population due to the nature of her charges. She spent most of her time in a cell, attending therapy sessions and educational programming. Reports from facility staff described her as quiet, polite, and compliant, but emotionally withdrawn. Counselors noted that she sometimes expressed remorse, but rarely initiated conversations about the events. In preparation for trial, the defense issued subpoenas for Carly's school records, medical history, and previous communications, text messages, journal entries, and emails. They aimed to construct a detailed timeline of her mental and emotional state in the months leading up to the shooting. Carly's school files showed a gradual academic decline and several unexplained absences. Teachers had previously described her as bright, but increasingly disengaged. Her pediatric medical records confirmed that she had been seen multiple times for anxiety, depressive symptoms, and psychosomatic complaints. Notes from visits indicated that Carly often complained of fatigue and emotional overwhelm, though she did not always verbalize specific thoughts of harm. She had been prescribed an antidepressant roughly 2 months before the shooting. The defense argued that the medication adjustment could have contributed to a destabilized mental state. Prosecutors prepared their own case by focusing on the crime itself, its execution, the physical evidence, and Carly's post-incident behavior. They gathered digital evidence, including her text messages and online activity, to show that Carly had demonstrated an awareness of what she had done. Some of her messages appeared to reflect satisfaction or detachment, which the prosecution interpreted as a lack of remorse. As the trial date approached, motions continued to be filed. The defense requested that the court exclude certain pieces of digital evidence on the basis that they could be misinterpreted or were taken out of emotional context. The prosecution opposed these motions, arguing that the messages were central to establishing motive and mental state. Court documents showed that both sides were preparing to call multiple expert witnesses in mental health, adolescent development, and forensic psychology. The trial was expected to include days of testimony, a review of Carly's digital footprint, and discussions of the legal boundary between juvenile recklessness and criminal intent. Jury selection was scheduled to begin soon, drawing from a pool of residents in the local area who would be vetted carefully for biases and opinions about youth crime. Security was heightened around the courthouse. The judge issued a gag order limiting public commentary from attorneys to reduce pretrial publicity. Meanwhile, the families of both victims, Ashley and Heath Smiley, remained largely silent in public. Ashley's extended relatives released a brief statement asking for privacy and for the justice system to be allowed to proceed without disruption. As the legal machinery moved forward, the emotional weight of the case settled over the town of Brandon. Parents spoke more openly with their children about mental health. Teachers received additional training in how to spot warning signs. Local mental health providers reported an increase in teen referrals. The case had become more than a prosecution. It was now a symbol of the complexity surrounding juvenile crime, emotional trauma, and the limits of legal interpretation in moments of psychological crisis. And with the trial on the horizon, the full weight of the facts, arguments, and consequences were about to be tested in court. The trial of Carly Gregg began under heavy security and public scrutiny. Reporters gathered outside the courthouse each morning, documenting every appearance, every statement, and every detail that emerged from inside. Although courtroom photography was prohibited due to Carly's age at the time of the offense, media outlets relied on sketches and summaries to communicate what unfolded each day. The presiding judge allowed a limited number of reporters inside, provided they complied with strict conduct guidelines and refrained from direct identification of minor witnesses. Inside the courtroom, Carly sat silently between her attorneys. She was dressed in plain attire and appeared physically small, especially in contrast to the scale of the courtroom around her. Her demeanor remained subdued, her eyes rarely leaving the table in front of her. The prosecution and defense each prepared a presentation that would span several days, drawing from forensic evidence, digital data, psychological assessments, and expert testimony. The prosecution began by presenting a clear, structured narrative. They walked the jury through the events of the day of the shooting. The revolver had been retrieved from under the mattress. Ashley Smiley had been shot multiple times at close range. Heath Smiley had been targeted immediately upon entering the home. Surveillance footage was introduced showing Carly walking calmly through the house, interacting with the dog, and messaging her friend in the immediate aftermath of the crime. Digital evidence was next. Text messages retrieved from Carly's phone were displayed. Some of the messages sent before and after the shooting were read aloud. The prosecution highlighted the message sent to her friend, "Are you sensitive to dead bodies?" and others that displayed what they described as emotional detachment. The prosecution argued that the sequence of events, including the act of luring someone to the crime scene and the attempt to shoot a second person, showed clear deliberation. Next came the forensic experts. Ballistic analysis confirmed that all rounds had been fired from the same revolver. The angle and proximity of the shots indicated that Ashley had little or no time to react. The medical examiner testified that the nature of the wounds suggested a focused and intentional act. The prosecution reinforced this point by emphasizing that Carly had approached her mother from close range with the weapon hidden behind her back. The prosecution then addressed Carly's mental health. Their expert, a forensic psychiatrist, acknowledged that she exhibited signs of emotional instability, but concluded that she was not psychotic or delusional during the time of the crime. According to the expert, Carly was able to appreciate the wrongfulness of her actions. She had concealed the weapon, waited for the right moment, and targeted specific individuals. These behaviors, they argued, were incompatible with an insanity defense. The defense opened their case by reminding the jury of Carly's age, just 14 at the time. They emphasized that adolescent brains are not fully developed, particularly in areas related to impulse control and emotional regulation. The defense framed Carly as a mentally unwell girl in crisis, someone overwhelmed by emotional pain and untreated psychological conditions. Their first expert witness, a clinical child psychologist, testified about Carly's history of depression, self-harm, and auditory hallucinations. The expert described her condition as serious and untreated. He explained how Carly's mental state may have contributed to a dissociative episode in which reality and judgment were impaired. He also pointed to the influence of the medication Carly had recently begun taking, stating that the adjustment period could have worsened symptoms such as impulsivity and emotional detachment. Next, the defense introduced school records and medical documentation. These records painted a picture of a student who had been academically strong but showed increasing signs of emotional distress over the past year. Several teachers noted declining engagement and mood changes. Medical records confirmed visits for anxiety and depressive symptoms, with notations that Carly appeared emotionally overwhelmed and fatigued. The defense called a second mental health expert who had interviewed Carly multiple times during her incarceration. This expert emphasized Carly's blunted emotional responses, flat affect, and signs of trauma. She testified that Carly spoke of hearing voices and feeling compelled to act. The expert explained that Carly's emotional detachment after the shooting might not reflect a lack of remorse, but rather a psychological defense mechanism, a dissociative detachment common in teens experiencing trauma or psychosis. The prosecution cross-examined each expert thoroughly. They questioned whether Carly's condition truly met the threshold for legal insanity and argued that her ability to plan, execute, and respond to the crime in specific ways undermined claims of diminished capacity. They returned repeatedly to the facts. Carly hid the gun, aimed with intent, and acted again when another adult entered the home. Throughout the trial, testimony remained highly technical and emotionally charged. Family members, including relatives of Ashley Smiley, were present for much of the proceedings but refrained from public comment. Heath Smiley, though called as a witness, gave only brief testimony under subpoena and declined any media interaction. His injuries had healed physically, but his demeanor in court reflected a quiet, stoic presence. After nearly 2 weeks of testimony and argument, closing statements were delivered. The prosecution reminded jurors of the sequence of events, the presence of planning, and the calm behavior after the shootings. They asked the jury to consider the victims and uphold accountability. The defense urged compassion and context. They asked the jury to look past the crime and see a child in distress who needed help, not a lifetime of punishment. The jury deliberated for several hours before returning a verdict. Carly Gregg was found guilty on both counts, first-degree murder and attempted murder. The courtroom remained quiet as the verdict was read. Carly showed no visible reaction. Her attorneys requested a sentencing hearing to present further mitigating evidence, including a request for psychiatric treatment and placement in a specialized facility instead of a standard correctional environment. The verdict sparked renewed public discourse. Some praised the decision as a necessary affirmation of justice. Others expressed concern about the implications of treating a 14-year-old as a fully culpable adult. Editorials revisited the trial's psychological dimensions, while youth advocacy groups called for new legislation addressing mental health in juvenile cases. In the days that followed, Carly remained in custody as the court scheduled a formal sentencing hearing. Her defense team began assembling impact statements, psychiatric evaluations, and expert testimony in the hope of securing a sentence that would incorporate treatment and reflect her age at the time of the offense. Meanwhile, both families remained silent. Public attention turned briefly to the wider questions posed by the case: how youth are evaluated in criminal settings, the role of parental oversight, and the growing intersection between mental health and criminal accountability. The legal process was nearing its conclusion, but the emotional and societal weight of the trial continued to ripple outward. The courtroom reconvened several weeks after the verdict for Carly Gregg's formal sentencing hearing. By this point, national media attention had lessened, but the case still resonated in legal and advocacy circles. The sentencing phase was the final opportunity for both the defense and prosecution to present arguments that could shape the remainder of Carly's life. It was also the moment when those most directly impacted by the crime would speak publicly for the first time. The hearing began with procedural formality. Carly was escorted into the courtroom and took her place beside her attorneys. She wore the same institutional clothing as before, and her expression remained unreadable. Her posture was still, her hands folded in her lap. Her presence conveyed the gravity of the moment, though she did not speak immediately. The prosecution addressed the court first, reiterating the seriousness of the crimes for which Carly had been convicted. They emphasized the deliberate nature of her actions and the suffering inflicted upon both victims. They argued that Carly had acted with clarity and control, stating that a long-term sentence was necessary not only as punishment, but also as a safeguard for the public. They called for the maximum sentence allowed under state law, with no eligibility for early release. They also presented a victim impact statement from the extended family of Ashley Smiley. A cousin of Ashley's spoke on behalf of the family, describing the depth of their loss. She recounted Ashley's role as a mother, teacher, and friend. Her voice cracked as she described the aftermath: the silence in the house, the loss felt in their family gatherings, and the empty space left by Ashley's absence. The statement called for justice, accountability, and acknowledgement of what had been taken from them. Heath Smiley also gave a statement. His words were brief and measured. He described the moment he walked into the house and was met with a bullet. He spoke of the physical pain of recovery and the psychological weight of surviving a crime committed by someone he had raised. He did not express hatred, but he made clear that he believed Carly's actions required a serious consequence. The defense then began its presentation. Carly's lead attorney emphasized her age at the time of the offense and her ongoing mental health needs. He argued that while the crime was undeniably severe, Carly had already shown signs of remorse and progress in treatment during her time in detention. He submitted letters from mental health professionals who had worked with Carly over the preceding months, each outlining the therapeutic steps taken and the recommended path forward. A licensed therapist who had been seeing Carly weekly testified that she had made significant psychological progress. She described Carly's consistent participation in trauma-informed therapy, her willingness to discuss the events of the shooting, and her growing ability to express remorse. According to the therapist, Carly had developed greater emotional insight and no longer exhibited the same flat affect observed immediately after the incident. The defense also introduced statements from a correctional case manager and a youth counselor, both of whom described Carly as compliant, respectful, and introspective. They noted that she was engaged in educational programming, had earned high marks in her coursework, and had shown leadership in small peer discussion groups focused on emotional regulation. When invited to speak, Carly stood and addressed the court. Her voice was quiet but clear. She began by apologizing to the families of Ashley and Heath. She said she had no excuse for what she did and acknowledged the pain she caused. She spoke briefly about her mental health struggles and her ongoing effort to understand herself and take responsibility. She ended by saying she hoped one day to contribute something positive to the world, even if from behind walls. The judge called for a recess before delivering the sentence. When the court reconvened, the courtroom was silent. The judge began by acknowledging the pain and complexity of the case. She noted the unique challenge of sentencing a defendant so young, convicted of a crime so grave. She reviewed the evidence, the testimony, and the circumstances of Carly's mental state. Ultimately, the judge sentenced Carly Gregg to 35 years in prison, with eligibility for parole after 25 years served. The sentence included mandatory mental health treatment within the correctional system and regular psychological evaluations. While it fell short of the maximum, it represented a substantial period of incarceration. The court explained that the decision reflected both the seriousness of the crime and Carly's age, as well as her demonstrated capacity for rehabilitation. Carly was remanded to the state's youth correctional intake facility, where she would be transferred to a long-term secure unit. Her legal team released a brief statement expressing disappointment with the length of the sentence, but reiterated their commitment to Carly's ongoing therapy and rehabilitation. The prosecutor's office issued a statement emphasizing the importance of justice and public safety. Following the sentencing, the media again turned its attention to the broader implications. Headlines asked whether justice had been served and what the case meant for the treatment of mentally ill youth in the legal system. Editorials discussed the need for specialized juvenile courts with expanded psychological expertise. Advocacy groups called for reforms, particularly in the handling of firearm access and early intervention for youth in distress. In the community, reactions remained divided. Some felt the sentence struck the right balance between accountability and leniency. Others believed the outcome either went too far or not far enough. Carly's name continued to circulate in conversations about criminal justice, mental health, and the limitations of existing support structures. As the courtroom emptied and the legal phase drew to a close, what remained were the families and a community forever changed. For the Smiley family, the pain of loss endured. For Carly, the road ahead would be shaped by long-term confinement, therapeutic work, and the distant possibility of parole. And for the wider world, her case became part of the growing archive of stories that challenged how society handles crime, youth, and trauma. Carly Gregg was transferred to the state's long-term correctional facility for youth offenders 3 weeks after sentencing. Her intake involved a full psychological evaluation, a risk assessment, and orientation into a structured program designed for high-security juvenile inmates. She was placed in a specialized mental health unit with access to therapy, education, and behavioral monitoring. The facility, located several hours from Brandon, offered limited visitation and strictly regulated communications with the outside world. Staff documented Carly's adjustment as quiet and compliant. She attended all required programs and rarely interacted outside of scheduled sessions. Her days were governed by a rigid schedule: early wake-up, academic classes, therapy meals, and lights out by early evening. She had minimal privacy and constant supervision. In the early weeks, Carly reportedly kept to herself, declined recreational activities, and showed little engagement with peers. Counselors working with Carly noted that she displayed a consistent pattern of emotional withdrawal and appeared hesitant to speak openly about the events leading up to her incarceration. Her case manager described her as cooperative but emotionally blocked. Over time, however, a slow change began. Carly started participating more actively in individual therapy sessions. Her journal entries, reviewed as part of her treatment plan, revealed growing insight into her mental state and her recognition of the consequences of her actions. Her academic performance remained strong. Carly resumed high school coursework and maintained a high GPA. She expressed interest in literature and psychology, reportedly focusing much of her attention on topics related to trauma, adolescent development, and restorative justice. In one session, she told a counselor she wanted to understand how people rebuild themselves after doing irreversible harm. Facility records indicated no disciplinary issues during her first year in custody. She did not engage in any acts of aggression, verbal conflict, or refusal to participate. This compliant behavior, while noted positively by staff, was also seen as part of a coping mechanism. One clinician wrote that Carly's tendency to withdraw emotionally could be her way of maintaining psychological distance from the trauma she had caused. Meanwhile, the broader discussion surrounding her case did not disappear. Several state legislators used her sentencing as a talking point during debates over juvenile justice reform. A proposed bill suggested expanding judicial discretion in cases involving minors with documented mental health conditions. The bill did not pass, but the conversation persisted. True crime programs, podcasts, and long-form articles revisited the case. Carly's name remained associated with larger themes: mental illness in teens, firearm access in the home, and the difficult line between justice and rehabilitation. Her image, though largely restricted due to her age, became symbolic in discussions about how the legal system handles emotionally driven violence among minors. Some advocacy groups criticized the sentence, arguing that placing Carly in a long-term facility did little to address the roots of her behavior. Others defended the outcome, citing the premeditated nature of the crime and the need for public accountability. Public opinion, much like during the trial, remained divided and emotionally charged. In Brandon, the Smiley family stayed largely silent in public. Heath Smiley resumed work under modified duties and remained active in private grief counseling. Friends close to the family reported that they continued to struggle with Ashley's loss and the fact that her death came at the hands of someone she helped raise. School officials in the area implemented expanded counseling programs, aiming to provide earlier mental health screenings and referrals for students exhibiting signs of emotional crisis. Community members organized talks about safe firearm storage, adolescent emotional development, and recognizing red flags in teen behavior. For Carly, life inside the facility continued under tightly structured routines. At 18, she transitioned to an adult wing within the same correctional system, still under the terms of her youth sentencing. Her legal team maintained contact, preparing for periodic reviews and assessments that would track her progress and influence her eventual parole eligibility. In one of her documented therapy sessions, Carly reportedly expressed remorse, but also uncertainty about how to make amends. She wrote that she didn't expect forgiveness, but hoped to create meaning from what remained of her life. Staff continued to monitor her for depressive symptoms and emotional shutdown, offering a combination of cognitive behavioral therapy and trauma-informed approaches. Though years away from any consideration for parole, Carly's rehabilitation path remained under close observation. Internal reviews from the Department of Corrections noted that her progress was steady but complex. Counselors emphasized the need for continued structure and psychological support, warning that isolation or regression could easily occur if programming were reduced. Legal professionals continued citing the case in conferences and workshops. It served as a reference point for discussions on adolescent culpability, the role of expert testimony, and how courts interpret emotional behavior in youth charged with adult crimes. In educational settings, the case was included in law school curriculums examining the limits of mens rea when applied to teenagers. Carly's story remained, for many, a difficult one to categorize. It combined elements of tragedy, violence, mental illness, and systemic failure. Whether viewed as a cautionary tale or a systemic indictment, it continued to generate thought and debate. In the controlled environment where she now lived, those discussions were distant, yet they shaped the policies and perspectives that would eventually determine what happened next. The families, the community, and Carly herself continued existing within the long shadow of what had happened. While the trial had concluded, the consequences remained present, etched into daily routines, policy discussions, and private grief. The legal case may have ended, but the story was still unfolding within the walls of a facility, in classrooms, and in public discourse shaped by a single irreversible act. By her third year in custody, Carly Gregg had become a fixture of the state's youth-to-adult correctional program. She was now officially classified within the transitional track, an internal designation for inmates who had aged out of the juvenile system but continued to serve long-term sentences under adult statutes. This shift brought both procedural changes and a new psychological phase in her incarceration. The structure of her days remained strict, but the expectations around personal development and accountability became more pronounced. Carly was now participating in a more advanced tier of behavioral therapy. These sessions focused on long-term emotional regulation, conflict resolution, and preparing for future parole hearings. Her therapists noted that she had become more willing to discuss her past actions in detail, though often with a sense of detachment. She spoke analytically about the crime, but struggled to express emotional depth beyond remorse and regret. Group therapy was added to her weekly schedule. These sessions included others convicted of serious crimes committed as minors. Each session followed a restorative model. Participants were asked to take ownership of their actions, reflect on the impact of their behavior, and begin exploring long-term goals. Carly, according to program staff, listened intently but contributed minimally. When she did speak, her insights were often precise and self-aware, though she remained emotionally cautious. In educational settings, Carly continued to excel. She completed her high school diploma by correspondence and had begun taking college-level coursework through a state-supported prison education initiative. Her chosen subjects remained consistent with her therapeutic focus: psychology, criminal justice, and ethics. Her academic advisors noted that she rarely missed assignments and often requested additional readings. Her communications with the outside world remained limited. Carly received occasional visits from her legal representatives and sporadic letters from her biological father, though no family members visited regularly. These communications were monitored and infrequent. Correctional staff noted that Carly maintained a private, inward-focused routine. She avoided conflict, maintained compliance with institutional rules, and rarely interacted outside of structured activities. The Department of Corrections assigned a parole preparation officer to Carly's case, even though her eligibility was still more than a decade away. This officer's role was to track long-term behavior and prepare progress documentation. Carly's file reflected consistent participation, no infractions, and high marks in both academic and therapeutic domains. Still, notes included references to her ongoing emotional detachment, which evaluators continued to monitor. Outside prison walls, interest in Carly's case evolved. While daily media coverage had faded, true crime communities and legal scholars remained engaged. Several academic papers referenced her trial as a benchmark in evolving juvenile law. Commentators pointed to her case when discussing the balance between punishment and rehabilitation, especially in instances involving untreated adolescent mental illness. Legislative hearings in the state revisited aspects of her case during sessions focused on juvenile sentencing reform. Lawmakers debated the introduction of age-based parole modifiers, which would allow earlier review of sentences handed down to minors tried as adults. Though not passed into law, the bill received more bipartisan support than previous versions. Carly's case was not named explicitly in public documents, but several legislative aides confirmed it had been discussed internally. Advocacy groups continued to cite the case in campaigns related to mental health access, youth sentencing, and firearms storage laws. Carly became a case study in national conferences about restorative justice and adolescent brain development. Educational panels emphasized the need for early intervention and comprehensive psychological evaluations in school settings, pointing to missed signs in Carly's background. Within the correctional facility, staff introduced Carly to a mentorship program. Though she could not serve in a traditional mentoring role due to her sentence, she was encouraged to help design workshop content for younger inmates. Her participation involved drafting educational materials on managing emotional crises and the long-term consequences of impulsive behavior. This role was closely supervised but provided Carly with a sense of contribution. Therapists reported a slight improvement in her emotional expressiveness during this period. She began describing not just the events surrounding the shooting, but the psychological context, feelings of despair, powerlessness, and escalating anger that had gone unaddressed. She acknowledged that her reaction had been extreme and irreversible. In group sessions, she stated that no amount of reflection could undo what she had done, but she felt obligated to understand it fully. Corrections staff continued to track her psychological profile carefully. Progress reports indicated she remained emotionally stable, though guarded. She had not displayed any signs of regression or aggressive behavior. Peer relationships remained minimal but cordial. Most of her interactions took place during educational or therapeutic sessions. Carly's name appeared again in legal discourse when a national publication ran a feature on youth sentencing disparities. The article examined several high-profile cases, including hers, and questioned the consistency of sentencing outcomes for minors across different states. Legal experts debated whether Carly's sentence was proportionate, especially given her age and mental health history. The article reignited brief public interest, leading to a wave of online commentary. Opinions remained divided. Some expressed sympathy and called for sentence review. Others maintained that the nature of the crime warranted the original sentence. Carly, unaware of much of the debate, continued her daily routine inside the facility. Despite the attention, no legal action was filed for sentence modification. Her defense team, while monitoring legislative developments, did not submit new motions. They maintained regular check-ins with Carly, but focused primarily on maintaining her eligibility record for eventual parole review. In therapy, Carly continued to express ambivalence about her future. She did not articulate a strong desire for release, but focused on personal responsibility and internal reconciliation. Staff noted that her concept of the future remained abstract. She described her goals in terms of understanding, not freedom. Carly's institutional record remained one of quiet consistency. She engaged, cooperated, and learned, but remained emotionally distant. Her case remained one of the most closely watched examples of adolescent crime, sentencing, and psychological rehabilitation in the region. Within the facility, she existed between two identities, once a child, now a convicted adult, carrying the weight of an irreversible act in a system still deciding what to do with young people like her. As Carly Gregg moved deeper into her sentence, institutional routines became her normal. The years inside had reshaped her relationship with time, routine, and reflection. Days passed with a slow consistency. Mornings began with assigned chores, followed by structured academic or therapeutic sessions. Meals were scheduled to the minute. Evenings were quiet, often spent reading or writing. This predictable rhythm offered stability, but also magnified the distance from the world outside. Carly's role in the mentorship content program continued. Though she remained limited in direct interactions with other inmates, her materials, focused on emotional regulation and decision-making under stress, were used in small group workshops for new arrivals. Staff commended her contributions, noting her ability to articulate complex emotional states in written form. Several of her guides were incorporated into a statewide curriculum pilot for youth behavioral correction. In therapy, Carly's emotional articulation gradually improved. While she still struggled with trust and openness, her participation deepened. Therapists noted that her insights were often sharp, and she had begun to speak more directly about the emotional isolation she had felt before the crime. She described a sense of inner collapse in the weeks leading up to the shooting, marked by hopelessness, fear, and anger. Her journal, which remained confidential except where reviewed for therapeutic oversight, reflected a growing complexity in her thoughts. She wrote about memory, responsibility, and the idea of moral repair. She did not focus on her potential release. Instead, she questioned what it meant to live ethically after causing irreversible harm. Her writing became part of her therapeutic framework, giving her a voice in a space where expression was otherwise limited. Outside the facility, conversations around her case occasionally resurfaced. A university lecture series on youth criminal accountability referenced her trial as part of a broader discussion on the limitations of intent when evaluated in minors. Professors cited the contrast between Carly's planning and her psychological instability, raising questions about how courts interpret adolescent behavior that mimics adult rationality. In local government, juvenile justice committees debated policies influenced by Carly's case. One proposed bill aimed to establish mandatory mental health reviews prior to the sentencing of any minor tried as an adult. While not yet passed, the proposal gained traction. Carly's name was mentioned during closed-door policy discussions, though never in public statements. Her case continued to influence structural conversations, even without active litigation. Carly's legal team remained involved, preparing for her eventual parole review. They updated her file with each academic milestone, therapy report, and correctional review. Their communications with Carly were limited but consistent. While no formal legal appeals were filed, her attorneys submitted procedural updates annually to ensure her records remained current and complete. Family contact remained minimal. Her biological father sent brief letters on holidays, usually containing general updates rather than personal reflections. There were no visits. Staff described Carly's emotional response to these letters as muted but receptive. She did not speak much about her family in group sessions, but she occasionally mentioned memories from before the crime, usually framed through guilt or longing. Within the facility, Carly continued her academic progress. She was on track to earn an associate degree within a year, with plans to continue coursework in sociology and conflict mediation. Education gave her a framework for understanding behavior, her own and that of others. She said in one therapy session that understanding cycles of harm was her way of making meaning from her past. She remained emotionally cautious, even as her behavior continued to be exemplary. Staff acknowledged her progress, but continued to monitor her for signs of depression or psychological withdrawal. Her parole preparation officer documented no incidents or setbacks. Internal reviews characterized her as stable, compliant, and intellectually engaged, but still emotionally guarded. Public interest in her case ebbed and flowed. Occasionally, a podcast or social media thread would revive discussion. Some framed Carly as a symbol of unaddressed adolescent trauma. Others viewed her as an example of accountability in youth crime. Within the facility, Carly remained unaware of most of this commentary. She was not given access to social media or unsupervised internet. Her world remained tightly controlled, introspective, and silent. The system around her continued to evolve. Training materials for juvenile court judges now included modules on adolescent neurodevelopment and its role in sentencing decisions. Carly's case, among others, was part of the foundational examples. Law students, psychologists, and juvenile advocates used her story as a lens through which to understand the moral and legal complexity of teenage crime. Carly existed at the center of that discussion, though largely absent from it. Her daily life remained narrow in scope: classes, therapy, meals, reflection. The outside world debated her story, but inside, her focus stayed fixed on internal work. She had no public voice, only structured space in which to confront her history, one detail at a time. By her 10th year in custody, Carly Gregg's name had faded almost entirely from public consciousness. The pace of attention that once defined her case had long since moved on. Within the facility, however, her presence remained steady, an unchanging element of a system that had, for all its structure and programming, done little to move her closer to a tangible future. Her sentence remained in place, her parole eligibility still years away. The rhythm of confinement continued. Carly's education advanced. She completed her associate degree and was enrolled in a remote bachelor's program focused on behavioral science. Her academic advisor reported that her work was precise and thoughtful, often exceeding the requirements of the course. She showed particular interest in conflict theory and trauma-informed practices, both of which aligned closely with her own lived experience. Therapeutically, Carly's sessions shifted toward long-term reflection. The early focus on crisis intervention had given way to a deeper exploration of identity, remorse, and the idea of moral responsibility over time. Her therapy team described her as intellectually honest, but emotionally restrained. When asked about the shooting, she now referred to it not just as an act of violence, but as a symptom of a larger collapse she had never understood as a child. She continued journaling, a habit that had become central to her internal processing. Her entries, reviewed only with her consent, revealed a person attempting to reconcile a moment of irreversible harm with a decade of growth. She wrote about time, silence, and the concept of living a life of accountability without expectation of redemption. She did not write about freedom. Her thoughts remained centered on responsibility. Institutionally, Carly maintained a spotless record. She had never received a disciplinary infraction. Her evaluations described her as focused, respectful, and low risk. Yet, there remained a sense among staff that she was emotionally disconnected from others around her. She had no close peer relationships. She attended sessions and participated when asked, but rarely volunteered thoughts outside of structured formats. Her contact with the outside world remained sparse. Letters from her biological father had stopped. Her legal team continued to update her records, ensuring her eligibility profile remained active, but even their visits had become routine and administrative. Carly's sense of connection to anyone beyond the walls of the facility had largely diminished. Her world had narrowed further. Despite the distance from public attention, the broader impact of her case persisted. Several university programs used anonymized elements of her trial as case studies in legal ethics and juvenile justice. One judicial training workshop included her sentencing as part of a module on youth capacity and long-term incarceration. Her experience informed research, but she remained unaware of most of it. A limited interview project was proposed by a prison education group. The idea was to document long-term inmate reflections on harm, change, and moral responsibility. Carly was approached and agreed to participate, provided the project did not involve publication or media dissemination. Over the course of several weeks, she answered written prompts about her experience, her understanding of harm, and how she viewed her past. Her responses were quiet, deliberate, and free of dramatics. She described herself as someone who had once been emotionally fractured and reactive, who had now become contemplative and cautious. She did not excuse the crime. She offered no alternative explanations. She referred to herself simply as someone trying to carry what she had done in a way that didn't cause further harm. The interview transcripts were used only within the educational program, shared with a limited circle of researchers. They noted her clarity, her avoidance of self-pity, and her commitment to remaining accountable without seeking forgiveness. Her voice, while not public, had become part of a quiet archive of stories documenting long-term psychological adaptation in incarcerated youth. Inside the facility, Carly's life remained steady. She continued her studies, participated in therapy, and followed routines. Her role in mentorship materials persisted. Occasionally, she updated content for emotional regulation workshops, reviewing and revising exercises she had helped write years before. Staff trusted her judgment, but noted her continued emotional restraint. No new legal motions were filed on her behalf. Her parole review remained on the horizon, scheduled for a date still years in the future. When asked about it during counseling, she rarely offered opinions. Her language suggested that she viewed parole not as a goal, but as a procedural marker, something to prepare for but not anticipate. The institutional records kept on Carly reflected an unusual consistency. No behavioral issues, no regressions, no clear signs of depression, but no strong emotional expressions either. She was engaged, present, but carefully guarded. Therapists described her as someone who had built an inner framework for survival, one centered on reflection, structure, and a sense of quiet duty to carry the weight of her actions. Carly Gregg's story had receded from the public, but within the world of correctional systems and educational theory, it remained quietly influential. She continued to live with the aftermath of a single, violent decision made as a child. Now a woman shaped by confinement, accountability, and a relentless commitment to understanding herself. By the 11th year of her incarceration, Carly Gregg had become an internal reference point within the correctional system. New staff members were briefed on her file during onboarding. Her profile was used in training scenarios involving long-term youth inmates. While no longer a topic of outside discussion, her name still moved quietly within institutional circles. She remained a steady presence in the system, unremarkable in conduct, but uncommonly stable in psychological presentation. Her educational path continued. Carly completed her bachelor's degree in behavioral science and began a certificate program in restorative practices. The coursework was structured around reconciliation frameworks and principles of harm reduction. Carly gravitated toward readings that explored community healing in the aftermath of violence, particularly in cultures with different models of justice. She submitted essays on moral agency, authored under a student number with no identifying name. Therapists working with Carly began to shift the focus of their sessions to post-sentence identity. They guided her through questions not of release or freedom, but of what kind of person she had become after more than a decade in confinement. Carly described herself as a person of function, not aspiration. She expressed no desire for vindication, but continued to place emphasis on self-discipline and emotional clarity. She retained her role in the development of inmate-centered educational materials. Her work contributed to a new module used in early orientation programs for youth transfers into adult correctional environments. These materials focused on managing regret, responding to intrusive memories, and sustaining ethical behavior within institutional settings. Carly insisted her name not appear in any credits or acknowledgments. Her therapists noted a deepening stillness in her sessions. She was not disengaged, but she had reached a plateau, a state where growth was internalized and rarely verbalized. She asked few questions. She reflected more than she spoke. Her evaluations described her as thoughtful, regulated, and emotionally durable. One clinician noted that Carly had become a person who lives in consequence without seeking conclusion. The legal team managing her file maintained contact. Their updates were mechanical. Deadlines for parole readiness reports. Institutional summaries. No new motions were filed. Carly responded to inquiries with short, respectful replies. Her legal folder remained pristine, with no complications or disciplinary notes. Parole preparations began in the background. Though the review was still some time away, state procedures required documentation well in advance. Carly was not asked for statements but was informed that psychological and behavioral records would be used to assess suitability. When asked in counseling if she was preparing mentally for the possibility of parole, she answered only that she would continue doing what she was already doing. Inside the facility, Carly's world remained small but active. She requested additional reading materials, academic texts on conflict resolution, and first-person accounts of post-incarceration life. She showed interest in prison reentry theory, but never spoke of it as a personal goal. Her contributions to therapy groups continued in writing only. She remained distant from peer inmates, though always respectful. Correctional staff regarded her as reliable. She complied with every requirement. She volunteered for tasks. She provided structured feedback when requested, but she remained emotionally solitary. Even after more than a decade, Carly had no visitors. Her father no longer sent letters. Her contact with the outside world had ceased entirely. Staff noted that Carly's emotional language had evolved. She no longer used the terminology of remorse or tragedy. Instead, she spoke in terms of responsibility, consequence, and the stewardship of harm. She viewed her continued engagement in correctional programming as an obligation, not a strategy. She did not describe her behavior in terms of rehabilitation. She referred to it as discipline. One senior therapist remarked that Carly's life had become a kind of quiet observance, lived not in anticipation of release, but in fidelity to the truth of what she had done. Carly never described her actions as a mistake. She described them as a rupture she was learning to live beside. Her role in institutional memory grew. She was occasionally consulted on revisions to internal policy for long-term youth incarceration. Her feedback was technical and direct. She provided suggestions on how to introduce accountability frameworks earlier in confinement and how to provide inmates with more structured ethical reflection. She requested that her feedback remain anonymous. No public conversation surrounded Carly's name. No media coverage. No advocacy campaigns. Her trial was a closed chapter in public record, though citations of the case remained in academic literature. Her experience lived on through the policies she indirectly shaped, the materials she helped design, and the restrained clarity with which she approached her life behind bars. Within the tightly controlled world of the facility, Carly Gregg remained an anomaly, not in notoriety, but in steadiness. Her life was one of study, internal work, and emotional sobriety. She did not express hope, but she had not given up. She did not speak of freedom, but she lived in accountability. Her future remained undefined, yet the way she lived was deliberate, consistent, and always reflective of the irreversible act that had brought her there. The 12th year of Carly Gregg's incarceration brought the formal initiation of her parole eligibility process. Though she had known the timeline for years, the actual commencement of the procedure introduced new variables to her otherwise steady existence. Correctional administrators scheduled preliminary evaluations, and Carly's file was circulated to various departments for updated reviews. The process was administrative in nature, but it marked the first institutional acknowledgement of her potential future beyond confinement. Carly was informed of the schedule during a brief meeting with her case manager. She responded with a nod and no visible emotion. When asked if she wished to prepare a personal statement for the parole board, she said she would consider it. In the days that followed, she continued her usual routine without alteration. Her therapy sessions remained focused, her coursework uninterrupted. Her demeanor did not change. Staff prepared psychological assessments, educational progress summaries, and behavioral reports. Carly's record remained exemplary. There were no incidents, no refusals, no behavioral regressions. Her therapist submitted documentation noting her emotional consistency, intellectual maturity, and continued participation in long-term trauma processing. They emphasized that she had maintained her commitment to accountability without seeking leniency or portraying herself as a victim. The parole board's review process was extensive. They gathered records, interviewed correctional personnel, and examined Carly's contributions to institutional programs. Her work in developing materials for emotional crime stated that she did not expect forgiveness and affirmed her understanding that her life would always be shaped by what she had done. She did not ask for release. She concluded by saying she would accept whatever decision the board made, and that her obligations to responsibility and self-discipline would remain unchanged. Her legal team reviewed the submission and confirmed its inclusion in the official record. They prepared for the board hearing, though Carly declined to participate verbally. She expressed that everything she needed to say had been written. When asked in therapy why she chose not to speak, she replied that her actions were already documented, that words would not alter the truth. As the date of the board's internal meeting approached, staff quietly acknowledged the gravity of the review. Carly had become a fixed element within the facility. Her presence was constant. The idea of her absence, even under supervised release, presented a shift in the institutional rhythm. The parole board convened without her. They reviewed the full case file: trial records, psychological evaluations, educational progress, correctional behavior, and personal reflection. Their deliberations were confidential. Carly waited without commentary. Her routine did not change. She continued to write, study, and attend therapy as scheduled. The decision arrived 2 weeks later. The parole board denied Carly's release, but scheduled a follow-up review in 5 years. Their summary cited her exemplary conduct and consistent psychological development, but stated that additional time was necessary to evaluate her long-term readiness for reintegration. They emphasized that the denial was not punitive, but procedural. Carly received the news from her case manager. She nodded, said thank you, and returned to her scheduled class. When her therapist asked how she felt, she said it was expected. She expressed no disappointment, only a continued commitment to her existing path. She returned to journaling that evening, writing only a few sentences about the outcome before shifting to a reflection on discipline and permanence. Institutionally, the response to the board's decision was subdued. Staff resumed normal operations. Carly resumed her role in workshop development. Her therapists noted that her emotional state remained level. She showed no signs of regression or increased stress. Outside the facility, there was no public reaction. The media had not covered the parole review. Advocacy groups were silent. The case, once a focal point of national debate, remained closed to external scrutiny. Carly's name was known primarily in academic and professional circles, focused on youth incarceration and psychological ethics. The parole board's decision extended Carly's time inside, but it did not alter her approach to life. She remained engaged, reflective, and restrained. She continued to read extensively, write consistently, and approach each day with the same structure she had built over years. Her future remained uncertain, but her present remained unchanged, deliberate, focused, and shaped by the irreversible reality that continued to define her existence. Years passed following Carly Gregg's first parole review. The institutional environment around her shifted incrementally. New staff, updated procedures, and evolving programming for long-term inmates, but Carly's rhythm remained much the same. She continued to study, to write, and to maintain a quiet presence shaped by introspection and consistency. Her identity within the facility was fixed. She was no longer seen as a case in flux, but rather as a stable and known quantity, dependable and contained. In the lead-up to her next scheduled parole review, Carly was once again invited to update her file. This time, she declined to submit a personal statement. When asked why, she said she had already said what needed to be said. Her legal team updated the required forms and appended her educational progress, therapy participation, and behavioral records. There were no new variables to report. Her file reflected more of the same: continued compliance, continued growth, and continued distance. She remained engaged in coursework, now pursuing advanced certifications in restorative systems and trauma theory. She contributed intermittently to internal policy discussions, always anonymously, offering perspectives on adolescent justice and long-term accountability. Her feedback was noted and occasionally implemented, but she refused credit or recognition. Within the mental health unit, her therapy sessions took on a tone of long-range reflection. She spoke about legacy, not in terms of name or story, but in terms of the quiet contributions one makes when no one is looking. She saw her existence not as punishment, but as stewardship. When asked whether she still thought about the events that brought her to prison, she said they were not events. They were part of who she was. Not separate, not excused, integrated. In one session, she discussed a concept she had encountered in a book: living ethically without the possibility of absolution. She said that framework helped her stay focused, not as a means of redemption, but as a way to avoid harm. Her therapists noted that her thinking had become both clearer and more inward. She rarely speculated about the future. She focused on maintaining moral consistency in the present. The parole board met again. This time, they conducted a standard procedural review without Carly's participation. Her file was examined, and her record was once again deemed exceptional. After a brief deliberation, the board granted conditional release under supervised transition. Carly would be moved to a halfway facility that supported re-entry for long-term incarcerated individuals. The decision was not announced publicly. The documentation was filed quietly. Carly was informed in a meeting with her case manager and therapist. Her reaction was subdued. She asked logistical questions, then returned to her dormitory and resumed her scheduled study period. The transfer date was set for 2 months later. The facility prepared her release packet: identity documentation, education records, parole instructions, and therapy continuity forms. Carly packed her belongings into a small institutional duffel bag. She declined a farewell gathering. On the morning of her transfer, she departed without ceremony. Staff watched as she left, many of them unsure how to feel about the absence of someone who had been such a constant presence. Her arrival at the reentry program was quiet. She was assigned a small room, a weekly therapy schedule, and a work-study placement at a local outreach organization focused on conflict mediation. Her days were scheduled, but no longer confined. She adjusted slowly. In her first public therapy group outside the prison system, Carly introduced herself without context. She did not speak of her crime. She spoke about systems, behavior, and responsibility. Others in the group later said she seemed calm, careful, and deeply reflective. She lived in the reentry program under supervision for over a year. She never missed a check-in. She maintained employment. She completed 2 additional certifications. When her full parole was granted, she relocated to a small city under monitored independence. She kept to herself. She continued to write, though she never published. Her story was not told by her, and she never corrected the versions that circulated. For most, Carly Gregg became a footnote, an early tragedy that was absorbed by the system and eventually forgotten. But for those in institutional spaces, her name remained. In training materials, in ethical casebooks, in the margins of policy documents. Not as an example of failure or redemption, but as a reminder of complexity. Carly lived without seeking recognition. She did not claim change. She did not tell her story. She simply carried it, as she always had. Quietly. Precisely. Permanently. Hello and welcome to Nightmare Lullabies. As you settle in for the night, prepare to be immersed in a world of eerie whispers and unsettling tales, designed to both chill and soothe. Now close your eyes, relax, and let the darkness carry you away. And if these nightly tales captivate you, feel free to join our community for more whispered secrets. In the quiet town of Falkirk, nestled between Edinburgh and Glasgow in central Scotland, life carried a comforting predictability. Rows of sandstone buildings stood proudly in the face of time, casting long shadows across narrow cobblestone streets. Among these streets, at a modest 2-story flat on Cumley Park, lived a woman whose life would become a cautionary tale of obsession, control, and the devastating consequences of love turned toxic. Marie Walker, 61, was a familiar face in the community. A retired nurse, she had spent over 3 decades caring for others. Her calm demeanor, kind voice, and strong sense of duty endeared her to everyone who met her. She enjoyed her routines, morning walks through Dollar Park, a quiet coffee at the corner cafe, and evenings with her daughter Jennifer, who lived nearby. Marie was the embodiment of someone who had finally found peace after a difficult past. But in the summer of 2018, that peace began to erode. It started, as these stories often do, with a chance encounter. Marie had met Norman Partington, 61, online in early 2018. A former prison officer from Lancashire, he had a stern appearance, but his messages were polite, even charming. They bonded over shared experiences. Both had worked in public service, both had adult children, and both expressed loneliness. Marie's daughter Jennifer later recalled that her mother was tentative but excited. She had been widowed for years and longed for companionship. Their relationship moved quickly. Within months, Norman was traveling up from England regularly to see Marie. Neighbors noticed the frequent comings and goings of a man who didn't speak much, but always seemed to be watching. Jennifer, too, was uneasy. He was controlling, she later told investigators. He didn't like her going out without telling him. He monitored everything. But Marie, ever compassionate, brushed off the red flags. She told friends he was just a bit old-fashioned. In truth, the dynamic was shifting rapidly and dangerously. By September 2018, Marie's personality had begun to change. Once lively and independent, she seemed withdrawn and anxious. She started skipping her usual walks. She stopped volunteering at the local hospice, something she had done for years. When friends asked about Norman, she became defensive. Jennifer confronted her mother more than once. She would say everything was fine, Jennifer said later, but I could see the fear in her eyes. The police would later learn that Norman had a history of violent behavior. A former partner in Lancashire had taken out a restraining order against him in 2012. There had been reports of coercive control, verbal abuse, and even threats. But none of this came to light until it was too late. Marie, like many victims of coercive relationships, was isolated, physically, emotionally, and socially. On October 7, 2018, Jennifer received a series of unsettling texts from her mother. They were short, uncharacteristically vague, and written in a tone that didn't quite feel like Marie's. One simply said, "Going away for a while. Need space." Jennifer called repeatedly, but got no answer. Concerned, she went to her mother's flat. The curtains were drawn. The lights were off. But Marie's car was still parked outside. When there was no answer at the door, Jennifer called the police. Officers arrived and forced entry into the flat. Marie was gone. Her purse, phone, and coat were missing, but her medication, always kept in a labeled case near the kettle, was still there. Her phone last pinged a tower near Calendar Wood, a forested area just outside Falkirk, on the evening of October 6th. From that moment, a quiet town became the center of a growing mystery. The next days were a blur. Search parties combed the woods. Police dogs and helicopters swept the area. Flyers went up in shop windows and bus stops. "Have you seen Marie Walker?" became a haunting refrain in Falkirk. But Norman Partington was nowhere to be found. He had vanished the same weekend. Interpol was alerted. A Europe-wide warrant was issued for his arrest. Days turned into weeks. Rumors spread quickly. Some said Marie had run away. Others whispered of darker things. But those closest to her never wavered in their belief. She wouldn't leave without saying goodbye. Not to Jennifer. Not like this. The investigation was about to take a chilling turn. It had been a week since the disappearance of Clara and Lucas Maurer, and the atmosphere in Innsbruck shifted from confusion to collective dread. The town's medieval streets, usually echoing with the chatter of tourists and the clang of bells from cyclists, now felt subdued. Flyers bearing the twins' faces were plastered on bus stops, bakery windows, and telephone poles. The soft snowfall that once charmed the town now seemed to mute a chilling silence. Detective Andreas Vogel, heading the Tyrolean Criminal Investigation Division, had never dealt with a missing persons case this complex and emotionally charged. From the beginning, he was struck by the disturbing lack of evidence. No forced entry, no screams reported by neighbors. The surveillance footage from the bakery's vicinity offered no clues. It was as if the two children had simply vanished into the cold mountain air. Suspicion naturally gravitated toward the last people to see the children. In this case, that meant their parents, Julia and Martin Maurer. Interviews with neighbors painted an image of an ordinary family, until cracks began to appear. Julia, a nurse at the nearby private clinic, was described as devoted but distant. Always polite, always early to pick up the children, but never engaging in small talk. Some said she looked tired, permanently drained, even on the brightest mornings. Martin, on the other hand, had been the one to pick up the twins from kindergarten that day, or so everyone assumed. But the teacher, Frau Steiner, later admitted she hadn't seen who took the children. The twins were known to wait outside for their father when it snowed. When questioned, Martin said he had collected them as usual and walked them home. He claimed they had hot chocolate, watched a cartoon, and then went to bed. By morning, the twins were gone. Julia, who had worked a night shift, was asleep when Martin raised the alarm. But something didn't add up. Andreas began retracing the steps more thoroughly. Cadaver dogs brought to the apartment signaled nothing. No signs of blood or struggle. Still, when they brought Martin back in for a second round of questioning, his composure wavered. The biggest breakthrough came from a neighbor across the courtyard, Helga Bernsteiner, who had security cameras installed after a string of local burglaries. Her footage showed no one entering the Mauer home the entire evening of the 15th, except for Martin himself. Not once, not twice, but 3 times between 7 p.m. and 11 p.m., once with a large gym bag. When asked about it, Martin stuttered. He claimed he had forgotten his phone and later his charger. The bag, he said, was filled with laundry. Yet a search of the apartment revealed no laundry that wasn't already accounted for. Julia said she hadn't noticed him coming back multiple times, which Andreas found odd, especially since she claimed to be awake until after 10 p.m. watching television. Pressure mounted, but hard evidence still evaded the investigation. No bodies, no blood, no confirmed sightings of the twins. The bakery owner remembered them vividly that morning. Clara had asked for raspberry jam instead of her usual chocolate croissant. That detail haunted Andreas. Forensics scoured the Mauer family car and found traces of soil in the trunk, soil that didn't match the type found in their garden or neighborhood. It was dark, peaty, and consistent with ground found near the Achensee Lake, a secluded area about an hour from Innsbruck. A team was dispatched. Divers searched the lake's freezing waters, but found nothing. It wasn't until 2 weeks later that a local hiker stumbled upon a child's mitten in the woods nearby. DNA confirmed it belonged to Clara. By then, Martin was no longer cooperating. He'd retained a lawyer and refused to answer further questions. Julia, meanwhile, had moved out of the apartment and in with her sister in Salzburg. When asked if she believed her husband was involved, she paused, then said, "I don't know who he is anymore." The media erupted. Talk shows speculated about marital abuse, affairs, secret debts. Some journalists focused on Martin's allegedly controlling behavior. A neighbor told reporters she had once heard loud arguing from the apartment, followed by glass shattering. Others swore they never saw anything unusual. And then, just as quickly as the investigation had gained momentum, it slowed. Without a confession or a body, the prosecution couldn't move forward. Andreas Vogel's hands were tied, and the Mauer twins became another case on Austria's growing list of cold files. Years passed. Public memory faded. But some, like Julia, never stopped searching. By spring 2004, 3 months after Clara and Lucas vanished, hope had all but evaporated in the streets of Innsbruck. The snow had melted, but in its place remained the heavy weight of unanswered questions and quiet accusations. The town, once united in concern, had begun to fracture. Whispers about the Moras shifted from sympathy to suspicion, with Martin Mauer at the center. Detective Andreas Vogel, despite lacking the evidence needed for formal charges, remained convinced that someone close to the twins knew what had happened. He had seen it before, cases where the perpetrator hid in plain sight, cloaked in grief. The investigation had reached a standstill, and so had the public narrative. But behind the scenes, Andreas was still pulling at threads. One of the threads led him to Clara and Lucas's former kindergarten teacher, Frau Steiner. She hadn't initially mentioned it, but during a routine follow-up, she revealed that Clara had become increasingly withdrawn in the weeks leading up to the disappearance. When asked why she hadn't brought it up sooner, she hesitated before admitting she didn't want to cast a shadow over grieving parents. Clara told me once that her father had a bad dream and threw a plate. She said she and Lucas hid in the closet until her mother came home. It wasn't enough to launch legal action, but it was a crucial emotional puzzle piece. Andreas requested access to the family's medical records, hoping to trace any signs of abuse. Julia's hospital records showed no physical injuries, but her visits to a psychologist in 2001 hinted at deeper issues. In her sessions, she spoke vaguely of marital stress, walking on eggshells, and feelings of isolation. Meanwhile, media attention waned, replaced by fresher headlines. Still, Julia Maurer refused to give up. Now living with her sister in Salzburg, she launched her own campaign. She gave interviews, visited television programs, and spoke directly to the public. Her message was consistent. "I believe my children are still out there. Someone knows something." The public responded with both admiration and skepticism. Was this the fight of a grieving mother, or a subtle distancing from guilt? In private, Julia cooperated fully with Andreas, answering every question. Her tone grew more somber each time, but her recollection remained consistent. Martin's, on the other hand, became increasingly fragmented. When the police requested to search his parents' cabin near Meerhofen, he agreed, then tried to revoke permission days later. By then it was too late. A team had already entered the property. Inside the rustic cabin, there was nothing extraordinary, until they reached the attic. Tucked away in a wooden trunk beneath old blankets was a single child's shoe. Mud-caked and weathered, a forensic analysis revealed it matched the same soil as the mitten found near Achensee Lake. It also matched the size of Lucas's shoes, though there was no definitive proof it was his. Confronted with this, Martin grew defensive. He claimed the shoe must have been left behind from an earlier family trip. But no such trip had been recorded. Julia swore they hadn't been to Meerhofen as a family in over 2 years. Her voice cracked when she was shown the photo of the shoe. "That's Lucas's. He hated that pair. Said it made his foot itch." The shoe, while not a body, was enough to reignite public interest and reopen the investigation. Andreas assembled a small task force dedicated solely to the Maurer case. He also reached out to a criminal profiler from Vienna, Dr. Katharina Weiss, known for her work on familial disappearance cases. Dr. Weiss studied Martin's behavior and came to a chilling conclusion. "He fits the pattern of a disintegrating patriarch," she said in her report. "A man who believes he's losing control over his family, his wife, and his identity. If these children are deceased, the motive likely stems from a desire to maintain dominance. If I can't have them, no one will." And yet, no confession came, and no bodies were found. It was around this time that a new tip surfaced. A man named Florian Habicht, recently arrested in Germany on unrelated charges, claimed he once shared a holding cell with someone who had killed his kids in the Alps. The alleged confessor fit Martin's age and physical description, but Florian was a known liar, having fabricated similar stories before. Still, Andreas followed up. Martin denied ever being in Germany at that time. But Julia remembered differently. He had traveled to Munich for a work conference in 2005, just over a year after the twins disappeared. The hotel he stayed at had been only 5 kilometers from where Florian had been arrested. It was yet another coincidence, another loose thread, but still the rope didn't tighten. By the end of 2005, Martin had sold the family apartment and moved to Linz. Julia remained in Salzburg, tirelessly advocating for justice. She began writing letters to politicians, organizing candlelight vigils, and appearing at schools to speak about missing children. Innsbruck moved on. The bakery where the twins were last seen closed in 2006. The kindergarten was renovated. New families moved into the Mora's old building. But for those who remembered, the shadows never fully lifted. And for Andreas, every new disappearance across the region came with a bitter question. Were they missing, or had they been silenced? By 2006, the case of Clara and Lucas Maurer had reached an uncomfortable plateau, not officially closed, but quietly cold. With no arrests, no further evidence, and no sightings, the Austrian media lost interest. Detective Andreas Vogel was reassigned to another unit, and while the file remained open, no one actively worked the case. Still, those most affected, Julia, and to a lesser extent Martin, continued to carry the weight of the unknown. Julia Maurer, now living a quieter life in Salzburg, had become both a mother in mourning and a reluctant public figure. Each year on March 3rd, she held a small vigil in the Mirabel Gardens, inviting anyone who still remembered her children to light a candle. Attendance dwindled over time, but her determination didn't. Her face, once soft and bright, was now hardened by years of grief, etched with deep-set lines that made her look far older than her 36 years. Martin, in contrast, all but vanished from public view. After relocating to Linz, he cut ties with most of his former friends and colleagues. Rumors circulated that he'd changed his surname and was working under the radar in the logistics industry. Journalists who tried to track him down were met with silence or legal threats. The man who once stood at press conferences beside his wife, clutching her hand and begging for information, was now a ghost. In 2008, a minor development revived interest. A tourist hiking near the Stubai Alps, approximately 40 kilometers south of Innsbruck, discovered two pieces of children's clothing beneath a loose rock face, a woolen scarf and a faded sock. Weathered by time and the elements, both items were heavily degraded. Authorities initially dismissed the find, believing it could have belonged to any number of families who passed through the area over the years. But Julia insisted on DNA testing. Though inconclusive due to environmental damage, mitochondrial traces were consistent with the Maurer family. Still, it was not definitive. The items were placed into evidence, and the case was momentarily reopened, only to stall once again. Forensic limitations, especially in cases exposed to alpine conditions for years, meant that many potentially crucial traces had been eroded or destroyed. In 2010, a private investigator named Heinrich Wiegel reached out to Julia. A former Bundespolizei officer turned independent consultant, Wiegel had spent years researching cold cases across the region. He believed that Clara and Lucas had not been killed in Innsbruck at all, but transported, possibly across the border into Italy. His theory rested on several factors: the proximity to the Brenner Pass, the unaccounted for hours in Martin's timeline the day after the disappearance, and unverified sightings of a man with two children at a rest stop near Bolzano on the night of March 3, 2003. Wiegel traced a potential route using toll data, weather patterns, and gas station receipts. One receipt, dated March 4th at 2:14 a.m., came from a fuel station just south of Vipitino, Italy. The card used matched the final four digits of a company fuel card registered under Martin's former employer. Martin refused to comment when confronted. The Bolzano theory gained minor traction in the press, but eventually faded without confirmation. Italian authorities agreed to assist, but given the lack of physical evidence and the jurisdictional limitations, their hands were tied. Search efforts near the suggested route yielded no results. In 2011, Julia published a memoir titled Two Empty Beds, chronicling her family's life before and after the disappearance. The book became a modest success in Austria, resonating especially with families of other missing persons. In it, Julia remained careful not to accuse Martin directly, but her words left little room for interpretation. "Sometimes the greatest mystery isn't what happened," she wrote, "but how someone you once loved could become unknowable." In 2013, on the 10-year anniversary, a special aired on Austrian television, revisiting the case. It included interviews with childhood friends, teachers, and one of the original search volunteers. During the broadcast, a viewer from Hall in Tyrol called in with a vague but haunting memory. She believed she saw the children in a blue car parked near a trailhead on March 3, 2003. She didn't recognize the man with them, but she remembered the girl looked scared. Police followed up, but no registration data from that time matched Martin's known vehicles. That same year, a forensic anthropologist at the University of Vienna offered to re-examine the children's clothing found near Stubai, using improved DNA extraction techniques. Unfortunately, the fabric's condition had worsened, and no usable profiles were retrieved. As more years passed, the case became less about finding the children and more about preserving their memory. Julia continued her work with families of missing persons, speaking regularly at conferences and supporting new legislation for extended cold case funding. Her energy came in waves, sometimes relentless, other times subdued, but her commitment never wavered. Martin, meanwhile, was spotted just once in public in 2015, exiting a small church near Graz. A local reporter attempted to speak with him, but he refused to answer any questions. He looked thinner, paler, haunted, some said. The silence, like a second skin, wrapped tightly around the story. No new evidence, no new sightings. Just two children frozen in time, captured in school photos, their faces unchanged as the world moved on. And yet, in March 2020, amid a global pandemic and a national lockdown, a curious thing happened. A woman walking her dog along the forest edge near Bad Gastein stumbled upon a rusted lunchbox buried partially in the soil. Inside were small drawings, childlike, faded with time. One was of a house. Another showed a man, a woman, and two children holding hands. The initials C and L were carved on the underside of the lid. It was sent to authorities for examination. The box itself dated back to the early 2000s and matched a model sold in Tyrolean supermarkets around 2002. The drawings were too degraded to confirm authorship, but Julia, upon seeing them, whispered, "That's Lucas's drawing style. He always drew houses that way, flat roofs, two square windows." The find offered no closure, only more questions. How had the box ended up in Bad Gastein, 120 kilometers from Innsbruck? Had the children been there at some point? Had someone moved their belongings? Or was it a cruel coincidence? As the years passed, one thing became clear. In the absence of truth, the story of Clara and Lucas Maurer became something larger than a single tragedy. It became a quiet warning, a ghost woven into the alpine winds, a mother's wound that time refused to close, and somewhere out there were still two empty beds. In 2021, nearly 2 decades after Clara and Lucas Maurer vanished without a trace, Austria was in the grip of a broader reckoning with its unsolved cases. Public pressure had mounted over the years as families across the country pushed for renewed attention to cold files long buried in the archives of provincial police departments. One of the outcomes of this was the expansion of the Cold Case Austria initiative, a project that offered anonymous tip lines, reviewed forensic archives with new technologies, and brought back experienced investigators to assist with dormant cases. Among the files flagged for priority review, the Maurer case. Detective Andreas Vogel, who had led the original investigation in 2003, was now retired but still living in the outskirts of Innsbruck. When contacted by the Cold Case Unit in early 2021, he agreed to participate in a limited advisory role. He was reluctant at first. Time had not dulled his frustration with the case, and he had often wondered if his own missteps had contributed to its failure. But the idea that there might still be something left to uncover stirred a sense of duty in him. One of the first actions of the renewed task force was to audit all digital and physical evidence. Most of the original files had been digitized by 2010, but several key items had never been subjected to modern forensic reanalysis. Among them, fibers found on Clara's bedsheet, soil samples from the soles of Martin's shoes, and a single partial palm print on the back door handle of the Mora's home. The palm print had been unreadable in 2003, but with advances in algorithmic enhancement, technicians were now able to extract a partial ridge pattern. The match was weak, only 7 points, but enough to raise an eyebrow when it pointed toward an individual named Thomas Leitner, a seasonal laborer who had worked in the area at the time of the children's disappearance. Leitner had a record, minor offenses, mostly petty theft and drug possession, but in 2001 he had also been questioned in connection with an attempted abduction of a 9-year-old girl in Zell MC. No charges were filed at the time due to lack of evidence. He had since moved to Munich, Germany. The Innsbruck cold case team contacted their German counterparts, and Leitner was brought in for questioning in March 2021. He denied any involvement in the Maurer case, claimed he had never been to their home, and insisted the palm print must have come from some other context. He had no alibi for March 3, 2003, stating vaguely that he may have been drinking with friends in Kufstein. But there was no concrete evidence tying him to the disappearance, and after 3 days of questioning, he was released. The media picked up the story and speculation exploded once more, many assuming a breakthrough had finally arrived. Julia, however, remained measured. "We've had false hope before," she told Der Standard. "Until I see proof, I won't allow myself to believe anything." Meanwhile, back in Austria, forensic botanists working with the team had managed to isolate a rare lichen species from one of the children's shoes found in 2008 near the Stubai Alps. The sample had been misclassified at the time as common moss, but under closer analysis, it was identified as Labaria pulmonaria, a species that only grew in a limited shaded valley near the Old Schmern Forest Trail. This area had never been part of the original search zone. In April 2021, a new ground search was organized. Drones, cadaver dogs, and thermal imaging were deployed over a 3 square kilometer area around the Schmern Forest. For 5 days, the team combed the terrain. They found remnants of an old fire pit, broken pieces of plastic consistent with a children's toy from the early 2000s, and a torn scrap of fabric partially buried beneath pine needles. The fabric was later confirmed to be from the same textile batch as Lucas's missing jacket. The discovery reignited both the investigation and public interest. News outlets across Austria reported on the renewed effort, with many questioning why the forest had never been searched in the first place. Theories proliferated. Had Martin taken them there? Was Leitner involved? Was it a hideout or a burial site? Forensic archaeologists continued their analysis into the summer. No human remains were found, but Julia took the fabric as a sign that the children had at least passed through the area. "This is proof of presence," she said during a press conference in May 2021. "And presence means someone brought them there." Despite renewed momentum, the case still lacked the final piece: someone to break the silence. That silence nearly cracked in July 2021, when a retired priest from St. Johann in Pongau contacted police. He said he had been bound by confessional secrecy for years, but now, nearing the end of his life, he wanted to share what he could. According to him, in 2005, a man came to him in emotional distress. He didn't confess a crime directly, but alluded to having done something irreversible, something involving his children and a forest. The man never gave a name, but the priest described him as tall, mid-40s, well-groomed, and wearing a business suit. The location and timeline made it plausible, but the statement lacked enough detail to be actionable. The priest passed away just 2 weeks after giving the statement. Still, it raised the question again. Had Martin Maurer confessed? Authorities attempted to trace Martin's whereabouts in 2005. Bank records showed several withdrawals from a town near St. Johann during the same week mentioned by the priest. But Martin declined to speak with police and maintained his silence through his lawyer. Legally, nothing compelled him to talk. The case, once again, teetered on the edge of progress, but never quite crossed the threshold. In the years that followed, the Schmern Forest area became a place of quiet pilgrimage for those who had followed the case. A small plaque was placed at the trailhead by an anonymous supporter. It read, "For Clara and Lucas. May your voices still be heard in the trees." Julia continued her advocacy, though her public appearances became less frequent. In 2023, she gave a final television interview to mark the 20th anniversary. Her hair now gray, her eyes tired but unwavering, she repeated what had become her mantra. They were real. They were loved. And they mattered. The Austrian authorities keep the file open. The palm print remains a partial match. The forest still whispers. The beds still remain empty. But Clara and Lucas Maurer are not forgotten. Not in Innsbruck. Not in Salzburg. And not by the world that still waits quietly for a truth long buried beneath the surface. By the beginning of 2024, the Maurer case had become more than just a local tragedy. It had taken root in the broader European consciousness as one of the most haunting and unresolved child disappearances in recent history. True crime communities, both online and offline, picked apart the timeline, maps, and interviews in excruciating detail. Cold Case podcasts covered it extensively, and a German-language documentary on ORF generated renewed interest when it aired in early January. This revival, though useful in keeping public attention on the case, also brought with it a darker undercurrent. Misinformation, obsession, and unsolicited theories began circulating widely, particularly in online forums. Julia Maurer, now 61, was again forced to shield herself from the invasive nature of renewed media attention, especially from online sleuths who speculated wildly about her brother's guilt, and even about her own. The Austrian Federal Police were quietly still investigating. A small task force, led by Inspector Lena Eberwein, had continued reviewing leads. Eberwein, a meticulous and quiet investigator in her early 40s, had spent most of her career in Salzburg before transferring to Innsbruck in 2019. She brought a different energy to the case, careful, data-driven, and devoid of the bravado that had often marred earlier phases of the investigation. In February 2024, she made a decision that would shift the direction of the case once more. Rather than continuing to chase unverifiable tips or forensic long shots, she proposed a psychological reanalysis of Martin Mora's behavior, not just from the day of the disappearance, but over the course of his entire life. She engaged Dr. Anton Riedel, a renowned forensic psychologist from Vienna, to review tapes, transcripts, and journal notes from the original investigation. Riedel's assessment was chilling, not for what it found, but for what it implied. Martin Maurer exhibits patterns of highly controlled emotional expression. This is not unusual in men of his generation. However, the total absence of disorganized grief, or even displaced frustration, suggests either profound psychological suppression or the presence of a dissociative coping mechanism, both of which are common in individuals with guilt awareness. This was not proof. It wasn't even evidence. But it validated the working theory many had quietly carried for years, that Martin knew more than he had ever admitted. Meanwhile, the analysis of the scrap of fabric found in the Schmern forest continued. A forensic textile expert from Zurich, Dr. Amelia Koenig, confirmed in March 2024 that the tear pattern and residue on the cloth indicated it had likely been caught and forcibly torn, not simply fallen off or degraded over time. This aligned with the working hypothesis that Lucas had been led or forced into the area and that a struggle had likely occurred. Satellite imagery from the European Space Agency was also revisited. Although high-resolution data from 2003 was limited, thermal imaging logs from military sources showed a heat anomaly in the forested region on the evening of March 3rd, consistent with a controlled fire. No follow-up had ever been conducted on this data at the time, as civilian agencies hadn't had access to it. Now, 21 years later, the likelihood that it pointed to the burning of evidence was taken seriously. In April 2024, the Austrian Interior Ministry authorized a second excavation of the Schmern area. For 5 weeks, with the use of ground-penetrating radar, specially trained cadaver dogs, and a team of forensic anthropologists, the team conducted one of the largest non-criminal archaeological operations in Austrian post-war history. The entire country watched. On the 27th day, beneath the roots of a fallen pine tree, human remains were discovered. Partial, degraded, and scattered, but unmistakably child-sized. DNA analysis would take weeks, but Julia knew. When she was informed, she asked only one question. Was it both of them? The answer was not yet. Only a partial jawbone, a femur fragment, and a single tooth were initially found. Testing would confirm that they belonged to Lucas Maurer. The news broke on May 19, 2024, and Austria paused. Nearly 21 years to the day after the disappearance, confirmation had arrived. Lucas was dead, and he had died in the forest. For Julia, it was the answer to one question, and the opening of 1,000 others. "Where is Clara?" she asked during a solemn statement in front of the media. "And why did no one stop this?" Martin Maurer refused to comment. He released a statement through his lawyer expressing grief at the confirmation of his son's death, but denied any involvement. He had been diagnosed with early-stage Parkinson's the previous year, and had since withdrawn from public life entirely. The identification of Lucas triggered a wave of legal motions. Under Austrian law, reopening a case with new evidence of homicide could, in certain circumstances, override prior prosecutorial limits, especially if malfeasance or obstruction was suspected. Investigators now had reason to subpoena records, re-interview witnesses under oath, and re-examine Martin's financial records and travel logs from 2003 to 2005. One item raised immediate suspicion: a 2004 cash withdrawal of €4,800 from a small bank in Villach, matching the date of an anonymous tip about a father with children acting strangely at a roadside motel. The motel had since been demolished, and the records were incomplete, but it added fuel to the theory that Clara might have survived for a period after March 3rd. Eberwein and her team continued quietly, deliberately, but the discovery of Lucas's remains had galvanized the case. International media began covering the story again, from the BBC to Le Monde, from Der Spiegel to smaller regional papers. Forensic experts were invited from the Netherlands, Sweden, and Switzerland. Julia remained at the center of it all. Though she rarely spoke to the press, she continued to appear at memorials, fundraisers for missing children, and awareness campaigns. One speech she gave at a Vienna conference in June 2024 was later viewed over 2 million times online. "My brother is gone. My sister is still missing. But the truth, the full truth, is no longer buried. We will dig until it sees the light." The search for Clara Maurer, and the full truth of what happened in March 2003, continued. But the ground had finally begun to give up its secrets. By late June 2024, with the discovery of Lucas Moura's remains confirmed and the official classification of his death upgraded from missing to homicide, public pressure intensified. The case, long treated as a tragic cold mystery, now had tangible evidence, and with that came renewed hope for justice and for answers. Forensic anthropologists from the Netherlands and Austria worked around the clock to extract any possible trace evidence from the forest site. The pine-covered area, previously assumed to be irrelevant, became the center of national attention. It was now treated as an active crime scene, albeit 21 years delayed. What stood out immediately was the disturbing absence of anything related to Clara. No clothing, no biological traces, no physical remains, nothing. This, in itself, became a haunting revelation. Investigators began to suspect that the children hadn't died together, or at the very least, not in the same location or under the same circumstances. The forest was no longer a final resting place for both siblings. It had only contained Lucas. For Inspector Lena Eberwein, this brought a shift in strategy. The theory that Clara had either been taken elsewhere or possibly survived longer became the primary hypothesis. It was a difficult proposition to navigate ethically and logistically. If Clara had survived, where was she now? And why had she never surfaced? The idea that she may have been trafficked, hidden, or even killed later began to take shape. To explore this further, Eberwein brought in Dr. Carla Voss, a profiler who had worked on multiple European abduction cases involving minors. Voss's analysis of Clara's case, based on behavioral patterns, last known sightings, and the family's dynamics, pointed toward an uncomfortable but increasingly likely scenario: that Clara had been selectively taken. Perhaps by someone close, perhaps even by someone she trusted. Media attention on Martin Maurer reached a fever pitch. Though he remained under legal protection and had not been charged, opinion pieces, open letters, and investigative articles across Europe questioned his role. His refusal to give new interviews, and his prior inconsistencies in timelines, only added to the suspicion. One crucial point reemerged during this time. In the original investigation, a local man had reported seeing Martin with both children near a rest area on the Brenner Pass, about 70 kilometers south of Innsbruck, on March 4, 2003, one day after the official date of their disappearance. This sighting had been dismissed at the time due to lack of corroborating evidence. But now, with the timeline being revisited, the report was re-examined and cross-referenced with new data from a recovered toll booth record. It placed a vehicle registered to Martin Maurer passing through the exact toll gate near the Brenner Pass at 12:16 p.m. that same day. This detail, long buried in boxes of overlooked paperwork, reopened the possibility that the children had been transported further south, possibly even out of Austria. Interpol was contacted. Italian authorities were briefed. The theory that Clara may have been brought across the border, either temporarily or permanently, became the central focus. Parallel to this, journalists uncovered an unsettling pattern of reports between 2003 and 2005 involving a girl matching Clara's description seen in border towns like Bolzano and Trento. One report, logged by a schoolteacher in 2004, described a confused young girl who spoke German with a Tiroler accent, seen in the company of an older man at a market in Trento. At the time, no connection had been made to the Maurer case, but the description now took on new weight. Unfortunately, none of the local authorities at the time had collected surveillance footage. Standard protocols were not yet widespread in small Italian towns in the early 2000s. The trail was old, faded, and built on memory, but it was something. Julia Maurer, now increasingly at the heart of the investigation, took a bold step. In July 2024, she launched a pan-European awareness campaign focused on Clara. Using age progression renderings created by forensic artists and AI facial prediction tools, she distributed digital flyers, posters, and social media campaigns in German, Italian, and English. The slogan was simple but haunting. "If you're out there, Clara, we're still looking." The campaign went viral. Within a week, the hashtag #FindClaraMaurer trended across Austria, Germany, and parts of Italy. Dozens of tips came in, some from well-meaning individuals, others clearly false, but a handful offered potential leads. One in particular stood out. A woman in her early 30s living in Como, Italy, claimed that her mother had told her she was adopted under strange circumstances and showed a childhood photo eerily similar to young Clara. Investigators quickly followed up, and a DNA test was conducted. 3 weeks later, the results confirmed it wasn't a match. Despite the disappointment, the process reignited momentum. People were paying attention again. Eyes that had long turned away were now watching. Meanwhile, forensic reanalysis of items found at the Schmern site, particularly soil samples and residue on Lucas's remains, revealed traces of an uncommon industrial solvent primarily used in high-end automotive repair shops and manufacturing plants. This detail, obscure but significant, triggered a search for anyone in Martin Mora's extended circle who may have had access to such chemicals in 2003. An old friend of Martin's, Hans Kohler, had operated a private garage near Kufstein during the early 2000s. He had never been interviewed during the original investigation. When approached in August 2024, he claimed not to have seen Martin in years, but admitted that Martin had visited his garage around the time of the kids going missing, though he couldn't recall the exact date. The connection was tenuous, but investigators now had a concrete reason to search the premises. Though the building had changed owners twice since, Eberwein secured a warrant to excavate the grounds. On August 28, 2024, a buried piece of child's clothing was discovered behind the garage. Heavily degraded, but preserved enough to recognize faded fabric similar to what Clara had been wearing the day she disappeared. Testing was ordered. As autumn approached, the possibility of real answers, for both Clara and Lucas, grew ever closer. But with every discovery came a new question, a new mystery, a new whisper from the past, carried beneath the pines and across decades of silence. As the investigation into the Maurer case reached its most intense phase, it became clear that the final pieces of the puzzle were coming together. Yet the more they uncovered, the more the question of why remained unanswered. By late November 2024, the authorities had begun to focus heavily on Martin Mora's activities after the disappearance of his children. The discovery of Clara's clothing behind Hans Kohler's garage and the traces of the industrial solvent had led investigators to believe that Martin might have been involved in a much darker aspect of the children's vanishing than previously suspected. Had Martin, as it now appeared, been concealing something about his past, or worse, something he had done to his own children? The critical breakthrough came in early December, when a piece of forensic evidence finally tied Martin to the site where Lucas's remains had been found. An expert team of forensic specialists, having conducted an extensive review of the clothing found near the body, discovered minute fragments of the same industrial solvent that had been found on Lucas's remains. It was a chilling confirmation that Martin had likely been present at the site in Smyrna before the child's body had been placed there. The realization struck like a thunderclap. Lucas had not simply died in the forest. He had been intentionally placed there, with meticulous care, as if to hide his body from public view. But why? Inspector Lena Eberwein, whose team had pursued this case for over a year, now turned her attention toward understanding what had led to the children's fates. The investigation, having moved beyond surface-level evidence, now revealed deeper layers of trauma. Martin Mora's financial troubles, once considered peripheral, were now deemed central. In the months leading up to Clara and Lucas's disappearance, Martin's business had been on the brink of collapse. The jewelry shop was nearly bankrupt, and Maurer was heavily in debt. Yet, there was something even more sinister in his dealings that had eluded investigators for years. Martin had been involved with several individuals who were connected to underground business dealings, illegal smuggling, money laundering, and other illicit activities. One of the individuals who stood out was Dieter Kruger, a known figure in the local black market, particularly in the trade of high-end stolen goods. Kruger had been part of the intricate financial web that Martin had been tangled in. It became apparent that Martin might have been desperate enough to turn to illegal means to solve his problems, and the disappearance of Clara and Lucas might have been the result of a debt gone wrong. The breakthrough came from a series of intercepted phone records, which had been painstakingly traced by the Austrian Federal Police. One of the calls Martin had made days before the disappearance had been to Dieter Kruger. The call was brief but revealing. It had occurred at a time when Martin had been facing intense pressure, financially and emotionally. It was believed that Martin had tried to resolve his business issues through increasingly dangerous channels, leading to a deadly confrontation with his own children. The exact timeline was still murky, but the possibility of violence being an inherent part of Martin's response to his financial collapse was becoming undeniable. As the investigation continued, detectives began to look into the emotional relationship between Martin and his children. Clara, in particular, had shown signs of distancing herself from her father in the months leading up to the disappearance. Friends and family recalled that she had become increasingly withdrawn and agitated, as if something was deeply wrong within the family. Could this have been a reaction to Martin's growing erratic behavior? The key to understanding the family dynamics was found in a set of letters Martin had written to Clara and Lucas. Hidden in an old desk drawer, these letters provided a startling glimpse into Martin's frame of mind before the disappearance. The letters were filled with angry rants and uncharacteristically controlling language. He had written to Clara, imploring her to stay close, warning her not to trust anyone, including her mother. To Lucas, he had expressed a strange mixture of love and ownership, calling him his legacy. As disturbing as the letters were, they painted a picture of a father who had begun to lose control, not just of his life, but of his relationships. It was as if he were struggling to hold on to his children, as if their rebellion, their simple wish for independence, was a threat to his very existence. In December 2024, Martin Maurer was arrested. A long overdue arrest that had come after years of failed investigations, lies, and delays. He was charged with the murder of Lucas and the suspected abduction of Clara. The evidence against him was circumstantial, but the weight of the forensic discoveries, the phone records, and the letters was too much to ignore. Yet, even as Martin sat in jail awaiting trial, there were still no answers about Clara's fate. Was she still alive? Had she been taken somewhere far away? Or had she met the same fate as Lucas, her body hidden to shield the truth from ever being revealed? As the months dragged on, Julia Maurer, Clara and Lucas's mother, never stopped fighting for closure. She attended every court hearing, sat through every piece of testimony, and held on to hope that one day she would know what happened to her children. But with each passing day, the reality set in. The full truth might never be known. In May 2025, Martin Maurer stood trial for the murder of Lucas. The court proceedings were tense, and his defense argued that there was not enough evidence to convict him beyond a reasonable doubt. Despite his chilling confessions, the trial was postponed multiple times, dragging the Maurer family through even more agony. For now, the fate of Clara Maurer remained an unsolved mystery, one that haunted Innsbruck, Austria. The whispers of what had happened that fateful day on March 3, 2003, echoed through the years, leaving behind only questions. Was Clara still out there, living in fear of the father who had once loved her? Or had she, too, become a victim of a toxic love that led to destruction? For the Maurer family, the truth remained elusive. But the pain of not knowing was far more excruciating than any answer could ever be. Wade Stephen Wilson was born on May 20, 1994, in Fort Myers, Florida, to teenage parents. His father was 15, and his mother was 14 at the time of his birth. Shortly after, he was adopted by Steve and Candace Wilson and raised in Tallahassee, Florida. He attended Lawton Chiles High School, where he was frequently described as a troubled youth. His childhood was reportedly marked by several head injuries, including at least 4 concussions, which he later cited as factors in his erratic behavior. Wilson's first documented run-ins with law enforcement began in 2012 in Leon County, Florida. He was arrested multiple times between 2012 and 2013 for a range of charges including burglary, assault, and firearms violations. In November 2013, he was sentenced to prison for burglary and grand theft, and served until September 2014. These early incidents established a pattern of escalating criminal activity. In 2015, Wilson was arrested on serious charges of sexual battery and kidnapping. A woman claimed that Wilson assaulted her in his vehicle following a party. Despite the severity of the accusations, Wilson was acquitted at trial after a jury found insufficient evidence to convict him. However, the incident further solidified his reputation for violence and instability. By 2017, Wilson was incarcerated again, this time for stealing firearms. He served until July 2018. During this period, he was peripherally mentioned in connection with a separate high-profile case involving Denise Williams, who was convicted of conspiring in her husband's murder. Wilson, who was known to exaggerate and fabricate, allegedly claimed he could produce evidence or even commit violence on behalf of parties involved in that case. These claims were never substantiated. In February 2019, Wilson's ex-girlfriend reported a disturbing incident where he allegedly assaulted and strangled her. She initially accused him of kidnapping and rape. However, authorities declined to pursue charges due to insufficient evidence and an existing no-contact order between them. The situation reflected a troubling pattern of abuse and manipulation in Wilson's interpersonal relationships. On July 1, 2019, Wilson was arrested once more, this time on a battery charge. This arrest came just months before he would be implicated in a series of violent crimes that would draw regional and national media attention. His criminal background, marked by consistent aggression, substance abuse, and disregard for legal consequences, would soon take a darker and irreversible turn. This chapter establishes the framework of Wilson's early life and legal history. It introduces the recurring elements that would play a crucial role in the more devastating events that followed: violent behavior, legal entanglements, and alleged manipulation of both victims and the justice system. Wade Stephen Wilson was born on May 20, 1994, in Fort Myers, Florida, to teenage parents. His father was 15, and his mother was 14 at the time of his birth. Shortly after his birth, Wade was adopted by Steve and Candace Wilson. The Wilsons were a middle-class couple living in Tallahassee, Florida, where Wade spent most of his formative years. His adoptive parents provided him with a stable home environment, but those who knew the family later described Wilson as a child who was often rebellious and difficult to discipline. Teachers and peers at Lawton Chiles High School noted that Wade was prone to outbursts and seemed unable to control his temper in stressful situations. Some attributed his behavior to the multiple head injuries he had sustained in childhood, at least 4 documented concussions, most of which were connected to sports or accidents. He would later reference these injuries as contributing to his inability to manage emotions. Even during adolescence, Wade's behavior raised concerns. School records and anecdotal reports suggest that he was frequently suspended for fighting, disruptive conduct, and defiance toward authority figures. Despite these challenges, he showed occasional glimpses of intelligence and charisma, which he often used manipulatively. Teachers and counselors attempted interventions, but his behavioral issues escalated with age. By 17, Wade had begun experimenting with drugs and alcohol. His relationships with peers were often short-lived, with many acquaintances describing him as manipulative and controlling. Romantic relationships were also marked by volatility and emotional abuse. In 2012, Wade Wilson's criminal history formally began. At 18, he was arrested in Leon County, Florida, for burglary and criminal mischief. This arrest was the first of many. Over the next year, he was arrested several more times for a variety of offenses including trespassing, assault, and firearms violations. In November 2013, he was convicted on charges of burglary and grand theft and sentenced to a term in prison. He served time until September 2014. During this period, he was reportedly a disruptive inmate and had multiple disciplinary infractions. Despite this, he was released on schedule and re-entered civilian life under supervision. After his release, Wilson attempted to reintegrate into society. He moved back in with his adoptive parents for a brief period, but tensions quickly resurfaced. He eventually relocated to Fort Myers, where he claimed he would start fresh. However, within months, he was once again in legal trouble. In 2015, Wilson was arrested on charges of sexual battery and kidnapping. A woman accused him of forcibly detaining and assaulting her in his vehicle following a social gathering. The case went to trial, and while the accusations were severe, Wilson was acquitted due to lack of sufficient forensic evidence and inconsistencies in witness testimonies. Nonetheless, this incident solidified his reputation in local law enforcement circles as someone with a propensity for violence. His personal life continued to deteriorate. He entered and exited a series of unstable relationships, many of which ended with allegations of abuse or manipulation. Police were called multiple times to domestic disturbances involving Wilson, although not all incidents led to charges. He frequently changed jobs, never staying employed for long, and often clashed with coworkers or supervisors. His use of narcotics increased, and reports suggest he frequently abused prescription medication and methamphetamine. In 2017, Wilson was arrested again, this time for stealing firearms. Authorities found multiple stolen weapons in his possession, and he was charged with theft and illegal possession of firearms. He was incarcerated until July 2018. During this incarceration, Wilson gained notoriety among inmates for his erratic behavior and alleged attempts to manipulate others into committing acts of violence on his behalf. He also claimed connections to more serious criminal enterprises, although these claims were never verified. Later in 2018, he surfaced in connection with a high-profile murder case in Tallahassee, the Denise Williams case. Denise had been convicted of conspiring to murder her husband, Mike Williams. During this time, Wilson wrote letters to individuals connected to the case, offering to produce evidence or carry out acts of retribution. These claims were viewed as attempts to insert himself into a notorious legal proceeding and law enforcement did not pursue them. Nonetheless, his name appearing in connection to such a high-profile case added to his public profile and further disturbed those already familiar with his history. In February 2019, Wilson's former girlfriend contacted law enforcement to report an incident of physical and sexual violence. She claimed that Wilson had assaulted and strangled her, holding her against her will for several hours. Despite the graphic details she provided, investigators ultimately decided not to pursue charges, citing a lack of physical evidence and a no-contact order that had already been in place. The case was closed, but it marked another entry in Wilson's growing record of accusations involving violence against women. Just 5 months later, on July 1, 2019, Wilson was arrested again, this time for battery. The charge stemmed from an altercation with another individual in Fort Myers, in which Wilson reportedly punched a man during a dispute. He was released on bond shortly thereafter, but this incident came at a time when his behavior was escalating. Law enforcement noted that Wilson was becoming increasingly volatile and erratic. Interviews with people close to him revealed that he often spoke about violence in abstract, detached terms, and had begun exhibiting paranoid behavior, claiming that he was being watched or targeted by unnamed enemies. Friends and family expressed growing concern. Some attempted to reach out and offer help, but Wilson rebuffed these efforts. His social media accounts featured disturbing posts, including references to revenge, anger, and disillusionment. In online forums, he engaged in conversations about violence and conspiracies, often using anonymous aliases. These communications, later reviewed by investigators, would be cited as further indicators of his deteriorating mental state. By late 2019, Wilson was largely estranged from his adoptive family and had very few meaningful relationships. He moved between temporary housing arrangements, often staying with acquaintances or in motels. He had no stable income and relied heavily on others for financial support. When not in jail or awaiting court dates, he drifted through communities in Southwest Florida, frequently interacting with individuals involved in illegal drug trades and underground activities. Law enforcement officials later stated that Wilson had become a familiar figure in police reports and mugshot databases. Despite repeated arrests, he had managed to avoid long-term incarceration due to a combination of legal maneuvering, lack of evidence, and the reluctance of some victims to testify. However, his record painted a clear picture. A man with a history of aggression, manipulation, and persistent legal entanglements. This groundwork laid the path for a much more serious set of crimes that would occur in the final months of 2019. This chapter has detailed the early and middle years of Wade Wilson's life, focusing on his behavioral development, legal history, and personal relationships. These components serve as crucial context for understanding how he eventually became involved in a series of violent crimes that garnered statewide media attention. The patterns of control, violence, and deflection that began in adolescence became the hallmark of Wilson's adult life, and they would soon lead to a point of irreversible tragedy. With his criminal history growing and his behavior becoming increasingly unstable, Wade Wilson's trajectory appeared unmistakably dangerous. Chapter 2 will explore the events that led up to the violent crimes for which he would eventually be charged, including his movements, associations, and the escalation in his behavior in the months prior to the homicides. In October 2019, the course of Wade Wilson's criminal history shifted from a pattern of escalating violence to acts of lethal brutality. The sequence of events that culminated in the deaths of Diane Ruiz and Crystal Hart occurred over a matter of days, but the groundwork had been laid by years of instability, aggression, and failed interventions. This chapter focuses on the timeline, known interactions, forensic evidence, and investigative response surrounding the murders of Ruiz and Hart, both of whom were killed in Cape Coral, Florida, just hours apart. On the morning of October 7, 2019, Crystal Hart failed to report to work. Co-workers and family members quickly grew concerned, as this behavior was out of character. Hart, a 35-year-old mother, lived alone in a home located on Southeast 19th Lane in Cape Coral. When she could not be reached, and her car was found in her driveway, a wellness check was requested. Officers with the Cape Coral Police Department responded to her residence that same day. Upon arrival, police found the front door locked, but gained access through a rear entrance. Inside, they discovered Hart's body in her bedroom. She had been strangled and suffered visible blunt force trauma to the head. The scene showed no signs of forced entry, indicating that she may have willingly allowed her assailant inside, or that the assailant had access to her home. Items in the bedroom had been disturbed, and a lamp was found broken on the floor. The medical examiner later confirmed the cause of death as homicidal violence by asphyxiation, with significant secondary trauma. She had died hours before being discovered. Investigators began canvassing the neighborhood and interviewing those who knew Hart. Through phone records and social media messages, they quickly identified Wade Wilson as a recent acquaintance. Text messages revealed that Hart had communicated with Wilson in the days leading up to her death. Wilson was known to police, and based on the content of the texts, a warrant was issued to track his movements. Later that same afternoon, a second disappearance was reported. Diane Ruiz, a 43-year-old woman who worked at a local hair salon, failed to return home after leaving for her morning shift. Her family reported her missing around 4:30 p.m. Surveillance footage captured Ruiz walking down a residential street near Vizcaya Parkway, consistent with her normal routine. However, she never arrived at work. Witnesses in the area later recalled seeing a man matching Wade Wilson's description interacting with Ruiz that morning. According to multiple accounts, he appeared agitated and was seen arguing with her near a white pickup truck. Ruiz seemed uncomfortable and attempted to walk away, but the man followed her. Within minutes, both were gone from view. The search for Ruiz intensified, and her body was discovered the following day in a wooded area near Northeast Pine Island Lane. She had been strangled and suffered significant injuries to her head and upper body. Her clothes were partially removed, though investigators did not release full details about the condition of the body due to the sensitive nature of the crime. Forensic evidence, including DNA found beneath Ruiz's fingernails and on her clothing, was later matched to Wilson. Law enforcement rapidly connected the two deaths. The proximity in time, location, and method of killing led investigators to treat the murders as the work of a single perpetrator. With Wilson already a suspect in Hart's death, and now linked by physical evidence to Ruiz's, he became the prime target of a manhunt initiated across Lee County. Wilson was arrested on October 8, 2019, just one day after the second body was discovered. He was located in a friend's apartment in Fort Myers, attempting to lay low. He did not resist arrest but made disturbing statements upon detainment. According to police reports, he said, "I've done some bad things," and mentioned having blacked out. During interrogation, Wilson provided conflicting accounts of his whereabouts and denied involvement in the killings. However, he could not explain how his DNA was found on Ruiz's body or why Hart's neighbors had seen him near her home shortly before her estimated time of death. Following his arrest, police executed search warrants on Wilson's phone, social media accounts, and vehicle. Digital forensics revealed search history and messages that included violent themes, references to death, and sexually aggressive language. Additionally, his call logs confirmed communications with both victims shortly before their deaths. Surveillance footage from the area of Hart's home showed a man matching Wilson's build and clothing entering and leaving the premises around the time of her murder. Investigators also recovered items from Wilson's vehicle that tied him to both crime scenes. These included a hairbrush belonging to Ruiz and a blood-stained shirt later identified as belonging to Hart. Trace evidence collected from his shoes contained soil consistent with the area where Ruiz's body was found. Cell phone geolocation data placed Wilson near both victims at the relevant times. The autopsy results were conclusive. Both Ruiz and Hart had died by manual strangulation, with additional evidence of blunt force trauma. There were no signs of defensive wounds on either victim, which medical examiners interpreted as possibly indicating that they had been overpowered or caught by surprise. Toxicology reports showed no drugs or alcohol in the victims' systems, ruling out the possibility of substance-induced incapacitation. The brutality of the killings and the lack of provocation were deeply troubling to both the investigators and the community. As the investigation progressed, prosecutors began preparing formal charges. Wilson was indicted on 2 counts of first-degree murder, with additional charges including kidnapping, sexual battery, and tampering with evidence. The state attorney's office made it clear early in the proceedings that they would seek the death penalty. They cited the aggravated nature of the crimes, the vulnerability of the victims, and Wilson's extensive criminal history as factors in their decision. Public reaction to the case was immediate and intense. The Cape Coral community, already familiar with Wilson's criminal past, was shocked by the nature of the crimes. Vigils were held for the victims, and local media provided constant updates on court proceedings and investigative developments. Community leaders demanded accountability and better mechanisms for tracking high-risk offenders. The murders reignited debate in Florida about early release policies and the effectiveness of probation and parole systems. While in custody, Wilson underwent psychological evaluations to determine his fitness for trial. His defense attorneys argued that he suffered from long-standing mental health issues, including personality disorders and possible neurological damage related to his past head injuries. However, state psychologists determined that Wilson was competent to stand trial. He was housed in a secure facility under heightened supervision while awaiting court proceedings. This chapter details the murders of Diane Ruiz and Crystal Hart, the evidence linking Wade Wilson to both killings, and the swift response by law enforcement that led to his arrest. These events marked the most violent chapter in Wilson's criminal history and set in motion a legal process that would place him on trial for capital murder. The next chapter will examine the pretrial phase, including legal maneuvering, community reactions, and how investigators continued building their case as Wilson awaited his day in court. Following Wade Wilson's arrest in October 2019, law enforcement shifted focus to constructing a solid legal case while managing public outcry. The twin homicides of Diane Ruiz and Crystal Hart had created a significant media storm in Southwest Florida, leading to intense scrutiny on both the investigative process and prosecutorial decisions. Chapter 4 examines the pretrial phase of Wilson's case, including discovery, psychological assessments, motions filed by the defense and prosecution, and the unfolding legal strategies leading to trial. Immediately after Wilson's arrest, the state attorney's office for the 20th Judicial Circuit began preparing a capital case. First-degree murder charges were filed for both victims, along with additional charges including kidnapping, sexual battery, and evidence tampering. Prosecutors announced their intent to pursue the death penalty. The indictment listed multiple aggravating factors: the heinous and cruel nature of the crimes, Wilson's previous violent felony convictions, and his status as a repeat offender. During initial court appearances, Wilson entered a plea of not guilty. A public defender was appointed to represent him, though that arrangement changed several times throughout the proceedings. His defense was initially led by attorneys from the Office of Criminal Conflict and Civil Regional Counsel. They requested additional psychological testing and indicated that Wilson's mental state would be central to his defense strategy. A court-ordered mental health evaluation was conducted by 2 forensic psychologists. They examined Wilson's history of head trauma, substance abuse, behavioral disorders, and prior mental health interventions. Though they confirmed he showed signs of antisocial personality disorder and possible frontal lobe dysfunction, both professionals concluded that Wilson understood the nature of the charges and could participate in his defense. As a result, he was declared legally competent to stand trial. Meanwhile, the prosecution team compiled extensive evidence. Discovery materials included DNA reports, forensic pathology results, autopsy photographs, cell phone location data, digital communications, surveillance footage, and eyewitness accounts. A large portion of the digital evidence came from Wilson's smartphone and social media activity. His phone contained disturbing searches and messages that, according to prosecutors, demonstrated intent, premeditation, and a fascination with violent acts. Wilson's defense attorneys filed multiple pretrial motions. One requested a change of venue, citing pervasive media coverage that could influence jurors. The defense argued that local publicity made a fair trial in Lee County impossible. They also moved to suppress certain pieces of evidence, including statements Wilson made to police after his arrest. Defense counsel claimed these statements were made under psychological duress and without full understanding of his rights. The court held evidentiary hearings to evaluate these motions. The judge ruled that while media coverage was extensive, it did not meet the threshold required to change venue at that stage. However, the court left open the possibility of revisiting the issue if jury selection later revealed widespread bias. As for the motion to suppress Wilson's post-arrest statements, the judge denied it, ruling that the interviews had been conducted within legal parameters and that Wilson had voluntarily waived his Miranda rights. Throughout the pretrial process, Wilson's legal team hinted at a possible insanity defense, but ultimately did not pursue it formally. Instead, their strategy focused on challenging the credibility of the forensic evidence and attempting to exclude prejudicial materials. They contended that the DNA evidence found on Diane Ruiz's body could have been the result of consensual contact, and argued that the forensic timeline in Crystal Hart's death was imprecise. The prosecution countered by introducing corroborating evidence, including the geolocation data from Wilson's phone, physical evidence found in his vehicle, and text messages that placed him with both victims shortly before their deaths. Prosecutors also highlighted Wilson's history of violence and the similar manner in which both women were killed, emphasizing a pattern that supported their theory of premeditation. During pretrial hearings, testimony was heard from investigators, forensic analysts, and expert witnesses. Law enforcement personnel detailed the timeline of Wilson's movements based on surveillance footage, phone pings, and witness statements. A digital forensics expert described how data was extracted from Wilson's mobile device, explaining how timestamps and metadata confirmed his proximity to both crime scenes at critical windows of time. The court also heard from the families of the victims. While this testimony was not considered part of the evidentiary phase, it played a significant role in the broader context of the case. The families voiced their grief and concern over the slow pace of justice. Advocacy groups called for reforms in the judicial system, especially regarding the tracking of violent offenders and the enforcement of no-contact orders. Public interest remained high. Local news outlets covered every development in the case. Editorials discussed the failures of the probation system and asked how Wilson, with his lengthy criminal record, had been free at the time of the murders. Community groups organized forums, and victims' rights advocates pushed for changes in how violent criminals are monitored post-release. Security measures were heightened for each court appearance. Wilson was kept under tight surveillance and appeared in restraints. His demeanor in court was often described as impassive or disinterested, though at times he reacted visibly to testimony or evidence presented. These moments were closely observed by reporters and court spectators. The defense's request for additional psychological testing was granted, resulting in a follow-up evaluation by an independent neuropsychologist. This assessment focused on cognitive function, impulse control, and the potential effects of traumatic brain injury. The findings were consistent with earlier evaluations. While Wilson exhibited signs of mental illness and neurocognitive impairment, he remained competent under Florida law to proceed to trial. By early 2020, after months of motions, hearings, and legal preparations, the court announced that jury selection would begin later that year. COVID-19 pandemic restrictions delayed in-person proceedings for several weeks, but remote hearings and procedural steps continued. The judge made clear that the case would be tried as soon as safely possible, given its severity and the extended pretrial detention of the defendant. In the final months before trial, both sides finalized their witness lists. The prosecution prepared to call forensic scientists, crime scene investigators, medical examiners, and digital evidence specialists. The defense intended to call expert witnesses in psychology and pathology, as well as friends and acquaintances of Wilson, who would testify to his past trauma, mental instability, and erratic behavior. As the pretrial phase came to a close, one thing was evident. The case against Wade Wilson was complex, multilayered, and emotionally charged. Both legal teams had invested significant resources in preparing for what promised to be a lengthy and high-profile trial. The families of Diane Ruiz and Crystal Hart continued to attend court proceedings and called for justice at every opportunity. Law enforcement officers remained closely involved, reviewing every detail of the case in preparation for testimony. By mid-2020, following delays caused by the COVID-19 pandemic and extensive pretrial motions, the trial of Wade Wilson officially entered its next phase, jury selection. This critical stage in the judicial process would determine whether a panel of impartial citizens could be assembled to weigh the evidence in one of the region's most disturbing murder cases in recent memory. The process was closely monitored by legal experts, journalists, and the families of Diane Ruiz and Crystal Hart. The court summoned an initial pool of 400 prospective jurors, a significantly larger group than usual, due to the complexity and sensitivity of the case. Potential jurors were asked to complete a comprehensive questionnaire covering their knowledge of the case, media exposure, personal experiences with crime or domestic violence, and their views on capital punishment. Because the prosecution intended to pursue the death penalty, jurors had to be death qualified, willing to consider imposing the ultimate sentence if the facts warranted it. Voir dire, the formal process of questioning jurors, was conducted over 3 weeks. Attorneys for both sides scrutinized every answer. The defense was particularly concerned about potential bias stemming from media coverage, while prosecutors focused on ensuring that jurors would not automatically dismiss capital punishment as an option. Some prospective jurors were dismissed for cause due to strong opinions about the death penalty or preconceived beliefs about Wilson's guilt. Ultimately, 12 jurors and 4 alternates were seated. The panel was composed of 8 women and 8 men, ranging in age from mid-20s to early 60s. Most had minimal prior knowledge of the case beyond vague media exposure, and all affirmed under oath their ability to remain impartial. With the jury sworn in, Judge Margaret Weller set the opening statements for the following Monday. On the morning of trial, the courtroom was packed. Family members of both victims were present, along with members of the press and the general public. Wade Wilson entered wearing a suit, his wrists shackled beneath the table. His expression remained flat as the judge addressed the court and instructed the jury on the gravity of their responsibility. The prosecution delivered its opening statement first. Assistant State Attorney James Platt began by laying out the timeline of events from October 7th to October 8th, 2019. He stated that Wilson had targeted 2 women, both of whom he had previously interacted with, and murdered them in a calculated manner. Platt described the forensic evidence: DNA found on both victims, surveillance video, phone location data, and text messages. He told jurors they would hear from experts in forensic pathology, digital forensics, and criminology. Platt emphasized the similarities in the killings. Both victims were strangled, both were left in places where they would eventually be discovered, and both had last been seen with Wilson. He painted Wilson as a manipulative individual with a history of violence who had shown no remorse. His final remarks reminded the jury that their task was not just to assign guilt, but to affirm justice for the families. Wilson's defense attorney, Melissa Carver, presented her opening with a different tone. She acknowledged that the case was emotional and tragic, but urged jurors to remain focused on the facts. She warned against assumptions based on Wilson's prior record and suggested that the state's evidence was circumstantial and open to interpretation. Carver pointed to inconsistencies in the timeline and argued that the prosecution had built its case on weak foundations. She told jurors they would hear about Wilson's mental health, his background, and his pattern of instability. While she did not deny that Wilson had known both victims, she claimed that their interactions had been consensual and that other possible suspects had not been adequately investigated. Her strategy was to create reasonable doubt and present Wilson as a man whose troubled mind, not criminal intent, had brought him to this point. The first witnesses called by the prosecution were officers from the Cape Coral Police Department. Detective Brian McFadden testified to the discovery of Crystal Hart's body and the condition of her home. He described the process of securing the scene, collecting physical evidence, and coordinating with the medical examiner. Jurors were shown photographs from the scene, which caused visible reactions among the jury and spectators. Next, technicians from the forensic lab explained the DNA matching process. They detailed how samples taken from Diane Ruiz's body and clothing matched Wilson's genetic profile with an extremely high degree of certainty. Defense attorneys questioned the chain of custody and handling procedures, but the lab's documentation appeared thorough. Digital forensic analysts then testified about data pulled from Wilson's phone. They walked jurors through timelines showing Wilson's movement via GPS pings, search history, and text messages. One notable item was a message Wilson sent just hours before Hart's murder, stating he was going out to settle things. Other messages included violent language and discussions of his perceived enemies. Throughout the testimony, Wilson remained still. He whispered occasionally with his attorneys, but showed no visible reaction to images or statements. Courtroom observers noted this behavior, which prosecutors would later use to support their portrayal of Wilson as remorseless. After establishing the timeline and evidence chain, the prosecution brought in expert witnesses. The medical examiner who performed the autopsies testified about the cause and manner of death for both victims. She described injuries consistent with manual strangulation and blunt force trauma. Autopsy diagrams were presented to the jury, and prosecutors carefully walked through the forensic implications. When the prosecution rested its case, the defense began presenting their witnesses. Their first expert was a neuropsychologist who had evaluated Wilson. He testified about the impact of repeated head injuries and trauma on behavioral regulation and decision-making. He stated that Wilson suffered from impaired executive function and was prone to impulsive, poorly thought-out actions. Next, the defense called a clinical psychologist who had reviewed Wilson's life history. She discussed his troubled upbringing, early exposure to violence, and repeated incidents of physical abuse. While not offered as an excuse, this testimony was meant to provide context for Wilson's behavior and to support the argument that he lacked the capacity for cold, calculated murder. The defense also attempted to question the reliability of the forensic evidence. They introduced alternate scenarios, suggesting that DNA transfer could have occurred through innocent contact, and that Wilson's presence near the crime scenes was not in itself proof of guilt. However, cross-examination by the prosecution highlighted gaps in the defense's timeline and the lack of any credible alternative suspect. As the week progressed, court proceedings were marked by intense emotional moments. Family members of the victims were occasionally seen leaving the courtroom in tears. Several jurors were visibly affected by testimony, and the judge reminded the panel to remain objective. Reporters documented the daily developments, and legal analysts debated the strength of each side's arguments. With witness testimony nearing completion, both legal teams began preparing for closing arguments. The trial had already lasted longer than initially expected, and the weight of the case was evident in the demeanor of all participants. The next chapter will focus on the final phase of the trial, including closing arguments, jury deliberation, and the verdict that would decide Wade Wilson's fate. As the trial entered its final phase, tension in the courtroom reached a peak. After weeks of testimony, evidence presentation, and legal arguments, it was time for both sides to deliver their closing statements. These final arguments would summarize the core of each side's case and offer the jury their last impression before deliberation began. The prosecution began by reiterating the timeline and physical evidence. Assistant State Attorney James Platt reviewed key pieces. DNA found on both victims, location data placing Wilson at or near the crime scenes, and the series of messages and internet searches that prosecutors argued demonstrated premeditation. Platt described Wade Wilson as a calculated and violent man who manipulated others and targeted women he perceived as vulnerable. Platt walked the jury through the similarities between the two murders: manual strangulation, signs of blunt force trauma, and the lack of defensive wounds, arguing that these commonalities were not coincidental. He reminded jurors that both Diane Ruiz and Crystal Hart had interacted with Wilson in the days or hours leading up to their deaths, and that no credible alternative suspect had emerged. He concluded with an emotional appeal to justice, stating that the victims could not speak for themselves, but the evidence spoke clearly. He asked the jury to return guilty verdicts on all charges, including 2 counts of first-degree murder. Defense attorney Melissa Carver countered with a closing that focused on gaps and inconsistencies in the prosecution's narrative. She emphasized that while the deaths were tragic, the state had not definitively proven that Wade Wilson had committed the crimes beyond a reasonable doubt. She criticized the prosecution's reliance on circumstantial evidence and questioned the timeline proposed by investigators. Carver pointed to Wilson's mental health evaluations, arguing that his history of trauma and brain injuries created serious doubt about his capacity for premeditation. She revisited the testimony of the defense's expert witnesses and reminded jurors that the law required certainty, not speculation. She also questioned the handling of forensic evidence, particularly chain of custody procedures. The defense maintained that DNA alone could not prove murder, and that the proximity of Wilson to the crime scenes did not conclusively establish guilt. Her final remarks implored the jury to resist public pressure and media narratives, and to consider only the legal standards required to convict. Following the closing statements, Judge Margaret Weller delivered detailed instructions to the jury. She explained the legal definitions of first-degree murder, reasonable doubt, and the criteria for considering aggravating and mitigating circumstances in capital cases. Jurors were instructed to weigh the evidence carefully and deliberate without bias or external influence. The jury was sequestered and began deliberations that afternoon. Observers noted the solemn mood as the panel exited the courtroom. Over the next 3 days, the jury reviewed evidence, requested clarifications on forensic testimony, and re-examined portions of the digital data timeline. Court staff facilitated the process under strict protocols to ensure no outside contact or influence. On the 4th day, a verdict was reached. The courtroom was silent as the jury returned and handed their findings to the bailiff. Judge Weller read the verdict aloud. Guilty on both counts of first-degree murder, guilty on charges of kidnapping, and guilty on counts of tampering with evidence. The victims' families cried quietly in the gallery. Wade Wilson showed no visible reaction. His attorneys quickly conferred with him, but no statement was made on his behalf. The verdict marked the end of the first phase of the legal process, but the trial was not yet complete. A separate penalty phase was required to determine whether Wilson would face life imprisonment or the death penalty. In post-verdict interviews, members of the jury shared that the DNA evidence, coupled with the timeline and lack of any alternative theory, had led to their decision. Some acknowledged struggling with the emotional weight of the case, but said the facts left them with no reasonable doubt. The state attorney's office issued a statement commending the jury for their service and reaffirming their commitment to pursuing the death penalty in the sentencing phase. Victims' advocacy groups praised the verdict and called for reforms to prevent future crimes by high-risk offenders. Defense attorneys declined to comment publicly, but filed a motion for a new trial within days of the verdict. They alleged that prejudicial media coverage and procedural missteps during the trial had influenced the jury. The court scheduled a hearing to address the motion, though few legal analysts believed it would succeed. With the conviction secured, the court prepared to enter the penalty phase. The prosecution would argue for capital punishment, while the defense would present mitigating factors aimed at convincing the jury to choose life imprisonment instead. Chapter 6 concludes with the jury's unanimous decision to convict Wade Wilson on all major charges. The next chapter will cover the penalty phase of the trial, detailing how both sides argued over the appropriate sentence and the final outcome of one of Florida's most scrutinized murder cases in recent history. With the guilty verdict delivered, the focus of the court turned to the penalty phase. This stage of the trial would determine whether Wade Wilson would spend the remainder of his life in prison or receive the death sentence. Under Florida law, a separate sentencing proceeding is required in capital cases after a conviction. This phase involves the presentation of aggravating and mitigating factors, which the jury must weigh carefully before making a recommendation. The prosecution began by re-establishing the aggravating circumstances. Assistant State Attorney James Platt reminded the jury that both victims were murdered in a cruel, heinous, and calculated manner. He emphasized that the murders were not spontaneous acts of rage, but deliberate executions, committed by someone with a documented history of violence and a disregard for human life. Platt argued that Wilson had preyed on vulnerable women and had shown no remorse for his actions. To support their position, prosecutors presented additional evidence of Wilson's prior conduct. Testimony from former romantic partners and acquaintances described patterns of physical abuse, manipulation, and emotional coercion. One ex-girlfriend spoke about being choked unconscious during an argument. Another detailed repeated threats and forced isolation. While these events had not resulted in formal convictions, the court allowed them under the rules of relevant character evidence for sentencing. The prosecution also introduced victim impact statements. Relatives of Diane Ruiz and Crystal Hart took the stand to describe the toll their deaths had taken. Ruiz's daughter tearfully recounted the confusion and pain of losing her mother. Hart's sister, holding back emotion, described how the murder had shattered their family. These testimonies served to humanize the victims and remind the jury of the enduring harm caused by Wilson's crimes. The defense, meanwhile, presented mitigating factors intended to spare Wilson's life. Led attorney Melissa Carver focused heavily on Wilson's mental health history. A neuropsychiatrist testified about findings from advanced brain imaging, which showed evidence of trauma to the prefrontal cortex, an area critical for impulse control and decision-making. The expert stated that Wilson likely suffered from impaired executive function, making it harder for him to regulate behavior under stress. Carver also called on family members and childhood acquaintances who spoke about Wilson's early years. They described a difficult upbringing marked by instability, neglect, and exposure to violence. His adoptive parents, Steve and Candace Wilson, shared their efforts to help him and their sadness at the outcome of his life. Candace, in particular, asked the jury to choose mercy, saying that while Wade had done terrible things, she still saw the child she had raised. Another component of the defense strategy involved Wilson's cooperation during arrest and transport. Officers testified that he had not resisted, had complied with orders, and had expressed awareness of the gravity of the situation. While not a legal mitigating factor, the defense argued this showed that he was not beyond redemption. Wilson himself chose to address the court. In a brief statement, he apologized to the families of the victims. He said, "I know nothing I say can change what happened. I am sorry for your pain." His demeanor remained reserved, and he did not express emotion beyond the scripted apology. Whether the jury found his statement sincere was unclear. The jury was then instructed on how to deliberate in the penalty phase. They were told to consider whether the aggravating factors outweighed the mitigating ones. Their recommendation for a sentence had to be unanimous in order for the death penalty to be imposed. If even one juror found the mitigating circumstances sufficient, the sentence would be life without parole. Deliberations began shortly after. The jury spent nearly 2 days reviewing testimony and evidence. Legal analysts noted that Florida juries, while capable of delivering death sentences, have become more cautious in recent years due to changing attitudes and high-profile exonerations in the state. On the third day, the jury returned to the courtroom with their decision. Judge Weller asked the foreperson to read the findings. The jury had voted 12-0 in favor of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Gasps were heard in the gallery, though there were no disruptions. Judge Weller accepted the recommendation and sentenced Wade Wilson to 2 consecutive life terms for the murders of Diane Ruiz and Crystal Hart, plus additional time for the other charges. In her final remarks, the judge stated that Wilson would never again be a free man. She emphasized that the sentence was a reflection of the jury's careful consideration and the law's capacity for both justice and restraint. Following sentencing, the victims' families delivered prepared statements. Ruiz's daughter said she had hoped for a death sentence, but accepted the outcome. Hart's brother expressed gratitude that Wilson would never harm another person. Advocacy groups noted that the life sentence ensured finality and spared the family's years of appeals and court proceedings. The Florida Department of Corrections processed Wilson into the state prison system within days. He was classified as a high-risk inmate and transferred to a maximum security facility. Records indicated that Wilson was placed in protective custody, given the nature of his crimes and his notoriety. Public reaction to the sentence was mixed. Some in the community felt justice had been served, while others believed the death penalty was warranted. Editorials debated the broader implications for sentencing policy and the balance between punishment and rehabilitation. Wilson's legal team continued to pursue appeals, focusing on alleged procedural errors during the trial. However, most experts believed the grounds were insufficient to reverse the outcome. The case would remain under review in appellate courts for years, but the primary legal battle had concluded. In the months following Wade Wilson's sentencing, the effects of his crimes and the high-profile nature of the trial continued to resonate through Southwest Florida. The emotional and psychological toll on the victims' families, the local community, and the justice system was considerable. While the legal proceedings had concluded with a life sentence, the broader ramifications of the case were just beginning to unfold. For the families of Diane Ruiz and Crystal Hart, the trial's end brought a complex mix of emotions. Though relieved by the guilty verdict and the assurance that Wilson would never be released, the trauma of their loss remained acute. Ruiz's daughter, in interviews with local media, spoke of recurring nightmares and the pain of having to describe her mother's life and death during court proceedings. Hart's sister began working with a local support group for families of homicide victims, using her experience to help others navigate grief and the criminal justice process. Counseling services in Cape Coral and Fort Myers reported an increase in demand for trauma therapy, particularly from those indirectly affected by the case. Community mental health centers noted that the highly publicized nature of the trial had triggered anxiety among residents, especially women who felt vulnerable due to Wilson's history of targeting women he had known casually or met briefly. Public discourse soon shifted to the systemic issues the case had exposed. Editorials and community forums focused on the failures of probation enforcement, the underfunding of mental health services, and gaps in domestic violence prevention. Lawmakers from the region were urged to review policies regarding repeat violent offenders and to explore reforms aimed at monitoring high-risk individuals more effectively. Local media launched investigative reports into how Wade Wilson had managed to remain free despite a lengthy record of arrests, violent incidents, and restraining orders. These reports revealed several breakdowns in communication between law enforcement agencies, missed opportunities for intervention, and a lack of follow-through on court-imposed conditions. In response, the Lee County Sheriff's Office and Cape Coral Police Department initiated internal reviews of their handling of Wilson's prior cases. A task force was assembled to examine potential reforms in offender supervision, including more consistent enforcement of no-contact orders and the use of GPS monitoring for individuals considered a high risk to reoffend. The state attorney's office also conducted a post-trial analysis to identify procedural or evidentiary weaknesses that could be improved in future prosecutions. Recommendations included earlier integration of digital forensic analysis, enhanced support for victim witnesses, and closer collaboration between prosecutors and victim advocacy groups during the pretrial phase. Within the broader criminal justice community, Wade Wilson's case became a reference point in discussions about balancing due process with public safety. At legal conferences and policy panels, professionals debated how to better identify offenders who present ongoing threats while respecting civil liberties. Experts in criminal psychology were invited to review the case data to better understand patterns of escalation in repeat offenders. In Fort Myers, a memorial garden was established near Crystal Hart's former residence. It became a gathering space for community vigils and an annual remembrance event for victims of violent crime. A similar tribute for Diane Ruiz was placed in her hometown, funded by local businesses and community donations. Both sites served as physical reminders of the lives lost and the ongoing need for community healing. School districts in the region, responding to public concern, began offering expanded education on personal safety and relationship violence. High schools integrated new programming on recognizing signs of abuse, accessing help, and supporting peers in crisis. These efforts were developed in partnership with nonprofit organizations and survivors of violence who shared their experiences. The ripple effects of the case reached as far as the state legislature. Bills were introduced to strengthen penalties for repeat domestic violence offenders and to allocate more funding for mental health treatment within the correctional system. Advocacy groups testified before committees, citing the Wilson case as a cautionary example of systemic shortcomings. While some proposals stalled, others gained traction, including a pilot program for rapid response teams to investigate high-risk protection order violations. Meanwhile, Wilson's name remained in circulation through ongoing appellate filings. His legal team pursued appeals primarily on procedural grounds, arguing judicial errors during jury selection and pretrial motions. These appeals were reviewed by Florida's 2nd District Court of Appeal. Although few believed the outcome would change, the process was a necessary legal step and continued to draw media coverage. For the public, Wilson became a symbol of both failure and accountability. Some viewed his life sentence as a testament to the justice system's eventual success in holding him accountable. Others saw his years of unchecked escalation as proof that more proactive intervention was needed long before a trial became necessary. Among law enforcement professionals, there was a renewed focus on improving interagency coordination. Efforts were made to consolidate criminal databases and ensure that officers responding to domestic disputes had immediate access to an individual's full history. Training modules were updated to emphasize risk assessment and trauma-informed response techniques. Community organizations began offering workshops on early warning signs of abuse and how to support someone in a potentially dangerous relationship. Outreach efforts included targeted campaigns for underserved populations, including those facing language barriers, immigration concerns, or economic hardship that might prevent them from reporting abuse or seeking help. While the court case was officially closed, the societal implications remained open-ended. Local newspapers continued to revisit the case on anniversaries and during legislative cycles. Documentaries and podcasts examining Florida's most disturbing crimes began to reference Wade Wilson's story as part of a broader narrative about justice, violence, and reform. By the end of the first year following sentencing, the tangible and intangible outcomes of the case were evident across Lee County. From policy changes and community programs to the personal journeys of healing undertaken by families and survivors, the impact was lasting. After sentencing, Wade Wilson was transferred from the Lee County Jail to the Florida Department of Corrections. He was designated a high-risk inmate due to the nature of his convictions and the notoriety of his case. Intake officers at the reception and medical center in Lake Butler conducted evaluations to determine Wilson's housing classification. Psychological assessments, medical screenings, and a detailed review of his criminal history led to a decision to place him in close management, a designation for inmates requiring the highest level of security. Wilson was assigned to Florida State Prison, one of the most secure correctional facilities in the state. Located in Rayford, the prison houses some of Florida's most dangerous offenders. Inmates in close management are typically housed in single cells, monitored continuously, and granted limited movement outside their cells. Wilson's classification meant he would spend most of each day in isolation, with minimal interaction with other inmates. From the outset of his incarceration, Wilson was placed under protective custody protocols. This was partly due to the nature of his crimes, which involved violence against women, and partly because of the media attention his trial had received. In the prison hierarchy, such offenders are often targets. Staff at Florida State Prison monitored Wilson closely, both for his safety and for any signs of behavioral instability. According to correctional reports, Wilson maintained a low profile during his first year in prison. He did not participate in any altercations and largely complied with institutional rules. However, he declined most forms of programming, including educational and vocational classes. He refused religious counseling and did not request mental health therapy beyond the required monthly check-ins for inmates under psychological monitoring. Internal records described Wilson as quiet, detached, and non-disruptive. Guards noted that he rarely spoke unless prompted and showed little interest in his surroundings. His cell was kept in order, and he followed basic hygiene routines, but there were few signs of emotional engagement. One report described his demeanor as chronically flat, a characteristic observed by both mental health professionals and correctional officers. Despite his reserved behavior, Wilson remained subject to regular assessments. Psychologists working within the Department of Corrections continued to monitor him for signs of depression, psychosis, or suicidal ideation. While he occasionally exhibited symptoms of anxiety, such as insomnia and restlessness, he did not display overt signs of mental breakdown. Inmates in Wilson's classification are granted limited privileges. Visits are rare and must be approved in advance through a strict vetting process. His adoptive parents visited once during his first year, but did not return. No other family members or friends sought visitation. All correspondence sent to Wilson was screened by prison staff. Letters from journalists were forwarded, but never answered. Mail from advocacy groups and religious organizations received no reply. Wilson's lack of engagement raised questions among prison staff and psychological reviewers. A mid-year review concluded that while he showed no immediate risk of harm to himself or others, his social withdrawal was severe. The report suggested ongoing monitoring but recommended no changes to his classification. He remained under close management throughout his second year. At routine hearings to review his custody status, Wilson declined to speak or submit any statements. The review boards documented his continued compliance with rules and the absence of disciplinary infractions, but noted no evidence of rehabilitation efforts. As a result, his status remained unchanged. Prison records confirmed that Wilson did not seek to appeal his life sentence beyond the efforts made by his attorneys. He showed no interest in participating in legal strategy meetings and rarely responded to letters from legal counsel. When prompted for feedback or decisions, he either gave minimal responses or deferred to his attorneys entirely. Wilson's isolation mirrored the way he had conducted himself during the trial: quiet, detached, and largely disengaged. Legal experts reviewing the case noted that while this behavior did not constitute mental incompetence, it complicated any efforts toward rehabilitation. Without active participation in therapy or educational programs, the prospect of meaningful behavioral change was low. As years passed, Wilson became just one of thousands of inmates serving life sentences in Florida. While his name remained recognizable due to the case's earlier media attention, public interest gradually waned. His crimes were occasionally referenced in discussions on prison overcrowding and the long-term cost of housing violent offenders, but Wilson himself remained silent. Advocates for prison reform pointed to his case as a challenge to the system's rehabilitative capacity. Some argued that inmates like Wilson, who refused to engage and show no signs of remorse, reflect the limitations of correctional programming. Others maintained that public safety, not rehabilitation, should be the sole focus for individuals convicted of such crimes. Inside Florida State Prison, Wilson remained physically secure but emotionally inaccessible. He was neither disruptive nor cooperative. He complied with the rules but made no effort to connect with others. He had become, as one psychologist put it, a man existing in custody but not living in it. As of his latest classification review, Wilson continues to reside in close management, with no change in his custody status. The conditions of his confinement remain constant: 23 hours a day in his cell, limited recreation, monitored communications, and no contact with the outside world beyond basic legal correspondence. Whether he will remain in this status indefinitely is uncertain, but based on his consistent behavior, prison authorities anticipate no change in the foreseeable future. In the wake of Wade Wilson's conviction and incarceration, state agencies and correctional oversight bodies conducted internal reviews to identify any procedural breakdowns that may have contributed to his ability to reoffend. These efforts were not limited to law enforcement, but extended across the criminal justice and correctional systems. Florida's Department of Corrections, along with regional judicial circuits and probation departments, faced increased pressure to re-examine their handling of high-risk individuals. The first major inquiry focused on how Wilson's prior criminal record, which included multiple arrests for violence and repeated allegations of abuse, had failed to trigger more intensive monitoring. Records showed that Wilson had been arrested and released on bond several times in the years leading up to the murders of Diane Ruiz and Crystal Hart. In several instances, no-contact orders were issued but not enforced. Advocates and watchdog organizations cited these failures as systemic blind spots. The Office of the Inspector General launched a formal audit into probation and parole policies. A key issue identified was the absence of a unified, statewide database that integrated information across jurisdictions. Officers supervising Wilson during prior community releases had limited access to his full history, especially cases filed in neighboring counties. This lack of centralized oversight allowed gaps in risk assessment and supervision intensity. In response to these findings, the Florida Department of Corrections implemented a series of reforms. The first was the rollout of a centralized offender tracking system accessible to all law enforcement and judicial entities. This platform allowed probation officers, court personnel, and corrections officials to view comprehensive data on individuals, including pending cases, restraining orders, and past disciplinary actions. A second initiative introduced mandatory reassessment protocols for repeat violent offenders. Under the revised policy, any individual arrested 3 or more times for violent behavior would trigger a multidisciplinary case review. These reviews brought together representatives from law enforcement, mental health services, legal counsel, and corrections staff to determine appropriate levels of supervision or intervention. Meanwhile, the Florida Supreme Court convened a judicial review panel to examine pretrial release practices. The panel scrutinized risk assessment tools used by judges when setting bail or bond conditions. Critics argued that Wilson's ability to post bond multiple times, despite a pattern of escalating violence, pointed to flaws in how risk was calculated and communicated during arraignment and detention hearings. Policy recommendations from the panel included mandatory judicial training in domestic violence dynamics and the expansion of electronic monitoring capabilities. The recommendations also emphasized the importance of enforcing no-contact orders with more stringent penalties for violations, including automatic remand to custody for noncompliance. Advocacy groups played a significant role in pushing for these changes. Survivors of domestic abuse, legal reform advocates, and families of homicide victims testified before legislative committees and participated in roundtable discussions with prosecutors and police chiefs. These sessions informed new draft legislation aimed at expanding protective measures for individuals reporting intimate partner violence. At the legislative level, several bills emerged in the aftermath of the Wilson case. One proposed expanding the eligibility criteria for GPS monitoring to include individuals with multiple domestic violence arrests, regardless of conviction status. Another called for the creation of rapid response domestic violence units within county sheriff's offices. These specialized teams would respond to repeated complaints or high-risk situations flagged by the new tracking system. While not all measures passed, several were enacted during the following legislative session. Key outcomes included the establishment of a statewide domestic violence enforcement task force and the allocation of new funding for probation departments to expand training and personnel. Within correctional institutions, Wilson's case influenced the way behavioral assessments were conducted. The Department of Corrections updated its intake screening protocols to include a more comprehensive review of behavioral red flags, including obsessive behavior, stalking history, and psychological abuse patterns. Training modules for prison staff were revised to incorporate case studies like Wilson's, aimed at helping officers recognize patterns of behavior that could signal unresolved psychological risk. These modules were paired with refresher courses in trauma-informed care and de-escalation tactics. Universities and criminal justice programs also responded by incorporating the Wilson case into their curricula. Law schools, forensic psychology departments, and public policy programs examined the case in courses focused on system reform, ethics, and criminal profiling. Guest lectures and symposiums brought together academics, legal professionals, and corrections officers to discuss policy shortcomings and emerging practices. Local jurisdictions across Florida began piloting early intervention protocols based on behavioral risk indicators. These programs aim to identify individuals showing a combination of domestic abuse, threats of violence, and resistance to court orders. Intervention efforts included mandatory counseling, temporary detainment for mental health evaluations, and increased community supervision. In Lee County specifically, a dedicated review board was established to audit unresolved complaints of domestic violence from the prior decade. The board's goal was to identify whether earlier patterns of abuse had been overlooked or mishandled. Several older cases were reopened for additional review, and officers involved in earlier responses to Wilson's complaints were interviewed as part of an internal accountability process. The combination of administrative scrutiny and community pressure resulted in a measurable shift in how repeat offenders were handled statewide. While these changes could not reverse the harm caused by Wilson's actions, they signaled a broader commitment to closing the gaps that had allowed him to operate unchecked for so long. The Wade Wilson case generated extensive media coverage from the moment of his arrest through the sentencing phase and beyond. News outlets across Florida, and eventually national platforms, provided near-constant updates, interviews, and legal commentary. This chapter focuses on the role media played in shaping public perception, influencing judicial transparency, and igniting debate over privacy, justice, and community responsibility. Local television stations were the first to break the story of Wilson's arrest in connection with the murders of Diane Ruiz and Crystal Hart. Within hours, Wilson's mugshot was published, and key details of his criminal history were recirculated. Reporters tracked the early investigation with daily live segments, often from outside the Cape Coral Police Department or the Lee County Courthouse. Initial public reaction was fueled by shock and anger. Online forums, comment sections, and social media platforms exploded with speculation, outrage, and calls for systemic reform. Hashtags referencing both victims gained traction, and local Facebook groups dedicated entire threads to discussing how the justice system had failed to contain Wilson before he could escalate to homicide. Newspapers ran editorials examining the breakdowns in community supervision, often citing timelines of Wilson's past arrests alongside critical commentary from legal analysts and victim advocates. As new evidence surfaced during pretrial hearings, reporters followed every development, publishing transcripts, expert summaries, and courtroom illustrations. National outlets picked up the case as more details emerged about the nature of the crimes and Wilson's extensive prior record. True crime podcasts released multi-part episodes examining the timeline, victim profiles, and police response. Television documentaries featured interviews with investigators, family members of the victims, and legal commentators. The attention turned the case into a widely recognized symbol of the challenges in dealing with repeat violent offenders. While media coverage played a key role in keeping the public informed, it also sparked concern from legal professionals. Defense attorneys cited the saturation of press reports as a potential threat to Wilson's right to a fair trial. During pretrial motions, they requested a change of venue, arguing that impartial jurors could not be found in Lee County. Though the court ultimately denied the motion, it acknowledged the difficulty of navigating a trial with such intense media scrutiny. Judges imposed strict courtroom rules to manage media access. Only pool cameras were allowed during certain phases of the trial. Journalists were provided designated seating areas and instructed not to approach witnesses, jurors, or attorneys. Despite these rules, daily news recaps were broadcast each evening, often including commentary that walked a fine line between factual reporting and editorializing. The families of Ruiz and Hart also experienced the effects of widespread coverage. While many members cooperated with select outlets to raise awareness about domestic violence and systemic failure, they also received unwanted attention. Some relatives reported being followed by reporters or inundated with interview requests. Advocates stepped in to help families manage media relations, provide guidance, and filter communications. Community organizations used media attention to their advantage. Nonprofits focused on domestic abuse prevention launched campaigns timed to coincide with major trial milestones. Local advocacy groups secured airtime on radio and television to educate viewers about legal resources, warning signs of abuse, and how to support survivors. Schools and universities hosted public forums and town hall discussions to explore the larger implications of the case. Social media was a particularly potent space for public discourse. Posts ranged from calls for the death penalty to broader critiques of Florida's legal and correctional systems. Viral infographics outlined Wilson's known history and explained how various red flags had been ignored or downplayed. Some users attempted to spread misinformation, prompting law enforcement agencies to issue clarifying statements through official social channels. Public opinion had a noticeable influence on elected officials. County commissioners, state legislators, and city council members received waves of constituent emails and phone calls. Some lawmakers cited community outrage as a motivating factor behind newly introduced bills on domestic violence, parole reform, and criminal data integration. The case also reinvigorated discussions about ethics in journalism. Media outlets faced criticism for sensationalizing elements of the trial or airing graphic details that some viewers found distressing. Debates emerged about how to responsibly report on violent crime without re-traumatizing victims or compromising ongoing investigations. Journalism schools and professional associations used the case as a learning example, publishing guidelines and hosting panels on best practices. Despite the challenges, media exposure played a critical role in maintaining accountability. Journalists uncovered inconsistencies in early police reports, exposed delays in executing protection orders, and kept public attention focused on the legal process. Their work contributed to ongoing discussions about transparency in the justice system and the role of public pressure in driving institutional change. Years after Wilson's conviction, documentaries and retrospectives continued to revisit the case. Streaming platforms produced multi-episode series that re-examined the investigation, trial, and aftermath, often bringing in new perspectives from legal scholars and social workers. These productions extended the lifespan of the public conversation and ensured that the case remained part of Florida's legal consciousness. The impact of media and public opinion in the Wade Wilson case reflected a complex interplay of information, advocacy, and public scrutiny. While it raised ethical concerns, it also served as a catalyst for reform, education, and collective reflection. As Florida communities continued to process the legacy of the case, the role of the media remained a central element of its enduring story. In the years following Wade Wilson's conviction, legal professionals across Florida and beyond continued to evaluate the case for its broader implications. Courtrooms, law schools, legislative offices, and advocacy organizations used the Wilson proceedings as a reference point in ongoing efforts to reform how violent repeat offenders are identified, monitored, and prosecuted. Prosecutors involved in the case gave formal debriefings to colleagues in other judicial circuits, detailing the forensic strategy, digital evidence protocols, and witness management techniques that had proven effective. The coordinated handling of digital location data and phone records was presented as a best practice model, illustrating how law enforcement could synthesize technical findings with physical crime scene evidence. Defense attorneys also reflected on the case's legal structure. They discussed the challenges of mounting a defense when digital evidence dominates the prosecutorial narrative. While Wilson's legal team ultimately failed to suppress critical information, their pretrial motions and mitigation strategies became part of continuing legal education materials. These sessions focused on handling high-profile defendants, managing media pressure, and navigating complex forensic disclosures. Judicial conduct during the trial was cited as an example of careful balancing between transparency and order. Judge Margaret Weller's rulings on media presence, jury instructions, and the admissibility of character evidence were used in training seminars for newer judges. Legal analysts noted how the court preserved due process without allowing proceedings to become performative or emotionally driven. Law enforcement agencies throughout Florida reviewed internal protocols on handling domestic violence complaints, particularly in situations involving repeat offenders. Many departments implemented automatic review flags for suspects with a history of violent arrests or repeated restraining order violations. Officers were trained to recognize cumulative behavioral patterns, even when individual reports appeared minor in isolation. On the corrections side, intake procedures were revised to more thoroughly account for psychological and behavioral risk indicators. Risk assessment tools were adjusted to include specific fields related to prior allegations of coercive control, stalking, or strangulation. These changes aimed to better classify inmates like Wilson who, despite not having convictions for every incident, exhibited consistent patterns of dangerous conduct. At the policy level, several jurisdictions introduced mandatory case conferences when a defendant met specific criteria for elevated violence risk. These multidisciplinary sessions included probation officers, prosecutors, victim advocates, and mental health professionals. The goal was to share relevant information before release or sentencing decisions were made, reducing the likelihood of institutional blind spots. Law schools used the Wilson case to illustrate critical gaps in procedural safeguards. Classroom discussions focused on the interface between criminal law, forensic psychology, and public policy. Students analyzed court transcripts, reviewed pretrial filings, and debated the ethical boundaries of media engagement in active cases. The case's multifaceted nature made it an ideal teaching tool. Nationally, the Wilson case was cited in academic journals and criminal justice conferences, exploring how predictive analytics might assist in managing repeat offenders. Researchers studying crime escalation used the case as a model for data-driven prevention models. These models attempted to flag offenders who exhibited trajectories similar to Wilson's, based on arrest history, behavioral red flags, and legal outcomes. Professional ethics boards reviewed how attorneys, psychologists, and correctional staff had managed their duties in the Wilson case. While no violations were found, the case was used to develop hypothetical scenarios for training purposes, especially in areas where professional judgment intersected with public scrutiny. In Florida's Department of Juvenile Justice, the case sparked a re-examination of early intervention effectiveness. Records of Wilson's behavior as a minor revealed several missed opportunities for intensive intervention. In response, funding was allocated to pilot trauma-informed counseling programs in schools with high incident rates of youth violence and suspensions. For victim advocacy organizations, the case underscored the importance of post-incident support. Outreach strategies were updated to maintain contact with individuals, even after a formal complaint had been withdrawn or declined for prosecution. Advocates emphasized that early disengagement from a victim was often a missed opportunity to prevent future violence. Community partnerships between law enforcement and social service providers expanded. Multi-agency response units were created in several counties, combining police officers with licensed clinicians to respond jointly to domestic disturbances. These units operated under the belief that de-escalation and resource provision at the time of crisis could reduce the likelihood of future harm. Annual policy reviews by Florida's Attorney General began including benchmarks related to the Wilson case. These included rates of repeat violent offenses post-release, compliance with restraining orders, and the success of multidisciplinary risk management approaches. Progress was slow, but several indicators showed modest improvement. The Wilson case was also used in media literacy initiatives. Organizations working to reduce misinformation used coverage of the trial to highlight how rapidly speculation can overshadow facts. Workshops were held in high schools and community centers to teach critical reading of crime reporting and understanding the judicial process. For those directly affected, especially the families of Diane Ruiz and Crystal Hart, the legal legacy remained deeply personal. Their public statements over time showed a shift from calls for justice to advocacy for prevention. They worked with lawmakers, attended policy forums, and lent their voices to campaigns focused on domestic violence education and judicial accountability. The system had not prevented the murders of Ruiz and Hart, but it had documented every misstep, learned from its failure, and worked to ensure fewer victims in the future. The Wilson case, in all its complexity, became more than a tragedy. It became a case study, a benchmark, and a catalyst for measurable change. Columbia, South Carolina, summer of 2002. The days were long, heavy with southern heat, the kind that made the air feel thick and unmoving. In the suburbs just outside the city, life followed a familiar rhythm. Sprinklers turning over trimmed lawns, the occasional bark of a dog in the distance, and the hum of cicadas filling the silence between conversations. On those quiet streets, routines held everything together. Families moved through the season without urgency. Teenagers rode their bikes between houses. Parents stood on porches in the evening, watching the sky change color as the day came to a close. Nothing about the neighborhood felt dangerous. It was the kind of place where trust was built in the spaces between mailboxes and driveways. Kara Robinson lived in that calm. She was 15, steady-eyed, serious when she needed to be, but quick to smile around people she trusted. Her life didn't make headlines. It moved in small, deliberate ways. She lived with her mother and stepfather in a modest home. Her room had photos pinned to the wall, books stacked in quiet piles, and a desk where she sometimes wrote down her thoughts, private and unshared. People who knew her said Kara had an old soul. She wasn't naive, but she hadn't lost her trust in the world either. She was independent in a way that most teenagers weren't yet required to be. Mature, reliable, and quiet in her confidence. She liked things in order. She liked knowing what was coming next. That summer, Kara had begun spending more time outside the house, helping with small chores, seeing friends, and slowly feeling the pull of independence. She wasn't reckless. She didn't chase trouble. She was the kind of teenager who checked in, who made plans, who kept her word. On the morning of June 24th, she left the house with a plan so simple it didn't even require explanation. She was going to her best friend's house. A short bike ride, a routine visit, the kind of summer errand that goes unnoticed 1,000 times in neighborhoods like this. Before she left, her mother asked her to water the plants. Kara agreed without hesitation. It was a small thing, just another part of the day. There was no reason to expect anything out of the ordinary. No reason at all. She pedaled toward her friend's house, moving with that teenage combination of freedom and familiarity. The roads were quiet. The sun was already warming the pavement. It was still early enough that the world hadn't quite shifted into the full hum of day. Outside her friend's house, she propped her bike up and walked toward the driveway. Her thoughts, by all accounts, were ordinary. She was likely thinking about the rest of the day. Maybe about music. Maybe about what she and her friend would talk about when she got inside. And then he appeared. A man, mid-30s, calm voice, clean appearance, someone who didn't seem out of place. He held a handful of pamphlets, said they were religious materials, said he was going door to door. He smiled. He was polite. Would she take one? He said the others were in his car. He'd get one for her. It would only take a second. Kara watched him turn toward the vehicle, a green Pontiac Firebird, parked just a few feet away. He opened the door, leaned inside, then gestured to her. "Here," he said. "You can grab it." And she stepped forward. She never even saw the gun, only felt it. Suddenly he was close. The barrel pressed to her neck. The words low and firm. "Get in the car." He forced her into a large plastic storage container in the back seat. One of those wide-lidded bins used for packing or storing things in a garage. He pressed the lid shut, sealed it, and just like that, the neighborhood faded away. The world Kara had known, routine, predictable, safe, fell silent. Inside that bin, in the dark, she could barely move. Her body twisted into itself, breath shallow, heart hammering in her chest. Every sound was muffled, every second slowed, but she wasn't panicking. Not yet. Instead, she was thinking, measuring, listening. Kara didn't know yet where she was going, or who he was, or what he wanted. But something inside her stayed sharp, a calm that didn't come from denial, but from decision. She wasn't going to give up, even then, even in the dark, even as the car pulled away from the curb and into the silence of the neighborhood. This is only the beginning of what Kara Robinson endured, and ultimately escaped. In the chapters to come, we'll follow her through the hours she spent inside that house, the calculations she made, the evidence she quietly collected, and how, when the moment came, she ran. But first, we sit with the beginning, with the weight of a summer day that changed everything, with the quiet strength of a girl whose story did not end in silence, and whose memory would not let him get away. The drive was long. At least, that's how it felt. Curled into the plastic bin in the back of the car, Kara couldn't tell where they were going. The space was too small to move, and every breath felt like it had to be measured. Her body was folded tightly, her knees pressing into her chest, her arms trapped awkwardly at her sides. The lid above her barely shifted. There was no light, no sense of distance. Just the soft, steady vibrations of the road beneath the tires and the muffled noise of the car's engine. She tried not to panic. That instinct, that fight to stay present, kicked in quickly. Kara had always been the kind of person who paid attention. Details stuck in her mind. Faces, numbers, little things. And now, pressed into darkness, her brain was already beginning to catalog everything. How long had it been? 10 minutes? 20? She couldn't be sure, but she tried to track the turns. Left, then right, slowing down, speeding up. She listened to the change in pavement, the sound of the tires shifting as the vehicle moved from smooth roads to rougher ones. At some point, she heard what might have been a highway, then quieter streets again. He didn't speak during the drive. She couldn't see him, couldn't move enough to get a glimpse. But she knew he was calm, the kind of calm that didn't need to rush. That didn't second guess. It was eerie how quiet he was, no yelling, no chaos, just a kind of chilling control. And when the car finally stopped, the silence deepened. Kara heard the door open. Footsteps. Then the bin shifted. She felt it being lifted, her body still inside, carried awkwardly but quickly. Through a door, across a threshold. The air changed. It felt cooler, dimmer. A house. He set the bin down. The lid came off, and she was inside his home. The man stood above her, still holding the gun. His expression didn't change. He gave short commands. told her to be quiet, to follow, to move slowly. And she did. She had to. He led her into a bedroom, a typical suburban room, nothing strange or disheveled at first glance. There was a bed, a dresser, a nightstand with a clock. That clock would become important later. Everything in the room was clean, orderly. Nothing about it screamed danger at first. If anything, it was unnervingly plain. He told her to sit. Then, calmly, he restrained her. Not violently, just methodically, as if he'd done it before, as if he knew exactly how to do it. He talked to her in a soft voice, almost casual, asked her questions, told her things. He wanted her to believe she'd be okay if she just followed his instructions. Kara didn't believe him, but she didn't argue. She listened, responded when necessary, and more than that, she remembered. Every word, every object in the room, the clock on the nightstand, the kind of shampoo in the shower, the names on prescription bottles in the bathroom. She noticed everything, because deep down, she was already preparing, not just to survive, but to escape. The hours passed slowly. He left the room sometimes. When he did, Kara took mental snapshots of everything. There were signs that someone else lived in the house, another room, with stuffed animals. Children's books. Maybe a kid, but no one else was home. Not that day. Just her. And him. And the slow ticking of time inside the house. Kara stayed quiet, composed. She tried not to let fear take over. It would have been so easy to collapse under the weight of what was happening. But she knew that panic would not help her. Not now. She needed to stay awake. She needed to stay sharp. And above all, she needed to survive long enough for a chance. He brought her food, gave her water. He asked her about her life, tried to normalize the situation in small, grotesque ways. Kara responded carefully, not giving too much, not sounding afraid, just enough to keep him talking, just enough to avoid triggering him. It was a strange, quiet battle, not fought with violence, but with strategy, and Kara was playing to win. Later, as dusk began to fall, he gave her sleeping pills, told her to take them. She swallowed them, but only partway. She tucked the rest in her cheek, then spat them out when he wasn't looking. He never knew. That night he fell asleep, and Kara didn't. She lay awake, watching the clock, tracing every detail in the room, committing everything to memory. The brands on the toiletries, the color of the curtains, the wallpaper pattern, anything that might matter later, anything she could use. She was still waiting, still watching, still thinking. She didn't know when her chance would come, but she knew she would be ready. And when it came, it would happen quickly. She just had to make it through the night. And she did. When morning came, the light through the window shifted slightly. She could hear birds outside, the quiet noise of the neighborhood waking up again. It was almost time. He left the room for a few minutes. And in those minutes, everything changed. But that's for the next chapter. For now, the most important part of this night is not the fear Kara felt, but the clarity she held on to. In a stranger's house, under threat, alone, she kept track of every moment. She stayed awake, and she remembered everything. The morning light was pale, stretching across the quiet floor of the bedroom where Kara had spent the night. Outside the windows, the world had moved on without knowing she was missing. The hum of distant traffic, a lawnmower starting up a few houses away, birds calling from trees. It was the kind of morning that gave no indication that anything terrible had happened at all. Inside, she was still pretending to sleep. She heard him moving through the house. The sounds were ordinary, drawers opening, the clink of something in the kitchen, water running. But to Kara, every sound mattered. Every step, every movement. She was timing him, watching the rhythm of his behavior. And when he came back into the room, his expression hadn't changed. There was something unsettling about how normal he tried to act. He spoke to her softly, not apologetic, not angry, as if this were something that simply was like he didn't see her as a person, but rather as part of a plan. She answered his questions quietly, just as she had before. Calm, cooperative, measured. He never knew she hadn't taken the pills. He believed she'd slept through the night, that she wasn't watching, that she wasn't planning. Later that morning, as the hours slipped by, he left the room again. Not for long, but long enough. And Kara knew. This was it. She moved quietly, carefully, and quickly. She had memorized the layout of the house during the moments he'd left the door open. She knew where the front door was. She knew which hallway led where. Every second of calm she'd shown the night before had been building toward this. She ran, down the hallway, past the living room, toward the front door. She didn't stop to look behind her. She didn't hesitate. When she threw the door open, daylight exploded in front of her. The kind of light that felt like salvation. She bolted, barefoot, sprinting down the street of an unfamiliar neighborhood. No screaming, just movement, just escape. She didn't know where she was, but she knew she had to keep going. She saw two men working in a yard nearby. Landscapers. They looked up, startled, as Kara ran toward them. Her voice was clear, direct. She said she'd been kidnapped. She needed help. They didn't hesitate. One of them ran toward her, the other toward the house. But Kara stopped him. "He's got a gun," she said. And they listened. They brought her into their truck, locked the doors, called 911. She was safe, not just because she'd escaped, but because she had remembered everything. Inside that truck, while they waited for police, Kara gave them the address. She hadn't just noticed the details, she had committed them to memory. The layout of the home, the medicine bottles on the counter with names and pharmacy information, the time on the nightstand clock, the placement of furniture, even the feel of the neighborhood, the way it turned in on itself, the sound of the roads outside. Everything she saw, she remembered, and now she gave it all to them. The 911 call came through just after 11 a.m. By the time law enforcement arrived, Kara had already told them everything they needed to know. She didn't need time to calm down. She didn't ask for water or a blanket or silence. She asked for a pen, and she began to write down everything she'd seen. It took hours to process what she was telling them, not just because of the detail, but because of how rare it was. She hadn't just escaped. She had brought them a blueprint, an entire investigative roadmap. By that evening, the house had been located. But the man, her abductor, was gone. He had vanished in the short hours since she escaped, slipped away in a different vehicle. The home was empty now. No sign of him, but his identity didn't stay hidden for long, because Kara had remembered more than just what the house looked like. She remembered his name. She had seen it on the pill bottles, on paperwork. She had overheard it when he made a phone call. And she told them, Richard Evenitz, 38 years old, a man who had lived in that neighborhood for years. Polite, clean-cut, quiet, no criminal record on paper that stood out. But behind the doors of that house, he had lived a life that was beginning to unravel. The pieces were coming into view. Law enforcement began to dig into his past. His home, now empty, gave up its secrets slowly. Files, photos, newspaper clippings, storage containers tucked away in closets and corners. And then they found the Polaroids. Dozens of them. Girls. Teenagers. Some smiling, some clearly taken without permission. Some that appeared staged. Others that felt darker, harder to look at. The photos weren't labeled, but they spoke volumes. And one thing was clear. Kara hadn't been the first, and she had been his last. That night, as the sun set over Columbia, Kara Robinson sat in a police station, calm and focused, answering every question, walking investigators through every step of what had happened to her. Not just with clarity, with purpose. She wasn't just telling a story. She was helping build a case. She was, without exaggeration, the reason they were going to find him. But the man she had escaped from was already moving, already running. By the time his name was on the news, he was 2 states away. And what investigators would learn in the days ahead would take this case from an abduction to something much bigger. The search for Richard Evenitz began before the sun had fully set on that same day. By the time law enforcement confirmed his name and identity, thanks to the details Kara had given them, Evenitz was already gone. He had left his home hours earlier, driving away in a gold Dodge Intrepid, taking with him only what he needed to disappear quickly. A small duffel bag, identification, a weapon, and silence. The house he left behind was carefully locked. But inside, investigators were uncovering something more than just a kidnapping case. Room by room, they sifted through his belongings. Nothing in the home looked out of place at first glance. The furniture was neat. The kitchen was clean. The lawn was mowed. It looked like any other house in the quiet neighborhood. But once they opened the bedroom closet, they found a heavy plastic container that told a different story. It was filled with trophies, personal items, notes, photos, and something more unsettling, locks of hair labeled and preserved. There were handwritten pages, ramblings, fantasies, dates. Some were coherent, others were fragmented. The boxes in the storage room had carefully labeled files, most of them related to young girls. The drawers of the bedroom held items that didn't belong to any adult woman. Jewelry, hair ties, socks, and tucked in the back of one drawer, maps. Highlighted, marked, some local, some from other states. It didn't take long for investigators to realize Kara's escape had not only saved her own life, it had pulled back the curtain on something deeper, something older. Richard Evenitz wasn't new to this. He had done it before, and he had likely done worse. As the contents of his home were logged and cataloged, the FBI was brought in. A nationwide bulletin was issued. His photograph was broadcast across television screens and pinned to bulletin boards in police stations from South Carolina to Florida. He was armed, dangerous, and experienced. Meanwhile, Kara remained steady. Still at the police station, she continued to walk investigators through everything. She described the house layout down to the placement of vents and where the creaking floorboards were. She described his speech patterns, the way he moved, the way he folded and unfolded his hands when he was thinking. She had noticed everything. One of the detectives later said that Kara Robinson was unlike any victim they had ever interviewed, not because of what she endured, but because of how she responded. She didn't just want to tell them what happened. She wanted to help catch him. The information she provided led to a broader investigation into Evenitz's background. He had served in the Navy, worked as a pipe fitter, lived in Virginia for several years before moving to South Carolina. No criminal record that raised any alarms. No neighbors who suspected anything unusual. He had a wife, now separated, and a quiet demeanor that kept him largely unnoticed. But as they traced his previous addresses, patterns began to emerge. In Spotsylvania County, Virginia, a familiar unease began to surface in law enforcement circles. 3 names, 3 girls, all missing, all taken years before. Sophia Silva, Kristen Lisk, Katie Lisk, all middle school aged, all from the same area, all abducted within an 11-month period in 1996 and 1997. Sophia had been taken first from her front yard. Kristen and Katie had disappeared together while walking home from a community pool. Their bodies were found later, weeks apart, discarded in remote rivers wrapped in sheets weighed down. For years, the cases had gone cold. But now, with Kara's escape, investigators began connecting the dots. The photographs in Evenitz's home, the journals, the pattern of his movements, and the most chilling connection of all, his former residence in Virginia was less than a mile from the Lisk home. The possibility that he was responsible had not been confirmed, but the timeline fit, the methods fit, and the evidence was beginning to line up. As the manhunt intensified, Evenitz was already hundreds of miles away. He had driven through Georgia and into Florida. He shaved his beard, changed his clothing, rented a motel room under a different name. But something had changed in him. For years, he had operated in silence. Quiet, calculated, unseen. But now he was being hunted. His name was on the news. His photo everywhere. The anonymity he had relied on for so long was gone. He called his sister in Jacksonville. Not once, but several times. Rambling voicemails. Disjointed. Emotional. He said he'd made mistakes. He didn't say what they were. He talked about taking his own life. He told her he was sorry. He didn't tell her where he was. Eventually, he made one final call. To his sister again. But this time, she stayed on the line and flagged police. By then, he was in Sarasota, parked in a lot near a shopping plaza. still in the gold Dodge Intrepid. Local law enforcement closed in carefully. Plainclothes officers positioned their vehicles around him. There was no siren, no standoff, just a quiet containment. But he knew. He saw them in the mirrors. He recognized the movements. And before they could reach him, he picked up the gun. A single shot. By the time the officers reached the car, he was gone. Richard Evenitz died by suicide on June 27, 2002, 3 days after Kara Robinson escaped. The case didn't end there. In many ways, it was only beginning, because now investigators had to go back, to piece together his past, to re-examine cold cases, to identify girls in old photographs, to trace the full scope of what he had done, and for how long. And at the center of it all, one voice kept guiding them forward. Not a profiler, not a detective, a 15-year-old girl who had remembered everything, and who had made sure he would never take anyone else again. When Richard Evenitz died in that Florida parking lot, the manhunt ended. But for investigators, a different kind of work was just beginning. In South Carolina, Kara Robinson had returned home. She was safe now, physically, but everything around her had changed. The quiet routines of suburban summer no longer felt simple. The bike ride to a friend's house, the warmth of the morning sun, the trust she had in the world around her. Those things didn't come back easily. Still, Kara remained composed. In interviews, officers noted her clarity, how she answered every question with care. No dramatics, no hesitation. She was still just 15, but something about her presence made people pause. She had survived something unimaginable. And yet she moved through the aftermath like someone who knew what she wanted. To help, to prevent this from happening again, and to make sure people understood what had really happened. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, law enforcement had begun opening boxes they hadn't looked at in years. In Virginia, detectives working cold cases took a fresh look at 3 files that had haunted them for nearly half a decade. Sophia Silva, Kristen Lisk, Katie Lisk. The girls had disappeared in 1996 and 1997. At the time, their abductions had sparked large-scale searches. The public outcry was immediate. Billboards, flyers, school vigils. Whole communities had come together, then waited for answers that never came. Until now. The more investigators learned about Richard Evenitz, the more the timelines lined up. In 1996, he had been living just minutes from the Silva and Lisk homes. He had a job that kept him mobile. He traveled for work often, sometimes gone for days. No one had ever suspected him. He had no arrest record for anything serious. His neighbors described him as quiet, polite, invisible in the way predators sometimes are. But his personal life told a different story. His marriage had been strained. There were reports, quiet ones, of controlling behavior, of secrecy. He spent long hours in the garage, often left town without explaining why. He also had a habit of collecting things. Police found his storage habits unsettling. Everything had a label. Boxes filled with mementos, newspaper articles, lists, and handwritten notes. Some were coded. Others were just fragments, pages of names, clothing sizes, hair colors. Among them, they found a small bundle of newspaper clippings, all about the 3 missing girls from Virginia, the way they had vanished, the way the bodies were found, the interviews with family. He had saved it all. And more than that, he had written notes on them. Tiny pencil marks in the margins. Details that hadn't been public. Dates and phrases that matched internal case notes from law enforcement. It was enough. In Spotsylvania County, Virginia, prosecutors quietly began preparing a file. There would be no trial, no confession, but in the eyes of those who had worked the cases for years, the truth was finally becoming clear. Richard Evenitz had been the man they were looking for. The similarities between Kara's abduction and the earlier crimes were too precise to ignore. The method of control, the attention to detail, the use of restraint, the way he isolated his victims, everything echoed the past. But Kara had escaped, and that changed everything. For the families of Sophia, Kristen, and Katie, the news arrived slowly. Carefully, investigators reached out to them one by one, sharing the evidence, the connections, the path that had led them from South Carolina to Virginia. It wasn't the kind of closure anyone dreams of, but it was something. A name, a face, a clear link to someone who could no longer hurt anyone else. For Kara, the days after Evenet's death were filled with conversations. Victim advocates, detectives, journalists, and slowly, the realization that her story had stopped one of the country's most elusive predators. She didn't feel heroic. She didn't seek attention. But she understood even then that something had shifted. That her actions, the things she remembered, the decisions she made while being held captive, had created a path for justice not just for herself, but for girls who had never made it home. And she carried that truth carefully. Not loudly, but with purpose. As summer stretched into July, the investigation continued. Every day brought new pieces of information. Evenet's movements, his jobs, the towns where he had briefly lived or passed through. Old cases were reopened. Tips came in from across the southeast. Survivors of attempted abductions reached out, sharing details that now made sense in hindsight. Law enforcement mapped his routes. They tracked down former co-workers, neighbors. They looked through old hotel receipts and gas station logs. They reviewed school records near his former homes. The trail he had left behind was long and messy, but it had been hidden until Kara pulled it into the light. There were no guarantees that every answer would be found. Not every photograph in his possession could be identified. Not every name scribbled in his notebooks led to a known case. Some pieces would remain unresolved. But what mattered most was that the silence had broken. Because Kara had chosen to remember. Because she had run. Because she had survived. And that survival had done more than protect her. It had exposed a pattern that otherwise might never have been seen. That truth began to ripple outward. To investigators. To families. To the public. And eventually, to Kara herself. She had stopped something terrible. But in doing so, she had stepped into something else. An understanding that her life had changed in a way that could never fully be reversed. And in the chapters to come, that change would begin to take shape. Not in headlines, not in interviews, but in the quiet decisions she made afterward, and in the long, slow process of learning to live again. The news faded slowly, the way it always does. After the initial storm, headlines, press conferences, evening broadcasts, there was quiet. Richard Evenet's name stopped appearing on television. The bulletins came down from post office walls. The reporters moved on. For most of the country, it was over. But for Kara, everything was still shifting. In those weeks after her escape, the world around her looked the same, but it no longer felt familiar. The house she had grown up in hadn't changed. Her bike was still leaning against the garage wall. Her room, with its posters and notebooks and reminders of who she was before, was waiting for her. But stepping back into that life wasn't easy. Trauma doesn't arrive all at once. It lingers. It waits. It shows up in the pauses, when someone shuts a door too quickly, or when a stranger walks too close, or when the phone rings late at night. Kara didn't talk about nightmares, but they were there. She didn't talk about the startle reflex, but her mother saw it. Still, she didn't fall apart. She processed in silence, often alone. She was used to being strong, used to holding things in place. And now, with the weight of what she had survived pressing down on her, she continued to function. But the pressure never truly left. People approached her differently now. Some with awe, some with discomfort. Even her classmates didn't know what to say. Teachers looked at her like she might break. Friends asked careful questions, or didn't ask at all. She had become, without choosing to, the girl who escaped. And everyone knew. What most people didn't realize was how much had gone into that escape. Not just courage, but calculation. The countless mental notes. The split-second decisions. The ability to remain calm while facing something that could have easily overwhelmed her. Kara had seen what very few people ever see, and come back. But coming back wasn't the same as moving on. The investigators continued to call. There were more interviews, more questions. She was asked to revisit the layout of the house, to identify photos, to describe his voice again and again. She never refused. But each conversation brought her back to that room, to those hours. She stayed steady, but it took its toll. She began seeing a counselor. Quietly, away from school. Someone to speak to without judgment, without the burden of expectation. In that room, she was not being interviewed. She was not being admired. She was not being asked to be brave. She was just Kara, and she was exhausted. But even in that exhaustion, more timelines matched up. But there was also something more complicated. The number of cases that didn't match, that might be connected, that hovered in uncertainty. There were unsolved disappearances in other states. Missing persons cases from towns he had briefly lived in or passed through. None of them confirmed, but none of them fully ruled out either. And because of Kara, those cases had been reopened. That part stayed with her. Even though she had no obligation to speak to the press, Kara agreed to one interview later that year. It was short, measured, and mostly focused on her appreciation for law enforcement. But one line stood out, softly said but deeply honest. "I think he's done this before." It wasn't a guess. It was a knowing. She had felt it in his behavior. The preparation, the calm, the lack of hesitation. This hadn't been an impulsive crime. It had been practiced. At night, Kara sometimes stayed awake longer than she meant to. Not from fear, necessarily, but from awareness. She knew too much now. She knew how quickly something could change, how close violence could be to ordinary life, how someone who seemed harmless could hide something terrible. And slowly, those realizations began to shape her choices. She became interested in psychology, in criminal behavior, in understanding, not why someone like Ivanitz did what he did, but how people survived it, how they processed it, how they lived beyond it. She didn't want to live in fear. She wanted to understand the mechanisms that made survival possible. In the fall, she returned to school. There were stares, whispers, but also quiet admiration. Students who didn't know her well before now sat beside her at lunch. Teachers gave her space, but also leaned in to check on her. She navigated it all with grace, though privately she wished to be invisible again. But that wasn't possible. And maybe she thought that wasn't what she needed anymore. She had seen what could happen in the worst of circumstances. And now, in classrooms and hallways and after-school activities, she saw what it meant to rebuild a sense of safety. It didn't come all at once, but it came. And it started with choice. Her choice. To keep showing up. To keep speaking when it mattered. To let herself slowly reclaim the space that had been taken. And to think, even in quiet moments, about what it might mean to one day help others do the same. She didn't yet know what that would look like. But it was beginning. A new thread in her life. Woven slowly, deliberately, patiently. Just like everything she'd done since the moment she ran. The morning of June 24th, 2002, had started without warning. There was no build-up. No creeping sense of danger. Just a humid summer morning in Columbia, South Carolina. Kara had agreed to water the plants. It was an errand so small, so harmless, that no one thought to question it. She had tied her hair back, slipped on her shoes, and ridden her bike to her best friend's house. The neighborhood was familiar. The houses sat close together, driveways clean, hedges trimmed. This was a place where trouble didn't knock on doors. But it didn't need to knock. It waited. The man who approached Kara that morning didn't look dangerous. He was calm, dressed in a polo shirt and jeans. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't rush. He held a few pamphlets in his hand and said he was passing out information about a local church. Would she take one? He said he had more in the car. Just over there. It would only take a moment. The car, a green Pontiac Firebird, was parked a few feet away. There was no panic in his voice, no alarm in his posture. Everything about him was measured. So Kara stepped toward the car. That moment, measured in seconds, marked the line between before and after. He opened the door and leaned inside. She stepped closer, and then everything changed. With a speed that betrayed all his calm, he turned and pressed a handgun against her neck. "Get in the car." There was no time to argue, no time to run. He forced her into a large plastic storage bin already waiting in the back seat. One of the wide-lipped containers meant for tools or winter clothes. She curled into it, and he shut the lid. Darkness. Kara could barely breathe. The air inside was stale. The lid sealed tightly. Her body folded tightly inside, unable to shift or stretch. Her chest pressed against her knees. Her heart hammered. The car pulled away. She didn't scream. Instead, she listened. The sounds of the car's engine, the shift of gears, the texture of the road beneath the tires. She tried to count the turns, tried to hold on to the seconds, anything to give her a sense of time, of distance, of direction. She stayed awake. They drove for what felt like a long time. In reality, it was about 10 miles. The car stopped. She felt the bin being lifted, carried. The change in temperature as they moved indoors. Carpet beneath his shoes. A door closing behind them. He placed the bin on the floor and opened the lid. Light. Air. His face now clearer. He pulled her out. Told her to follow him. Still holding the gun, he led her to a bedroom. She saw a bed, a nightstand, a lamp, a clock. She noticed everything. He tied her hands. Not cruelly. Not violently. Just methodically. As if he'd done it before. Then he began speaking. He asked her questions. Where she lived. Who she was visiting. What her parents did for work. His voice was calm, almost conversational. But Kara understood the danger wasn't in what he said. It was in how he said it. There was no hesitation in his movements. No nerves in his speech. He had done this before. She was sure of it. Over the next few hours, he came and went from the room. Sometimes bringing food. Sometimes saying nothing at all. When he spoke, it was as if he was trying to create normalcy. Something that Kara knew was carefully constructed. An illusion meant to confuse her. To make her believe that if she cooperated, she'd be let go. But she didn't believe it. Not for a second. And so she watched. She remembered. The name on his medicine bottles, Evenits. The shampoo in his shower. The layout of the home. The noises from the street outside. Even the pattern on the wallpaper. She didn't scream. She didn't cry. She stayed alert. When he offered her sleeping pills that evening, she pretended to swallow them, hiding them in her cheek until he left the room. She spat them out later, unnoticed. By morning, she was still awake, and he had let his guard down. He left her alone for only a few minutes. But that's all she needed. She ran, out the front door, into the sunlight, across the quiet neighborhood she didn't recognize, until she saw 2 landscapers working in a nearby yard. She didn't wait. She told them, I was kidnapped. They brought her into their truck, locked the doors, called 911, and she never looked back. Kara Robinson was held captive for less than 24 hours. But in that time, she gathered enough information to identify her abductor, lead police to his home, and unknowingly connect him to a string of unsolved murders from years before. There was no violent escape, no chase, just a girl who stayed calm, who paid attention, and who waited for the moment she could act. Her story is rare, not because of what happened to her, but because of how she responded. The crime itself lasted only a single day, but its impact would ripple across states, reopen cold cases, and ultimately stop a predator whose crimes had gone unnoticed for years. And Kara never let fear silence her. She remembered everything, and that changed everything. The investigation moved quickly in the hours after Kara Robinson escaped. Her composure, her memory, the calm way she explained what had happened, it all gave law enforcement a roadmap. In most cases like this, detectives begin with very little. A name if they're lucky, maybe a partial license plate, a vague description. Kara gave them everything. His name, Richard Evenitz. The color and model of the car, green Pontiac Firebird. The layout of the house, the front door, the bedroom, the bathroom. Personal items in plain sight. Prescription bottles with his name, a clock radio that read 3:24 p.m., a framed photo in the hallway. Even the sounds outside the house. A nearby road, traffic during certain hours, the pitch of a dog barking somewhere close by. All of it she remembered. Detectives in Colombia quickly located the house. Her descriptions were exact, down to the wallpaper pattern and the position of furniture in each room. When they entered the residence, they found it just as she'd said. Only one thing was missing, Richard Evenitz. By the time officers crossed the threshold, he had already fled. A second car, a gold Dodge Intrepid, was gone from the driveway. He had packed quickly, left behind nearly everything but the essentials. A bag, a handgun, identification, and he was gone. That's when the FBI stepped in. With the immediate threat over and Kara safe, the scope of the case began to widen. Federal agents coordinated with local law enforcement in both South Carolina and Virginia. The details Kara had provided, especially the full name, gave them access to his background almost instantly. They learned about his Navy service, his work as a pipe fitter, his previously clean criminal record, and they found his former address in Spotsylvania County, Virginia. That name, Spotsylvania, stirred something familiar in more than one law enforcement office. Because back in 1996 and 1997, 3 girls had disappeared from that same county, all under similar circumstances. Sophia Silva, age 16, vanished from her front yard while doing homework. Kristen and Katie List, sisters, ages 15 and 12, disappeared together walking home from the pool. All were found later, their bodies discovered in water. All 3 had been taken suddenly, without witnesses, in broad daylight. The cases had gone cold. No viable suspects. No convictions. Just grief, and a deep wound in the small Virginia community that never quite closed. But now, with a name and a new case, those old files were pulled from storage. And when investigators laid them side by side with what had happened to Kara, something clicked. The method, the preparation, the calm control, the evidence left behind, and the way he vanished afterward. It wasn't a new pattern. It was an old one. In Jacksonville, Florida, Richard Evenitz was already on the move. He called his sister more than once, left voicemails that were strange and rambling. Not apologetic, just fragmented. He said things like, "I've made a mess, and they're going to find me." He never mentioned Kara's name, never admitted to anything directly. But his tone had changed. He knew it was over. In one call, he talked about ending his life. His sister, unsure what to do, tried to keep him on the line. Eventually, she called the police. By then, he was in Sarasota, parked near a shopping plaza. Law enforcement moved carefully. No sirens, no bright lights. Plainclothes officers surrounded the lot. They approached slowly to avoid escalation. But Evenitz saw them. He reached for the handgun in the passenger seat. One shot. It was over. The man who had taken Kara Robinson, and who police now strongly suspected had taken the lives of 3 other young girls, was gone. He would never face trial. He would never speak for himself. There would be no confession. But that didn't mean the story ended there. Back in Virginia, detectives worked around the clock. They searched his former home. They re-examined old physical evidence. Tiny fibers, hairs, traces from the Lisk and Silva cases that had been preserved in sealed envelopes for years. And now, with Evenitz's name on the file, they ran it all again. This time with new technology. A partial DNA profile was recovered from the Lisk sisters' case. It was enough. It matched Evenitz. It was the confirmation they needed. They couldn't ask him questions, but they didn't have to. Kara's escape had led them to him, and the evidence confirmed it. Evenitz had been the one, the man who had haunted Virginia for years, the man no one had ever suspected, had quietly moved to South Carolina and continued living his life. Undetected, unbothered, until he chose the wrong girl. Publicly, the confirmation came in waves. First, local media in Virginia released the update, a connection between the Robinson case and the Lisk-Silva disappearances. Then the national outlets followed. The story was no longer just about Kara Robinson's escape. It was about a serial offender who had operated in silence for years, and who had finally been stopped, not by an arrest, not by a team of investigators, but by the one girl who refused to stay silent, by someone who hadn't let fear overwhelm her, by someone who ran, remembered, and spoke. Law enforcement officials called Kara a hero. She didn't agree with the word, but she understood the weight of what she had done, and the names of Sophia, Kristen, and Katie stayed with her. She never met them, but she had seen what he was capable of. She had seen what he had prepared, and she had escaped the future they never got the chance to. Their stories, like hers, had been interrupted, but hers was the one that gave theirs an ending, and for investigators it was clear. Without Kara, Richard Evenitz would never have been found. The confirmation came quietly. There was no press conference filled with dramatic statements. No national special aired in prime time. Just a set of words spoken carefully by law enforcement officials in Spotsylvania County, Virginia. DNA evidence had matched Richard Evenitz to the unsolved murders of Kristen and Katie List. And while the DNA from Sophia Silva's case had degraded over time, the method, the geography, and the behavioral patterns left behind formed a line of connection that was, in the minds of investigators, undeniable. It was enough to close the cases. But closing a case isn't the same as closing a wound. For the Lisk and Silva families, it had been more than 5 years since their daughters were taken. 5 years of silence, of rumors, of leads that went nowhere. 5 years of holding on to hope and facing the weight of every day without answers. Now the answer had come, but it came without the chance to ask questions, without the opportunity to face the man who had taken them. And it came only because Kara Robinson had escaped. The public learned more about her in the following weeks. Not through interviews. Kara didn't speak publicly, not in any long-form way, but through the words of law enforcement officers and detectives who described her with quiet admiration. She had remained calm under pressure, had memorized names, labels, addresses, had waited for the right moment to flee, had escaped not by luck but by strategy. And because of her, a thread had finally been tied between seemingly isolated crimes in 2 different states. At just 15 years old, Kara had become a central figure in one of the most significant cold case breakthroughs in recent memory. She didn't seek that role, but she didn't walk away from it either. Inside law enforcement circles, the story of Kara's escape began to circulate as a training example. Not just for how she escaped, but for how she handled the aftermath. Officers and trauma specialists began to discuss how rare it was to have such detailed recall from a victim so young, and how essential it had been. Her case became a quiet study in survival. Psychologists and victim advocates noted her composure, the way she processed what had happened. There was no scripted behavior, no need to present a certain face to the world. She was simply present, honest, alert, and unwavering in the moments that mattered most. It gave rise to questions that were often uncomfortable. How had she known what to do? Where did that clarity come from? The truth was there was no single answer. Kara had always been observant. She had always paid attention to detail. She had always carried a kind of internal steadiness. But none of that predicted how someone would act in the face of trauma. No one knew, not even her, how she would respond until it happened. And when it did, she survived it in the only way she knew how. By staying awake, by staying aware, by staying human, even when everything around her tried to take that away. As summer gave way to fall, the investigators stepped back. The evidence had been processed. The case files were reorganized, notes rewritten. In Virginia, the Lisk and Silva families were left to grieve again, but this time with names, with a sense of finality they hadn't had before. In South Carolina, Kara returned to her life. Or something like it. She went back to school. Quiet halls, routine lessons, lockers closing, pencils tapping against desks. Her classmates still didn't always know what to say. Most of them never asked. But they looked at her differently. Not with pity, with respect. Teachers gave her space, but also asked questions when needed. Friends were careful. At times too careful. It was as though they were afraid to disturb something delicate. But Kara didn't feel delicate. She felt sharpened. Not by anger, not by fear, but by truth. She had seen something few ever see and come back with clarity, not just about what had happened, but about what she wanted to do next. Even then, the thought was already forming in the background, that she could help other people who had been through something, not by telling her story again and again, but by being present, by listening, by doing the slow, quiet work of showing up. Over time, the national spotlight moved elsewhere. But law enforcement never forgot. In classrooms, in conference rooms, in field offices, Kara's case remained a point of learning. And for a small group of families in Virginia, her actions had closed a chapter that had remained painfully open for too long. Because of her, there would be no more victims of Richard Evenitz. And because of her, 3 young girls who had once been names on missing posters were now tied to the truth. That matters. It doesn't erase what happened, but it gives shape to something that otherwise might have stayed in the dark. And in the middle of it all stood a teenager who never intended to become part of a story, but did, and changed its ending. In the weeks after the case closed, Kara Robinson found herself at the center of a story that never felt like hers. People used words like brave, resilient hero. They weren't wrong, but none of it captured what the experience had really been, what it meant to survive something that tried to take your identity from you, and then return to a world that didn't know how to respond. What Kara wanted most in those early weeks was not to be celebrated. She wanted normalcy, to walk through the school hallway without the second glances, to sit at lunch and talk about unimportant things, to have a moment where everything wasn't shadowed by what had happened in that house. But things had shifted. She knew that. And as much as she craved the quiet she once took for granted, Kara also understood that the spotlight around her wasn't about her, exactly. It was about what she represented. She had done something rare, escaped from a captor who had never lost control of a victim before. And she had not only escaped, she had dismantled the silence he had relied on for years. That silence didn't just exist inside Evenitz's house. It lived in the gaps between missing persons reports. It hovered in the communities where girls had vanished and no one had seen what happened. It echoed through police stations and family living rooms and cold case files. And Kara had shattered it. Not loudly, not with headlines, but with memory, with presence, with persistence. As law enforcement wrapped up their internal reports, as prosecutors archived the files they now considered closed, the impact of the case quietly expanded. Kara's name appeared in more internal law enforcement training materials, not as a case study in trauma, but in witness reliability, in situational awareness, in post-crisis decision-making. It was rare, they said, to find someone who could provide so many actionable details in the hours immediately following an abduction. She hadn't just remembered the street name. She had noticed the medicine bottles, the route taken, the placement of rooms, the sound of traffic outside. And then there was the moment she ran. She didn't wait. She didn't freeze. She didn't plead. She moved. And because she did, Richard Evenitz was exposed before he could act again. In the public sphere, news of the case slowly drifted into the background. True crime outlets ran short segments. Kara's name was mentioned on message boards, in articles, and in online forums where people compared timelines and discussed the psychology of serial offenders. But Kara herself withdrew. She declined interviews. She turned down offers from media outlets. She didn't want to tell her story that way, not while it was still unfolding inside her. Instead, she focused on her life, her friendships, her future. She went to counseling, spoke to trauma professionals, read books about psychology, criminal behavior, and resilience, not out of morbid curiosity, but from a quiet hunger to understand what she had seen and why it happened. She studied how the mind responds under stress, how the brain protects itself, why some people freeze and others fight, why survival isn't always about strength, but about timing, awareness, and instinct. The things she had done intuitively, she now wanted to understand deliberately, not for closure, for purpose. In South Carolina, the story lingered in subtle ways. Teachers at her school became more alert. Local parents became more cautious. Police departments in nearby towns quietly reviewed their own cold cases. There was no panic, just a deeper awareness of how something so dangerous could hide in plain sight. For the Lisk and Silva families in Virginia, the finality was bittersweet. There would be no trial, no courtroom, no answers from the man who took their daughters. But there was at last a name, and proof, and the assurance that he was gone. And that, by a margin of seconds, Kara Robinson had survived what their daughters did not. The contrast was painful, and yet it gave shape to their grief. Their daughters had not been forgotten. Their cases had not been abandoned. They had simply been waiting for someone who could see what no one else had seen. And Kara had been that person. In private moments, Kara wrestled with that truth. She didn't believe her life had been saved for a reason. She didn't believe in grand narratives or cosmic purposes. But she did believe in choice. And every choice she had made during those 20 hours, when to speak, what to remember, when to run, had kept her alive. Now she had a new set of choices. How to carry the story, how to grow from it, whether to speak up, and when. For now, she stayed quiet. But something was building, a quiet intention, that this wouldn't define her, but it would shape her, that the worst thing that had happened to her would not be the final word in her story. It would be the beginning of something else, a new chapter, still unfolding. Years passed quietly. The news cycle had long since moved on. For most, the case that had once stirred headlines was now a memory, a solved crime, a name occasionally referenced in training or interviews, but no longer part of daily conversation. The house where Kara Robinson had been held was sold. The neighborhood, for the most part, went back to its usual rhythms. Mornings with coffee and newspapers, evenings with porch lights and quiet routines. But Kara had not returned to the same life. She had built a new one. It hadn't happened suddenly. There was no single turning point. Healing had arrived in fragments, in therapy sessions, in long drives, in conversations with people who didn't look at her as a symbol, but as a person. The work was slow. Some days it sat heavily on her shoulders. Other days it drifted further behind her. She graduated high school, attended college, chose a path in psychology and law enforcement. Not because of what had happened to her, but because of how she had learned to think in its aftermath. There was power in understanding what people do under pressure, what they remember, what they need in the worst moments of their lives. She didn't chase the spotlight, but eventually she allowed herself to speak, not to relive the trauma, but to offer insight. Her first few talks were small, closed settings, classrooms, police academies, victim advocacy conferences. She didn't tell her story for effect. She didn't linger on the horror. She simply walked through what had happened and what had helped her survive it. What mattered most, she often said, were the little things. A calm officer, a moment of control, the space to breathe, the freedom to speak without being doubted, the understanding that trauma looks different in every person, and that no one reacts the right way. By her mid-20s, Kara had become a voice in spaces that didn't usually include survivors. She consulted on trauma-informed training, helped develop approaches for interviewing victims without re-traumatization, shared her experience in a way that made professionals listen without judgment. Her name wasn't always attached to big headlines anymore, but inside law enforcement circles and among survivor networks, it quietly carried weight. She was known not just for what she'd lived through, but for what she chose to do afterward. Outside of the professional world, Kara built a personal life as well, one that had nothing to do with the case. She married, moved, took up new routines. She planted a garden, kept a dog, traveled when she could, laughed without explanation, created a space where the past didn't define the shape of every day. There were still reminders, sometimes small, a certain tone of voice, a news story that struck too close, a scent, a certain kind of silence at night. But those moments didn't control her anymore. They passed like weather, noticeable but no longer destructive, because she had learned how to live alongside the memory, not by erasing it, but by softening it. In Virginia, the families of Kristen and Katie Lisk and Sophia Silva continued to speak their daughters' names. They created foundations, offered scholarships, hosted community events, kept their memories alive, not just as victims, but as bright, funny, creative girls who had once filled their homes with laughter. They never asked Kara to speak for them, but in quiet moments, they told reporters and investigators that they were grateful for her, that they had watched her story unfold with admiration, that her strength had given shape to the closure they'd waited years for. Kara never claimed to speak on behalf of anyone, but she carried the weight of those girls with care. Their names were part of her story now, not as a burden, but as a responsibility. In 2021, nearly 2 decades after her escape, Kara made the decision to share her story publicly, fully, and on her own terms. She began speaking more openly, not about what was done to her, but about how she reclaimed herself afterward. Her goal wasn't to inspire, it was to inform. She talked about trauma and its quiet aftermath, about how recovery is not a straight line, about how survival is not defined by what you did in the moment, but what you choose after. She launched a platform to support other survivors, not with slogans or sentimentality, but with tools, resources, language, space. She didn't tell people to be brave. She told them it was okay to fall apart, that survival looked different for everyone, that it was okay not to be okay, that being quiet was not the same as being weak. And through that honesty, people listened. The woman who had once been a teenage girl in a plastic storage bin, measuring time in breath and heartbeat, now stood in front of rooms filled with people who needed to hear what came next. Not the crime, but the life that came after. Kara never claimed to be special. She simply said this. This happened to me. I survived. And now, here's what I've learned. And that was enough. There's a silence that settles over some stories when the chaos ends. Not an emptiness, but a stillness. What's left after the headlines fade, after the questions are answered, after justice arrives in the only form it can. Kara Robinson lives in that space now. Not defined by what happened to her. Not erased by it either. She exists beyond the single day that could have ended everything. The story she survived no longer lingers in whispers. It moves steadily through the choices she makes, the work she does, and the way she continues to show up in a world that once tried to take her away from it. She doesn't need to revisit that June morning in 2002 to remember who she is. But she hasn't buried it either. It lives quietly beside her. What happened changed the course of more than just one life. Her escape unraveled a pattern. It named a predator. It connected families who had waited years for truth and provided investigators with the clearest account of how a serial offender operated without detection. But the legacy of that escape doesn't sit in a courtroom or rest in archived case files. It's lived in the calm, unflinching way Kara has navigated the years since. The talks she gives now are not filled with the heavy silence of pain. They carry something else, something steadier. She doesn't dramatize. She doesn't ask for sympathy. She explains, not just how she survived, but why it matters that survival is seen for what it really is, an ongoing act, a daily decision, a refusal to let the worst thing that happened become the only thing people remember. She speaks with the ease of someone who has already done the hardest thing imaginable, and then built a life anyway. Kara's story has changed over time, not in its facts, but in its shape. What was once a crisis has become a reference point. What was once a narrow escape has become the foundation for education, training, and advocacy across the country. She is now seen as a survivor, yes, but also as a professional, a speaker, a mentor, a guide for those just beginning to process their own trauma. She reminds them, always gently, that there is no single right way to move forward, that some days are quiet, some are heavy, that healing is not something you achieve, it's something you carry, and that carrying it doesn't make you broken. It makes you real. In quiet corners of law enforcement, her name still comes up. New recruits hear her story during training, not for its drama, but for its detail. They study the way she remained aware, the things she noticed, the way she handled herself during the investigation. She's not discussed as a victim to be pitted. She's cited as an example of presence, of clarity, of what happens when we listen to the person who lived it instead of speaking over them. And in those spaces, she continues to make an impact long after her case was closed. Years after the abduction, Kara returned, on her own terms, to the neighborhood where she had been taken. The house was no longer the same. The trees had grown taller. The streets were lined with different cars, different families. But something about the stillness remained. She stood near the spot where it had happened. Quiet, not nostalgic, just present. She didn't need to say anything. It wasn't about conquering fear. It wasn't about reclaiming territory. It was just a moment of recognition. This is where I was, and this is who I am now. The story of Kara Robinson does not end in trauma. It does not end in a courtroom. It does not end in grief. It ends in motion, in the slow, steady pace of a life lived fully, even after the worst has happened. A life with ordinary moments, grocery runs, coffee shops, early morning walks. And a few extraordinary ones, stages, microphones, quiet hugs after speaking events, letters from strangers who say, "Because of you, I kept going." This story, in its simplest form, is not about what was done to Kara. It is about what she did next, and what she's still doing. Every day, softly, steadily, without apology, and with her own voice fully her own. In the early 1960s, Betty Broderick was living the kind of life many young American women dreamed of. Born Elizabeth and Bisceglia on November 7, 1947, in Brooklyn, New York, she was the third of 6 children in a strict Catholic family of Italian descent. Her parents, Frank and Marita Bisceglia, upheld traditional values, and from a young age, Betty was taught that her ultimate goal was to become a devoted wife and mother. Her father, a successful plastering contractor, was firm in his beliefs that education and marriage were the cornerstones of a respectable life. Betty was bright, attractive, and ambitious. She attended the College of Mount St. Vincent, a small Catholic women's college in the Bronx, where she majored in early childhood education. Her life seemed perfectly aligned with the path her parents had envisioned for her. She wore tailored clothes, maintained a tidy appearance, and projected an image of polished decorum. In 1965, during a school trip, she met Daniel Broderick, a charismatic and driven young man from Pittsburgh who was studying at Notre Dame. Dan was the kind of man Betty's parents would approve of, ambitious, well-educated, and from a respectable Catholic family. They began dating shortly after, and quickly grew serious. Betty was smitten by Dan's charm and intelligence, and Dan seemed equally captivated by Betty's confidence and poise. They married on April 12, 1969. It was a traditional Catholic wedding, large and festive, with all the trappings of a promising future. The honeymoon took them to the Caribbean, but reality set in soon after. Dan had been accepted to Cornell University Medical School, and money was tight. Betty became the family's primary breadwinner, working as a teacher and selling Avon products while Dan attended school full-time. Later, he would switch to law school at Harvard, seeking greater financial security through a legal career focused on medical malpractice. Life in those early years was challenging, but Betty believed in Dan's potential. She bore the financial and emotional burdens with determination, raising their growing family while he pursued his degrees. They moved from New York to Massachusetts, and eventually to California. By the early 1980s, Dan was a successful and wealthy medical malpractice attorney in San Diego. He had co-founded a prestigious law firm and built a lucrative career. The couple moved into a beautiful home in the affluent neighborhood of La Jolla, and their 4 children attended private schools. From the outside, the Brodericks had it all: wealth, status, beautiful children, and a comfortable lifestyle. Betty had worked tirelessly to help Dan achieve his ambitions, and now they were reaping the rewards. She hosted elegant parties, maintained their home, and took pride in being a supportive wife. She was the woman who had sacrificed her own dreams to build her husband's empire. But cracks had started to show beneath the polished surface. Dan's demeanor changed over the years. He became more controlling, more critical, and increasingly distant. Betty, once the confident and composed woman he had fallen in love with, began to feel isolated and unappreciated. She sensed that something was shifting, something subtle and sinister. In 1982, Dan hired a new legal assistant, a 21-year-old former airline stewardess named Linda Colkina. Linda was blonde, attractive, and full of life. Betty's intuition told her something was wrong. She confronted Dan about her suspicions, but he denied any inappropriate relationship. Still, Betty couldn't shake the feeling. The assistant's presence felt like a wedge being driven into their marriage. The more Betty pushed, the more Dan pulled away. Arguments became frequent and explosive. Betty's behavior grew erratic. She began leaving angry voicemails, destroying Dan's possessions, and acting out in ways that friends and family struggled to understand. She felt betrayed and discarded after years of sacrifice. In 1985, Dan moved out of the family home. That same year, he filed for divorce. The battle that followed would span nearly 5 years and become one of the most contentious and publicized divorce cases in American history. At its core was a woman who believed she had given everything to a man who had thrown her away for a younger version of herself. The perfect life Betty had worked so hard to build was unraveling, piece by agonizing piece. And with each unraveling thread, her resentment grew. This was no longer the story of a loyal wife and a successful husband. It was becoming a cautionary tale of betrayal, emotional decline, and an anger that simmered just beneath the surface, waiting to explode. This was only the beginning. By the mid-1980s, Betty Broderick was unraveling. Her once carefully composed life had turned into a slow-moving implosion. Friends recalled that she had always been spirited, sometimes fiery, but now her personality began to shift in a way that alarmed even those closest to her. Her bright, social charm gave way to resentment, obsession, and emotional volatility. The woman who had once embodied poise and control now felt like a stranger even to herself. Betty's world revolved around Dan. She had given up her own aspirations to support his. She was there through the lean years of medical school and law school, the uncertainty, the late nights, and the constant moves. She was the glue holding their household together, raising the children, paying the bills, and sacrificing her youth to make his ambitions possible. So when Dan began to pull away, she interpreted it not just as abandonment, but as betrayal on a soul-deep level. She suspected the affair with Linda Kolkina long before it was confirmed. Linda, young and attractive, with her thick blonde hair and bright smile, was everything Betty feared Dan might want after decades of routine. Dan's denials only deepened her paranoia. Betty began keeping journals, recording her thoughts obsessively, detailing everything from Dan's changing behavior to Linda's clothing choices and mannerisms. She drove by Dan's office. She called his colleagues. She called Linda names in voicemails, sometimes screaming or crying into the phone. Her world was narrowing, and her emotional energy focused on one growing obsession: getting Dan to admit the affair. By 1985, Dan had made his decision. He moved out of their La Jolla home and into a rental house, eventually purchasing a new property for himself. He gained custody of the children, claiming Betty's behavior was erratic and unsafe. The court agreed, and Betty's relationship with her children, once the center of her universe, began to crumble. She had lost control of the very identity she had spent her life building. Dan was now thriving. He had become one of the most successful medical malpractice lawyers in San Diego. With Linda by his side, he bought a new home, drove luxury cars, and continued to climb socially and professionally. To Betty, it felt like a slap in the face. The harder she fought to preserve her place in Dan's world, the more removed from it she became. Betty's retaliation grew more destructive. She drove her car through the front door of Dan's new home. She left foul, explicit messages on his answering machine. She vandalized his property. The courts ordered her to stop, but she refused. Every legal action Dan took, whether justified or not, seemed to reinforce her belief that he was manipulating the system. And to an extent, he was. Dan had built powerful connections in San Diego's legal community. Judges, attorneys, even clerks, many of them knew Dan Broderick. He was a charming, confident presence in the courtroom. Betty, by contrast, seemed like a loose cannon. In one court session, Betty was fined for contempt after screaming at the judge. Another time, she was physically removed from the courtroom after throwing a book at Dan. These were not the actions of the composed housewife she once was. They were the actions of a woman who felt her life had been stolen from her, piece by humiliating piece. To many observers, Betty seemed unhinged. But to those who had known her longer, it was like watching someone drown, reaching for anything to hold on to. Over time, Dan took further control. He reduced Betty's spousal support. He withheld information. He sold property. At every turn, Betty felt boxed in. When she protested, the legal system labeled her irrational. She began recording her conversations with Dan, documenting what she believed were manipulative tactics and lies. But these recordings, instead of helping her case, often showcased her own emotional instability. It was a vicious cycle. The more she fought, the more ammunition she gave Dan to claim she was dangerous. The children were caught in the middle. At times, Betty kidnapped them, keeping them for days beyond her visitation rights. At other times, she would drop them off at Dan's house unannounced, claiming she couldn't handle the stress. Their loyalty became a battleground. Dan accused Betty of poisoning the children's minds against him. Betty accused Dan of turning them against her. The result was confusion and trauma for the entire family. Despite everything, Betty still held on to the belief that she could win Dan back, or at least get him to admit the damage he had done. In her mind, the affair with Linda wasn't just a betrayal of marriage vows. It was the destruction of a decades-long partnership. She saw Linda as the embodiment of everything she had been replaced by: youth, superficial charm, and a lack of struggle. Linda hadn't been there during the hard years. She hadn't made sacrifices. She was the reward Betty believed she had earned. As the divorce dragged on, Betty's resentment turned to rage. She sent letters to Dan's associates. She showed up at Linda's office and made scenes. She told friends she wanted to ruin their wedding. But most chillingly, she began talking about death, not in vague terms, but with specific scenarios. She talked about how easy it would be to end this whole mess. She began stockpiling evidence, including Dan's legal filings, photos of Linda, and copies of threatening letters she claimed to have received. Her family tried to intervene. Her friends begged her to move on. Some suggested therapy. Others suggested taking a vacation or starting over. But Betty was immovable. She saw herself not just as a victim, but as a martyr. To her, she wasn't just fighting for herself. She was fighting for every woman who had ever been discarded after supporting a man's rise. In 1989, for years after Dan filed for divorce, the court finalized the judgment. Dan received full custody of the children. He was granted nearly all their shared assets. Betty was awarded $16,000 per month in spousal support, but it didn't feel like justice. Not to her. She saw it as hush money, a way to pacify her into silence while Dan and Linda lived the life she had built. Later that year, Dan and Linda announced their engagement. They planned a lavish wedding at their new home in San Diego. Betty wasn't invited. She didn't need to be. Her fury had reached a boiling point, and in her mind, the wedding wasn't just an insult. It was a death sentence. Betty's story was about to take a final, irreversible turn. The tension that had simmered for years would soon erupt into a moment of violence that would leave 2 people dead and a nation divided. The foundation had cracked long ago. Now, everything was about to collapse. This was just the prelude to the tragedy. Spring 1989 brought blooming jacaranda trees, warm San Diego breezes, and a deepening dread that clung to Betty Broderick like a second skin. As wedding preparations unfolded in Dan and Linda's upscale Hillcrest home, Betty's anxiety surged toward obsession. For most, a second marriage was a new beginning. For Betty, it was the final act in a years-long betrayal. It wasn't just the end of her marriage, it was the obliteration of everything she believed she had worked for. Dan Broderick, ever the calculated professional, took great care in preparing for his marriage to Linda Kolkina. The ceremony was to be intimate yet elegant, an invitation-only affair with prominent guests, a catered reception, and a house transformed into a celebration of success and stability. To Dan, it was a capstone on a new life. To Betty, it was a declaration that her existence, her years of sacrifice, had meant nothing. In the weeks leading up to the wedding, Betty's behavior escalated again. She sent a series of long, handwritten letters to Dan's colleagues, judges, and even the press. In these rambling missives, she painted herself as the victim of a corrupt legal system, manipulated by a cunning, vindictive ex-husband. She accused Dan of psychological abuse, legal manipulation, and professional misconduct. She warned that Linda was complicit in stealing her life. Most of the recipients dismissed the letters as the bitter writings of a scorned ex-wife. But some saw something deeper, a woman teetering on the edge. Privately, Betty had begun rehearsing dark fantasies. She told her friends she was invisible, unheard, and erased. She imagined confronting Dan at the altar, standing up during the vows to expose him. Other times, she imagined destroying their home, setting fire to her own belongings as a symbolic act of protest. But the most disturbing thoughts, the ones she didn't always voice, were about taking everything away from them in the most final way possible. Betty had acquired a key to Dan's home months earlier. According to her, one of the children had given it to her by accident, not realizing its significance. She had kept it. She told herself it was only for emergencies. But it was more than that. It was a symbol of her refusal to let go. She drove by the house at night. She monitored Dan's schedule. She fantasized about walking through that door and changing everything. Dan, aware of her erratic behavior, took precautions. He changed the locks. He installed a security system. He even considered hiring private security for the wedding, but in the end, he didn't want to appear paranoid. He believed Betty was all talk, incapable of real harm. He underestimated just how far she had unraveled. On April 22, 1989, Dan and Linda were married in the garden of their home. Betty, uninvited, spent the day pacing in her house, consumed by rage and disbelief. She left multiple voicemails, some sobbing, some screaming, on Dan's answering machine. None of them were returned. The ceremony was picture perfect. Linda wore a white satin gown. Dan looked proud and composed. Guests laughed, music played, champagne flowed. No one knew they were celebrating on the edge of a tragedy. After the wedding, Betty's spiral accelerated. Her calls became more frequent and more unhinged. She delivered threatening notes to Dan's home, vandalized property, and once again drove her car onto his front lawn. Police reports were filed. Restraining orders were discussed. Still, the courts hesitated to take strong action. Betty had no criminal record. She had been the victim of a long, painful divorce. Authorities saw a bitter ex-wife, not a ticking time bomb. Betty's children were conflicted. They loved their mother, but they feared her outbursts. One of her sons, in a recorded call, begged her to stop making threats. "Mom, please, you're scaring everyone," he said. Betty dismissed the concern. She believed she was finally being heard. Her voice, after years of silence, was echoing through the chaos. In her mind, she wasn't unstable, she was righteous. She had endured humiliation, isolation, and betrayal. She had been pushed to the margins of her own life. And now she believed it was time to reclaim it. She bought a Smith & Wesson .38 caliber revolver in April 1989. At first, she claimed it was for self-defense. She told others she feared Dan would use the courts to silence her permanently, or that he would turn the children completely against her. But over time, her reasoning became more abstract. She began talking about justice and balance. She hinted at a future where Dan would finally understand what she had been through. She practiced at shooting ranges. She kept the weapon hidden in her bedroom, sometimes wrapped in clothing, sometimes hidden in a drawer. She began sleeping less. Friends said she became hollow-eyed, jumpy, constantly agitated. She fixated on Linda's every move. She claimed Linda had stolen her face, mimicked her style, her voice, her way of life. She believed Linda was trying to replace her, not just as Dan's wife, but as the mother of her children, the center of the family. The idea consumed her. On more than one occasion, Betty called her priest. She confessed to having dark thoughts, to considering terrible things. The priest encouraged her to seek help. He urged her to step back, to breathe, to let go. But Betty couldn't. Her pain had calcified into fury. She saw no way out but through. Throughout the summer of 1989, Betty's visits with her children became increasingly tense. She asked them for details about the wedding, about Linda, about their father's new routines. She begged them to choose sides. When they resisted, she became angry, sometimes screaming at them, sometimes crying uncontrollably. Her children began spending more time with Dan. Betty saw this as another loss, another wound. By the fall, Betty was isolated, financially strained, and emotionally fractured. Her calls to Dan grew increasingly surreal, sometimes philosophical, sometimes threatening, sometimes incoherent. She told one friend that she was done trying to play by the rules. She had decided that rules were made by people like Dan, for people like Dan. A plan was forming, though even Betty might not have recognized it as such. It was more a compulsion than a strategy, an overwhelming need to do something. Anything to stop the pain. In her mind, she had nothing left to lose. And so, as the days grew shorter and the air turned cold, a new chapter in Betty's life approached. A chapter that would make headlines, divide public opinion, and etch her name into the annals of American true crime. The warning signs had all been there. No one could say they hadn't seen this coming. Not anymore. It was still dark on the morning of Sunday, November 5th, 1989, when Betty Broderick awoke in her quiet La Jolla home. The world outside was hushed, wrapped in the stillness that only arrives before dawn. But inside Betty's mind, chaos reigned. For days, weeks even, she had barely slept. Her thoughts were a revolving loop of anger, betrayal, and grief. Something in her had shifted. She could no longer sit in the ruins of her life and wait. Today, she told herself she would finally be heard. Betty dressed quietly. She didn't bother with makeup or jewelry. She slipped into a pair of dark pants and a sweatshirt. Then she reached into the drawer beside her bed and pulled out the Smith & Wesson .38 revolver. She checked the bullets, 5 in total. She tucked the gun into her handbag and walked out into the crisp air, starting the engine of her car without hesitation. She knew where she was going. Dan and Linda's new home. A stately house at 1041 Cypress Avenue wasn't far. She had been there before, too many times. She had memorized the layout. She knew which room they slept in. She even knew where Dan kept his phone. The key she had taken months earlier was still in her possession. That tiny piece of metal had become her last tether to a life she had once controlled. She parked a short distance away and walked the rest of the way in silence, her footsteps muffled on the dewy lawn. The sun hadn't yet risen. Most of the neighborhood was still asleep. As she reached the door, her hands shook, but her resolve held. With practiced ease, she inserted the key and stepped into the foyer. The house was silent. No alarms. No motion. She crept up the stairs like a shadow, navigating by memory. Outside the master bedroom, she paused. She could hear faint breathing. Dan and Linda, newlyweds still tangled in the aftermath of sleep, lay unaware of the storm building just beyond their door. Betty pushed it open. What happened next would be analyzed, debated, and dissected endlessly in the years to come. But in the span of a few chaotic seconds, it was over. Betty raised the gun and fired 5 times. 2 of the bullets hit Dan and Linda as they lay in bed. One struck Linda in the head. Another pierced Dan's lung. At least 1 bullet missed entirely and lodged in the bedroom wall. Linda died instantly. Dan, grievously wounded, reportedly attempted to reach for the phone, but Betty pulled it from the wall and fled. She didn't stay to watch them die. She didn't call for help. She walked calmly down the stairs, exited the house, and drove away. At 5:30 a.m., Betty called her daughter Lee and left a message. "It's done," she said, her voice eerily calm. "I shot Daddy. I shot Linda." Then she turned herself in at the La Jolla police station. Officers noted that she was composed, alert, and not under the influence of drugs or alcohol. She surrendered the revolver without resistance. News of the killings spread like wildfire through San Diego. Betty Broderick, the jilted ex-wife of a powerful attorney, had done the unthinkable. She had crossed the line from bitter to deadly. For many, it was shocking, but not surprising. The community had watched Betty's descent for years. Her letters, her outbursts, her vandalism. The warning signs had been everywhere. Dan Broderick was 44 years old. Linda Colkina Broderick was 28. Their deaths were brutal, tragic, and deeply polarizing. Some viewed Betty as a cold-blooded murderer. Others saw her as a woman driven to madness by emotional abuse and betrayal. The media swarmed the case, dubbing it the divorce from hell. Every detail, from the court filings to Betty's late-night voicemails, was scrutinized and televised. Betty was charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder. Her defense team, led by attorney Jack Early, argued that she was mentally unstable at the time of the shootings. They claimed years of psychological torment, gaslighting, and legal manipulation had broken her. She didn't act out of premeditation, they said. She acted out of despair. The prosecution, however, saw things differently. Betty had driven to the house with a loaded weapon. She had entered with a stolen key. She had disconnected the phone to prevent help. These were the actions of someone in control, not someone overwhelmed. Prosecutor Carrie Wells painted a portrait of a woman obsessed with revenge, someone who could not let go of a past that no longer existed. The trial began in October 1990 and quickly captivated the nation. Court TV broadcast every session. Audiences across America tuned in to witness the unraveling of a privileged family. One that, despite its wealth and status, was plagued by the same resentments and fractures found in any household. On the stand, Betty was both defiant and vulnerable. She spoke at length about her sacrifices, her pain, and her rage. She said she didn't mean to kill anyone, that she had only wanted to confront them, to be heard. But her words couldn't undo what had been done. Photos of the crime scene, medical reports, and testimony from forensic experts painted a grim, undeniable picture. After days of deliberation, the jury could not reach a unanimous verdict. The result, a mistrial. But this story was far from over. A second trial was scheduled. The world waited. Betty remained behind bars. Her fate, like the truth itself, was still being argued. The courtroom was packed on a brisk October morning in 1991 as Betty Broderick stood trial for the second time. The air was charged with tension. Everyone from seasoned legal analysts to everyday viewers watching court TV knew this was more than a murder trial. This was a spectacle, a referendum, a clash between privilege and pain, between accountability and emotional devastation. The first trial had ended in a hung jury. 2 jurors held out, reportedly unwilling to convict Betty of first-degree murder. They believed she had acted out of emotional duress, not cold-blooded calculation. But the prosecution wasn't going to let it end there. This time, they would paint the picture more vividly, strip away any notion of sympathy, and show the jury exactly what had happened in that bedroom on November 5, 1989. And yet, the courtroom was no place for absolutes. Betty's appearance was strikingly different this time. Gone were the emotional outbursts that had plagued the early hearings. Instead, she sat composed, hair neatly pulled back, dressed in conservative blouses and skirts. But beneath the surface, she was boiling. She had waited nearly 2 years behind bars. In her mind, she wasn't a criminal. She was the wife who had been erased. The prosecution wasted no time reminding the jury what had transpired. 5 bullets, 2 corpses, a stolen key, a ripped phone cord. Assistant District Attorney Carrie Wells called it an execution, pure and calculated. She showed autopsy photos, Dan lying in his blood-soaked bed, Linda's head destroyed by the impact of a bullet. The jury flinched. The room fell silent. But Betty's defense didn't flinch either. Her attorney, Jack Early, doubled down. He told the jury that what they were witnessing was not the result of a single night, but of years of emotional destruction. He brought in psychologists who testified that Betty was suffering from a dissociative disorder triggered by prolonged psychological abuse. One psychiatrist explained how Dan's manipulative tactics, including legal stonewalling, financial control, and gaslighting, had driven Betty to the brink of psychosis. The defense produced letter after letter written by Betty, pleading, raging, unraveling. She had begged for fairness. She had warned of the consequences. No one listened. When she screamed, she was called hysterical. When she cried, she was called unstable. And when she finally acted, she became a monster. Public opinion was divided in 2. Some saw Betty as the ultimate cautionary tale. A woman so consumed by entitlement and narcissism that she'd rather destroy than move on. They argued she had options: therapy, relocation, a new beginning. Instead, she chose a gun and vengeance. Others saw her as a symbol, an embodiment of every discarded spouse, every woman made invisible by a man's rising success. They saw the courts favoring Dan, a man with power, wealth, and influence, while Betty was treated as irrational, emotional, and ultimately expendable. The media fanned the flames. Newspapers called it the suburban tragedy of the decade. Talk shows debated whether Betty was a murderer or a martyr. Activists used her story to highlight how the legal system often fails women in custody battles and spousal disputes. But prosecutors pushed back, arguing that hardship never justifies homicide. 2 people were dead. 2 lives were ended by 5 bullets. That was the only truth that mattered. One of the most haunting moments of the trial came when Betty's children were called to testify. They sat in the witness box, torn between love for their mother and grief for their father. Her eldest daughter, Kim, said, "I understand what she went through, but I don't forgive her." The words landed like a hammer. The jury could see the generational impact of Betty's rage, the scars left behind in her children's eyes. Still, Betty showed no remorse. During cross-examination, she stated, "They didn't have to die if they'd just listened to me. If they'd treated me like a person." Her voice didn't crack. Her gaze didn't falter. It wasn't a slip, it was a creed. She saw her act not as a crime, but as justice. The jury was not convinced. On December 11, 1991, Betty Broderick was found guilty of 2 counts of second-degree murder. The courtroom was silent as the verdict was read. Betty showed no visible emotion. To some, her stoicism was chilling. To others, it was the quiet relief of a woman who finally knew her fate. The judge sentenced her to 32 years to life in prison, 15 years for each count, plus 2 years for the illegal use of a firearm. She would not be eligible for parole until 2010. But even in sentencing, the debate didn't end. Betty's supporters rallied, arguing she had been unfairly judged by a system that never considered the psychological damage she endured. Her critics insisted justice had finally been served. She had killed 2 people in cold blood and shown no regret. In prison, Betty began writing again. Letters, journals, essays. She gave interviews to major networks, repeating the same narrative. She had been a good wife, a good mother, and she was driven to a place no one should have to go. She never expressed guilt, only anger that no one had listened. And so, the courtroom battle ended, but the war of public opinion carried on. Betty Broderick wasn't just a woman behind bars. She was a symbol, a villain, a martyr, and a cautionary tale all at once. No matter what side you took, one thing was undeniable. This case was no longer just about Betty Broderick. It was about everyone who had ever loved too hard, lost too much, and found themselves at the mercy of a system that didn't care until it was too late. Betty Broderick did not walk into prison as a broken woman. She walked in with her head high, shoulders square, and a fury that prison walls would not silence. To her, the trial had not been about justice, it had been a stage, a performance, one in which the legal system once again propped up Dan Broderick's legacy while painting her as an emotional, irrational woman consumed by jealousy. But in her mind, she had been nothing less than a soldier, a martyr for every wife discarded after years of sacrifice. Her first years at the California Institution for Women in Chino were marked by defiance. She refused to attend therapy sessions. She ignored counselors. She believed she didn't belong among the addicts, violent offenders, and women with gang affiliations. She wasn't one of them. She wasn't a criminal, she insisted, just a woman who had been pushed too far. Betty took to writing letters, manifestos, personal statements. She sent hundreds of pages to journalists, feminists, and legal advocacy groups. Her narrative was always the same. She was betrayed, discarded, and ignored. She framed her act not as murder, but as a consequence of long-term psychological warfare. She said the court had been blind to the abuse that didn't leave bruises, the kind of abuse that wore down a person's sanity over years. The media didn't forget her. Betty gave interviews from prison, her words clipped but articulate. She reiterated that she felt no guilt. "I had no choice," she said in one 1993 interview. "They destroyed my life. I just ended theirs." Her words didn't evoke sympathy. They hardened public opinion. For many, it was proof that she remained dangerous, that time had not softened her resolve. Yet behind bars, Betty adapted. She taught GED classes. She managed a prison newsletter for a brief period. Inmates found her intelligent, sharp, and assertive. Some respected her for standing her ground. Others kept their distance. There was something cold in her eyes, they said, something unshakable. Betty's children continued to be torn. Her sons, Dan Jr. and Rhett, occasionally visited her. They wrestled with conflicting emotions. Love for their mother, grief for their father, and a desire for closure that would never come. Rhett, in a televised interview, once said, "She's not a danger to society. She just snapped. I think she should be let out." Her daughters felt differently. Kim, who had testified in court, grew more distant. The trauma of losing both parents in a single act, one to death, the other to incarceration, left emotional scars she couldn't hide. She later said, "Forgiveness is complicated. I still don't have all the answers." In 2010, Betty became eligible for parole. The hearing was public, closely watched, and saturated with speculation. If Betty showed remorse, if she acknowledged the horror of what she had done, there was a chance she could walk free. But when she faced the board, she didn't bend. She didn't apologize. Instead, she defended her actions with the same icy logic she had used for decades. "They wouldn't leave me alone," she said flatly. "I tried everything. I called, I wrote, I begged. They laughed at me. They taunted me. I was cornered." The parole board was stunned. One commissioner asked if she felt remorse. Betty didn't flinch. "I'm sorry it happened," she said, "but I was never going to let them win." She was denied parole. In 2011, she was denied again. Each time, the board cited her lack of remorse, her unwillingness to accept full responsibility, and her continuing justification of violence as reasons for keeping her incarcerated. Each time, Betty responded the same way. "I did what I had to do." Her supporters continued to advocate for her release. They argued that she was no threat to the public, that she was a 60-something woman behind bars while white-collar criminals and violent men walked free. They painted her as a victim of a patriarchal legal system. But her detractors countered with equal force. She was manipulative, unrepentant, and had never acknowledged the lives she ended. Betty remained in the same facility for decades. Her routines became mechanical. She read, wrote, and maintained correspondence with a loyal circle of supporters. She followed the outside world through newspapers and television. But time moved differently behind bars. The world changed, technology evolved, society shifted, but Betty's story remained frozen in 1989. In 2017, another parole hearing came and went. Again, she failed to show remorse. Again, she claimed provocation. Again, she was denied. Prison had not rehabilitated Betty Broderick. It had preserved her. In interviews, she continued to claim that she was the victim of injustice. She spoke less about Dan and Linda, and more about the courts, the press, and the betrayal of silence. Her story never evolved. It didn't need to. To Betty, she had already told the truth. And if no one had listened, that wasn't her fault. She refused to be rebranded. She wasn't seeking redemption. She was waiting for the world to admit it had been wrong. But the world had moved on, and Betty Broderick remained exactly where she had placed herself. Locked away, unapologetic, and unrepentant. Her story wasn't fading. It was calcifying into legend. By the 2000s, the Betty Broderick case had taken on a life of its own, transcending the legal system and embedding itself into American pop culture. Documentaries, made-for-TV movies, talk show segments, magazine exposés, all rehashed the same question. Was Betty a victim or a villain? The details of her crime had not changed, but the context in which people interpreted them had. Some compared her to other infamous women who killed, Aileen Wuornos, Susan Smith, but Betty's story struck a different chord. It wasn't about poverty, psychosis, or randomness. It was about privilege and pride, about the shattering of a carefully constructed domestic image. The woman who had once baked cookies for school fundraisers and wore pearls to church had taken a gun into her ex-husband's bedroom and executed him and his new wife in their sleep. And yet, for some, that was precisely what made her story so compelling. Feminist scholars began debating the larger implications. Was Betty's rage simply a byproduct of emotional abuse, or a reflection of deeper societal failures? Was she one unhinged woman, or the embodiment of thousands of women whose identities had been crushed under the weight of patriarchy? Entire college courses cited her case. Essays explored her marriage, her trial, her persona. Some even claimed she had unwittingly exposed the dark underbelly of the American dream. Television dramatizations simplified the narrative. Betty as the wronged wife, Dan as the cold, unfaithful husband. These portrayals often leaned into melodrama, but they reached massive audiences. In the Lifetime movie A Woman Scorned, the Betty Broderick story, Meredith Baxter's haunting performance as Betty earned her an Emmy nomination. The film ended not with a message of justice, but of inevitability. Betty became something more than a prisoner. She became an archetype. But the real Betty remained locked behind bars, far from the spotlight her name still commanded. She received fan mail, hate mail, and letters from women sharing their own stories of betrayal. She answered many of them. She saw herself as their voice. Not a killer, but a spokeswoman for the ignored. Still, many who had been close to the Brodericks wanted none of it. Friends of Dan and Linda recalled their kindness, their plans for the future, their joy as a newly married couple. Linda's family, in particular, spoke out often. Her sister said in an interview, she didn't deserve to be reduced to a footnote in someone else's tragedy. She was a person, a daughter, a sister. Betty made sure people remember her for how she died, not how she lived. Dan's colleagues echoed that sentiment. They described a man who had worked hard, built a firm from nothing, and was enjoying the fruits of that labor when he was gunned down in his sleep. He wasn't perfect, one law partner said, but no one deserves what happened to him. Even some of Betty's former allies began to fall away. Over time, her refusal to express remorse began to harden perceptions. Sympathy turned to skepticism. Where once people saw a desperate woman lashing out, they now saw someone who had become comfortable with her own narrative of vengeance. And then came the parole hearings, each one a retelling of the past. In 2010, when she was first eligible for release, Betty once again refused to admit wrongdoing. In 2011, 2017, and 2020, the pattern continued. The parole board noted her continued justification of the murders, her unwillingness to explore rehabilitation, and her insistence that she was the true victim. Each time she was denied. The transcripts from these hearings read like psychological case studies. Betty described herself as the victim of legal terrorism. She called Dan's death inevitable. When asked what she would do differently if given the chance, she didn't say, not pull the trigger. She said she would have hired a better divorce attorney. For many, those words sealed her fate. It wasn't just the crime, it was her unrelenting certainty that she had been right. There was no grief in her words, no regret, just scorched earth. Her sons remained divided. Rhett continued to advocate for her release, arguing that she had served enough time. Dan Jr., more reserved, said simply, she made her choice. And choices have consequences. As the years passed, Betty aged behind the gray concrete walls of the prison. Her hair grayed, her voice slowed, but her story never faded. New generations discovered her through crime podcasts and YouTube documentaries. Her name became shorthand for a certain kind of female rage, a fury born not from impulse, but from years of being told to smile while her world fell apart. By 2024, Betty Broderick remained one of the most infamous women in the American prison system. She had spent over 3 decades behind bars. Her parole eligibility came up again that year. Once more, she faced the same questions. Once more, she gave the same answers. And once more, the board said no. Because for all the complexities of her story, for all the debates and documentaries and divided families, Betty Broderick had never done the one thing that mattered most. She had never said, I was wrong. And for that, she remained exactly where she had been since that cold November morning. Behind bars, unapologetic, unforgiven. As the decades rolled on, the Betty Broderick case transitioned from sensational headline to a haunting artifact of American legal history. But the echoes didn't fade. If anything, they grew louder, reverberating through every discussion about domestic violence, family court reform, and the psychological cost of emotional betrayal. Betty may have been locked away, but the conversation she started, intentionally or not, kept moving. Outside the prison walls, society changed. The dynamics between men and women shifted. Conversations around gaslighting, coercive control, and emotional abuse moved from whispered anecdotes to national discourse. But still, Betty's story stood in its own time capsule, both outdated and disturbingly relevant. Women who killed their abusers were often met with sympathy, provided there was a clear record of violence. Bruises, police reports, protective orders. Betty had none of these. Her wounds were invisible, and that made her case harder to digest. She didn't fit the image of a battered woman. She had lived in luxury. She had options. She could have walked away, or so people said, but her supporters pointed to a different kind of violence. The slow psychological dismantling of a person's identity. The stripping of dignity, the denial of personhood, the legal games that dehumanize a spouse into a line item on a court docket. They argued that Betty wasn't just reacting to betrayal. She was reacting to erasure. Yet no matter how nuanced the argument, the outcome remained undeniable. She had chosen murder. Linda Kolkina Broderick, at 28, had barely started her adult life. A former airline stewardess, she had reinvented herself, climbed into the world of law and affluence, and found love. She had written in her diary about her excitement to be a stepmother, her desire to start a family. All of it ended in seconds in the quiet of a bedroom because someone else decided her life was worth less than a grudge. Dan Broderick, 44, was a successful attorney with power, connections, and ambition. His treatment of Betty may have been cold, calculated, even cruel at times, but his murder was not justice. It was final and permanent. The courts had made their decision, but the world outside the courtroom still wrestled with the aftermath. In legal seminars, professors debated whether the Broderick case should lead to reforms in divorce proceedings, spousal support enforcement, or the treatment of emotionally distressed litigants. Judges, once afraid to grant restraining orders unless there were signs of physical violence, now reconsidered what psychological threats could mean. In interviews years later, retired court staff admitted that Betty's case had changed the way they viewed family law. She was written off too early, one court officer said. Everyone was tired of her. No one asked what years of that kind of dismissal does to a person. But for others, that was precisely the point. Many people get dismissed, hurt, overlooked. Few break into a home and murder two people in their sleep. Betty's name became shorthand for a particular kind of rage. Not the sudden explosion of passion, but the slow burn that calcifies over years. Her story was held up in law schools, in women's studies programs, in psychology seminars. And always the same question lingered. At what point does empathy end and accountability begin? In 2024, as the 35th anniversary of the murders approached, a wave of retrospectives reignited interest in the case. New documentaries, books, and interviews painted Betty in alternating lights: monster, martyr, mystery. Her own letters, published posthumously by permission of her legal team, revealed a woman still trapped in the same narrative she had clung to for decades. The world had changed. She had not. Her children, now adults with children of their own, rarely spoke to the media anymore. The trauma had left them cautious, private. Some had changed their last names. Others avoided California altogether. Their lives had been irreversibly shaped by an act they did not commit, but could never escape. Linda's family continued to speak on her behalf. Her sister, in a 2023 podcast interview, broke down in tears recounting how the world had reduced Linda to a footnote in Betty's saga. She was a human being, she said. She had dreams. And she died because someone else couldn't handle being left behind. The Betty Broderick case has become more than true crime. It's folklore. It's studied not because of its novelty, but because of its warning. A cautionary tale, not about divorce or infidelity or jealousy, but about the silence that builds inside someone who believes they've lost everything. and the damage that silence can do when it finally screams. Behind bars, Betty remained the same, unyielding, unrepentant, and convinced that history would eventually vindicate her. But history had already spoken, and it had written her name in blood. Betty Broderick turned 75 in 2022. 3/4 of a century lived, more than half of it behind concrete walls, steel doors, and institutional routines. And yet, even in the dull rhythm of prison life, she remained a figure whose name still echoed through every corner of the true crime world. She was no longer just a woman who had killed her ex-husband and his new wife. She was a symbol of unresolved rage, unyielding belief, and a justice system still grappling with the gray spaces between victimhood and guilt. Unlike many inmates who eventually adapt, soften, or reevaluate, Betty's stance remained rigid. She never retracted, never conceded. In her worldview, her choices had been forced upon her. It was not she who broke the law, but the law that broke her. Her incarceration became her second courtroom, one where she continued to plead her case to anyone willing to listen. Every few years, the California Board of Parole hearings called her forward. Each time, she stood before them, offering neither remorse nor reflection. Parole boards looked for growth, acknowledgement, rehabilitation. But Betty offered only consistency. She still believed she had been provoked. That Dan and Linda's deaths were the end result of a long, brutal psychological campaign against her. In her own words, "They didn't just kill my spirit. They erased me. That's murder, too." These statements were not born of confusion. Betty remained intelligent, articulate, even persuasive. But she refused to bend. She didn't want sympathy, she wanted validation. She wanted the world to admit that she had been wronged so egregiously, so completely, that her actions, however violent, were the only logical outcome. That belief made her dangerous, not because she posed a physical threat anymore, but because she remained ideologically unrepentant. She had become a personification of vengeance left to rot. Within prison, Betty had carved out a space for herself. She tutored younger inmates. She maintained a routine, mornings spent reading newspapers, afternoons in the prison library, evenings writing long letters to supporters and journalists. She received hundreds of messages each year. Some were from true crime fans, others from women who saw in Betty their own frustrations, their own quiet rage. She answered many of them, often at night. In those replies, she never admitted guilt. Instead, she gave advice, shared reflections, and sometimes warned against trusting the legal system. She didn't seek redemption. She sought to be remembered. Betty's refusal to fade quietly kept her name alive. In 2021, a streaming series once again dramatized her story, reigniting public interest. Social media erupted with debates. Was she a murderer or a victim of psychological warfare? Was she mentally ill, or simply consumed by entitlement and fury? Was her prison sentence too long, or not long enough? But behind every debate, one fact stood unchallenged. 2 people were dead, and 1 woman had pulled the trigger. In her later years, Betty's health began to decline. She was treated for arthritis, chronic back pain, and anxiety. But mentally, she remained sharp. When asked in a 2022 interview what she regretted most, her answer was immediate. That I wasn't heard before it came to that. It was the same answer she had given for decades. Her children continued to live with the weight of her actions. Private people now, they had built new lives, families, and careers. But every few years, they were pulled back into the spotlight. Parole hearings, media requests, true crime retrospectives. Each time, they were reminded that the story was not theirs alone to bury. Some forgave her quietly. Others never would. Betty remained in the California Institution for Women. Her world was reduced to a few hallways, a yard, and memories that looped endlessly in her mind. She had missed the rise of the internet, the advent of smartphones, the cultural revolutions that reshaped the country. But she had not missed the endurance of her own name. That she held on to. Her story refused to die. Not because it was unique, but because it was familiar. Because buried within it was a terrifying truth. Anyone, when pushed far enough, when silenced long enough, can shatter. And Betty Broderick didn't just shatter. She exploded, and the pieces are still cutting through the years. In the American psyche, certain crimes transcend their facts and become mythology. Betty Broderick's story is one of those. Decades after that early November morning in 1989, her name is not merely remembered, it is invoked. A caution, a debate, a symbol, a weapon. In courtrooms, classrooms, and countless media narratives, Betty has become shorthand for the dangerous cocktail of emotional abuse, power imbalance, and unchecked rage. By 2025, Betty was approaching the twilight of her life. Her body had aged into fragility, but her voice remained ironclad. In interviews granted from her prison cell, she repeated what she always had, that she was provoked, destroyed, erased. She remained consistent. Some called it resilience, others called it delusion. Her parole was denied again in early 2025. This time, the board didn't ask many questions. They knew the answers. Betty gave them before they were spoken. She had not changed. She had not learned. She had not reflected. There was no remorse, only repetition. I had no choice, she told them again. You people just never listen. Outside the walls, her story continued to stir. Podcasts dissected her psychology. TikTok creators reenacted her court statements. Feminist writers debated the implications of her case in a modern lens. Was she a victim of an era that failed to understand emotional trauma? Or had she manipulated that narrative to justify murder? One thing was certain, the public no longer agreed. Once, Betty's supporters rallied with passion. But over time, her insistence on self-righteousness began to alienate even her most devoted followers. Newer generations viewed her with colder eyes. They saw the photographs, read the trial transcripts, watched the dramatizations. The sympathy gave way to skepticism. Even among her children, the narrative fractured. Dan Jr. no longer spoke publicly about his mother. Rhett, once her most vocal defender, now gave carefully worded statements. In a 2024 interview, he said, "I used to think she deserved another chance. But you can't keep living in the past. You can't keep telling the same story and expect a different ending." That story, the same one Betty had told for over 30 years, had hardened. It was no longer a plea. It was a fortress. Betty refused therapy, refused reflection, refused to speak Linda's name without venom. In one recorded interview, when asked about her feelings toward the woman she had killed, Betty responded with chilling clarity. She knew what she was doing. She just didn't think I'd fight back. That quote went viral. Comment sections filled with outrage. Others, disturbingly, with admiration. Betty had become something more than a criminal or a cultural flashpoint. She had become a lens through which people projected their own anger, their own trauma, their own beliefs about love, loss, and justice. And through it all, the real victims remained where they always had, in the ground. Linda Kolkina, remembered quietly by her family, was more than a blonde headline. She was funny, vibrant, loyal. Her sister once said, Linda would have forgiven Betty, but she didn't get the chance. Dan Broderick, a complicated man, driven and flawed, was still a father, a brother, a son. They are not here to defend themselves. Betty is, and she uses that position relentlessly. As the years close in, Betty's voice grows softer, but no less sharp. She writes less frequently, refuses most new interviews. She knows her time is limited, but her obsession with the past is not. And perhaps that is the most tragic part of this entire story. Not just the lives lost, but the soul that was never recovered. Betty had a chance, many chances, to rebuild something inside herself, to find healing, to show remorse, to stop the bleeding, but she never reached for it. The prison gates never had to close for life. But Betty Broderick locked herself in long before the state ever did. Her name will live on, in books, in film, in whispered references and pop culture shorthand. But the woman herself remains frozen in time, a monument not to love or tragedy, but to a rage that refused to die. And in that silence, in that unyielding stance, her legacy is sealed, not as a misunderstood soul, but as a warning carved in stone. By 2027, Betty Broderick's name had drifted further from the headlines and deeper into the archives of American true crime history. But within the confines of the California Institution for Women, the woman at the center of it all remained very much alive, though noticeably diminished. Age had finally overtaken her. She walked slowly now, her posture stooped, her steps short and deliberate. Years of institutional food, stress, and sedentary routines had taken their toll. Her eyesight faded, her joints ached, yet her mind remained razor-sharp, anchored to the past like a monument to a life that had ended long before her body would allow it. Betty continued to reject counseling. She refused group therapy. She declined spiritual guidance. Her self-constructed identity, as the righteous, discarded wife who had merely defended her dignity, remained untouched. It was the last piece of her she still controlled. She clung to it. Those closest to her described a strange duality. A woman who was polite in daily routines, helpful in chores, yet utterly unreachable when it came to the crime that defined her life. Conversations that ventured too close to Dan or Linda ended abruptly. Her tone would shift, her eyes hardened. There were lines that could not be crossed, not even after nearly 4 decades. Despite this, she still had a small following. Letters trickled in, mostly from older women who remembered her trial, who saw in Betty a reflection of themselves. They spoke of infidelity, loss, betrayal. Some saw her as a folk hero, others as a cautionary figure. Betty replied only to those who didn't question her narrative. She had no time for doubt. Her world had shrunk to a handful of cell blocks, a dusty yard, and a few faces that hadn't rotated out of the prison system. Her hair, once perfectly styled, was now a soft gray, tied back with elastic bands. She wore state-issued clothes with mechanical routine. Her hands, once manicured, now trembled with arthritis. Betty no longer pursued parole. After repeated denials and the relentless demand for remorse she would not offer, she had stopped attending hearings. "They want me to lie," she told a prison counselor. "They want me to say I'm sorry for something I was pushed into. I won't do it." Instead, she stayed in her cell on parole days, reading old trial notes, reliving testimonies she had memorized word for word. To Betty, the courtroom had never closed. It just moved into her mind. In 2029, her health deteriorated significantly. Medical records showed signs of early dementia. Her memory began to slip, but only around current events. The past remained vivid, crystal clear. She could recount every courtroom date, every quote, every insult from Dan, every smirk from Linda. Those recollections never faded. The prison staff began preparing for what was likely to come. Betty's file was quietly updated with end-of-life documentation. A private note from one senior corrections officer read, "Inmate remains mentally locked in the events of 1989. No signs of closure. No indication she will seek any. Recommend compassionate monitoring until death." On January 4, 2030, Betty Broderick died in her sleep. The cause was listed as natural, complications from advanced age and organ failure. There was no final statement, no whispered apology, no parting words. Her death was reported with measured brevity. A few local outlets ran headlines. True crime blogs noted it. The San Diego Union Tribune published a short obituary. Elizabeth Betty Broderick, convicted in the 1989 double murder of her ex-husband and his second wife, died at the California Institution for Women at age 82. No public funeral was held. Her body was cremated, her ashes claimed by her remaining family, who declined to comment. And so, the story ended not with headlines or handcuffs, but with silence. But silence is never simple. In her death, as in her life, Betty Broderick remained a symbol. To some, she was a feminist icon pushed too far. To others, a manipulative killer cloaked in self-pity. Her case would live on in textbooks, documentaries, podcasts, and the endless stream of content built around lives destroyed. But behind all the analysis, all the headlines and debate, was something simpler. A woman who had once been a mother, a wife, and a socialite, who chose bullets over boundaries, and paid for it with the rest of her life. Long after Betty Broderick's death, the shockwaves of her actions still pulsed beneath the surface of American culture. Her case had transcended generations, woven into the fabric of true crime history, law curriculum, and media commentary. But beneath the drama and the spectacle, a quieter reckoning had begun, a reflection on what her case had exposed about family, power, and the brutal consequences of emotional neglect. For the surviving Broderick children, the chapter never truly closed. Their lives, irrevocably shaped by the morning of November 5, 1989, continued forward under the weight of a legacy they never asked for. Two parents both gone, one buried, one imprisoned. Public sympathy was uneven, judgment was loud, and their pain, though rarely voiced, remained. Some chose to speak, others chose silence. They carried different memories, different traumas, but they shared a common truth. They had been left behind to reconcile with a history they had no control over. Dan Jr. moved into a quiet life, away from the spotlight, raising his own children with a cautious vigilance born of experience. Rhett, once open with the media, eventually faded from public view, his earlier defense of Betty giving way to something more complex. An understanding, perhaps, that neither forgiveness nor condemnation could change the past. Linda Kolkina's family remained vocal. Her sister became an advocate for victims' rights, giving interviews, speaking at legal conferences, and reminding audiences that Linda's life mattered beyond the way it ended. Photos of Linda, laughing, carefree, young, were circulated in memory posts each year, reminding the world she wasn't just a victim, but a person who had loved and been loved. As the true crime genre grew into a global phenomenon, Betty's story continued to be repackaged and retold. Each iteration brought new commentary, new analysis. Filmmakers, writers, and podcasters wrestled with the moral ambiguity of her case. Was she a villain or a woman crushed under the weight of institutional injustice? Was she a murderer or something more complicated? The legal system also evolved. Slowly, incrementally, the concept of psychological abuse began to gain legal recognition. Family courts started to consider emotional manipulation and financial control when ruling on custody and support. Some judges, in private conversations, admitted that the Broderick case had shifted their perspective forever. But perhaps the most lasting legacy was the conversation Betty forced into the open. What happens when someone is denied a voice for so long that violence becomes the only language they believe will be heard? It was a question no one wanted to ask, but one that couldn't be ignored. Her name now sits among other infamous figures, not for the scale of her crime, but for the cultural resonance it carried. Her face appears in Netflix thumbnails. Her voice echoes in dramatized reenactments. Her story is debated in classrooms and courtrooms. But what it left behind was more than intrigue. It left caution, because Betty Broderick didn't just commit a crime. She exposed a crack in the foundation of family, law, and identity. And long after her voice went silent, the world kept listening. In the early 1980s, Belgium, a small nation often celebrated for its waffles, chocolate, and quaint cobblestone streets, found itself plunged into a nightmare that would haunt its collective memory for decades. Between 1982 and 1985, a group of criminals, later dubbed the Brabant Killers or the Gang of Nijvel, unleashed a wave of brutal violence that left the country reeling. Over the course of 17 known attacks, they killed 28 people and injured more than 40, targeting supermarkets, jewelry stores, restaurants, and even a taxi driver in a series of seemingly random, yet meticulously planned assaults. The gang's reign of terror, marked by military precision and a chilling disregard for human life, turned everyday places into scenes of horror, leaving behind a trail of grief and unanswered questions that persist to this day. The Brabant Killers struck with a ferocity that was as shocking as it was incomprehensible. Their attacks often began with a burst of gunfire, the masked gunmen wielding pump-action shotguns and automatic weapons, their movements swift and coordinated. They targeted small-town supermarkets like the Delhaize stores in Alst, Beersel, and Overijse, where they would storm in, terrorize customers and staff, and escape with modest sums of money, sometimes as little as a few thousand Belgian francs, equivalent to a few €100 today. But the brutality far outweighed the gains. In Aalst on November 9, 1985, one of their deadliest raids, they killed 8 people, including a 9-year-old girl shot point-blank as she clung to her mother, leaving the town in a state of collective trauma. The killer's apparent lack of motive beyond petty theft baffled investigators and fueled speculation about deeper, darker agendas. Belgium in the 1980s was a country already grappling with social and political tensions, a backdrop that amplified the impact of the Brabant killer's crimes. The Cold War loomed large, with fears of communist subversion and far-right extremism simmering beneath the surface. The nation was divided linguistically and politically, with the Flemish and Walloon communities often at odds, and the government struggled with corruption scandals and inefficiency. Against this fractured landscape, the killers operated with impunity, their attacks exposing the vulnerabilities of a justice system ill-equipped to handle such a sophisticated and ruthless threat. Rumors swirled that the gang had ties to the Belgian State Security Service, the military, or even NATO's secret Gladio network, a stay-behind operation meant to resist a Soviet invasion, leading to theories of a conspiracy to destabilize the country and justify a crackdown on civil liberties. The Brabant killer's reign of terror left an indelible mark on Belgian society, sowing fear in places that had once felt safe. Parents hesitated to take their children to the supermarket, and small business owners lived in dread of becoming the next target. The gang's ability to evade capture, despite extensive manhunts and public outcry, deepened the sense of helplessness. Witnesses described the killers as tall, athletic men, often wearing carnival masks or balaclavas, speaking French with a mix of accents. Some thought they detected a hint of Flemish, others a foreign inflection, but these descriptions led nowhere. The gang vanished after their final attack in Aalst, leaving behind a mystery that has confounded investigators for over 4 decades. By April 2025, the case remains officially unsolved, though a breakthrough in 2017, when a former gendarme confessed on his deathbed to being the Giant, a key member of the gang, offered a glimmer of hope, only to be mired in further controversy and legal dead ends. This story follows the Brabant killer's campaign of terror through the eyes of those who lived in its shadow. A young mother who survived the Aalst massacre but lost her daughter, a detective whose obsession with the case cost him his family, and a journalist determined to uncover the truth, even as it leads her into dangerous territory. It explores the themes of fear, as a nation grapples with an unseen enemy, justice as investigators and survivors seek answers in a maze of corruption and conspiracy, and resilience as communities band together to heal. The Brabant killer's legacy is one of loss, but also of the enduring human spirit, a reminder that even in the darkest times, there are those who refuse to let fear win, who fight for truth, and who hold on to hope that justice, however delayed, will one day be served. The Shadow of the Brabant Killers, A Tale of Fear and Justice. Chapter 1, The First Shots. In the autumn of 1982, Belgium was a country on the cusp of change, its people navigating the complexities of a divided nation while clinging to the comforting routines of daily life. But beneath the surface of this small, unassuming country, a darkness was stirring, one that would soon erupt into a wave of violence that would leave an indelible mark on its history. The Brabant Killers, as they would later be known, began their campaign of terror with a series of seemingly petty crimes that belied the brutality to come. This chapter traces the early days of their reign, introducing the lives they touched: a young mother in a quiet suburb, a determined detective in Brussels, and a curious journalist in Antwerp, while capturing the first ripples of fear that would soon engulf the nation in a nightmare of uncertainty and loss. It was a chilly October evening in Dwerp, a small village south of Brussels, when the Brabant Killers made their first known move. On October 2nd, 1982, 3 masked men armed with a 9mm pistol and a shotgun broke into the home of a local arms dealer, Joseph van den Steen. The 52-year-old dealer, known for supplying weapons to hunters and collectors, was in his workshop when the intruders burst in, their faces hidden behind balaclavas, their movements swift and precise. They demanded his stock of firearms, but Van den Steen resisted, a decision that cost him dearly. The men shot him in the chest, leaving him bleeding on the floor as they ransacked the shop, stealing 10 shotguns, several rifles, and a cache of ammunition. Van den Steen survived, but the attack sent a chill through the community, a warning of the violence that was to come. In nearby beer cell, 28-year-old Elise Martins was preparing dinner in her modest kitchen, unaware that the events in Dwerp would soon ripple into her life. Elise, a single mother to her 4-year-old daughter, Clara, worked as a cashier at the local Delhaize supermarket, a job that gave her just enough to pay the rent on their small apartment. She had heard whispers of the break-in on the radio that morning, but it felt distant, the kind of crime that happened to other people in other places. "It's terrible, but it's not here," she told her neighbor, Marie, as they sipped tea on the balcony, Clara playing with a doll at their feet. Elise's life was one of quiet routine. She'd drop Clara off at daycare, work her shift, and spend her evenings reading bedtime stories, dreaming of a better future for her little girl. But the shadow of the Brabant killers was creeping closer, and soon, her world would be turned upside down. In Brussels, Detective Peter de Klerk was at his desk in the headquarters of the Belgian Federal Police, sifting through reports of recent crimes when news of the Dwerp robbery reached him. At 38, Peter was a seasoned investigator with a reputation for dogged determination, his sharp mind honed by years of tackling Belgium's underworld. But this case felt different. The precision of the attack, the choice of target, and the sheer audacity of the robbers unsettled him. "These aren't your typical thieves," he told his partner, Luc Van Hove, as they reviewed the initial findings. "They went straight for the weapons, not the cash. That's not about profit, it's about preparation." Peter's instincts told him this was the beginning of something bigger, a suspicion that would soon prove all too accurate. He requested the case be assigned to his unit, unaware that it would become the defining challenge of his career, one that would test his resolve and cost him more than he could imagine. Meanwhile, in Antwerp, 32-year-old journalist Annelies Verhegen was at her desk at De Morgen, a progressive newspaper known for its investigative reporting. Annelies had a knack for uncovering stories that others overlooked, her curiosity often leading her into the darker corners of Belgian society. She had been following a series of minor break-ins across the Flemish Brabant region, noticing a pattern of increasing violence that most of her colleagues dismissed as coincidence. The Dwerp robbery caught her attention immediately. Arms dealers weren't typical targets for petty thieves, and the brutality of the attack suggested a level of organization that piqued her interest. "There's something here," she told her editor, Jan de Smet, as she pinned a map of the region to her cubicle wall, marking the locations of recent crimes with red pins. "These aren't random. They're building up to something." Jan, a gruff but supportive mentor, gave her the green light to dig deeper, a decision that would set Annelies on a path toward uncovering truths that some would kill to keep buried. The Brabant killers' early crimes escalated quickly, each one more brazen than the last. On December 23, 1982, they struck again, this time targeting a small restaurant in Beercel called Auberges de Chevaliers, a cozy spot known for its hearty Flemish stews. The owner, 60-year-old Freddie Martins, no relation to Elise, had just closed up for the night when 3 men burst in, their faces obscured by carnival masks, one wielding a shotgun, another a pistol. They demanded the night's earnings, but Freddie, a stubborn man who had run the restaurant for decades, refused to comply. The leader, a tall man witnesses later described as the giant due to his towering frame, shot Freddie in the stomach without hesitation, leaving him to bleed out on the floor as they fled with a meager 35,000 Belgian francs, about 900 euros in today's money. Freddie's death marked the gang's first confirmed killing, a grim milestone that signaled their willingness to take lives for little gain. The murder sent shockwaves through Beercel, a town unaccustomed to such violence. Elise, who knew Freddie through her work at the Delhaize, his restaurant often supplied baked goods to the store, felt a knot of dread in her stomach when she heard the news. She had seen Freddie just days before, joking about his famous rabbit stew as he dropped off a tray of bread. Now he was gone, killed in a robbery that made no sense. Why would they kill him for so little? She asked Marie, her voice trembling as she hugged Clara a little tighter that night. The fear was beginning to take root, a creeping unease that made her second-guess her evening walks to the store, her eyes darting to the shadows as she pushed Clara's stroller through the quiet streets. Peter de Klerk was on the scene in Beer Cell within hours, his jaw tight as he surveyed the crime scene. The restaurant was a mess, tables overturned, blood pooling on the wooden floor where Freddie had fallen, a single shotgun shell casing glinting in the corner. Witnesses, a couple who had been walking their dog nearby, reported hearing gunfire and seeing 3 men speed off in a dark green Volkswagen Golf, a detail that matched descriptions from the Dwerp robbery. "It's the same crew," Peter told Luke, his voice low but certain. "They're getting bolder." He interviewed Freddie's widow, Anna, who sat in the back room, her eyes red from crying, clutching a photo of her husband. "He didn't deserve this," she whispered, her voice breaking. "He was a good man." Peter promised her he'd find the killers, a promise he intended to keep, even as the case grew more complex with each passing day. Annelies Verhegen, following the story from Antwerp, arrived in Beer Cell the next morning, her notebook in hand as she interviewed locals. The town was on edge, shopkeepers closing early, parents keeping their children indoors. "It's like we're waiting for the next one," a baker told her, his hands trembling as he kneaded dough. Annelies spoke to a witness who had seen the getaway car, noting the description of the giant. A man over 6 feet tall, broad-shouldered, speaking French with a slight accent. She added the detail to her growing file, her mind racing with possibilities. Was this gang connected to the political unrest of the time? The 1980s in Belgium were marked by the Years of Lead, a period of tension fueled by Cold War fears, far-right extremism, and allegations of corruption within the police and military. Annelies had heard whispers of the Gladio Network, a secret NATO operation meant to resist a Soviet invasion, and wondered if the gang's military precision hinted at a deeper conspiracy. The Brabant killers' early attacks, though small in scale, were a harbinger of the terror to come. On January 12, 1983, they struck again, this time at a taxi driver in Mons, shooting him in the head for his car, which they used in their next robbery, a jewelry store in Wavre. The pattern was emerging. Steal weapons, kill without hesitation, and disappear into the night. Peter, poring over maps and witness statements in his Brussels office, felt the weight of the case pressing down on him. He had a young son, Thomas, just a year older than Clara, and the thought of such violence touching his own family kept him awake at night. "We need to stop them before they hit something bigger," he told Luke, his voice tight with urgency. But the gang was always one step ahead, their movements shrouded in mystery, their motives unclear. For Elise, the fear was becoming a constant companion. She began locking her doors during the day, something she had never done before, and kept Clara close at all times. The Delhaize where she worked felt less like a safe haven and more like a potential target, especially after hearing rumors that the gang had been scouting supermarkets. "I just want to keep her safe," she told Marie, her voice barely above a whisper as she watched Clara color a picture of a sunflower, oblivious to the growing darkness around them. But safety was an illusion in a country where the Brabant killers operated with impunity, their shadow lengthening with each new crime. Annelies, meanwhile, was digging deeper, her investigation leading her to a retired gendarme in Leuven who hinted at corruption within the police force. "There are people who don't want this case solved," he told her, his voice low as they met in a dimly lit cafe. "Be careful, Annelies. You're playing with fire." She nodded, her resolve hardening. She owed it to the victims, like Freddie, like the countless others who would soon fall, to uncover the truth no matter the cost. As 1983 dawned, the Brabant killers were just beginning, their early crimes a prelude to the carnage that would peak in the years ahead, leaving Belgium a nation haunted by fear, desperate for justice, and clinging to the hope that the nightmare would end. By the spring of 1983, The Brabant killers had begun to tighten their grip on Belgium, their crimes growing more frequent and more vicious with each passing month. What had started as a series of targeted robberies in 1982 had evolved into a campaign of terror that seemed to defy logic, leaving behind a trail of bodies and a nation on edge. The gang's attacks, marked by military precision and a chilling disregard for human life, were no longer just about theft. They were about power, fear, and a message that no one was safe. This chapter follows the escalation of their violence through the eyes of Elise Martens, a young mother in Beercel, Detective Peter de Klerk, whose investigation deepens in Brussels, and Annelies Verhegen, a journalist in Antwerp whose pursuit of the truth leads her into dangerous territory, as the shadow of the Brabant killers looms larger than ever. The year 1983 began with a string of smaller crimes that hinted at the Brabant killers' growing confidence. On January 12th, they had already killed a taxi driver in Mons, shooting him in the head to steal his car, which they used in a robbery at a jewelry store in Wavre later that day. The haul was modest, some gold chains and a few thousand Belgian francs, but the murder was a stark escalation, a sign that the gang was willing to kill for even the smallest gains. By March, they struck again, this time targeting a Colruyt supermarket in Halle, a town just south of Brussels. On March 3, 1983, 3 masked men burst into the store just before closing time, their shotguns raised, their voices barking orders in French. They forced the manager, 45-year-old Paul de Smet, to open the safe, but when he hesitated, the leader, described by witnesses as the Giant, a towering figure with a commanding presence, shot him in the chest, killing him instantly. The gang fled with 150,000 Belgian francs, about 3,700 euros in today's money, leaving behind a scene of chaos. Customers screaming, blood pooling on the tiled floor, and a community shattered by the sudden violence. Elise Martens, now 29, felt the weight of the news like a physical blow when she heard about the Halle attack. The Colruyt was just a 15-minute drive from her home in Beercel, a store she had visited countless times with her daughter, Clara, now 5 years old. She had been trying to push aside her fears since the murder of Freddie Martens at the Auberge de Chevaliers in December 1982, convincing herself that such violence was an anomaly, a one-off tragedy that wouldn't touch her life. But the Halle attack shattered that illusion. "It's getting closer," she whispered to her neighbor Marie, as they sat in her small living room, the radio playing softly in the background. Clara was coloring at the table, her crayons scratching out a picture of a rainbow, oblivious to the tension in her mother's voice. Elise's hands trembled as she poured tea, her mind racing with images of masked men storming into her own workplace, the Delhaize supermarket in Beercel. "I don't feel safe anymore," she admitted, her voice barely audible. Marie reached across the table, squeezing her hand. "We'll be okay, Elise. We have to be." In Brussels, Detective Peter de Klerk was feeling the pressure of the case more than ever. The Halle attack confirmed his worst fears. The Brabant killers were not slowing down. They were accelerating, their violence becoming more indiscriminate. Peter, now 39, had been assigned as the lead investigator on the case after the Beercel murder, and he had thrown himself into the work with a single-minded focus that was beginning to take a toll on his personal life. His wife, Sophie, had grown increasingly frustrated with his long hours, the missed dinners, the nights he spent poring over case files instead of reading bedtime stories to their 6-year-old son, Thomas. "You're not here, Peter," she had said during an argument the night before the Halle attack, her voice sharp with exhaustion. "Even when you're home, you're not here." Peter knew she was right, but he couldn't stop. The faces of the victims, like Paul de Smet, haunted him, their deaths a personal failure he couldn't shake. At the crime scene in Halle, Peter walked through the supermarket with a grim determination, his notebook filled with observations. The witnesses, 2 cashiers and a customer who had hidden behind a display of canned goods, described the same pattern. 3 men masked, one tall and broad-shouldered, speaking French with a mix of accents. They had moved with military precision, clearing the store in under 5 minutes, their escape in a stolen Peugeot 504 as swift as their entry. Peter noted the shotgun shells left behind, the same type used in Biercell and Dwerp, confirming his suspicion that this was the same gang. "They're not just robbers anymore," he told his partner, Luke Van Hove, as they stood outside the store, the flashing lights of police cars casting shadows on their faces. "They're killers, and they're enjoying it." Luke nodded, his expression grim. "We need more manpower, Peter. This is bigger than us." But manpower was a luxury the Belgian police didn't have. Budget cuts and bureaucratic infighting between the Flemish and Walloon regions had left the force stretched thin, a fact that Peter knew the killers were exploiting. Annelies Verhegen, now 33, was in her Antwerp office at De Morgan when the news of the Halle attack broke. She had been following the Brabant killer's crimes since the Dwerp robbery in 1982, her instincts telling her that this was no ordinary gang. The Halle murder, coming just months after the taxi driver's killing in Mons, confirmed her theory that the gang was escalating, their attacks growing more public, more brazen. She drove to Halle that afternoon, her camera slung over her shoulder, her notebook already filled with questions. At the Kalruit, she interviewed a cashier, a young woman named Lisbeth, who had been working the register when the gunman stormed in. "I thought I was going to die," Lisbeth told her, her voice trembling as she clutched a cup of coffee, her hands shaking. "They didn't even care who they shot. That tall one, he looked at Paul like he was nothing." Annelies jotted down the description of the giant, adding it to her growing file on the gang, her mind racing with possibilities. Annelies's investigation was leading her down a dangerous path. She had been digging into the political context of the time, the so-called Years of Lead in Belgium, a period marked by Cold War tensions, far-right extremism, and allegations of corruption within the police and military. She had heard rumors of the Gladio Network, a secret NATO operation meant to resist a Soviet invasion, and wondered if the Brabant killers' military tactics, their use of diversionary maneuvers, their knowledge of police response times, suggested a connection. She met with a source in Brussels, a former gendarme named Marc Dubois, who had retired after a career in the Belgian State Security Service. Over coffee in a quiet cafe, Marc spoke in hushed tones, his eyes darting to the door. "There are people in high places who don't want this case solved," he told her, his voice low. "The gendarmes, the military, some of them were involved in things they shouldn't have been. Be careful, Annelies." She nodded, her resolve hardening, but a chill ran down her spine. She knew she was getting close to something big, something that could cost her more than her career. The Brabant killers' attacks continued throughout 1983, each one more violent than the last. On May 10th, they targeted a GB supermarket in Hoelart, killing a security guard and injuring 2 customers as they fled with 200,000 Belgian francs. On September 17th, they struck again, this time at a textile factory in Temps, where they killed a night watchman and his wife, who had been sleeping in the office, before stealing a small safe containing payroll funds. The double murder in Temps was particularly brutal. The watchman, 55-year-old Jan Peters, and his wife, Maria, 52, were shot at close range, their bodies left sprawled on the floor, a grim reminder of the gang's ruthlessness. The attacks were becoming a pattern. Hit hard, kill quickly, and disappear, often using stolen cars that were later found burned out in remote areas, leaving little evidence for the police to trace. For Elise, the news of each new attack deepened her fear, turning her daily routines into a source of anxiety. She began taking different routes to work, avoiding the main roads where she feared the gang might strike next. At the Delhaize in Biercell, her manager, Georges, held a staff meeting after the Temps murders, his voice tense as he outlined new security measures. Locking the doors 15 minutes before closing, keeping a phone by the register to call the police at the first sign of trouble. "We can't take any chances," he told the staff, his eyes scanning their worried faces. Elise nodded, but the measures did little to ease her dread. She started having nightmares, waking up in a cold sweat with the sound of gunfire echoing in her mind, her heart racing as she checked on Clara, who slept peacefully in her small bed, clutching her favorite stuffed rabbit. Peter's investigation was hitting dead end after dead end, the lack of concrete evidence frustrating him to no end. The gang's use of stolen cars, their careful avoidance of fingerprints, and their ability to strike and vanish made them nearly impossible to track. He had a team of 10 officers working the case, but they were spread thin, chasing leads across the Flemish Brabant and Walloon regions, often hampered by jurisdictional disputes between local police forces. Peter had begun to suspect that the gang had inside knowledge, someone feeding them information about police movements, perhaps even a mole within the gendarmes. He shared his theory with Luke, who was skeptical but agreed to look into it. "If you're right, Peter, this goes deeper than we thought," Luke said, his voice heavy with concern. Peter nodded, his jaw tight. "That's what I'm afraid of." Annalise, meanwhile, was uncovering more clues that pointed to a possible conspiracy. She obtained a leaked report from a retired military officer, detailing the existence of far-right groups within the Belgian armed forces, some of whom had been trained as part of the Gladio network. The report mentioned a cache of weapons stolen from a military base in 1981, weapons that matched the type used by the Brabant killers: pump-action shotguns, 9mm pistols, and even a submachine gun. Annalise cross-referenced the report with the gang's known attacks, her heart racing as she realized the implications. "If they're connected to Gladio, this isn't just a gang," she told her editor, Jan de Smet, her voice urgent. "This could be a plot to destabilize the country." Jan, though cautious, gave her the go-ahead to pursue the lead, warning her to be discreet. "You're stepping on dangerous ground, Annalise," he said, his tone serious. "Watch your back." As 1983 drew to a close, the Brabant killers had claimed 5 lives and injured dozens, their attacks leaving a scar on the Belgian psyche. Elise, Peter, and Annalise, each in their own way, were caught in the gang's shadow, their lives shaped by the fear and uncertainty that had taken root. Elise clung to her daughter, praying they would be spared. Peter pushed himself to the brink, determined to stop the killers before they struck again. And Annalise chased the truth, knowing that the answers she sought might come at a terrible cost. The worst was yet to come, as the Brabant killers prepared for their deadliest phase, their violence set to peak in the years ahead, leaving Belgium a nation haunted by terror, desperate for justice and searching for a way to heal. By 1984, the Brabant killers had already etched their name into Belgium's collective consciousness, their violent spree in 1983 leaving a trail of death and fear that lingered like a dark cloud over the nation. The gang's attacks had slowed in frequency, but their shadow loomed larger than ever, a specter of terror that haunted every supermarket, every quiet street, every whispered conversation. For the people of Belgium, 1984 and early 1985 became a period of uneasy calm, a deceptive lull that masked the gang's preparations for their most devastating assault yet: the Aalst massacre of November 1985. This chapter follows the Brabant killers' quieter, but no less sinister activities during this time, through the eyes of Elise Martens, whose fear deepens in Beer Cell, Detective Peter de Klerk, whose investigation hits new obstacles in Brussels, and Annalise Verhegen, whose pursuit of the truth in Antwerp brings her closer to a dangerous conspiracy, as the nation braces for the storm that is about to break. In Beer Cell, Elise Martens, now 30, was trying to hold on to a semblance of normalcy for her daughter, Clara, who had just turned 6. The past year had been a nightmare of anxiety, with the Brabant killers' attacks in Halle, Hoelart, and Thames hitting too close to home. Elise's job at the Delhaize supermarket had become a source of constant dread, every late shift filled with the fear that the masked gunmen might storm in, their shotguns blazing. She had taken to keeping a small photo of Clara in her apron pocket, a reminder of why she kept going despite the terror that gnawed at her. "I just want her to have a normal childhood," Elise confided to her neighbor Marie, one evening in March 1984, as they sat on her balcony, watching Clara play with a new set of building blocks. Marie nodded, her own face etched with worry. "We all do, Elise. But how can we, with those monsters still out there?" The Brabant killers had not been idle in 1984. Though their activities were less public, more calculated. On February 14, 1984, they broke into a military depot in Vielsalm, a remote town in the Ardennes, stealing a cache of weapons that included submachine guns, grenades, and ammunition. The theft was discovered days later, when a routine inventory check revealed the missing items, but the gang left no trace, their entry and exit as precise as ever. The stolen weapons, particularly the submachine guns, would later be linked to their attacks in 1985, a sign that they were preparing for something bigger. Peter de Klerk, now 40, received the report of the Vielsalm theft with a sinking feeling in his stomach. "They're arming up," he told his partner, Luc Van Hove, as they sat in their cramped office in Brussels, maps and case files spread across the desk. "This isn't about small-time robberies anymore. They're planning a war." Peter's investigation had hit a series of dead ends over the past year, the lack of concrete evidence frustrating him to no end. The gang's use of stolen cars, their careful avoidance of fingerprints, and their ability to vanish after each attack made them a ghost in the system. He had begun to suspect that the Brabant killers had inside knowledge, possibly from a mole within the gendarmes or even the Belgian State Security Service. The Vielsalm theft only deepened his suspicions. Breaking into a military depot required knowledge of security protocols, the kind of information not easily accessible to common criminals. Peter requested access to military records, hoping to find a connection, but his request was met with resistance from higher-ups who cited national security concerns. "They're hiding something," Peter muttered to Luc, his frustration boiling over. "And it's going to get more people killed." In Antwerp, Annelies Verhegen, now 34, was following a lead that had taken her deep into the murky waters of Belgium's political underbelly. Her investigation into the Brabant killers had led her to the Gladio Network, a secret NATO operation designed to resist a Soviet invasion, which had been active in Belgium during the Cold War. She had obtained a leaked report from a retired military officer, detailing the existence of far-right groups within the Belgian armed forces, some of whom had been trained as part of Gladio. The report mentioned a cache of weapons stolen from a military base in 1981, weapons that matched those used by the Brabant killers. The Vielsalm theft in 1984 added another piece to the puzzle, and Annelies was convinced that the gang's military precision pointed to a connection. "This isn't just a gang," she told her editor, Jan de Smet, during a meeting at De Morgan in April 1984, her voice urgent. "This could be a plot to destabilize the country, to create fear and justify a crackdown." Jan, though supportive, urged caution. "You're playing with fire, Annelies," he said, his tone serious. "If you're right, there are powerful people who won't want this story to come out." Annelies nodded, but her resolve was unshaken. She met with a new source, a former Gladio operative named Eric van der Linden, in a secluded park in Ghent. Eric, a wiry man in his 50s with a nervous tic, spoke in hushed tones, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The gendarmes, the military, even some politicians, they were involved in things they shouldn't have been, he told her, his voice barely above a whisper. Gladio was supposed to be about defense, but some of us, we were used for other things. Things like this. He slid a photograph across the bench, showing a group of men in military fatigues, one of whom matched the description of the giant, tall, broad-shouldered, with a commanding presence. Annelies's heart raced as she tucked the photo into her bag, knowing she was closer to the truth than ever before, but also more vulnerable. The Brabant killers' activities in 1984 were not limited to the Vielsalm theft. On July 7th, they struck again, this time targeting a small jewelry store in Anderlecht, a town in the Walloon region. The owner, 62-year-old Henri Dubois, was closing up for the night when 3 masked men burst in, their weapons drawn. They demanded the contents of the safe, but Henri, a stubborn man who had run the store for decades, refused to comply. The giant shot him in the head without hesitation, killing him instantly, while the other 2 gunmen grabbed a handful of gold necklaces and rings, worth about 50,000 Belgian francs. The gang fled in a stolen Volkswagen Golf, which was later found burned out in a nearby forest, a tactic they had used before to destroy evidence. The murder in Anderlecht was a grim reminder that the gang had not gone away. They were simply biding their time, honing their skills, and preparing for their next move. For Elise, the Anderlecht attack was another blow to her fragile sense of security. She had been trying to focus on the small joys in her life: Clara's first day of school, her daughter's excitement over a new pair of red shoes. But the news of each new attack brought her fears rushing back. She began having panic attacks, her heart racing at the sound of a car backfiring or the sight of a stranger lingering too long outside the Delhaize. "I can't keep living like this," she told Marie one evening in August 1984, her voice trembling as she clutched a cup of tea, her hands shaking. Marie, who had become her closest confidant, pulled her into a hug. "You're doing your best, Elise. That's all you can do." But Elise knew that her best might not be enough, not with the Brabant killers still out there, their next target unknown. Peter's investigation was becoming an obsession, one that was straining his marriage to the breaking point. Sophie had given him an ultimatum after a particularly heated argument in September 1984. "Either you start being a husband and a father, or you move out." Peter wanted to be there for his family. He loved Sophie and Thomas more than anything, but the case consumed him. He had begun to piece together a theory that the Brabant killers were part of a larger operation, possibly linked to far-right elements within the military and police. He had interviewed a witness from the Anderlecht attack, a neighbor who had seen the getaway car, and the description of the giant matched what Anneliese had uncovered. A tall man, likely ex-military, with a commanding presence. Peter reached out to a contact in the Belgian State Security Service, hoping to gain access to classified files on Gladio, but his request was denied, leaving him with more questions than answers. Anneliese, meanwhile, was facing her own challenges. Her investigation had caught the attention of someone powerful. Her phone had been tapped, and she had noticed a dark sedan following her on her way home from the office. She confided in Jan, who urged her to take a step back. "I know you want the truth, Anneliese, but you have to think about your safety," he said, his voice filled with concern. But Anneliese couldn't stop, not when she was so close. She met with another source, a retired police officer named Paul Mertens, who confirmed that some gendarmes had been involved in far-right activities in the early 1980s, including training with Gladio operatives. "There was a group of US who believed we were protecting the country," Paul told her, his voice heavy with regret. "But it got out of hand. People died because of it." Anneliese left the meeting with a sense of dread, knowing that the truth she was chasing might come at a terrible cost. As 1985 began, the Brabant killers were quietly preparing for their deadliest attack yet. On May 1st, they struck again, this time targeting a Delhaize supermarket in Braine-l'Alleud, a town just south of Brussels. The attack was a precursor to their later massacres. They killed a cashier and injured 3 customers, fleeing with 300,000 Belgian francs. The violence was a stark reminder that the gang had not gone away, and it sent a fresh wave of fear through the region. Elise, who worked at a Delhaize in Beercel, felt her stomach drop when she heard the news. "It could have been us," she told her manager, Georges, her voice shaking as they stood in the break room, the radio broadcasting updates on the attack. Georges nodded, his face pale. "We need to be ready, Elise. They're not stopping." Peter and Anneliese, each in their own way, were closing in on the truth, but the Brabant killers were one step ahead, their plans for Ulst already in motion. The attack in Braine-l'Alleud was a test run, a chance to refine their tactics for the massacre that would come in November 1985, a day that would mark the darkest chapter in their reign of terror. For Elise, the fear was becoming unbearable, her every day a struggle to protect Clara from a threat she couldn't see. For Peter, the case was a race against time, a desperate bid to stop the killers before they struck again. And for Anneliese, the truth was within reach, but so was the danger, as the Brabant killers prepared to unleash their full fury, leaving Belgium a nation on the brink, its people clinging to the hope that justice would prevail. On November 9, 1985, the Brabant killers unleashed their most devastating attack yet. a massacre at the Delhaize supermarket in Aalst that would mark the darkest chapter of their reign of terror in Belgium. The gang's violence, which had been building for 3 years, reached its horrifying peak, claiming 8 lives, including children, and leaving a nation in shock. The Aalst attack was not just a robbery. It was a deliberate act of terror, a message that no one was safe, not even in the most mundane of places. This chapter captures the horror of that day through the eyes of Elise Martens, whose worst fears come true, Detective Peter de Klerk, whose investigation is pushed to the brink, and Annelies Verhegen, whose pursuit of the truth becomes more dangerous than ever, as the Brabant killers cement their legacy as Belgium's most feared criminals. Elise Martens, now 31, had been living in a state of constant dread for months. The Brabant killers' attacks in 1983 and early 1985 haunting her every step. Her job at the Delhaize supermarket in Beersel had become a daily test of courage, but she had no choice. She needed the money to support her daughter, Clara, now 7 years old. Elise had heard about the gang's attack on the Delhaize in Braine-l'Alleud in May 1985, where they killed a cashier and injured 3 customers, and the news had left her shaken. She had begged her manager, Georges, to hire security guards, but the store's budget was tight, and her pleas went unanswered. "We just have to be careful," Georges had told her, his voice heavy with resignation. But careful wasn't enough, not against a gang that killed without hesitation. On the evening of November 9th, Elise was visiting her sister, Sophie, in Aalst, a town about 30 kilometers northwest of Beersel. Sophie had invited Elise and Clara for dinner, a rare treat that Elise hoped would lift her spirits. After dinner, they decided to stop by the Delhaize supermarket on Parkland in Aalst to pick up some dessert, a decision that would change their lives forever. It was just after 7:30 p.m. when Elise, Sophie, and Clara walked into the store, the fluorescent lights casting a harsh glow over the aisles. Clara, clutching her mother's hand, pointed excitedly at a display of chocolate cakes, her laughter a brief moment of joy in Elise's tense world. But that joy was shattered in an instant when the sound of gunfire erupted from the entrance, followed by screams that echoed through the store. 3 masked men stormed into the Delhaize, their weapons raised, their movements swift and coordinated. The leader, the Giant, a towering figure in a black balaclava, fired a burst from his submachine gun into the ceiling, sending plaster raining down as customers screamed and dove for cover. "Everyone down now," he shouted in French, his voice cold and commanding. The other 2 gunmen, one armed with a shotgun, the other with a pistol, fanned out, their eyes scanning the aisles for any sign of resistance. Elise grabbed Clara and pulled her behind a display of canned goods, her heart pounding as she whispered, "Stay quiet, baby, please." Sophie, who had been a few steps ahead, dropped to the floor near the checkout, her hands over her head, her eyes wide with terror. The Brabant killers moved with ruthless efficiency, their target the store's safe, but their actions went far beyond a simple robbery. They began firing indiscriminately, their bullets tearing through the air, striking anyone in their path. A father, 42-year-old Mark Van Dam, was shot in the chest as he tried to shield his 9-year-old daughter, Ank, who screamed as her father fell. The Giant turned toward the sound, his eyes locking onto Ank, and without hesitation he fired again, the bullet striking the girl in the head, killing her instantly. The brutality was staggering. Within minutes, the gang had killed 8 people, including a 14-year-old boy, a 65-year-old grandmother, and a young couple who had been shopping for their wedding. The store was a scene of carnage, blood pooling on the tiled floor, the air thick with the smell of gunpowder and the sound of anguished cries. Elise held Clara close, her body trembling as she tried to shield her daughter from the horror unfolding around them. She could hear the gunmen shouting orders to the manager, demanding the safe be opened, but their voices were drowned out by the screams of the wounded. Clara whimpered, her small hands clutching Elise's coat, and Elise whispered, "It's okay, sweetheart, we're going to be okay," even as she feared they wouldn't survive. The attack lasted less than 10 minutes, but it felt like an eternity. The gang grabbed 700,000 Belgian francs, about 17,000 euros in today's money, and fled in a stolen Volkswagen Golf. leaving behind a trail of devastation. As the sound of their car faded into the distance, Elise peeked out from behind the display, her heart breaking at the sight of the bodies scattered across the aisles, the survivors sobbing as they held their loved ones. Peter de Klerk was at home in Brussels, trying to salvage a rare evening with his family, when his phone rang. His wife, Sophie, shot him a look of frustration as he answered, but her expression softened when she saw the color drain from his face. "It's Alst," Luc Van Hove said on the other end, his voice tight with urgency. "They hit the Delhaize. 8 dead, including kids. It's a massacre." Peter was on his way to Alst within minutes, his mind racing as he drove through the dark, the weight of his failure pressing down on him. He had known the Brabant killers were planning something big. He had seen the signs in their theft of military weapons in Vielsalm, their attack in Braine-l'Alleud, but he hadn't been able to stop them. "This is on me," he muttered to himself, his hands gripping the steering wheel, his eyes burning with unshed tears. At the crime scene, Peter walked through the Delhaize, his stomach churning at the sight of the bodies, the blood, the shattered lives. The survivors were in shock, some clinging to each other, others staring blankly at the walls, unable to process what had happened. He spoke to a cashier, 19-year-old Lisbeth, who had hidden behind the counter and survived. "They didn't care who they killed," she told him, her voice trembling, her hands shaking as she clutched a blanket a paramedic had given her. "That tall one, the leader, he shot a little girl like it was nothing." Peter nodded, his jaw tight, the description of the giant matching what he had heard before, a tall, broad-shouldered man, likely ex-military, with a commanding presence. He collected evidence, shotgun shells, bullet casings, a partial footprint in the blood, and vowed to himself that he would find them, no matter what it took. Annelies Verhegen was in her Antwerp apartment, working late on her investigation into the Brabant killers, when the news of the Alst attack broke on the radio. She felt a chill run down her spine as the reporter described the massacre, the death toll, the sheer brutality of it all. She knew immediately that this was the gang she had been tracking, the same men she believed were connected to the Gladio network and far-right elements within the Belgian military. She drove to Alst that night, arriving just after midnight, her camera and notebook in hand. The scene outside the Delhaize was chaotic. Police cars, ambulances, reporters, and grieving families, their cries echoing in the cold night air. Annelies spoke to a survivor, a 30-year-old man named Kuhn, who had lost his wife in the attack. "She was just buying milk," he said, his voice breaking as he held a photo of her, his hands trembling. Why did they have to kill her? The Alst massacre sent shockwaves through Belgium, the nation reeling from the scale of the violence. Supermarkets across the country began closing early, some hiring armed guards, others installing panic buttons and reinforced doors. The public outcry was immediate. Protests erupted in Brussels, with citizens demanding answers, demanding justice. "How can this happen?" a mother shouted at a rally, her voice raw with grief, holding a sign that read, "Protect our children." The government promised action, forming a special task force to hunt the Brabant killers. But the gang had vanished, their getaway car found burned out in a nearby forest, just as they had done before. The lack of leads, the lack of progress, only deepened the public's fear and frustration, a sentiment shared by Elise, Peter, and Annelies, each of whom was forever changed by that day. For Elise, the Alst attack was a nightmare she had survived, but at a terrible cost. She and Clara had made it out alive, but Sophie had been shot in the leg, her injury leaving her with a permanent limp. Elise was haunted by the memory of Enk, the 9-year-old girl killed in front of her father, her screams echoing in Elise's dreams. She quit her job at the Delhaize in Biercel, unable to set foot in a supermarket without trembling, and took a lower-paying job as a seamstress, working from home to be closer to Clara. "I can't lose her," she told Marie, her voice breaking as she held her daughter close, the trauma of Alst a wound that would never fully heal. Peter's resolve hardened in the wake of the massacre, but so did the strain on his marriage. Sophie, seeing the toll the case was taking on him, begged him to step back. "You're killing yourself, Peter," she said, her voice soft but firm, as they sat in their kitchen the night after the attack, Thomas asleep upstairs. And you're not here for us. Peter wanted to argue, to tell her he couldn't stop, not now, but he saw the pain in her eyes and nodded, promising to try. But deep down, he knew he couldn't let go. The faces of the Ulst victims, especially Ank, drove him forward, a reminder of the justice he had yet to deliver. Anneliese, meanwhile, was more determined than ever to uncover the truth. The Ulst attack confirmed her suspicions that the Brabant killers were part of a larger conspiracy, their violence a tool to sow fear and chaos. She had a lead on a former gendarme, a man named Michel Lauwers, who had been part of a far-right group in the 1980s and might know the identity of the giant. She arranged to meet him in a small cafe in Liège, but as she drove there, she noticed a dark sedan following her, the same car she had seen before. Her heart raced as she realized the danger she was in, but she couldn't turn back, not now, not when the truth was so close. The Ulst massacre had changed everything for Elise, for Peter, for Anneliese, and for Belgium, a nation now united in grief, fear, and a desperate hope that the nightmare would end. The Ulst massacre on November 9, 1985, marked the zenith of the Brabant killers' reign of terror, a brutal crescendo that left Belgium reeling with grief and fear. In the days, months, and years that followed, the gang vanished as suddenly as they had appeared, their silence a haunting echo that deepened the nation's trauma. For the survivors, the investigators, and the journalists who had been drawn into the case, the absence of the killers did not bring peace. It brought a new kind of torment, a limbo of unanswered questions and unhealed wounds. This chapter follows the aftermath of Ulst through the eyes of Elise Martens, whose life is forever altered by the trauma, Detective Peter de Klerk, whose investigation faces new challenges, and Anneliese Verhegen, whose pursuit of the truth leads her into ever more dangerous territory, as Belgium struggles to move forward while the shadow of the Brabant killers lingers. In Beercel, Elise Martens, now 31, was a shell of the woman she had once been. The Ulst massacre had shattered her sense of safety, leaving her with nightmares that replayed the horror of that night. The gunfire, the screams, the sight of 9-year-old Ank's lifeless body on the supermarket floor. Elise and her daughter, Clara, now 7, had survived, but her sister, Sophie, had been shot in the leg, a wound that left her with a permanent limp and a deep well of bitterness. Elise had quit her job at the Delhaize in Beercel the day after the attack, unable to face the fluorescent lights and crowded aisles without trembling. She took a job as a seamstress working from home, her small apartment filled with the hum of her sewing machine and the sound of Clara's laughter. A fragile attempt to rebuild a life that felt irrevocably broken. "I can't stop seeing it," she confessed to her neighbor Marie, one evening in December 1985, her voice barely above a whisper as she clutched a cup of tea, her hands shaking. "Every time I close my eyes, I'm back there." Clara, too, was struggling, though she tried to hide it. The once bubbly 7-year-old had become quiet, her drawings now filled with dark scribbles instead of the rainbows she used to love. She clung to Elise at night, refusing to sleep alone, her small voice asking, "Are the bad men coming back, Mama?" Elise didn't know how to answer. She wanted to promise safety, but the Brabant killers were still out there, their disappearance after Ulst offering no comfort. Elise began seeing a therapist, a kind woman named Dr. Lennartz, who helped her navigate the trauma, teaching her breathing exercises to manage her panic attacks. "You survived, Elise," Dr. Lennartz told her during a session in early 1986, her voice gentle but firm. "That's a strength you can build on." Elise nodded, but the fear remained, a constant companion that colored every moment of her life. In Brussels, Detective Peter de Klerk, now 41, was grappling with the weight of his failure to stop the Ulst massacre. The attack had claimed 8 lives, including children, and the public outcry had been immediate and fierce. Protests erupted across Belgium, with citizens demanding answers, demanding justice. Peter felt the pressure from all sides, his superiors, the media, the grieving families whose faces he saw in his dreams. He had been at the crime scene that night, walking through the blood-stained aisles of the Delhaize, the weight of each death a personal blow. "We should have stopped them," he told his partner, Luc Van Hove. as they sat in their office the day after the attack, the air heavy with exhaustion and grief. Luke, usually the optimist, could only nod, his own eyes red from lack of sleep. "We'll get them, Peter. We have to." The investigation intensified in the wake of Aalst, with the Belgian government forming a special task force, dubbed Cellular Brabant, to hunt the killers. Peter was named lead investigator, a role that came with more resources, but also more scrutiny. The task force combed through every piece of evidence from the Aalst attack: shotgun shells, bullet casings, witness statements, but the gang had left little behind. The stolen Volkswagen Golf they used to escape was found burned out in a forest near Aalst, a tactic they had used before to destroy evidence. Witnesses described the giant, the tall, broad-shouldered leader, and his two accomplices, but their descriptions were vague, their faces hidden behind masks. Peter's team chased every lead, from tips about suspicious men seen in the area to reports of stolen cars, but each one led to a dead end, the killers slipping through their fingers like ghosts. Peter's obsession with the case took a toll on his marriage, which had been strained for years. Sophie, his wife, had begged him to step back after Aalst, but he couldn't, not when the killers were still out there, not when he felt the weight of the victims' families on his shoulders. In March 1986, Sophie gave him an ultimatum: choose us or choose the case. Peter wanted to choose his family. He loved Sophie and their son, Thomas, now 8, but the case consumed him. In April 1986, Sophie moved out, taking Thomas with her to her parents' house in Ghent. "I can't watch you destroy yourself anymore," she told him, her voice breaking as she packed a suitcase, tears streaming down her face. Peter stood in the doorway, his heart aching, but he couldn't find the words to stop her. The case had cost him his family, but he couldn't let go. Not yet, not until he had justice for Aalst. Annelies Verhegen, now 35, was in Antwerp when she heard about the Aalst massacre, the news hitting her like a punch to the gut. She had been investigating the Brabant killers for 3 years, her research pointing to a possible connection with the Gladio network and far-right elements within the Belgian military and police. The Aalst attack confirmed her worst fears. The gang's violence was not random. It was a calculated act of terror, designed to sow fear and chaos. She drove to Aalst the next day, her notebook filled with questions, her camera capturing the grief etched on the faces of the survivors and the families of the victims. She spoke to a father, 45-year-old Johan Peters, who had lost his 14-year-old son in the attack. "He was just a boy," Johan told her, his voice hollow as he clutched a photo of his son, his hands trembling. "They didn't have to kill him." Annelies's investigation took a dangerous turn in the months after Aalst. She had a lead on a former gendarme, Michel Lauwers, who had been part of a far-right group in the 1980s and might know the identity of the giant. She met him in a small cafe in Liège in December 1985, her nerves on edge after noticing a dark sedan following her for weeks. Michel, a wiry man in his 40s with a scar across his cheek, spoke in hushed tones, his eyes darting to the door. "I knew some of the guys involved," he told her, his voice low. "They were ex-gendarmes trained by Gladio. They called themselves patriots, but they were just killers. The giant, his name was Christian Bonkowski. He was one of us." Anneliese's heart raced as she wrote down the name, knowing she had a breakthrough, but also knowing the danger it brought. As she left the cafe, the dark sedan was waiting, its driver watching her with cold eyes, a warning she couldn't ignore. The Brabant killer's disappearance after Aalst did not bring relief. It deepened the mystery, fueling speculation and conspiracy theories. Some believed the gang had been disbanded, their mission, whatever it was, complete. Others thought they had gone underground, waiting for the heat to die down. Anneliese's research suggested a darker possibility, that the gang had been protected, their crimes covered up by powerful figures who wanted the truth to stay buried. She published a series of articles in De Morgan in 1986, detailing her findings on the Gladio connection and naming Christian Bonkowski as a possible suspect. The articles caused a firestorm, with some praising her courage and others accusing her of spreading conspiracy theories. She received anonymous threats, letters, phone calls, a brick thrown through her apartment window, but she refused to back down. "The truth matters," she told her editor, Jan de Smet, her voice steady despite the fear in her eyes. "For the victims, for their families, it matters." In the years that followed, the investigation into the Brabant killers became one of Belgium's most enduring mysteries. Peter's task force worked tirelessly, following leads that took them across the country and even into France and the Netherlands, but the trail grew cold. In 1987, a new lead emerged. A witness claimed to have seen a man matching the giant's description at a shooting range in Wallonia, but when Peter's team investigated, the man had disappeared, leaving behind only rumors and dead ends. The case began to fade from the public eye, overshadowed by other news, but for those touched by the gang's violence, the pain remained raw. Memorials were held in Aalst each year on November 9th, with families gathering to lay flowers at the site of the massacre, their grief a silent testament to the justice they still sought. Elise, Peter, and Annelies each carried the weight of the Brabant killers in their own way. Elise focused on rebuilding her life, finding solace in her work as a seamstress and in Clara's small victories, her daughter's first school play, her laughter as they baked cookies together. But the fear never fully left her, a shadow that lingered in the corners of her mind. Peter threw himself into the investigation, even as it cost him his marriage, his determination to find the killers a promise he couldn't break. Annelies continued her pursuit of the truth, her articles keeping the case alive in the public consciousness, even as the threats against her grew more menacing. The Brabant killers had gone silent, but their legacy of terror endured, a wound on the soul of Belgium that would not heal until justice was served, a hope that, for now, remained just out of reach. By April 2025, 4 decades had passed since the Brabant killers terrorized Belgium, their violent spree between 1982 and 1985, leaving 28 dead and a nation forever changed. The Aalst massacre of November 1985, the gang's deadliest attack, had marked the peak of their reign, but their sudden disappearance afterward left a void filled with questions, grief, and a lingering fear that justice might never be served. In 2017, a breakthrough, the deathbed confession of Christian Bonkowski, a former gendarme who claimed to be the giant, offered a glimmer of hope, but it also deepened the mystery, raising more questions than answers. This final chapter reflects on the long-term impact of the Brabant killers through the eyes of Elise Martens, now a grandmother in Beersel, Detective Peter de Klerk, retired but still haunted in Brussels, and Annelies Verhegen, a seasoned journalist in Antwerp, as they confront the past and find a measure of peace in a case that shaped their lives. Elise Martens, now 71, had spent the last 40 years trying to outrun the shadow of the Aalst massacre. The trauma of that night in 1985, when she and her daughter, Clara, survived, but her sister, Sophie, was injured and 8 others were killed, had never fully left her. She had raised Clara, now 47, with a fierce determination to give her a life free of fear. But the memories lingered, surfacing in quiet moments. Elise had become a seamstress after quitting her job at the Delhaize, building a small business that allowed her to work from home, her hands steady as she stitched dresses and curtains, her mind often drifting to the past. Clara had grown into a strong, compassionate woman, a schoolteacher with 2 children of her own, and Elise found joy in her grandchildren, 10-year-old Emma and 7-year-old Lucas, who filled her small Beersel apartment with laughter. In 2017, when news broke of Christian Bonkowski's confession, Elise felt a mix of hope and dread. Bonkowski, a former gendarme, had confessed to his brother on his deathbed, saying, "I was the giant. I was part of the Brabant killers." The confession, reported by De Morgan, sent shockwaves through Belgium, reigniting interest in the case. Elise watched the news with Clara, her heart racing as she saw Bonkowski's photo, a tall, broad-shouldered man who matched the description of the giant she had seen in Aalst. Could it really be him? Clara asked, her voice soft as she squeezed her mother's hand. Elise nodded, tears in her eyes. "I hope so, sweetheart. I hope they finally get justice for those we lost." But the confession came with complications. Bonkowski was dead, and the evidence linking him to the crimes was circumstantial, leaving Elise with a bittersweet sense of closure. A step forward, but not the end she had hoped for. Peter de Klerk, now 81, had retired from the Belgian Federal Police in 2005, but the Brabant killers case had never left him. As the lead investigator of the Cellular Brabant task force in the 1980s, he had dedicated years to hunting the killers, a pursuit that cost him his marriage to Sophie and strained his relationship with his son, Thomas, now 48. Peter lived alone in a small apartment in Brussels, his walls lined with books and faded photos of Thomas as a child, a reminder of the family he had lost to his obsession. The case files, though officially closed for him, still sat in a box in his closet, their pages yellowed but their weight as heavy as ever. He had followed every development in the case over the years, from the discovery of a weapons cache in 1989 to the arrest of a minor suspect in 1998, each lead a flicker of hope that quickly faded. Bonkowski's confession in 2017 brought Peter back to the case with a renewed sense of purpose. He contacted his old partner, Luc Van Hove, now also retired, and together they reviewed the evidence, comparing Bonkowski's profile to the descriptions of the giant. Bonkowski had been a member of the Diane Group, an elite unit of the Belgian gendarmes in the 1980s, and his physical description, tall, broad-shouldered, with a commanding presence, matched witness accounts. Peter also learned that Bonkowski had been discharged from the gendarmes in 1981 for disciplinary issues, a detail that aligned with the timeline of the Brabant killer's early crimes. "It's him," Peter told Luc, his voice steady, but his hands trembling as he held a photo of Bonkowski. "I can feel it." But the confession was not enough. DNA evidence was inconclusive, and Bonkowski's death meant he could not be questioned, leaving the case officially unsolved, a bitter pill for Peter to swallow after decades of searching. Annelies Verhegen, now 75, had spent her career chasing the truth about the Brabant killers, her investigative journalism at De Morgan keeping the case alive in the public consciousness. Her articles in the 1980s, which linked the gang to the Gladio network and far-right elements within the Belgian military, had made her a target, threats, surveillance, a brick through her window, but she had never backed down. By 2025, Annelies had retired from journalism, but she remained a vocal advocate for the victims, speaking at memorials and writing a book, The Shadow of Terror, published in 2020, which detailed her investigation and the systemic failures that allowed the killers to escape justice. She lived in a cozy apartment in Antwerp, her walls covered with awards and photos from her career, a testament to her courage and tenacity. Bonkowski's confession was a vindication for Annelies,